Child, my dear child, alas, it is too late. You little wretch, I shall make you pay dearly. Please, return my child to me. Unforgivable. Traitor, may you all perish. Mother, mother, do not leave me. Su Lingfeng's forehead was beaded with sweat, his face etched with terror as he murmured, Mother. Finger, are you all right? The Elder Patriarch hurried to the bedside, his expression filled with concern. Su Lingfeng struggled to open his bleary eyes. Grandfather, I dreamed of Mother. When will she come and take me away? The Elder Patriarch hesitated and replied, Finger, you must believe that your mother loves you dearly. If you miss her, then when you are capable, go seek her, all right? Su Lingfeng nodded, attempting to rise, but suddenly groaned in pain. It was then he recalled the torment he had endured, having been bullied and grievously injured. Regaining his composure, he noticed the Elder Patriarch's gaze, heavy with unspoken worries, and said, Grandfather, I have caused trouble again. The Elder Patriarch quickly reassured him, It is not your fault, do not dwell on it. Here, take your medicine. Once the effects of the elixir take hold, you shall recover. Seeing Su Lingfeng's numerous injuries, the Elder Patriarch felt a pang of heartache. The blow to his head was particularly grave, clearly a lethal strike meant to kill. Unable to suppress his anger, he cursed, You little scoundrel, how ruthless. Fortunately, after 3 days and nights of unconsciousness, Su Lingfeng had awakened, finally out of danger. The Elder Patriarch had resolved that if anything were to happen to Su Lingfeng, he would unleash chaos without regard for the consequences. After administering the medicine, the Elder Patriarch instructed the maid, Xiang'er, to take good care of Su Lingfeng, assuring her that any issues could be relayed to him through the guards outside the door. Such events demanded retribution. The Elder Patriarch was gone for several days, during which Su Lingfeng was able to rise and walk normally. Yet, Xiang'er insisted he remain in bed. Reflecting on the dream from days prior, Su Lingfeng murmured, I felt as though I had traversed a long, long path. Opened a door. Saw a scroll. A baby crying in anguish. Could that be me? Su Lingfeng strained to recall the dream, but the images remained hazy. Unintentionally, he noticed his spiritual strength had grown remarkably, allowing him to perceive everything around him with clarity. Xiang'er must be sitting outside, and the 12 individuals outside must be sent by the Patriarch. In the nest of the deodar tree in the courtyard, there were even 3 fledgling birds. Su Lingfeng was filled with exhilaration for 4 years. He had been unable to advance to the 4th level of body refinement, hindered by his weak spiritual strength that prevented him from sensing the energy, stalling his cultivation journey that he then attempted to introspect, discovering over 20 external injuries. With his left tibia and 3 ribs fractured and his skull riddled with cracks. Clenching his fist, he vowed, Mabai, you wretch, wait for me. I will remember this pain, and one day I shall repay you. After a moment's calm, Su Lingfeng focused his attention on his spiritual sea. When did it become so vast? What happened to the dividing line of yin and yang? Previously, there had been a dark area within his spiritual sea, a space he could not perceive despite it being his own. Once, he had forced himself to sense it, but fainted for a day and a night before awakening, and since then, he had refrained from such reckless attempts. Yet now, the dark area was gone, absent from the distance and beneath his feet. Wait, is this me? Su Lingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? I can actually manifest my own form? Isn't this something only the Patriarch can do? A powerful spirit can perceive its surroundings, marking one as a genius. However, to condense one's spiritual form within the spiritual sea should only be achievable at the bone refinement stage. Yet Su Lingfeng was merely a novice at the 3rd level of energy gathering. He began to deduce, was his weak spiritual strength a consequence of the dark area in his spiritual sea? It must have occupied at least half of it, constantly repelling or encroaching upon his spiritual power. If his spiritual strength were to forcefully resist the dark area, it would not only dissipate, but also inflict great suffering upon him. However, with the dark area vanished, only a scroll floated within the spiritual sea. And Su Lingfeng pondered, could the previous dark area have been formed by the scroll? Regardless, the spiritual sea was finally entirely his, and his spiritual power had grown exceptionally strong. A silver lining amid adversity. Approaching the scroll, he felt its mysterious allure. Could it be? From that time, Lingfeng vaguely remembered enduring immense pain in his dream, nearly losing consciousness. Perhaps it wasn't merely a dream, but a memory from his childhood. His spiritual form reached out with his left hand to touch the scroll. It suddenly spun rapidly, causing Lingfeng to exclaim in surprise and hastily withdraw his focus, only to find his left index finger cut and bleeding. Without time to tend to the wound, he hurriedly delved into his spiritual sea, just in time to see the blood at the edge of the scroll being absorbed entirely. Rebirth through destruction. Trials must be endured. Blood signifies you as my master. The scroll trembled, resonating with spiritual energy. That moment, its brilliance intensified, illuminating the entirety of the spiritual sea. As the light receded, the scroll unfurled, revealing the four great characters. Spiritual martial scroll. The spiritual martial azura. Technique states, there's a path for martial arts, a way for spirits guard the core, and keep the heart. All can be achieved. To walk in the world, observe the heavens, heed the laws of the earth, draw from oneself, and reach for all things. Lingfeng attentively observed the dancing characters on the scroll, which resembled tadpoles akin to ancient scripts. He was certain he had never encountered such writing before, yet astonishingly, he comprehended every single character. Upon finishing the introduction, he realized it was a cultivation method capable of martial and spiritual cultivation, named Spiritual Martial Azura Technique. His initial reaction was disbelief. How could this be? Such entirely different cultivation paths. How could one practice them? Simultaneously, the Elder Patriarch had once told him, martial cultivators primarily excavate their own potential. Those who succeed can move mountains and traverse the void. Spiritual cultivators focus on strengthening their spirits. Those who excel can shift mountains and seas with a mere thought, wielding the ebb and flow of stars. Yet in the realm of cultivation, one must either open a martial house or establish a spiritual pool. One cannot possess both. At this moment, the information from the scroll shattered Lingfeng's understanding, intuitively guiding him to believe that the scroll's cultivation path was the correct one. Continuing to read, he found only a single recipe, named Spiritual Martial Liquid, detailing the herbs required and the crafting methods. Lingfeng inwardly cursed, feeling as though he had just soared into the sky only to be struck down. Even more frustrating was that only a tenth of the text was legible, while the rest appeared in a dark golden HUS. He gazed at the dark golden portion. His spirit wavered, causing him to quickly avert his gaze. The spiritual martial azura technique was extraordinary, the spiritual martial scroll enigmatic, yet he had no idea how to utilize it. Holding onto a golden nugget, he found himself unable to discard it or consume it, merely left to watch it anxiously, grinding his teeth in frustration. Exiting his spiritual sea, Lingfeng called out towards the door, Sister Xiang. Xiang was a small beggar taken in by the Elder Patriarch one winter, amidst heavy snowfall. She had huddled in a corner, her hands wrapped around her legs, nearly frozen to death, prompting the Elder Patriarch to bring her home, in name. Her Xiang. Later, when the Elder Patriarch inquired about her family and the people she had left behind, she remained silent. She stayed there ever since, caring for the Elder Patriarch and Lingfeng. Xiang entered through the door, and before she could speak, Lingfeng immediately said, Sister Xiang, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Xiang smiled gently. Young master finally has an appetite. It seems your injuries are no longer severe. The meal has long been prepared. Please wait a moment. Lingfeng remarked. Sister Xiang, how many times must I say it? There are no outsiders here. You may simply call me Fengdi. Xiang smiled silently and stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, she returned with several dishes, all of which were Lingfeng's favorites, delicious, absolutely delectable. It has been ages since I savored such exquisite food. Lingfeng devoured the meal voraciously, his manner quite wild. Sister Xiang, I need to step out for a bit. You must assist me. I do not wish for those guards outside to follow me. Xiang expressed her concern. At this time, it would be wiser to remain at home. If the clan leader discovers this, you will surely face punishment. Ultimately, Lingfeng persisted with his pleas, and after much coaxing, he succeeded in persuading Xiang to help him exit through the back door. Su Lingfeng stepped out, traversing through the narrow alleyways, and arrived at the bustling marketplace. "Oh, isn't that our genius from Gushi City, Su Lingfeng?" A voice dripping with sarcasm rang out. The emphasis on the word genius drew the attention of the crowd, who turned to look. Once they realized, laughter erupted around them. Him? A genius? More like a natural fool. It's been 4 years since he reached the third realm of body refinement, and yet he still refuses to leave his comfort zone. Those accompanying Ma Bai jeered. This comment only provoked further laughter from the onlookers. Su Lingfeng clenched his fists, his chest rising and falling powerfully, with a pair of furious eyes fixated on Ma Bai and his entourage. Whether by coincidence or intent, he had encountered Ma by the moment he stepped out. He hadn't intended to seek revenge today. He merely wished to visit the Alchemist Guild to study alchemy and resolve his own issues. But he had been turned away each time. Yet Ma Bai showed no restraint, having nearly beaten Su Lingfeng to death days ago, and now dared to provoke him again. How much could one endure? "Ma Bai, are you pushing me too far?" Su Lingfeng shouted in anger. "Pushing you too far? Not at all. I'm merely teaching you." "You little wildling," Ma Bai replied with disdain. Su Lingfeng had been rescued from the mountains by the old clan leader, and his origins remained unclear. Out of respect for the clan leader's status and influence, everyone kept their opinions to themselves. Yet Ma Bai had the audacity to publicly call him a wildling. Hearing such words, Su Lingfeng could no longer contain himself and roared, "Ma Bai, I challenge you to a fight to the death. Do you dare?" Ma Bai and his companions were momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter, full of mockery and disdain. After finally stifling his laughter, Ma Bai retorted, "You think I don't know your worth? You were taught a lesson just days ago, and you still dare to challenge me?" Su Lingfeng shot back, "Do you dare or not? Enough with the nonsense." With that, Su Lingfeng walked towards the death arena. Just a few steps in, his closest companion, Chun Hao, grabbed him. "Brother Feng, are you out of your mind? He is at the 5th realm of body refinement, and his combat skills are exceptional." Chun Hao was a member of a small family in Gushi City. Today, he had come with Qi Lingyun and Luo Yiming to visit Su Lingfeng. Learning that he was not at home, they searched for him, only to stumble upon Su Lingfeng's confrontation. Ma Bai, adopting a condescending posture, said, "Birds of a feather flock together. All the useless ones from Gushi City are here. What is this? You seem to want to start a brawl? I am so afraid." Someone behind him chimed in, 3 impoverished young masters from fallen families, with such poor cultivation talent, truly deserve to call themselves brothers of Su the Genius. Indeed, are they friends or just a bunch of useless fellows? Another laughed. Amidst the banter, Chun Hao and his companions felt their anger igniting, but Su Lingfeng remained calm. Addressing them, "It's fine, trust me." The determination and confidence in Su Lingfeng's eyes momentarily bewildered Chun Hao and the others, instilling a sense of faith in them. Ma Bai scoffed, "Su Lingfeng, this time you seek your own demise. If you regret it now, I might still consider letting you off. Just kneel, bow 3 times, and call me grandfather, and I'll pretend today never happened." Su Lingfeng did not turn to look at him. "I am not like you, a cowardly grandson, lacking the courage to accept a challenge." Enraged, Ma Bai bellowed, "Wildling, today I will strip you of your skin." He slammed his palm on the table, and in an instant, he was already standing on the death arena. Many in the crowd applauded, exclaiming that yet another remarkable talent had emerged from the Ma family. Unfazed, Su Lingfeng proceeded towards the death arena, as the crowd parted to make way for him, murmuring that he was seeking his own demise. According to the rules of Gushi City, unresolved grievances could be settled on the death arena. Once one entered, it was a matter of life and death. On the arena, an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, slowly approached the center and remarked, "It has been over a decade since such young children have stepped onto the death arena. I ask but one question. Can these grievances be resolved?" Su Lingfeng and Ma Bai leapt onto the stage, responding almost in unison, "No." The old man wanted to say more, but ultimately held his tongue. Addressing the crowd below, he announced, "As per the old rules, there will be 10 breaths of time for betting to commence." The death arena had already set up a large table, now displaying the names, Su Lingfeng of the Su family and Ma Bai of the Ma family. Life versus death. "Step aside, hurry. I bet on Ma Bai to win. Quickly, let me in." The crowd had already chosen their sides, rushing toward Ma Bai, unable to squeeze through. Chun Hao and his companions calmly made their way to Su Lingfeng, wagering everything they could, undeterred by the slim chances of victory, resolutely supporting their friend. Of course, There were also the 2,000 beast coins on Su Lingfeng, his entire savings, initially intended for a final attempt to join the Alchemist Guild today. Wait, I made a mistake. I meant to bet on Ma Bai to win. I want to change my bet. A middle-aged man hobbled back to the betting table, crying out. Just as his hand touched the table, the elderly man called out, "Time us up. The odds are 1 to 100. The crowd was astonished. Only 1 to 100? 1 to 1,000 wouldn't be excessive. Someone patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder and whispered, "You look like you're on the brink of death. How much did you bet?" The man, as if greatly stimulated by the question, yelled with tears, "I bet 100,000 beast coins." "No worries, consider it philanthropy, drunken uncle." The crowd burst into laughter. In this life-and-death duel, betting 1 or 2,000 beast coins was merely for excitement. Yet this uncle, in his drunken state, wagered 100,000 beast coins and even made an error. With the drunken uncle's generosity, the crowd was no longer surprised by the odds. Ma Bai was at the 5th realm of body refinement, while Su Lingfeng was at the 3rd. The outcome was clear. The duel commenced. With the elderly man's command, Ma Bai dashed forward in a blink. His right fist charged with energy, surrounded by the essence of heaven and earth, resembling a formidable gauntlet. Gasps filled the crowd. This truly was a genius. A 5th realm body refinement cultivator could channel energy into his fist. This alone spoke volumes of Ma Bai's exceptional talent. The younger generation of the Ma family was indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, the Su family. Alas, their standing was surely at stake. I've heard that the Ma family. Shoo, tread carefully. Such matters are hardly for us to discuss. On the death arena, Su Lingfeng faced Ma Bai's powerful strike without a hint of fear, gathering his strength for a full frontal assault. With a thunderous crash, a wave of energy erupted, sending Ma Bai stumbling back 3 steps. While Su Lingfeng staggered back over 10 paces before regaining his footing, suddenly tasting blood at the back of his throat. "You truly overestimate yourself," Ma Bai sneered. "I've only used 30% of my strength, and you can't even withstand it?" Su Lingfeng's arm felt numb. He had not anticipated the 5th realm's overwhelming power. Luckily, his opponent had not unleashed his full might, or he would have been done for. "I desire a swift resolution. Take this." Powerful diamond fist. Ma Bai leaped into the air, executing his strongest combat technique, aiming to defeat his foe in one blow. With a resounding crash, the ground cracked, and dust enveloped a considerable portion of the death arena, obscuring the true state of affairs. The crowd erupted in cheers, lavishing praise upon Ma Bai. Su Lingfeng had no recourse against this maneuver, nor could he evade it, owing to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Chun Hao and his companions clenched their fists, their faces etched with concern. They desperately wanted to believe in Su Lingfeng's victory, yet they could find no justification to convince themselves. They were acutely aware of Su Lingfeng's capabilities, and this time, it seemed he faced certain demise. As the dust settled, a crater of about 10 feet in diameter was revealed, with both combatants lying motionless within. The audience was taken aback, as the battle was expected to conclude with Ma Bai's overwhelming triumph. The current state of affairs was perplexing, observing the stillness of both figures. The white-haired elder materialized and swiftly returned to his original position, stroking his beard with his right hand and nodding imperceptibly. After a brief interval, the two struggled to their feet. Ma Bai's countenance was grave, as he had not anticipated such an outcome. The supposed weakling he had dismissed just days prior had managed to endure his most potent combat technique. Ma Bai launched a swift punch, prompting Su Lingfeng to retreat rapidly. Avoiding a direct confrontation, Ma Bai unleashed a series of blows, all of which missed their mark, easily evaded by Su Lingfeng. Speed. It was speed. The audience realized that Ma Bai's relentless barrage of punches, though possessing considerable force, were rendered futile by his inability to strike his adversary. In truth, Su Lingfeng was far from comfortable. Despite his formidable spiritual power, which allowed him to evade Ma Bai's attacks through acute perception, his physical body struggled to keep pace. Ultimately, the disparity in their cultivation levels was the primary factor. However, this gap was diminishing. Su Lingfeng was gradually adapting to the situation, and his physical reaction speed, while still lagging behind his perception, had improved significantly. Vajra. Ma Bai was enraged, unable to land a blow on his opponent, and witnessing the latter's increasing ease. He lost his composure and forcibly executed his combat technique, the Vajra fist. An opening. Su Lingfeng had been waiting for this moment. As Ma Bai uttered the word Vajra, Su Lingfeng delivered a kick to Ma Bai's chest, sending him tumbling backward. Su Lingfeng pressed his advantage, landing several more blows on Ma Bai's chest, culminating in a final right hook that sent Ma Bai flying backward. The arena fell silent, with many mouths agape in astonishment. It was an astounding reversal. One was a prodigy at the 5th level of body tempering, proficient in combat techniques, and had already coalesced his chi into a fist. The other was a mere 3rd-level body tempering cultivator, derided as a good-for-nothing. Ma Bai crashed to the ground with a thud, his face contorted with terror as he watched Su Lingfeng approach. He pleaded, "Spare me. I promise I won't trouble you again. You expect it next time? No. I won't even think about it. Please." The audience scoffed at Ma Bai's supplication. The once arrogant prodigy was now begging for mercy from a supposed weakling. Su Lingfeng paused in his advance, hesitant. Despite being on the stage of life and death, he had never taken a life before and found himself unable to do so. Su Lingfeng sighed, intending to spare him. "You're the one who's going to die." As Su Lingfeng turned, Ma Bai suddenly drew a dagger from his waist and lunged forward. "Despicable! Shameless!" Qi Lingyun exclaimed, unable to contain himself. The stage of life and death demands a life for a life. Begging for mercy is merely a skill. No different from a combat technique, countered one of Ma Bai's companions. The surrounding crowd cast contemptuous glances, prompting the individual to fall silent, lest he incur their collective wrath. "Careful!" Su Lingfeng. Chun Hao shouted a warning as Ma Bai charged forward. As Ma Bai drew near, a murderous glint appeared in Su Lingfeng's eyes. He sidestepped, delivering a vertical palm strike with his right hand, while simultaneously twisting the dagger in his left hand, plunging it into Ma Bai's throat, instantly ending his life. Chun Hao had barely uttered the word careful when Ma Bai met his demise. Seeing Su Lingfeng turn away to vomit, Chun Hao called out Su Lingfeng's name and rushed onto the stage of life and death. The arena was eerily silent, as no one could believe what they had just witnessed. He won. Su Lingfeng won. Luo Yiming was the first to break the silence. The crowd erupted in cheers. I'm rich. Ha ha. 10 million beast coins, all mine." The drunken uncle exclaimed, ecstatically waving his arms. During the duel, the drunken uncle had lamented his misfortune, regretting his bet and contemplating a life of sobriety and begging. Instead, he had ascended to the pinnacle of his existence, possessing more than 10 million beast coins for the first time in his life, allowing him to indulge in the finest things. Chun Hao helped Su Lingfeng off the stage, as Luo Yiming returned with 4 heavy bags of beast coins. For Luo Yiming and his companions, it was an unexpected windfall. They had initially risked their money out of loyalty to their brother, but now they were returning with a 100-fold return. They recalled how Su Lingfeng had confidently wagered his own 2,000 beast coins on his victory, leading them to believe that he had accepted his impending demise and sought to distribute his wealth before passing on. 200,000 beast coins, Su Lingfeng exclaimed, clutching the heavy coins in his hands, his face radiating the delight of a small-time miser, a stark contrast to his valiant demeanor on the stage of life and death. "You little scoundrel." Chun Hao and his companions scoffed at him. They had placed their bets on Su Lingfeng out of camaraderie, but they were overjoyed by their unexpected windfall. "By the way, Lingfeng, how did you get out? Has your injury healed?" Chun Hao inquired. "Didn't you see Brother Feng's peerless valor just now?" "Of course. His injury has healed," Qi Lingyun interjected. Su Lingfeng smiled and began walking toward the Yaran Hall, with Chun Hao and his companions following closely behind. Along the way, Qi Lingyun gesticulated wildly, exclaiming, "Amazing, my brother. But I still prefer that kick to the chest of that little bastard. Let's call it the kick of destiny." However, his demonstration resulted in a kick to Luo Yiming's buttocks, prompting a scuffle between the two. Su Lingfeng and Chun Hao merely watched with amusement, accustomed to their frequent bickering. Chun Hao remarked to Su Lingfeng, "Today was truly gratifying. I never imagined you were so formidable." Su Lingfeng smiled enigmatically, as this was not the appropriate place to discuss the matter. He could not explain to them the sudden surge in his spiritual power, nor the enigmatic nature of the spiritual martial scroll, which he himself had yet to decipher. Sensing Su Lingfeng's reluctance to elaborate, Chun Hao changed the subject. "What are your plans now? Xiang told me you were considering joining the Alchemist Guild." At the mention of the Alchemist Guild, Qi Lingyun and Luo Yiming joined the conversation. Ceasing their squabble, they possessed only average talent and spiritual power, precluding them from achieving great accomplishments. They had always viewed Su Lingfeng as merely possessing more tenacity and perseverance than they did. Today's battle had provided them with a vivid lesson, suggesting that perhaps with greater persistence, they too could overcome their limitations. Su Lingfeng pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not going just yet. Let's go to the Yaran Hall together. The Yaran Hall, a branch of the Alchemist Guild, served as one of the guild's primary sources of revenue, responsible for the external sale of elixirs and medicinal herbs. He intended to concoct the spiritual martial elixir according to the formula in the spiritual martial scroll, to see what kind of world he could create. Throughout the journey, Su Lingfeng contemplated the preparation of the spiritual martial elixir. The formula was rather peculiar, requiring a total of 28 medicinal herbs. The 26 auxiliary herbs were relatively easy to obtain. The old patriarch had often prepared medicinal concoctions for Su Lingfeng, and 18 of them could be found at home, leaving only 8 that needed to be purchased from the Yaran Hall. However, the 2 primary herbs required careful consideration. He would decide based on the available herbs in the Yaran Hall. The primary herbs were not fixed, as long as they possessed similar medicinal properties, with second-level herbs being the most ideal. Specifically, 2 types of herbs were needed, one to enhance spiritual power and the other to strengthen the physique. This spiritual martial elixir was only effective for body-tempering cultivators. The 4 arrived at the Yaran Hall, where an attendant promptly approached them, inquiring, What do you gentlemen require? Medicinal herbs or elixirs? Qi Lingyun grinned and replied, Summon your manager. We need something that you can't handle. The attendant was slightly taken aback, but complied with the request. He approached the counter and tugged thrice on the drooping rope against the wall. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from the staircase. A young woman appeared, clad in a delicate pink palace gown adorned with several embroidered begonia flowers. With graceful steps and an enchanting demeanor, she gently twirled a strand of dark hair with her elegant fingers. Truly, she seemed like a celestial being descended to earth. The woman smiled at the group, saying, Little ones, it's not right to disturb your elder sister's rest. If you do not show sufficient sincerity, I might become quite displeased. May I ask how to address you? Qi Lingyun inquired, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes with eagerness. The girl, perceptive beyond her years, replied, I am Tang Yanran. You may call me Sister Tang. Now, what is it that you wish to purchase? In unison, the 3 pointed at Su Lingfeng. Leaning closer to him, Tang Yanran scrutinized his face and remarked with a smile, Little brother, you are rather handsome, but your breath is weak and your heartbeat is rapid yet feeble. At such a young age, why do you only possess the 3rd level of physical cultivation? Su Lingfeng felt a slight perspiration in his palms as he stammered, I came to buy medicinal herbs, 2nd-grade ones, to enhance physique and spirit, each one. Tang Yanran looked at him in surprise and said, 2nd-grade herbs are not inexpensive. Are you certain you can afford them? Su Lingfeng replied, The Elder Patriarch gave me some money. I'm not sure if it's enough. Upon hearing the mention of the Elder Patriarch, Tang Yanran's expression turned serious. So, you are Su Lingfeng? In that case, what kind of 2nd-grade herbs do you desire? Yes, I am Su Lingfeng. I don't know much about herbs. Could you recommend something, Sister Tang? He asked. Tang Yanran chuckled softly. I can certainly recommend. But I wonder if you can afford them. The bull strength grass and the leopard spirit grass are both top-tier 2nd-grade herbs. The bull strength grass enhances physical prowess, while the leopard spirit grass boosts spiritual strength. How does that sound? Su Lingfeng nodded and, feeling a bit shy, asked, How much do they cost? The shop assistant interjected, 50,000 beast coins for each. The 4 of them gasped in disbelief, with the lean boy Luo Yiming exclaiming, So expensive? The shop assistant retorted, Do you know how rare bull strength grass and leopard spirit grass are? The Mongli bull is a herd-dwelling beast. Acquiring bull strength grass from its territory is no easy feat. Leopard spirit grass grows within the layers of spirit leopards, which is equally challenging. Tang Yanran interrupted the assistant. You little imps seem rather pleasant today. I shall give you a 10% discount. 90,000 beast coins for one of each. If you can't afford them, then you can leave. Su Lingfeng's face lit up with joy, declaring deal. Sister Tang, I'll take 2 of each for 180,000 beast coins. Initially, Su Lingfeng had calculated that he had just enough to buy 2 of each, almost pulling out the beast coins immediately, but he restrained himself until Tang Yanran finished speaking, then decisively agreed to the deal. Tang Yanran was taken aback, feeling unexpectedly taken advantage of. She had thought herself clever, but it seemed she had unwittingly fallen into a trap set by these mischievous children. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Having made the offer, she was compelled to follow through. Tang Yanran instructed the assistant and, yawning, ascended the stairs. As she climbed, everyone watched her, noting the slight upward curve of her lips, indicating her accustomedness to such attention. It was not until she reached her chamber upstairs that the assistant and the young ones began to finalize their transactions. After the exchange, Su Lingfeng spent an additional 20,000 beast coins on 8 auxiliary herbs, along with some other supplies needed for home. Money slipped away like water. He had thought himself wealthy, but after visiting the pharmacy, he found himself with naught but jingling coins left. After departing the pharmacy, the three friends took their leave without waiting for Su Lingfeng's response, sprinting away. Left in confusion, he muttered, "What was the urgency all about? Oh well, I should head back." As Su Lingfeng approached his home, the guards were taken aback. One of them inquired, "Isn't the young master at home? How did he return from outside?" They were there to protect Su Lingfeng, yet the principal had ventured out without their knowledge, only to return now. Su Lingfeng merely hummed in response. He lacked the inclination to explain himself, for the matter of the life and death platform would soon come to their awareness. His current concern was how the old patriarch would punish him upon learning of this incident. As the guards opened the grand door for him, Su Lingfeng spotted the old patriarch already seated in the courtyard, with Xiang'er attending to him, pouring tea. Upon seeing Su Lingfeng return, Xiang'er panicked momentarily, causing tea to spill onto the table. How could she not be flustered? At that moment, Xiang'er resembled a criminal awaiting judgment. When the patriarch returned and discovered Su Lingfeng's absence, he said nothing but chose to wait in the courtyard. Xiang'er, feeling anxious, dared not speak and could only serve quietly from the side. The patriarch disregarded both Xiang'er and the spilled tea, commanding Su Lingfeng to kneel. Without hesitation, Su Lingfeng complied, obediently dropping to his knees. Outside, he might have been mischievous like a monkey, but before the old patriarch, he behaved like a docile lamb. For in this world, the old patriarch was the one who cherished him the most. Whatever the patriarch asked of him would be met with unwavering resolve. After Xiang'er filled the teacup anew, the patriarch took a sip and asked, "Why did you engage in a life and death duel? Are you unaware that once you step onto the life and death platform, it is a matter of life and death?" Su Lingfeng respectfully bowed his head and replied, "Grandfather, I acted rashly. He insulted me, calling me a little wild spawn, and I lost my composure." The patriarch pondered in silence for a long while, lost in thought. Su Lingfeng's knees began to ache from kneeling, and he timidly rubbed them. It was only then that the patriarch gestured for Xiang'er to assist Su Lingfeng to his feet. Seeing Su Lingfeng in such a state, Xiang'er felt a pang of sympathy. Although she was but a servant, in her heart, Su Lingfeng was like a younger brother to her. Receiving the patriarch's nod, she hurriedly helped Su Lingfeng to a chair by the table. "Patriarch," she said, "the young master has just endured a fierce battle and must surely be famished. Allow me to prepare something to eat." Su Lingfeng exclaimed with delight, "Sister Xiang'er, you are so kind. I am famished. Please hurry." "Thank you, Sister Xiang'er." Subsequently, the patriarch inquired, "I am aware of today's battle. Has your soul's issue been resolved?" Su Lingfeng was taken aback, momentarily unable to react. The patriarch not only knew of the duel, but could also surmise the matter of his soul power. Truly, he was the wise sage of the Su family. Su Lingfeng replied, "Yes, I am unsure why, but when I woke from my severe injuries, the dark area vanished, and my soul power surged. Without such formidable soul power, I might not have returned today." The patriarch's brow furrowed slightly. "And you charged in simply because he insulted you? Were your soul powers not so potent? Would you still have acted impulsively?" Su Lingfeng's body trembled. He reflected on whether it was merely the insult that spurred him or the newfound confidence from his restored soul. Perhaps he felt he had the means to contend. The patriarch continued, "Within the strong, there exist stronger foes. To fear the powerful is to be a coward. To provoke the powerful is to be a fool. To fear yet remain unafraid, to escape from the realm of life, is wise. If one is without the realm of life, the strong shall battle, while the weak shall flee. Over the years, the determined will prevail." The patriarch's words struck Su Lingfeng like a revelation. In the face of an unbeatable foe, fleeing is not disgraceful. Rather, one must fight fiercely to assert their will. To maintain the heart of the strong is essential. Only by embodying this can one ultimately become strong. He had initially expected the patriarch to deliver a straightforward judgment on the duel's righteousness or wrongness, yet instead, the patriarch imparted profound wisdom and knowledge. Later, the patriarch inquired how Su Lingfeng had restored his soul, noting how even the president of the Alchemist Guild, Yao Wanquan, had been at a loss and departed with a sigh. Su Lingfeng recounted the details of his dream, mentioning the spirit martial scroll. Although he could not currently extract it from his consciousness, he also shared the preparation methods and recipes for the spirit martial liquid in thorough detail. Finally, he recounted the confrontation with Ma Bai. The patriarch sighed, saying, "Have you truly resolved to tread this path? It may lead you to the pinnacle of martial arts, but it could also spell your ruin. Have you considered the implications?" Su Lingfeng nodded. Having seen the spirit martial scroll, he could not refuse. Even with his current formidable soul power, he sensed that the Su family's resources alone were insufficient to aid him in searching for his parents. Moreover, he believed the scroll's contents were worth the risk, otherwise he would regret it for a lifetime. The patriarch solemnly stated, "Since you have made your decision, then pursue it. It is crucial that you do not let tomorrow's self regret today's choices. However, you must promise me not to force yourself. Above all, what you just shared must not be disclosed to a third party, especially concerning the spirit martial scroll." Su Lingfeng earnestly nodded. He understood the principle of bearing the burden of precious knowledge. Unless it was someone he utterly trusted, he would never divulge such a secret. "Grandfather, could you enlighten me about the path of cultivation?" Su Lingfeng asked earnestly. The patriarch gently stroked Su Lingfeng's head and smiled faintly, saying, "Our world is known as the spirit martial cultivation realm. The orthodox paths of cultivation are threefold: the martial path, the spiritual path, and the alchemical path. Each has its own journey. Martial has its way, spiritual has its path, and alchemical has its doctrine. Martial practitioners begin with the body refinement realm, where the body is paramount and energy serves as a supplement. There are 9 minor realms, divided into 3 major stages. In the later stages of the body refinement realm, one can consolidate their power to envelop the body, termed the battle body, granting a lifespan of 200 years. Next is the bone refinement stage, consisting of 3 realms, requiring the reshaping of bones, breaking and then reconstructing, thereby undergoing a rebirth. This stage also forms the skeletal structure of the battle body, and in the later stages, one may enjoy a lifespan of 500 years. The muscle transformation stage comprises 3 realms, necessitating the opening of all body meridians, allowing for the free flow of energy throughout, thus bestowing the battle body with its channels. In the later stages, one may enjoy a lifespan of 1,500 years. For spiritual practitioners, they rely on soul power. The stronger the soul power, the more formidable the spiritual practitioner. They can also condense their spiritual energy into a battle body. The realms include the talisman stage, the heart seal stage, the spirit seal stage, and the sovereign seal stage, with distinctions between early, mid, and late phases. The lineage of spiritual practitioners is far more challenging to obtain than that of martial practitioners, making them a rare presence in the regions I am familiar with. In the talisman stage, the focus is on inscribing talisman paper, utilizing incantations to infuse soul power into the talisman, achieving the desired effects and might. In the heart seal stage, hand seals are formed while reciting incantations to project soul power. The synergy of these 3 elements can manifest in the blink of an eye. The spirit seal stage combines incantations with soul power, allowing for instantaneous manifestation. With sufficient soul power, one can command the elements with a mere gesture, manipulating all things. Most spiritual practitioners possess nurturing techniques. The talisman stage is akin to the body refinement realm, the heart seal stage to the bone refinement realm, and the spirit seal stage to the muscle transformation realm. I know little about the path of spiritual cultivation. If you choose to pursue it, you will have to rely on your own exploration. However, I am concerned that transitioning from the body refinement realm to the bone refinement realm requires the establishment of a martial house, while advancing from the talisman stage to the heart seal stage necessitates the opening of a spiritual pool. A martial house and a spiritual pool cannot coexist. How then can one cultivate both martial and spiritual paths? This road seems fraught with peril. Nevertheless, this is merely my understanding. The world is vast, and there are always those beyond our ken. I can only silently pray for you, hoping that one day you may stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. As for alchemical practitioners, they rely on soul power, but also require alchemical fire. Alchemists are the wealthiest profession in this world, accumulating power through resources, making their combat prowess formidable. Alchemists are relatively mysterious, and little is known about them in the outside world. Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng asked, "But don't we have alchemists in Gushi City?" The old patriarch chuckled, remarking that if one were to categorize based on the standards of alchemical practitioners, the president of the Alchemist Guild, Yao Wanquan, was merely a second-tier alchemist. In the past, he and Yao frequently engaged in spirited discussions yet. Concerning the matter of alchemical fire, that old fellow refused to divulge anything, for it was a closely guarded secret among alchemists. Observing Su Lingfeng's earnest demeanor, the old patriarch felt a deep sense of comfort. Ever since Su Lingfeng's presence, he had begun to perceive a semblance of life within himself. With this thought, the old patriarch couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Once, he too was a remarkable talent, filled with aspirations to transcend this realm, but ultimately, fate had not favored him, leaving his path of cultivation obstructed. Upon hearing the old patriarch's sigh, Su Lingfeng and the newly arrived Xiang'er cast their gazes toward him, for they had never heard him recount tales of his past. Su Lingfeng hastily inquired, "Grandfather, what troubles you?" The old patriarch gently smiled, "It's nothing, just reminiscing about old times. Those days are behind us, best left unspoken. After all this discourse, have you still resolved to pursue the dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts?" Su Lingfeng pondered for a moment and nodded emphatically, stating, "What you just mentioned, Grandfather, has only fueled my desire to give it a try. The body refinement and inscription stages are essentially the phases of dual cultivation, are they not? We can discuss the matter of breaking through later." The old patriarch felt a surge of excitement, while Xiang'er contemplated alongside him. Indeed, it was a valid point. Yet, when it came to breaking through, one must inevitably make choices. Perhaps it was an issue related to the cultivation methods? Regardless, the old patriarch was determined to fully support Su Lingfeng. "Very well. Have you gathered all the herbs?" Su Lingfeng produced the bull strength grass, leopard spirit grass, and several auxiliary herbs. The old patriarch gazed at Su Lingfeng in astonishment, exclaiming, "Where did you acquire such wealth? You've managed to purchase 4 second-tier premium herbs." Scratching his head, Su Lingfeng chuckled, "Grandfather, have you forgotten I possess 2,000 beast coins?" Xiang'er suddenly realized, "You wagered all of it on your victory, didn't you? Didn't you say you needed it for the Alchemist Guild?" Su Lingfeng replied, "Sister Xiang'er, I did not go to the Alchemist Guild. Instead, I ventured to the medicine hall and purchased these herbs with my winnings." Xiang'er, her face alight with anticipation, asked, "What were the odds?" 1 to 100. Su Lingfeng said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. The old patriarch and Xiang'er were initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Those odds are nothing short of miraculous. In typical duels, odds of 50 are already extraordinary, yet yours have shattered all expectations." Xiang'er quickly inquired, "Who was so fortunate to bet on our young master?" Su Lingfeng answered, "Chun Hao, Qi Lingyun, Luo Yiming, myself, and a drunken uncle." "The drunken uncle, well done. Young master, you indeed have an astute observer among you," Xiang'er praised. Then, Su Lingfeng recounted the incident of the drunken uncle placing the wrong bet in detail. Xiang'er listened, alternating between frowning in indignation and laughing heartily. Clenching her fists and pouting, she exclaimed, "Is young master that inept? What a bunch of blind fools." The old patriarch listened with great interest, feeling a swell of pride. Perhaps from this moment onward, Su Lingfeng would truly embark on his path of cultivation. The grandfather and grandson rose and proceeded toward the alchemical workshop. Over the years, in efforts to restore Su Lingfeng's soul, the old patriarch had frequently sought out Yao Wanquan. Whenever he had the chance, he would invite him for drinks, often chatting until the early hours of the morning. Yao Wanquan, weary of these visits, suggested that the old patriarch find a reliable disciple to mentor. The old patriarch retorted, "Yao Wanjun, are you suggesting I become your pupil? If you truly disdain this old man, I shall no longer darken your doorstep for drinks." It was not entirely the old patriarch's fault. He simply could not bring himself to lower his pride. After all, he was once a figure of great renown, and how could he allow a junior to lecture him? Since that exchange, Yao Wanquan never again mentioned finding someone else to guide him. Years passed, and through his vast experience, the old patriarch had barely grasped the nuances of alchemical studies, managing to concoct some decent quality elixirs. However, the art of alchemy is profound and extensive, requiring not only exceptional talent, but also substantial financial backing. The family had supported him generously over the years, yet in the past year, the old patriarch's old ailments had recurred with increasing frequency, leading to a significant reduction in the elixirs he could provide. This had sparked discontent within the family. Without adequate financial resources, he could not continue his experiments, let alone delve into the mysteries of alchemical fire and formulas. Based on the old patriarch's experience, Although the method for creating spirit and martial liquids was intricate, two people collaborating would still yield some assurance of success. After all, the old patriarch and Su Lingfeng had previously worked together to produce elixirs. Within the workshop, Su Lingfeng meticulously explained the formula and preparation method for the spirit and martial liquid to the old patriarch. The duo rehearsed their process a dozen times before preparing to concoct the elixir, for they were dealing with second-tier premium herbs, and failure was not an option. In accordance with their roles, the old patriarch was responsible for purifying 18 auxiliary herbs, while Su Lingfeng took charge of 8. Following that, they would purify the primary herbs and subsequently refine the elixir. An hour passed, and both the old patriarch and Su Lingfeng completed the purification of the auxiliary herbs. Next, the old patriarch utilized a small alchemical furnace to purify the 2 primary herbs, adding 1 auxiliary herb at a time to enhance their efficacy. After 2 hours of laborious effort, he successfully purified the primary herbs into a powdered form, which he stored in an exquisite vial for later use. As they commenced the alchemical process, the remaining 24 auxiliary herbs were added to the furnace in a specific order. The sequence, timing, and conditions for adding the herbs were critical. Any misstep, even the simultaneous addition of 2 or 3 herbs, could result in complete failure. "Oh, you added that herb too late," the old patriarch cautioned. Unfortunately, it was too late. The potency of the auxiliary herbs had not reached equilibrium, rendering their efforts futile. Thankfully, the mishap occurred during the auxiliary herb stage, allowing the duo to start anew, this time purifying additional herbs as a precaution. The second attempt also ended in failure. They mismanaged the heat, destroying yet another batch of elixir. On the third attempt, the grandfather and grandson dared not exhibit any negligence, and at last, they managed to avoid any errors, taking 3 hours to incorporate all the auxiliary herbs into the furnace. In the final step of the process, they needed to simultaneously add the purified bull-strength grass and leopard spirit grass powders into the furnace. As soon as the herbs were introduced, the sounds of bellowing bulls and roaring leopards echoed forth. This unexpected phenomenon astonished the old patriarch. It was merely a concoction. How could it produce the sort of effects typically associated with alchemical refinement? He believed that after 6 years of studying alchemy, while he might not be able to produce pills, he possessed a profound understanding of liquid concoction. Although the 28 herbs were rare, they were not difficult to find, and he was well versed in the effects of each. However, he never anticipated that the differing methods of utilizing these herbs and their timing of introduction could lead to such significant changes. From the commotion surrounding this liquid, it seemed to rival the second-tier pills provided by the Alchemist Guild. It was well known that in Gushi City, second-tier pills commanded astronomical prices, and even the Su family possessed only a handful, which they reserved for life-and-death situations. The old patriarch, with his current financial means, could not even afford a second-tier pill when Su Lingfeng had been on the brink of death last time. The market was flooded with elixirs, which were more affordable and acceptable to the populace, while pills were reserved for pivotal moments of breakthrough. However, the spirit and martial liquid they were concocting this time displayed remarkably impressive results. The old patriarch had gained immensely from this endeavor, as if peering into a new realm of alchemical possibilities. With this in mind, the old patriarch contentedly stroked his beard, casting a deep gaze towards Su Lingfeng, filled with newfound reverence for the spirit and martial scroll. Meanwhile, Su Lingfeng sat there, drenched in cold sweat, staring at the bubbling elixir and listening to the roars akin to those of mythical beasts. He had never imagined that a liquid could resonate with the sounds of ferocious beasts. Such a phenomenon was utterly beyond his previous experience. As if he were witnessing a ghostly apparition. More terrifying was the thought of immersing himself in the medicinal bath, as if he could already envision his own mangled form. Though resolute in his commitment to arduous training, he was prepared to endure all manner of suffering. However, he sensed that this medicinal bath transcended mere pain. It felt akin to courting death. The elder patriarch clapped Su Lingfeng on the shoulder, gesturing toward the cauldron and inquiring if he was certain he wished to proceed, for now was the optimal moment for the medicinal bath. It was only then that Su Lingfeng snapped back to reality, falling silent for a moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, "I shall risk it." He swiftly shed his garments and approached the platform prepared by the elder, inhaling deeply before plunging into the cauldron with a resounding splash. Upon entering, Su Lingfeng felt as if he were an egg thrown into a pit of lime. The medicinal liquid erupted into a frenzy. with bubbles revealing glimpses of wild cattle and spiritual leopards. Two forces surged within him, colliding violently against his body. He felt as though his flesh were on the brink of shattering. With a tortured scream, his face flushed, and sweat poured from his brow like rain. After several agonizing breaths, he was flushed crimson, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and occasionally convulsing, a sight most alarming. Am I to perish? How utterly unwilling I am. Yet truly, I feel so exhausted. Su Lingfeng could not perceive his own body, only a vague awareness that urged him to succumb to slumber. Wind, O wind, can you hear me? How are you? I shall rescue you. The Elder Patriarch's heart ached at the sight of Su Lingfeng's condition. He yearned to bear the suffering in his stead. According to their pact, if either felt they could no longer endure, they were to call out. Yet, despite nearing unconsciousness, Su Lingfeng showed no inclination to surrender. How could he express his desire to give up in such a state? The Elder Patriarch thought this as he scrambled up to the cauldron, desperate to save his grandson, praying it was not too late to preserve his life. Su Lingfeng could hear nothing of the elder's cries, only felt himself slipping into darkness. Suddenly, the spirit martial scroll stirred, revealing additional lines of text before Su Lingfeng's eyes. No, I cannot succumb to death. I have yet to find my parents. Have not yet shown filial piety to my grandfather, and there are so many things left to accomplish. Su Lingfeng struggled to absorb the words before him. Heaven is the Qian, earth is the Kuan. Between heaven and earth, the Tao is born. If a peak, stand at its summit. If a valley, lie within its depths. As the cultivation technique activated, the medicinal properties of the spirit martial liquid surged to their zenith. This time, however, the impact was rhythmic rather than chaotic. Even so, Su Lingfeng remained in a perilously fragile state, on the verge of collapse. The Elder Patriarch had arrived at Su Lingfeng's side, poised to rescue him. Suddenly, a flicker of light pulsed from Su Lingfeng's brow, and the soul energy surrounding the spirit martial scroll coalesced into gaseous form, dispersing throughout his body. Su Lingfeng's complexion improved. His body ceased its convulsions and gradually relaxed, akin to a child nestled in his mother's embrace. The Elder Patriarch noted this transformation. Upon seeing the flicker of light, he withdrew his hands. With Su Lingfeng's recovery, tears of joy streamed down his face, his eyes brimming with red. Moments ago, despair had consumed him, leaving him feeling as though his heart had turned to ash. If Su Lingfeng were to perish, he would have no reason to live. Within the cauldron, Su Lingfeng's body voraciously absorbed the spirit martial liquid. In mere breaths, more than half of the liquid had been consumed, and black substances began to expel from his skin. The Elder Patriarch was astonished. The expulsion of impurities from within was a testament to the spirit martial liquid's formidable power, exceeding his expectations. After a brief incense burn, as the spirit martial liquid was nearly depleted, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth surged towards Su Lingfeng, enabling him to finally break through to the fourth realm of body refinement. After 4 years, he could finally sense the energies of heaven and earth and achieve this breakthrough. Overjoyed, Su Lingfeng leapt up, completely oblivious to the fact that he still resided within the cauldron. The Elder Patriarch's eyes glistened with tears. He had awaited this day when Su Lingfeng would embark on the path of cultivation. Su Lingfeng had been labeled as a failure because he could not perceive the energies of heaven and earth. Without this perception, he could not draw those energies into his body, thus reaching a dead end in his cultivation journey. Yet for Su Lingfeng, it was not merely the breakthrough to the fourth realm that thrilled him, but also the first verse of the spirit martial azura technique, the inquiry technique. At present, Su Lingfeng had merely brushed the surface of its profundities. Mastering it required not only vast resources to configure the spirit martial liquid, but also innate talent and comprehension. According to the spirit martial scroll's guidance, using the same primary herb for a second time would have its efficacy, and a third time would further diminish it. It was best to utilize different primary herbs for the spirit martial liquid's concoction, ensuring they were of third tier or below. The Elder Patriarch unhesitatingly prepared another batch for Su Lingfeng, once again using bull strength grass and leopard spirit grass as the primary herbs. However, when the liquid was ready, Su Lingfeng refrained from entering the cauldron, saying, "Grandfather, the spirit martial liquid is extraordinary. Perhaps this time it can cure your old ailment." The Elder Patriarch shook his head. "My dear grandson, you are kind. The spirit martial liquid is crucial for you, yet it may hold no benefit for me. I am content simply to witness your growth. Su Lingfeng threw himself into the elder's embrace, crying out, Grandfather, I wish for you to live. I cannot be without you. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, I wish to try. Moreover, having just broken through, the efficacy of the spirit martial liquid will be halved, so it may not significantly enhance my abilities. Grandfather, please give it a try. Su Lingfeng spoke with great insight. He proposed the use of a new primary medicine to refine the spirit martial liquid. The old patriarch had an instinctive feeling that the spirit martial liquid would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. He stepped into the alchemical cauldron, while the wild bull and spirit leopard began to charge in once more, creating a tumultuous scene. Observing this, Su Lingfeng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He had just been immersed in the cauldron, surrounded by bubbling medicinal liquid, the low, muffled sounds of the cauldron, and swirling clouds of white mist. However, the old patriarch remained remarkably composed, which stirred Su Lingfeng's suspicions. Could it be that the spirit martial liquid held no advantage for the old patriarch's ailment? In truth, the old patriarch was deeply astonished. The withered martial mansion was absorbing the medicinal essence, yet he dared not allow the medicinal properties to fully enter it, lest the martial mansion shatter instantaneously. It was akin to how a famished person cannot eat too much, or how an extremely thirsty individual must not drink excessively. The old patriarch slightly opened his eyes and said, Fenger, go have your dinner and rest for now. I require some time to absorb the medicinal properties. Hearing this, Su Lingfeng felt immense joy. The patriarch's words indicated that the spirit martial liquid would prove invaluable to him. Emerging from the alchemical chamber, Su Lingfeng noted that the day had grown late. Today was the happiest day he had experienced in years. Not only had he broken through to the 4th stage of body refinement, stepping onto the path of cultivation, but there was also newfound hope for the old patriarch's chronic ailments. Reflecting on his advancement to the 4th stage of body refinement, Su Lingfeng suddenly recalled that he was now qualified to enter the library. After 4 long years of hardship, he could finally step into the library and study martial techniques. Early the next morning, Su Lingfeng bid farewell to the old patriarch and Xianger, then raced towards the library, eager to select the martial techniques he wished to practice. Make way, clear the path. Several servants forcefully pushed past the bystanders, their demeanor exceedingly aggressive, drawing the ire of the crowd who dared not voice their discontent. The Ma family had been thriving in recent years, and even the Su family did not dare confront them directly, let alone the common folk. Hey, you little brat, step aside. I'm talking to you. Are you looking for a beating? A bearded servant glared at a young child who was walking straight towards him, showing no intention of yielding. The boy in question was none other than Su Lingfeng, who was lost in thought about which martial techniques to learn, oblivious to the servant's shouts. Yet, to the servant, it appeared that this boy was deliberately trying to disrupt the scene and required a lesson. As the bearded servant shouted, he lunged at Su Lingfeng, reaching out to grab him by the neck. Just as the large hand was about to make contact, Su Lingfeng snapped back to reality, leaning back while forcefully pushing off the ground with his right foot, evading the grasp of the burly man. The servant, having missed his chance, turned to seize Su Lingfeng again, but a youthful voice rang out from ahead. Useless. Stand down. Have your eyes gone blind to not recognize young Master Su? Just wait until I report this. The bearded servant fell silent, lowering his head and retreating obediently. Su Lingfeng remarked, Ma Tianhao, you didn't intervene earlier, yet now you pretend to be concerned. You certainly have quite the audacity to wreak havoc in the city. Young master, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. My young master is merely here to enjoy a day in town. How could this be construed as causing trouble? Replied an elder behind Ma Tianhao. Su Lingfeng, calling you young master is a compliment. With your ineptitude, having narrowly escaped the life and death arena, you still dare to consider yourself significant enough to meddle in my affairs. Ma Tianhao sneered. Ah, so you wish to stand up for Ma Bai? If you'd said so earlier, there would have been no need for such arrogance that endangers the innocent. Su Lingfeng laughed. Ma Tianhao was indeed a cousin of Ma Bai, though he was merely a day older. He prided himself on his exceptional talent, looking down on Ma Bai, having already reached the 6th stage of body refinement at such a young age, boasting significantly greater combat prowess. However, they were still family, and witnessing one's kin being bullied and even killed by outsiders ignited a burning desire within Ma Tianhao to personally deal with Su Lingfeng. He envisioned returning to his uncle's home, feigning sorrow, and claiming he had avenged his cousin, expecting generous gratitude in return. Over the past few days, Ma Tianhao had reveled in this anticipation, and now he had found the perfect opportunity. Yet, Su Lingfeng's public remarks about standing up for Ma Bai would undoubtedly serve as fodder for gossip, prompting him to angrily declare, "Nonsense. You are deliberately provoking me, and now you dare to slander my name? I see you are tired of living." With that, Ma Tianhao charged at Su Lingfeng with lightning speed. Believing that with his sixth stage of body refinement, he could easily dispatch this so-called waste, Su Lingfeng too surged forward, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Ma Tianhao's chest. Ma Tianhao sidestepped, aiming to seize Su Lingfeng's wrist with his left hand while driving an elbow into his face with his right. Simultaneously, he exerted force with his left hand, twisting Su Lingfeng's right arm to prevent him from blocking, intending to defeat him in one swift motion. Just as Su Lingfeng was about to use his left forearm to defend against Ma Tianhao's elbow strike, his body became misaligned due to the twisting of his right arm. In an instant, Su Lingfeng raised his left foot and delivered a powerful kick to Ma Tianhao's abdomen, sending him flying into the waiting arms of the elder behind him. The brief skirmish had seen Ma Tianhao unable to employ any martial techniques before being forced back, leaving him feeling extremely frustrated as he prepared to rise for another round. Suddenly, two of his bodyguards drew their blades, targeting Su Lingfeng with the intent to kill him on the spot. A fierce roar echoed, halting the two guards in their tracks and sending them crashing to the ground. As the dust settled, they lay there defeated. The elder behind Ma Tianhao seethed. Who dares approach? Su Lingfeng looked at the figure before him, recognizing him as the gifted young man of the Su family, Su Xiaohu, who served as the captain of the city guards, responsible for patrolling the main city. Su Xiaohu spoke sternly. "Qin Shu, causing trouble in the city? You are putting my brothers in a difficult position." "Ah, it is merely a misunderstanding," Ma Wenxian replied, his tone indifferent. Seeing this young man's agility, they were merely curious to observe his abilities and offer some guidance. "Qin Shu, there is no need for your guidance. My Su family will handle our affairs." Su Xiaohu replied with a smile. Ma Wenxian chuckled. "It is indeed necessary to arrange things well. Although he is of the same age as my Tianhao, his cultivation level, well, let us not speak of it. You." Su Xiaohu's anger flared. It was said that Ma Wenxian treated others kindly, yet he was insidious and cruel, harboring hidden daggers behind his smile. This was indeed no deception. "I see, so it is the renowned Captain Su, the first genius of the Su family." Two figures emerged from the crowd. A young man in white spoke. Ma Wenxian and his entourage bowed to their young master as Ma Tianhao turned to him, coolly uttering, "Brother," before falling silent. The arrival of these two sparked a murmur among the crowd. "Hey, brother, who are these two? Don't you know them? You must be from out of town." The young man in white is Ma Tianhao's brother, Ma Tianxiao, and the one in green is Li Jingshan, the son of the Li family head. So Ma Tianhao is Ma Tianxiao's real brother? Indeed, he is his biological brother. Su Xiaohu clasped his hands and smiled. "So it is Ma brother and Li brother. A pleasure to meet you. The title of the first genius of the Su family is one I cannot bear. However, Ma brother's title as the first genius of the Ma family is truly deserved. I admire you." As Su Xiaohu extolled him, Ma Tianxiao felt a swell of pride, but then caught a glance from Li Jingshan, prompting him to bellow, "Su Xiaohu, you dare to mock me? Today, I shall duel with you, and I will ensure you leave with missing teeth. I thought you were remarkable. Turns out you're just a clumsy fool." The inquirer from earlier remarked. Su Xiaohu chuckled. "So your injuries have healed? Truly the first genius. Your recovery ability is indeed extraordinary." Just as Ma Tianxiao was about to retort, he was abruptly pulled back by Li Jingshan, while others were unaware. He knew that the Ma family had exchanged for the precious red essence pill from the Li family to expedite Ma Tianxiao's recovery. Several years ago, the head of the Li family, during a tomb raiding expedition, fortuitously acquired 3 red marrow pills. However, this endeavor triggered a protective barrier, nearly costing him his life as he risked being buried alongside the tomb's original owner. It took him over half a year to recuperate upon returning home, and it is said that he sustained lingering injuries, the truth of which remains uncertain. When the head of the Ma family, Ma Qingtian, learned of the red marrow pills, he struck a deal to exchange 1 pill for a 30% share of mineral profits over 5 years, not anticipating that it would be given to Ma Tianxiao for consumption. Ma Wenxian inquired about the matter concerning the 2 young lads, asking Captain Su how he intended to handle the situation. Su Xiaohu, a shrewd individual, silently cursed Ma Wenxian once the title of Captain Su was conferred upon him. He could no longer act according to his own will. After a brief contemplation, he remarked that the incident was initially between the two boys. But due to the lack of decorum exhibited by Ma Wenqian's subordinates, who bullied the weaker party, he felt compelled to intervene. Ma Wenqian's expression shifted slightly, yet he refrained from comment. Su Xiaohu suggested a compromise, proposing to let the matter rest for the day, inquiring Ma Wenqian's thoughts on this. With a cold snort, Ma Wenqian remained silent. Ma Tianhao stepped forward, exclaiming that this could not simply be overlooked. The young fool must bow his head and apologize. In a fit of anger, Su Lingfeng retorted, "It is you who should bow down and apologize. If you dare, come and fight." Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Su Xiaohu sighed, acknowledging that a peaceful resolution seemed unattainable. Thus, he stated that he had no choice but to escort both parties to the law enforcement team. Ma Wenqian thought to himself that the law enforcement team was under Su's family's jurisdiction, where their words would hold sway. He hastily restrained Ma Tianhao, explaining that it was merely a momentary lapse on the young master's part that led to this minor setback. With Su Lingfeng currently in high spirits, he would undoubtedly participate in the upcoming interclan competition in 3 months. By then, even if he killed Ma Tianhao, no one would dare object. Ma Tianhao, still clenching his fists, glared with murderous intent, declaring, "During the interclan competition, I shall claim your head." Su Lingfeng boldly replied, "Bring it on. I am always ready." Observing this, Ma Wenqian quickly pulled Ma Tianhao away to avoid escalating the matter further, as they were on Su's territory and would inevitably suffer the consequences. Subsequently, Ma Tianxiao and Li Bingshan also took their leave. Su Xiaohu turned to Su Lingfeng, asking why he appeared distracted moments ago. "It's nothing. I was just momentarily lost in thought. The Ma family is too arrogant. Why don't you teach them a proper lesson, Xiaohu?" Su Xiaohu sighed, wishing he could be more assertive, but family obligations demanded caution and a careful approach to avoid inciting trouble. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," he stated before departing. Upon turning, he noticed Chun Hao and his companions grinning at him with mischievous intent. Qi Lingyun remarked, "In just 2 days, your skills seem to have sharpened. Have you encountered some formidable person?" Su Lingfeng chuckled wryly, replying, "Indeed. A master advised me to give you 3 a proper lesson. Come here, let's see what you've got." The trio regarded him with disdain, and after a brief bout of playful banter, Su Lingfeng continued on his way. Luo Yiming called out, "Hey, where are you going? Don't leave just yet. We have something to discuss with you." Su Lingfeng came to a halt and inquired, "What is it?" Luo Yiming glanced at Chun Hao and Qi Lingyun, then said, "Could we request the old clan leader to concoct some medicinal liquid for us? You know, the herbs you purchased last time. We managed to gather some money. If you agree, we can head to Yarantang at any moment." Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng was momentarily perplexed as to why they would want the old clan leader to prepare medicinal liquid. However, looking into the eager eyes of the 3, he suddenly understood. It must have been their astonishment at his performance on the life and death stage that prompted this request. The entire Gushi city was aware of how the old clan leader had aided Su Lingfeng in enhancing his physical condition, and now, with his increased strength, it was undoubtedly attributed to the old clan leader's efforts. Noticing his silence, the 3 grew anxious. Their talents were mediocre, and achieving prominence felt as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just days prior, they had witnessed the miraculous transformation of a crow into a phoenix, an assaulted fish leaping over the dragon gate. Luo Yiming, desperate, exclaimed, "Brother, what do you say? Will you help us or not?" Realizing he had been concerned about how to explain the situation to them, Su Lingfeng now felt reassured. With the old clan leader as a powerful ally, many matters would indeed become simpler. He confidently declared, "If you trust me, I assure you, you will become notable figures in Gushi City." Instantly, the expressions of Chun Hao and the others brightened, and they inquired, "What are you going to do now?" Su Lingfeng replied, "I am heading to the library pavilion." "The library pavilion? Have you broken through to the 4th level of the body forging realm?" "That makes sense. With the old clan leader's miraculous skills, it would be challenging not to break through." Chun Hao, after a moment of surprise, came to a realization. Su Lingfeng smiled quietly, but he inadvertently noticed Qi Lingyun looking down, silent, clearly unprepared with sufficient funds, and feeling embarrassed to speak up. The families of the 3 were all minor clans, and in this world where martial prowess dictated power and resources, their ordinary talents made it exceedingly difficult for them to rise above. Qi Lingyun's grandfather had lamented the decline of their clan and passed away in despair, while his father drowned his sorrows in alcohol, leading a muddled existence. Thus, among the three, Qi Lingyun's family was the most destitute, reduced to a mere shell of its former self. Su Lingfeng patted Qi Lingyun on the shoulder and reassured him. Do not worry about the money. Remember, I often assisted my grandfather when he was concocting medicinal liquids. Qi Lingyun let out a sigh of relief and said, Brother Feng, from now on, you are my elder brother. I will follow your every command. If you ask me to beat a dog, I will do it fiercely, haha. As the four continued their conversation, they strode confidently toward the rising sun, seemingly catching a glimpse of hope in life. Before they knew it, they arrived at the library pavilion. However, Qi Lingyun and Luo Yiming, both at the third level of the body forging realm, were unable to enter. And Chunhao had just visited a couple of days ago, rendering him unable to enter again within a month. Thus, Su Lingfeng proceeded alone into the library pavilion, his heart racing with excitement as he finally reached this long-desired place. He recalled some words from the old clan leader when entering the library pavilion for the first time. You are allotted 2 hours and may only choose one combat technique. Those in the mid-body forging realm, levels 4 to 6, can only select combat techniques from the first floor. Upon reaching the late body forging realm, one may choose from the second floor, and in the bone refining realm, from the third floor. Furthermore, once a combat technique is practiced, it is recorded for verification by all clans in Gushi Town. If discovered stealing knowledge, one would be pursued by all clans and eliminated by dark teams. Typically, clan elders would advise their juniors on these rules before entering the library pavilion. Su Lingfeng was well aware of this as he stepped forward. The names of various combat techniques appeared before his eyes, totaling 82 forms, including fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, stepping techniques, and various weapon techniques. Before arriving, the old clan leader had advised him that for his first choice, it would be best to avoid selecting a movement technique. Instead, he should consider fist, palm, or leg techniques. The old clan leader had already suggested a few techniques for Su Lingfeng to focus on: Xianhuang palm, phantom leg, Wushuang leg, King Kong fist, and Sana fist. Upon reaching this section, Su Lingfeng immediately sought out the simplified versions of these techniques and began to study them earnestly. To summarize, Xianhuang palm relies on the energy of Xianhuang, drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth for one's own use. When mastered, the palms are covered in yellow earth, filled with the energy of heaven and earth, becoming incredibly sturdy. Phantom leg emphasizes speed, allowing one's kicks to appear as mere illusions, leaving opponents defenseless. Wushuang leg boasts commendable speed and power in kicks, and can also be utilized for movement. King Kong fist is fierce and powerful, with fists as unyielding as diamond, impervious to blades and swords. Sanha fist emphasizes combination. Each subsequent punch builds upon the previous one, delivering a compounded strike of force to adversaries. Su Lingfeng meticulously reviewed the summaries of these 5 combat techniques, analyzing them thoughtfully. Among these 5, Xianhuang palm would require a lengthy time to cultivate, drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth, somewhat akin to my own Dao inquiry technique, but undoubtedly inferior. Phantom leg is advantageous when on the offensive but offers little aid in adversity. Its reliance on speed inevitably diminishes its power. Wushuang leg is well-rounded, but in combat against skilled opponents, it hinges on having the upper hand. Lacking an advantage renders it mediocre. King Kong fist is excessively domineering and painful to practice, requiring one to strike stone to cultivate. Despite having a mindset, it inflicts considerable suffering. This technique primarily enhances the hardness of the fist to increase lethality. Sanha fist requires precise timing for execution, as the stacking of punches necessitates time. Even the swiftest strikes cannot compete with the simplicity and effectiveness of a single blow. What piqued Su Lingfeng's interest were the Sanha fist and King Kong fist. The timing of the Sanha fist relies on adaptability during combat, while the King Kong fist depends on consistent and rigorous practice. Due to personal preference, Su Lingfeng leaned towards selecting the Sanha fist, though he wished to further examine the summary of the King Kong fist. As he reached for the summary of the King Kong fist, another hand simultaneously grasped it, accompanied by a disdainful gaze directed at him. With a light sigh, Su Lingfeng muttered, "Why are you everywhere?" Ma Tianhao chuckled, "The library pavilion is not your home. I can go wherever I please." King Kong fist? Su Lingfeng, with your frail physique, do you truly think you can master the King Kong fist? It seems you are intent on self-harm, haha. Having withdrawn his hand from the summary, Su Lingfeng turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with Ma Tianhao. Ma Tianhao called after Su Lingfeng's retreating figure. Su Lingfeng, I have chosen the King Kong fist this time. Care to wager on who can cultivate it successfully first? Though, I fear you may not be able to bear the loss. With a cold huff, Su Lingfeng retorted, What do you mean by wager? Just then, a voice echoed through the hall. No loud talking. Hand it over. Ma Tianhao seized the King Kong fist summary, shrugged, and turned to depart. Su Lingfeng strode forward, picked up the summary of the Sana fist, and approached the recording desk. Elder, I have made my choice. Please assist me in recording it. He placed the summary on the table. Sana fist? Good choice, young man. This technique was one I stumbled upon years ago, and I believed it would suit you young ones perfectly, yet few choose it. It truly pains this old man, remarked the elder in gray robes. Surprised that the Sanha fist had been brought back by this elder, Su Lingfeng smiled and said, Elder, I truly admire this technique, but I fear my inadequacies may prevent me from grasping its essence. I hope you can provide some guidance. The elder in gray chuckled. You have quite the sweet tongue. However, I find you quite likable. Come, let us take a stroll together. Su Lingfeng was taken aback. Now? Why not now? The elder stroked his beard. Very well. Of course. Elder, please lead the way. Su Lingfeng promptly invited the elder with respect. Old man, I want to learn this technique. Please make the record for me. Ma Tianhao arrived at the recording office, displaying his impatience. The elderly man in the gray robe did not even glance at him, but instructed the nearby student. You shall take the notes. I am weary and shall take a stroll. The student clasped his hands in salute and bowed respectfully to the elder before sitting down. Ready to record for Ma Tianhao. Old man, what do you mean by this? Do you not recognize that he is the young master of the Ma family? Such disrespect could cost you your position. Su Tuo, having selected his combat technique, approached Ma Tianhao from behind. Both Su Lingfeng and the student intended to speak in defense of their senior, but the gray-robed elder spoke first. What was the name of that young master? This is his first visit to the library. I shall let it be a warning this time. The one who just spoke shall not enter the library for 3 months, including this visit. Just as Su Tuo was about to argue, the guardian team rushed into the room and took him away. Ma Tianhao remained motionless, awaiting the student to finish recording before hastily departing with his complete combat technique. Su Lingfeng was taken aback, realizing how decisively the elder acted, dismissing people at will. The gray-robed elder led Su Lingfeng into the library's rear courtyard, a place of serene beauty, with a lake occupying 2/3 of the area. Beside the lake stood a thatched cottage, the dwelling of the gray-robed elder. The elder reclined in a chair before the cottage and casually remarked, Your name is Su Lingfeng? Su Hongshan raised you. Su Lingfeng was taken aback, surprised that the elder recognized him, and even called the clan leader by his name. Could it be that he held a higher standing than the clan leader? I am Su Lingfeng. May I ask how to address you, senior? Well, I might also be considered an elder to Su Hongshan. Let us not dwell on lineage. You may call me Elder Qin. Su Lingfeng bowed respectfully. I am honored to meet you, Elder Qin. Elder Qin then inquired, Do you have any questions? Su Lingfeng replied, I am puzzled. Ma Tianhao is at the 6th level of the body refining stage, yet you mentioned this is his first visit to the library? Do you know whose son Ma Tianhao is? Elder Qin queried. Ma Beitian, the second head of the Ma family, has 2 sons, the elder, Ma Tianxiao, and the younger, Ma Tianhao. Su Lingfeng responded. Indeed, but do you know how Ma Beitian trained Ma Tianhao? Elder Qin asked again. Su Lingfeng shook his head. I do not know. Elder Qin explained. When Ma Tianhao entered the 4th level of the body refining stage, Ma Beitian confined him with slave criminals, allowing them to fend for themselves. After 2 years, only 10 survived, and Ma Tianhao was among them. Having met him today, it appears this child is adept at concealing his true abilities. He is quite formidable. Su Lingfeng was astonished. Is it possible he feigned weakness during our first encounter and provoked me into underestimating him? Elder Qin chuckled. Let us not speak of him any longer. Share your understanding of the Sana fist. Su Lingfeng took a deep breath, contemplated for a moment, and replied. The Sanha fist enhances its power through the accumulation of fist force, focusing on offense as a powerful killing technique. Elder Qin nodded, smiling. You speak well. The Sanha fist is indeed aggressive, but timing is crucial. If the moment is misjudged, it could be detrimental. Su Lingfeng frowned, questioning. If there is such a flaw, why do you say it is suitable for us, Elder? Elder Qin calmly responded, flaws can be remedied. What if both fists strike simultaneously? Su Lingfeng suddenly realized the significance of simultaneous strikes, recognizing their importance in seizing fleeting combat opportunities. He replied, if executed successfully, it could have the time and make it easier to grasp the moment to strike with thunderous force. Elder Qin, satisfied, nodded in approval, secretly commending his comprehension. In truth, Elder Qin had long been aware of Su Lingfeng, for the clan leader Su Hongshan had sought his counsel, but Elder Qin had merely advised. This child is not a mere fish in the pond. With Elder Qin's permission, Su Lingfeng was allowed to delve into the Sanha Fist's teachings. Time flew by, and after 6 hours, Su Lingfeng immersed himself in practice, oblivious to his surroundings. On his return, Elder Qin lamented that Su Lingfeng had not informed him of his departure. Resolving to assess his progress another day, upon arriving at his residence, he discovered Su Lingfeng still practicing, his technique already taking shape. The Sanha Fist had begun to exhibit considerable power. Su Lingfeng had also attempted the dual fist technique, but succeeded only once. Nonetheless, such progress in a brief period marked him as a top-tier talent worthy of focused cultivation, even among large clans. Elder Qin furrowed his brow slightly, realizing the young man was overly eager for quick success. One cannot achieve greatness in a single bite. Despite his talent, his temperament required further refinement. Yet, he maintained a facade of approval, stating, "Young man from the Su family, your progress is commendable. Let us conclude for today, moderation is key." Su Lingfeng acknowledged, expressing his gratitude for Elder Qin's guidance and bowing once more. Elder Qin smiled. On account of your agreeable demeanor, I shall impart further wisdom. The Sanha Fist is not limited to 3 strikes. 3 is but an abstract concept. The Tao gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. And 3 gives birth to all things. Remember this. Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng was struck with astonishment. 3 gives birth to all things? So, the Sanha Fist is not confined to merely 3 strikes? But that cannot be. There must be an upper limit. One that I presently cannot fathom. He shook his head, suddenly realizing his mindset was flawed. The upper limit of combined strikes is influenced by numerous factors. Given that he could scarcely wield the Sanha Fist with proficiency at present, how could he contemplate its limits? To have lofty aspirations while lacking the foundational skills is a grave error for any cultivator. Now that he understood there could be more than 3 strikes, he would not confine himself to this arbitrary limit. Instead, he needed to explore the depths of the technique personally, refusing to be shackled by the illusion of limits. Throughout his journey, he remained absorbed in the practice of the Sanha Fist. In the library's rear courtyard, he realized that his technique's power was still insufficient. However, the progress he made in such a short time was indeed remarkable. His attempts at dual fist techniques were aimed at grasping the essence of the Sanha Fist. Through repeated failures, he understood that for most individuals, the force exerted by each hand varies, and whether striking with one or both hands, controlling the force and timing of strikes, combined with mental focus, are essential factors for successful execution. Moreover, when employing both hands, directional accuracy becomes more challenging, which can significantly impact the technique's effectiveness. The potential for directional deviation is even greater when using both hands, thus greatly diminishing the power of the combined strikes, or even resulting in failure. The essence of the Sanha Fist lies in the combination, while the foundation is paramount. While the combination can amplify power, a shaky foundation renders the technique ineffective. Akin to a leaf adrift on water, superficial in form, yet lacking in substance. Unbeknownst to him, Su Lingfeng had wandered into a narrow alley. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly bolted forward. A shadow wielding a sword was approaching at an alarming speed, faster than Su Lingfeng could run. If this continued, he would surely meet a grisly fate within moments. In a moment of peril, Su Lingfeng pushed off the walls with his feet, scaling them as he executed a somersault. Just then, the sword struck, its cold intent showing no mercy. In a heartbeat, the blade passed an inch from Su Lingfeng's forehead, severing several strands of hair that hung down. As Su Lingfeng landed, the cloaked youth surged forward due to inertia. Su Lingfeng retaliated with a kick aimed at the back of the black-clad youth. The youth swiftly turned, blocking the attack with his left forearm, evading Su Lingfeng's counter. As Su Lingfeng landed, the black-clad youth skidded to a halt, standing upright, his face obscured by a mask. Su Lingfeng coldly demanded, "Who are you? Why do you seek to kill me?" The masked youth replied with a sneer, "Someone has taken issue with you and desires your head. Today, your death is inevitable." Will you take your own life, or shall I do it for you? If you seek my demise, then let us see if you possess the capability, spoke Su Lingfeng. To take your life is akin to squashing an ant. With that, the youth clad in black brandished his sword, launching a swift series of attacks, first a direct thrust, followed by a horizontal slash, delivering over 20 strikes in the blink of an eye. The black-clad youth executed his sword techniques with precision, his arms and legs enveloped in a formidable battle aura as he charged forward. Su Lingfeng was taken aback, judging by the voice. The youth seemed to be of similar age to him, yet he had managed to cultivate such a formidable aura in his limbs, undoubtedly reaching the 6th level of body refinement. In the face of the black-clad youth's relentless assault, Su Lingfeng met him with a dagger, the clash resounding sharply as his arm went numb, forcing him to retreat several steps, while the youth also staggered back. Prepare to die? The black-clad youth sneered, launching another flurry of strikes that compelled Su Lingfeng to retreat continuously, utterly devoid of the means to counterattack. If you wish to kill me, you ought to enlighten me on who exactly seeks my life. Su Lingfeng gasped, beads of sweat dotting his brow. The black-clad youth chuckled coldly. I cannot fathom what transpired with you, enhancing your strength so remarkably. I underestimated you this time. Allow me to enlighten you. For the injury inflicted by Ma Bai upon you, the old master Su has compelled the Ma family for an explanation. As they wish to avoid a swift rupture with the Su family, they are on the verge of preparing a substantial compensation and a public apology. However, it is perhaps for the best that Ma Bai, that spineless wretch, has met his end. Now that you accompany him, he may find some worth in it. I share this with you merely to wish you a good journey. Huh? I have said all that I needed to. Prepare to meet your demise. Su Lingfeng furrowed his brow, recognizing this as a psychological tactic employed by his adversary. The old patriarch held him dear in his heart, yet he needed to focus on strategizing his defense. He had thought himself accustomed to controlling his body, but the recent confrontation revealed the inadequacy of his skills in true combat. He lamented his lack of cultivation and insufficient understanding of the way of inquiry, relying solely on his recent insights into the three-harmony fist, which proved quite taxing. Yet, Su Tuo's onslaught did not relent. Su Lingfeng was left with no choice but to defend himself, teetering on the brink of collapse with every perilous encounter. Su Tuo, anxious, had intended for a swift resolution to the assassination, believing he could easily vanquish his foe, but was met with unexpected resistance. Thus, the black-clad youth sought to create distance, unleashing his sword techniques. Su Lingfeng, however, would not allow him the luxury. He moved swiftly to close the gap, launching a counteroffensive. As the saying goes, a weapon is stronger the longer it is, yet in close-quarters combat, if one masters the distance, the dagger's agility becomes a significant advantage. Upon seeing Su Lingfeng approach, the black-clad youth realized the peril and attempted to widen the space between them. He altered his swordplay, executing a sweeping motion while retreating, finally managing to distance themselves. Rain-cutting sword, Su Tuo shouted, unleashing 3 arcs of sword light that fell upon Su Lingfeng in a staggered yet cohesive manner. At the very moment he was separated, Su Lingfeng was gathering his energy, readying the 3-harmony fist. With a right punch followed by a left, the 2 strikes coalesced into one, amplifying their force. With a thunderous crash, the rain-cutting sword collided with the 3-harmony fist, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that caused the surrounding walls to tremble slightly. Su Lingfeng rolled backward, landing on the ground as a metallic taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The black-clad youth's right arm trembled as he staggered back, astonishment evident on his face. How could he have cultivated so swiftly after just entering the library? He should have perished beneath my rain-cutting sword, yet here he stands. It seems my visit was not in vain. I shall return to receive ample rewards. Su Lingfeng replied. Not only are you aware of my visit to the library today, but you also know the techniques I have chosen. If I am not mistaken, you must be Su Tuo. Furrowing his brow, the black-clad youth chuckled, and if I am, you not only humiliated young Master Tianhao in public, but you also caused me to be barred from the library for 3 months. Yet, what does it matter if you are aware? You have successfully provoked me today. Although young Master Tianhao forbids it, I am eager to show you my true strength. Hearing Su Tuo's words, Su Lingfeng suddenly recalled what Elder Qin had relayed about Ma Tianhao. Could it be that Su Tuo is one of the 10 survivors? At that moment, Su Tuo gripped his sword, lifting it high, while his left hand traced along the blade. In an instant, the sword gleamed a deep crimson. Su Tuo bellowed. With blood as my guide, blood-linked, soul-cutting sword. Flash, flash, flash. Suddenly, dozens of short swords materialized around Su Tuo, each emanating a malevolent and frenzied aura, locking onto Su Lingfeng and hurtling towards him. Su Lingfeng felt as though he were being stalked by a ferocious beast, the blood-linked, soul-chasing sword locking onto him. In that moment, his mind was engulfed in chaos. Was this truly the end? Unwilling to accept such a fate, he focused intently, realizing that the only recourse he had was the Tao Sutra from the Spirit Martial Scroll. Yet, he had only just begun to grasp its essence. What was the Tao? The Tao followed nature, harmonizing effortlessly, guiding the energy within. Now it became clear. A faint smile crept upon Su Lingfeng's lips as he understood. To seek the Tao was to borrow the path, to borrow the law, to inquire and to borrow, to move as the heart desired. As he activated the Tao heart method, torrents of celestial energy surged toward him, akin to a flood breaching a dam. The pain was excruciating, as if he might burst from the pressure. Then, he channeled the three-union fist method, directing the absorbed celestial energy into his fists. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Upon delivering the third punch, he felt his body reaching its limits, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. Nevertheless, every punch was executed with precision, the power hidden and substantially greater than the previous 2-punch combination. Su Tuo sensed fear. How could this be? A mere fourth layer of body refining wielding such formidable martial prowess. Impossible. At that moment, dozens of blood-red short swords closed in on Su Lingfeng, colliding with the three-union fist and shattering instantly, hurtling towards Su Tuo. Unable to evade, Su Tuo, weakened from wielding the blood-linked soul-chasing sword, closed his eyes, a look of resignation crossing his face, as if he were finally liberated. Though still a youth, the past 2 years had burdened him with immense suffering. Ma Tianhao was his brother, a benefactor. Yet, Ma Batian was also his greatest enemy. So be it, entangled debts, lives lost, debts extinguished. Su Tuo felt death drawing near. Everything was coming to an end. Suddenly, the power of the three-union fist dissipated into the ether, leaving Su Lingfeng astonished. Before Su Tuo could even open his eyes, he was knocked unconscious to the ground. "Grandfather, why are you here?" Su Lingfeng exclaimed. "Go deal with the tail," the old patriarch commanded, and 2 shadows vanished into the night. Su Lingfeng was taken aback, surmising that the 2 must be the patriarch's hidden guards. Just as the old patriarch arrived, he witnessed Su Lingfeng's remarkable display of skill. However, the black-clad youth could not perish just yet. "Surely, you would not fault me for this, would you?" Elder Qin had specifically informed the patriarch of Su Lingfeng's training in martial arts, much to the patriarch's delight. Elder Qin's unfathomable strength meant that with his favor, the Su family had gained yet another formidable ally. Only moments ago, the hidden guards had reported to the patriarch, prompting his swift arrival just in time to witness the black-clad youth employing the blood-linked soul-chasing technique. When the guards attempted to intervene, the patriarch had stayed their hands, wishing to see how far Su Lingfeng could go. If he faltered, he would step in personally, ensuring Su Lingfeng's safety. As the blood-red short swords approached, the patriarch intervened, prepared to assist Su Lingfeng in averting the crisis, while the hidden guards readied themselves to eliminate the black-clad youth. Yet, Su Lingfeng unexpectedly unleashed the three-union fist, prompting the patriarch to alter his approach, leading to the earlier scene of him rescuing Su Tuo. "I won't blame you, grandfather. Your actions must surely have their reasons," Su Lingfeng said, coughing weakly. The patriarch lifted Su Lingfeng and carried the unconscious Su Tuo back to his residence. He administered healing medicine to Su Lingfeng and applied herbs for external injuries, instructing him to rest and recuperate. At that moment, 2 hidden guards appeared at the doorway, kneeling on one knee. "Have you dealt with it?" the patriarch inquired. "Yes, patriarch. They were from the Ma family. Their audacity grows by the day," one responded. "Very well. Arong, Ahua, rise. Winder has briefed me on the situation. It is becoming increasingly intriguing. Come, let us meet the black-clad youth." Within a secret chamber, a furious voice erupted. "Useless. Who told you to act now? Your 3 incompetent subordinates are dead. Good riddance. If any word escapes, I swear I will break your legs." "Father, rest assured, they are my loyal assassins. Even if captured, they will not leak a whisper." Ma Tianhao, kneeling, replied cautiously. "You'd best pray that is the case." Ma Baishan's gruff voice echoed once more. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Lingfeng found his injuries had improved significantly. He began to reflect on the previous night's battle. Su Tuo was formidable, swift in action, never hesitating, skilled and ruthless, especially with the tremendous power of the blood-linked, soul-chasing sword. Yet ultimately, he could not surpass me. If only I had more combat experience and greater mastery over the three-union fist, perhaps I could have executed 3 punches at the outset, denying him the opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique. As for the Tao Sutra, I finally made a breakthrough. It could gather substantial spiritual energy in a short time to amplify martial techniques. Judging by its effects, it could at least double the power. However, exceeding my own limits might lead to adverse effects, which explained why I could not deliver the 4th punch. Clearly, more training is necessary. Suddenly, inspiration struck Su Lingfeng. If spiritual energy could gather within my body for combat, could I not control the inflow and outflow? With this thought, he activated the Tao Sutra, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into himself, guiding it through the three-union fist method. Bang! A punch landed on a wooden bench, splintering it into fragments scattered across the floor. "Young master, what happened? Are you all right?" Xiang'er called out, alarmed by the noise. "Xiang'er, I am fine," Su Lingfeng replied. He attempted to control it again, failing more than a dozen times, but thankfully not breaking anything else. He contemplated and practiced diligently, finally realizing, if it flows from the heart, there should be no need for force. Thus, Su Lingfeng gradually activated the Tao Sutra, allowing spiritual energy to gather freely, welcoming it without reservation. The energy entered his body, enveloping him, then dispersed naturally, leaving no trace. After an hour, he felt rejuvenated, as though he had undergone a cleansing ritual. His injuries had healed further, and his cultivation had advanced. No wonder they say that reaching the 4th layer of body refining marks a crucial threshold in the path of cultivation. One can experience the cleansing of celestial energy, thereby continuously enhancing oneself. Su Lingfeng had endured tremendous suffering since childhood due to his damaged soul, toiling tirelessly, efforts he could scarcely quantify. After entering the 3rd layer of body refining at age 6, he had made no progress for 4 years, enduring the scorn of others. Living under such circumstances, he remained steadfast against the harshness of reality, and now, at last, he could see the light breaking through the clouds. Crack! As Su Lingfeng stepped off the bed, his foot landed on the shattered bench, and he looked around the room, aghast. Goodness, the decor lay in disarray, as if a thief had ransacked the place. "Oh no, I'm going to get scolded again," he sighed, his eyes darting around as he pondered strategies. "Young master, where are you going?" Xiang'er called after him as he rushed out the door. "I need to find grandfather. Please help me tidy up the room," he shouted back. Xiang'er, 3 years older than Su Lingfeng, typically took care of him and taught him basic etiquette. Yet, as she opened the door, she was taken aback, slightly irritated. "Young master, come back. What on earth happened in here?" But Su Lingfeng had already dashed out, arriving at the medicinal herb garden. This garden had been established by the old patriarch for the study of alchemy. He visited each morning as if tending to crops in a mundane realm. Grandfather, I knew you would be here. Winder, what brings you here?" "Your injuries," the old patriarch replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. "My injuries are nearly healed. Why do you come here every morning?" Su Lingfeng inquired with curiosity. The old patriarch donned his straw hat and rose to his feet, reminiscing. "In the beginning, I would come here several times a day, fervently wishing for the herbs to grow quickly. Once they flourished, I could delve into the study of elixirs to heal the wounds to your spirit. As time passed, I found solace in coming here each morning. It became a ritual to quiet my mind and study the medicinal liquids. Now that your spiritual troubles have been resolved, I find it difficult to alter this habit." Listening intently, Su Lingfeng felt a warm surge of gratitude. The old patriarch had sacrificed so much for him. At a loss for words, he silently etched this kindness into his heart. As he considered Su Lingfeng's burgeoning talents, the old patriarch felt a swell of pride and hope in his gaze, surpassing the previous affection and concern he had shown. "By the way, grandfather, did you acquire any useful information from Su Tuo yesterday?" Su Lingfeng asked. The old patriarch sighed softly. "Do you know why I saved Su Tuo?" Su Lingfeng shook his head. The old patriarch continued. "It was due to the blood-calling soul sword he wielded. That technique belongs to the family legacy of my dear brother Su Hongshan, though we share different surnames. In the brief 3 months we spent together, we forged an unbreakable bond. Alas, I had to return to assume the role of patriarch. which prevented me from embarking on adventures with him. He later sent word that he had encountered grave troubles and sought my help to find his only son, Su Jinyuan. I have been searching ever since, yet to no avail. Imagine my astonishment when I witnessed a young man in black last night performing the blood-calling soul sword, prompting me to rescue him. Wind, you don't harbor any resentment toward me, do you? The old patriarch asked. Su Lingfeng listened earnestly, instinctively shaking his head. He was particularly intrigued by the old patriarch's past, though the latter often evaded sharing those stories. The old patriarch recounted, yesterday, I conversed with that young lad and learned that my old friend perished at the hands of villains. His father met a similar fate at the hands of Ma Batian. Then why would he serve Ma Tianhao? Su Lingfeng queried. The old patriarch replied. Su Tuo mentioned that Ma Tianhao also bears a deep-seated hatred for his father, promising to seek justice for Su Tuo. Furthermore, Ma Tianhao saved his life, which is why he pledged his loyalty to him. Su Lingfeng nodded, remarking, that day, Su Tuo seemed to hint at the Ma family having ulterior motives. Did he divulge any details? The old patriarch shook his head, even without his words. We have gathered considerable information. However, the identity of the mastermind behind these events remains unclear. Recently, I have sensed a sinister plot brewing, leaving me with a sense of unease, though I cannot articulate the specifics. Su Lingfeng furrowed his brow. The old patriarch studied him for a long moment before finally speaking. Well, since you have embarked on the path of cultivation, it is inevitable that I share these matters with you. Let me recount some ancient tales of Gushi City. Su Lingfeng's interest piqued at the prospect of hearing the old patriarch's hidden stories. The old patriarch began. This vast expanse was once the domain of ferocious beasts, with the indigenous people suffering greatly. Humanity was merely a minor species in these mountains, occupying a lowly status. Thousands of years ago, our ancestors from the Su family arrived, deciding to settle here. They united with the nearby natives to resist the beasts, teaching them superior cultivation methods and combat skills to bolster their strength, gradually expanding our own power. The mountain dwellers were forever grateful to the Su family, willingly submitting to our leadership in the creation of a shared homeland. Thus, our strength rapidly grew, attracting cultivators from beyond, leading to the formation of various tribes. At the height of our prosperity, there were over 100 large tribes and thousands of smaller ones, all under the unified command of our forebears, culminating in the establishment of the Gusu dynasty. 8,000 years ago, as the great tribes vied for dominance, internal strife ensued, leading to chaos among the populace, which granted the beasts an opportunity to strike. The ensuing war was catastrophic, painting the skies red with blood, and the tribes suffered devastating losses, bringing the dynasty to the brink of collapse. This conflict inflicted the greatest blow the dynasty had ever faced, leaving it in a state of near extinction. Eventually, the beasts retreated, though the reasons remained shrouded in mystery, and that period of history is a blank slate. Ultimately, the Gusu dynasty managed to survive, albeit with only a territory of a mere 10,000 miles. Countless volumes of cultivation texts lost, and a dearth of talent, unable to return to its former stability and prosperity. Henceforth, the dynasty entered an era of decline. What remains here is merely a border defense town of the Gusu dynasty, Gushi City, a once renowned location now nearly forgotten. It is separated from the Beast Marsh by a single stream. Yet 500 years ago, this long stream did not exist, and this town was known as Guyuan City. At that time, the beasts ravaged the land, prompting the Gusu dynasty to station heavy troops here, leading to constant skirmishes. The sons of the dynasty fought valiantly, shedding blood and sacrificing their lives to forge an unprecedented legacy. Then, one day, a long stream appeared out of nowhere, flowing between the Beast Marsh and Guyuan City. From that moment on, the beasts dared not cross this stream, fearing to invade Guyuan City. We sent scouts to the opposite shore and discovered that the formidable beasts had retreated far from this place. In gratitude for the stream's protection, we renamed Guyuan City to Gushi City. As for the stream's source, we dispatched individuals to trace its origins to the west, but none returned. Later, during my grandfather's tenure as patriarch, he personally led an expedition, accompanied by my grandfather, to explore the source but encountered heaps of bones along the way. Heartbroken, my grandfather's father passed the patriarchal duties to him and ventured westward alone, never to return. Since then, no one has dared to seek the source of this long stream again. When I was born, Gushi City was comprised of the Su, Ma, Li, and Song families, along with hundreds of smaller clans. The Ma family controlled the mines, the Li family forged weapons, the Song family excelled in commerce, while our Su family maintained dominion over the hunting in the Beast Marsh. For many years, the heads of each family performed their roles harmoniously. A century ago, the Ma family colluded with the Li family, threatening the Song family. One fateful night, they launched a coordinated rebellion against our Su family's stronghold in Gushi City. That night, countless lives were lost, and the cries of the wounded echoed throughout the city, drenched in blood. Ultimately, the Su family suffered thousands of casualties, yet Gushi City's stronghold fell, with the three families surrounding the Patriarch's residence like iron bars. At that time, I was still the Patriarch, unwilling to witness the destruction of the Su family's legacy by my own hand. In desperation, I resorted to secret techniques, temporarily breaking through to the bone refinement realm, gaining the strength of the profound vein realm, which turned the tide of battle and quelled the rebellion in one fell swoop. I personally eliminated the head of the Ma family and crippled the powers of the heads of the Li and Song families. Subsequently, I extinguished the main instigators of the rebellion, restoring peace to the region. However, I sacrificed my own path of cultivation in the process, witnessing the decline of the martial lineage, my progress stagnating and even regressing. Additionally, the heavy toll of that battle weighed upon me, prompting my resignation from the patriarchal position, allowing me to spend the remainder of my days here. Following that, Gushi City and the territories of each family returned to tranquility, with no large-scale conflicts erupting again. However, the relationships among the families could never return to their former state. When faced with the beast tide that occurs every 3 years, they became evasive and reluctant to assist. In recent years, the Ma family seems to have garnered some support, rapidly expanding their influence, growing increasingly arrogant. This time, the Li and Song families have also felt the pressure from the Ma family, indicating that the Ma family is not considering an alliance against us, but rather aims to absorb the three families. The members we dispatched to monitor the Ma family have seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of their whereabouts, not even their remains. At this point, the old patriarch sighed deeply, lamenting, "It is truly heartbreaking that so many talented individuals have simply disappeared." Su Lingfeng finally comprehended the world he inhabited, feeling overwhelmed by the immense influx of information, as if a colossal weight pressed upon his heart, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. The Elder Patriarch sensed Su Lingfeng's discomfort and reassured him, "You will inevitably witness the outside world. There is no need to overthink it at present." Su Lingfeng nodded in acknowledgement. The Elder continued, "Though you may not fully grasp what I am about to disclose, it is imperative that you remember this. The Ma family has undoubtedly garnered support from certain powers, which emboldens them to act with such audacity. This implies that the Su family may soon face a brutal conflict. Recently, I, along with the Patriarch and senior members of the Su family, have devised a strategy to ensure the protection of talents like you by our covert guards." Unexpectedly, before we could implement our plan, such an incident occurred. Nevertheless, your performance this time was astonishing. I did not expect you to have progressed to this extent. The grandfather and grandson conversed for an extended period, during which Su Lingfeng learned about the origins of the Gusa dynasty, the history of Gushi City, and the current landscape and crises. He felt as if he had previously existed in a dream, only now awakening to the reality of the world. Almost forgetting, the Elder suddenly recalled the matter of the new spirit martial liquid's main ingredient. Unlike the leopard spirit grass or the bull strength grass, this time, the principal components were the more valuable spirit snake grass and elephant tail grass. Although both belong to the second-tier category of premium herbs, the leopard spirit grass and bull strength grass are considered inferior within that category, while the spirit snake grass and elephant tail grass are regarded as mid-tier. There exists a significant disparity between them. Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng was exceedingly exhilarated. Since the restoration of his divine spirit, he had become increasingly passionate about cultivation and eager to enhance his strength. They returned to the alchemy chamber to concoct the elixir, with the Elder personally purifying the primary ingredient, while Su Lingfeng was tasked with refining all supplementary herbs under the Elder's watchful guidance. Furthermore, the Elder imposed a new requirement on Su Lingfeng, instructing him to purify 3 types of herbs simultaneously rather than one at a time, as he had previously done. The art of alchemy and pill formulation tests one's patience and comprehension alongside a fundamental ability, efficiency. Su Lingfeng felt immense pressure. He had to exercise utmost caution while refining a single herb, and now he was expected to double that task, causing him to feel quite anxious. Fortunately, the elder had prepared an ample supply of supplementary herbs, allowing Su Lingfeng to dare ignite the furnace for alchemy. To enable him to showcase his skills, the elder left the alchemy chamber, allowing Su Lingfeng to refine the herbs alone. After 6 hours, Su Lingfeng finally completed the refining of all supplementary herbs. However, looking at the scattered remnants of herbs he had wasted, he felt a profound sense of guilt and hesitated to call for the elder. Just then, the elder entered. Surveying the mess of discarded materials, his eyelids involuntarily twitching, momentarily at a loss for words. "Grandfather, am I too foolish?" Su Lingfeng scratched his head, feeling remorseful. The elder stepped closer, remarking, "You have managed to produce nearly double the amount. That is commendable. Continue to strive." After a lunch break, the elder commenced the purification of the main ingredient. Due to its great value, he was cautious, yet, drawing from his initial experience. The purification process proceeded more swiftly this time. As he gazed into the cauldron containing the elixir, Su Lingfeng sensed that its potency was significantly stronger than before, with wisps of vapor revealing the presence of spirit snakes and ferocious elephants within. Although this was not his first encounter with such a phenomenon, it still sent a shiver down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to endure whatever pain awaited him. With a splash, Su Lingfeng plunged into the herbal bath, which began to churn violently. He immediately felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. It was not only his physical form that suffered, but even his spirit was in torment. As if both were being compressed into formlessness, spirit snakes slithered across his body, while fierce elephants charged at him from all sides. In reality, they were merely manifestations of the herbal liquid, born from long exposure to the essence of these mythical beasts. Despite the intensified nature of this herbal bath, Su Lingfeng did not experience the same level of agony as before. He began to circulate his heart method, absorbing the liquid formed in the shapes of spirit snakes and ferocious elephants. He realized that the concocted elixir was purer than the natural spiritual energy of the world, so he did not need to overly concern himself about backlash. Moreover, Su Lingfeng had grasped the essence of the Tao-seeking technique, allowing him to absorb the properties of the elixir at will. After a fragrant stick of incense had burned, Su Lingfeng broke through to the 5th level of body refinement. With still 30% of the elixir remaining in the cauldron, he continued to absorb it, expelling impurities from within his body intermittently. Simultaneously, he sensed a chill lingering within him, likely a remnant of the chaotic spiritual energy he had accumulated during his last confrontation. With a series of flatulent sounds, bubbles rose to the surface of the herbal liquid, providing him an unexpected sense of relief. Emerging from the cauldron after his herbal bath, Su Lingfeng noticed the elder gazing at him thoughtfully. "Grandfather, what is on your mind?" Su Lingfeng inquired with curiosity. "I am contemplating whether to allow you to participate in this year's clan competition, considering." Su Lingfeng, brimming with excitement, interrupted. "Clan competition? Grandfather, when is it? When is this year's competition scheduled?" According to tradition, a grand competition, the clan contest, occurs every 3 years, during which each family selects their most talented practitioners to compete. The timing and location of the clan contest adapt according to the circumstances of the year, and this year is indeed designated for the event. The clan contest is set for 1 month from now, taking place in the Ma family's Tanyan city. "Chinner, I believe it would be prudent for you to refrain from participating this time, as I fear the Ma family may pose a threat to you," the elder expressed with concern. "Grandfather, I have matured and can stand on my own now. You often tell me that once one embarks on the path of cultivation, one must possess the courage to forge ahead and overcome obstacles, striking fear into all," Su Lingfeng declared earnestly. The elder chuckled. "Very well, I shan't impede your decision. Allow me to elucidate the requirements for the clan contest. There are 3 divisions: the junior division, the intermediate division, and the advanced division. The junior division permits participants aged 12 and under, with cultivation at the mid-stage of body refinement. The intermediate division allows participants aged 18 and under, with late-stage body refinement. And the advanced division accepts those aged 30 and under, with bone refining cultivation." Su Lingfeng inquired, "What if someone aged 12 or younger achieves late-stage body refinement? Which division should they join?" The elder stroked his beard and smiled. "What? Chinner, do you have confidence in reaching late-stage body refinement within a month?" "Not at all, grandfather. I was merely asking out of curiosity. There is also a stipulation in the competition. In such cases, One may enroll in any division, provided they possess the requisite ability. The elder advised. Su Lingfeng, noticing the elder's disbelief, confidently responded, "Very well, let us wait and see. I will ensure that grandfather looks upon me with newfound respect." The elder ruffled Su Lingfeng's hair, saying, "I too hope you grow swiftly, but my greater desire is for your happiness. Since you have resolved to participate in the clan contest, in 3 days, we shall visit the city lord's manor to attend the Su family's clan contest ceremony." While referred to as a ceremony, it is, in fact, a selection process. Each family may send 12 contestants to compete in each division. As this event pertains to family reputation and could even influence the position of the patriarch. Therefore, the senior members of the Su family take it very seriously. Reputation is paramount, and the patriarch's status cannot be compromised. For 4 consecutive years, the Su family has failed to secure a championship in any division. If they do not claim victory this year, they may have to relinquish their position in favor of others. In the grand hall of the Ma family's Tanyan city, Ma Batian sat upright, exuding an intimidating presence without uttering a word. At last, he had fulfilled his ambition by successfully seizing the patriarchal position from his elder brother. Ma Futian. Ma Futian is a man of conventional demeanor. Ever since his younger brother, Ma Batian, returned, he has been plagued with incessant headaches. For Ma Batian stirs trouble wherever he goes, provoking discord and ultimately offending the other 3 prominent families. He endures silent suffering, unjustly bearing the brunt of blame. Recently, Ma Bai lost his life on the life and death stage, leaving Ma Futian and his wife in profound grief. However, the enmity surrounding the life and death stage forbids personal vengeance. Just as the pain of losing a son had yet to subside, Ma Batian seized this opportunity to criticize Ma Futian for his cowardice, weakness, and inability to shoulder responsibilities. Those who once supported Ma Futian began to waver in their allegiance. Subsequently, Ma Batian launched a fierce assault, rallying the Elders' Council to impeach the clan leader, thereby ascending to the position of clan leader himself. Within the grand hall, flames flickered in several locations along the sides, while a multitude of Ma clan members congregated at the center, each exuding an invigorating aura of confidence. Ma Batian stood up and declared, in 1 month, the triannual clan competition will commence in Tanyan City. Just as your predecessors did, reclaim victory across all 3 arenas. Good, good, good. Tianxiao Tianhao, you 2 remain here. The rest of you should prepare well for the preliminary rounds of the clan competition. Meanwhile, within the Li family's hidden fortress, voices of discussion filled the air as the patriarch, Li Wufeng, paced restlessly, alternating between shaking his head in despair and formulating desperate strategies. The Li and Ma families had been allies for many years, with the Ma family controlling the mines and the Li family monopolizing weaponry, thus profiting handsomely in their collusion. To solidify their alliance, intermarriage was commonplace. Notably, Ma Baishan's first wife, Ma Tianxiao's mother, was Li Wufeng's sister. However, an unfortunate incident led to the tragic suicide of Ma Tianxiao's mother, severing ties between the Ma and Li families. Since Ma Baishan's return, he has persistently troubled the Li family, creating strife. In an attempt to demonstrate goodwill, the Li family brought lavish gifts to welcome Ma Batian back, seeking to establish a friendly agreement. Yet, it wasn't long before Ma Baishan's subordinates began to act with impunity. When Ma Futian sought reconciliation, Ma Batian dismissed his weak elder brother entirely, continuing on his own path. In every clan competition, the Ma family would procure high-quality weaponry from the Li family in advance. However, this year, there was no communication. With the date for the clan competition now confirmed, Li Wufeng could no longer remain idle. Ma Baishan's intentions were inscrutable, and now the Li family found themselves in a precarious position, unaware of how to proceed. Patriarch, everyone is gathered. Perhaps you should say a few words? Someone suggested softly. Hearing this, Li Wufeng paused, surveying the assembly, and stated, "You are all aware of the upcoming clan competition in 1 month, I trust? Prepare diligently. You may disperse." In the opulent halls of the Song family within Wujin City, adorned with golden splendor and fortified defenses, only a handful of individuals were present. At the forefront was Song Wanbao, the family patriarch, who had endured hardship during his youth, resulting in a less imposing stature and a cultivation level stagnating at the 3rd tier of body refinement. Nevertheless, he possessed a silver tongue, sharp wit, and exceptional business acumen, having elevated the Song family's commercial pursuits to new heights over the years. Seated with him were his brother Song Wanjin, his son Song Baobao, and several elders whose faces bore the marks of time. Their discussion did not revolve around the clan competition. Rather, they deliberated on how to extricate themselves from this tumultuous situation. Ever since Ma Baishan's return, Song Wanbao had been in a state of unease, sensing an impending storm. Indeed, Ma Batian would sporadically pass through Wujin City, yet Song Wanbao's eloquence and willingness to spin to avert disaster kept Ma Batian appeased, allowing him to come and go without conflict. Recently, however, Ma Baishan's demands had escalated, insisting that the Song family contribute 8 million beast coins to sponsor the clan competition. This demand sent Song Wanbao into a frenzy. As a businessman, he struggled with liquidity, managing to scrape together only 2 million beast coins for Ma Batian. Finding this sum inadequate, Song Wanbao resorted to flattery, nearly prostrating himself before Ma Batian. Ultimately, Ma Batian decreed that the remaining 6 million beast coins must be provided by the day of the competition and delivered personally to Tanyan City. Song Wanbao felt utterly despondent. His face etched with worry. He had already identified a potential escape route, yet relocating such a vast family enterprise required time. Over the years, he had only managed to transfer 60% of their assets. Had he been afforded another year, he could have departed without a care. But Ma Batian was not granting him such an opportunity. In the capital of the Su family, the lights shone brightly. Clan leader Su Kunshan and Elder Patriarch Su Hongshan occupied the highest seats, while dozens of elders flanked them. I hear that my nephew has resolved the issue with Chun'er's soul, achieving a breakthrough to the 4th tier of body refinement, and even defeated Ma Bai, who is at the 5th tier. The Elder Patriarch nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. The elders buzzed with conversation. Some praised Su Lingfeng as a genius, while others disparaged him for only reaching the 4th tier at the age of 10, deeming him a failure. Uncle, after the clan competition, may I bring Fenger to the main city for a proper celebration? The clan leader inquired. Upon hearing the clan leader speak, the assembly fell silent, ceasing their discussions. In their eyes, the two seated above were the very pinnacle of the Su family, indeed the pride of Gushi City. The Elder Patriarch chuckled. No need for such fuss. In a few days, I shall bring him to participate in the clan competition. Clan leader Su Kunshan rose with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Is that truly your intention? Your thoughts align perfectly with mine. A promising young talent of mine suffered grievous injuries in the Beast Marsh Forest and may not be able to compete this year. Rest assured, my Su family will devote our utmost efforts to nurture him, ensuring he shines in the competition." The Elder Patriarch replied, "Let us wait to see how the selection trials unfold tomorrow." "Indeed, let us assess the situation then," the clan leader agreed. "Patriarch, Elder Patriarch, the clan competition is of paramount importance. Decisions regarding candidates should be made tomorrow. However, the Ma family's insistence on hosting the competition raises suspicions," Elder Zhou Zhixing remarked. "Elder Zhou speaks wisely. I convened everyone today for this very matter," the clan leader declared solemnly. "Ma Batian is notoriously unscrupulous, preying on the weak. I propose we strike decisively, catching him off guard. The Ma family's rebellious intentions are common knowledge. Not only did he demand 8 million beast coins from the Song family, but he has also offended our allies in the Li family. If he is not genuinely formidable, then he is merely a reckless fool. Ma Batian will inevitably become a calamity. We must eliminate him promptly to avert future troubles. A lesson is all he requires. There is no need for total annihilation." The assembly buzzed with conversation, each voicing their opinions, though consensus on Ma Batian's rebellious nature remained elusive. The clan leader, Su Kunshan, interjected, "I grasp your sentiments. My Su family will neither wrong an innocent nor spare a villain. Should the Ma family exhibit any signs of dissent, we will not hesitate to act decisively. To mitigate risks, we shall enter a black level alert status starting tomorrow. I will personally lead the team for this clan competition, with elders Zhou, Zhao, and Su Tai accompanying me. Uncle, you shall remain stationed at the rear, and the main city's defenses will heed the Elder Patriarch's commands. Any objections?" Upon hearing the proclamation of a black level alert, the assembly exchanged astonished glances, for the security levels of Gushi City comprised 4 tiers: white, red, black, and purple. Yet, considering the potential for genuine rebellion from the Ma family, a black alert seemed prudent. The purple alert was reserved solely for life or death scenarios. "No objections. This is excellent." Only Zhou Zhixing wore a furrowed brow. Sensing the situation might be more grave than anticipated, yet he refrained from speaking. Cough, cough. The Elder Patriarch cleared his throat several times, commenting, "The clan leader has been thorough in his considerations and arrangements. I believe it would be more fitting for me to lead this expedition, while the clan leader remains at the rear. What do you think?" Su Kunshan found himself momentarily speechless. To be honest, from the perspective of the clan's interests, it would indeed be prudent for the clan leader to oversee the main city. Yet, how could he bear to send the elder clan leader to such a perilous banquet? The elder clan leader, with his foresight for the greater good, earned Zhou's admiration. I urge the clan leader to reconsider. Having the elder clan leader lead the team would be most appropriate. I, Zhou, may lack talent. Yet I am willing to accompany the elder clan leader. The elders unanimously concurred that the clan leader should remain safely stationed at the rear, as he is the most accomplished among them. On the third morning, Su Lingfeng awoke early, never having imagined he would participate in the clan competition. Although it was merely a preliminary round, the younger generation of the Su family was filled with talent. Nevertheless, armed with his strength at the 5th level of body refinement, he felt confident about competing in the youth category. However, the elder clan leader had gone to the city lord's mansion the previous night and had taken residence there, leaving Su Lingfeng to proceed alone. Upon arriving at the gates of the main city, the guards stopped Su Lingfeng, questioning his identity and declaring that idlers were not permitted entry. Su Lingfeng's first reaction was one of disbelief. How could they not recognize him? Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable, as he had always been accompanied by the elder clan leader, and his visits were infrequent. Were it not for the elder clan leader, he would not even qualify to enter the main city, given his mere 3rd level of body refinement. As Su Lingfeng prepared to speak, a voice called out from behind. "Oh, who do we have here?" "It's the young hero, Master Chun, who has graced the life and death stage. I never imagined a washed-up fish could turn the tide. It seems even the useless can stumble upon good fortune. Truly, my eyes have been opened." Turning to inspect the source of the voice, Su Lingfeng saw 3 young men and 2 young women, all direct descendants of the Su family. The speaker was Su Bo, the son of the clan leader's cousin, Su Qishan. Years ago, Su Qishan had been expelled from the main city for drunkenly harassing respectable women and had spent 3 years stationed in the Beast Forest before returning to the clan. Consequently, Su Qishan's family bore resentment towards the elder clan leader, and Su Bo often sought to provoke Su Lingfeng, whom the elder clan leader had raised. Seeing Su Lingfeng silent, Su Bo continued to mock him. "What else with that look? Do you want to fight me, or do you wish to go to the life and death stage?" Su Lingfeng coldly retorted, "With your mere 12 years and 6th level of body refinement? That still makes you stronger than this useless one." Su Bo snapped, extending his hand to grasp Su Lingfeng's neck. However, with a swift motion, Su Qing seized Su Bo's wrist. Su Qing was the daughter of Elder Su Tai, and today she had come with her sister, Su Fenger, to attend the clan competition ceremony. They had encountered Su Mingyang, Su Bo, and Su Qinglin on their way and had joined them in entering the city. "Su Bo, is it appropriate to act out in front of the main city's gates?" Su Qing gently admonished. Su Lingfeng was taken aback by her speed. Before he could react, the situation had already been resolved. A fragrant breeze wafted through, and he realized he had little interaction with Su Qing, whereas he shared a close bond with Su Fenger. Su Qing, with her graceful figure, melodious voice, and radiant smile, was beloved by many, earning her the title of one of the 3 most beautiful women in Gushi City. With his wrist seized by a beautiful girl, Su Bo immediately lost his temper, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Sister, you're right, I was in the wrong." Thus, the group made their way toward the martial arts arena of the main city. Su Fenger turned to glance back at Su Lingfeng, hesitating to speak, while he waved his hand in response. Su Bo also looked back, making a dismissive gesture, and arrogantly walked away. Su Lingfeng scoffed at their retreating figures before finally setting off himself, this time unimpeded by the guards. Upon arriving at the martial arts arena, the clan competition ceremony had just begun. He quietly positioned himself at the back of the Junior Division S lineup. The senior elder stood at the front, announcing, "For this clan competition, there are a total of 149 participants in the Junior Division, 138 in the Intermediate Division, and 176 in the Advanced Division. Each division will select 15 individuals, with 12 participating in the clan competition and 3 as alternates. Now, let me explain the selection rules. We have prepared 45 platforms for you. Those who can remain standing until the end will be the ones selected this time. After finding your designated platforms, Each participant will have the opportunity to challenge on their respective stage. Each defender must fight 3 consecutive matches before they may choose to rest for a short incense time or continue accepting challenges. The defending period lasts for 3 days. I now declare the selection process to begin. As soon as the words were uttered, 90 individuals had already taken their places on the platforms, specifically 89, as one had already been defeated and was now on the ground. Unfazed, Su Lingfeng pondered briefly before turning to leave. Su Lingfeng, why are you leaving? Su Feng'er rushed over, panting as she inquired. Feng'er, why aren't you defending a platform? Su Lingfeng countered. Defend? I haven't even had my turn on the platform. With Feng'er's talent, stepping onto the platform would be as easy as plucking a flower. Who would dare to challenge her? Su Feng'er pouted. Am I really that fierce? They all look like they're ready to eat me alive. I'm a bit scared. Observing her bashful demeanor, one might easily believe her innocence. She was pure-hearted and possessed exceptional cultivation talent. Though only 8 years old, she had already broken through to the 6th level of body refinement and was on the verge of reaching the 7th. Su Lingfeng chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly, Su Feng'er stomped her foot in complaint. Brother Feng, you're bullying me. I've asked you for so long, yet you won't say why you're leaving. Didn't the senior elder just mention it? Su Feng'er looked puzzled. What did she say? The defending period lasts for 3 days. So what? Su Feng'er continued to be perplexed. Su Lingfeng turned and walked forward, saying, going up now means defending for 3 days. This is merely the beginning. I have urgent matters to attend to and will return to compete later. Would you like to accompany me, Feng'er? Only then did Su Feng'er comprehend the gravity of the situation, yet she could not leave as her sister, Su Qing, insisted she stay to watch every match. She dared not disobey. Isn't that young Master Feng? He was eliminated in less than a short instance time. The guards whispered among themselves as Su Lingfeng exited the city lord's mansion. Shu, keep your voice down. Be careful he hears you. He must be in a foul mood after being eliminated. Don't provoke him. Another guard cautioned. Su Lingfeng vaguely heard the guards discussing him, but he paid them no mind. He was intent on discussing a partnership at the apothecary hall. Upon arriving at the apothecary hall, the staff hurried to greet him, noting the absence of customers who had all gone to watch the clan competition. Young Master Feng, please step inside. Did you not sign up for the clan selection? The staff inquired with enthusiasm. Su Lingfeng glanced around the shop, casually responding, I did, but I just stepped out. The staff thought to himself that being eliminated so quickly was quite unexpected. He had heard about the life and death stage incident, which was rumored to be extraordinary. Yet it seemed there was more to it than met the eye. After a moment of silence, the staff, understanding the situation, asked, What brings you to our apothecary hall today? Call your manager. I wish to discuss a collaboration with the apothecary hall. Su Lingfeng stated earnestly. Oh, who is this young man looking for me? Tang Yanran glided down the stairs, her movements graceful. Su Lingfeng looked up to see Tang Yanran dressed in loose, deep crimson attire, descending languidly, captivating him momentarily. Tang, sister, I wish to discuss a collaboration with you. Might you be interested? Tang Yanran gestured for Su Lingfeng to take a seat in the meeting room and remarked, I heard you attended the clan competition ceremony. Surely, you weren't eliminated so soon? No, there is still time for the clan selection competition. I can arrive a couple of days later, replied Su Lingfeng. Tang Yanran raised an eyebrow and remarked, Little brother, such composure is not something expected at your age. It seems you have indeed experienced quite a lot in recent years. I regret not paying attention to you sooner. The youthful exuberance and love for excitement typically associated with one's age seemed absent. Who would leave the clan ceremony before even participating in the selection? Yet, in his speech, there was an air of calm maturity. Let us discuss matters of collaboration. Shall we? Su Lingfeng suggested awkwardly, producing several small vials from his pocket. What are these? Some purified herbs? Tang Yanran inquired. Sister Tang, you have a keen eye? Could you prepare a private chamber for me? I would like you to see the effects first, Su Lingfeng replied, shaking the vials in his hand. Tang Yanran, unfazed, responded, Well, I have nothing to do. Let us see what tricks you can conjure. Take him to my alchemy room, and then bring him to the backyard, she commanded. Yes, Manager Tang, the assistant replied, astonished. But isn't the alchemy room meant for guests? Did I hear correctly that it belongs to the manager? Upon entering Tang Yanran's alchemy room, Su Lingfeng was taken aback by its splendor, far surpassing that of the old clan leaders. It was adorned with vibrant decorations, exuding an aura that suggested it was not to be trifled with. The alchemical furnace, cauldron, and workbench were impeccably clean, and Su Lingfeng felt out of place. Taking a deep breath, he decided to venture forth. He grabbed a small cauldron and scrutinized it closely, examining its patterns, listening to its sounds, and inhaling its scent. After trying 3, he finally found one that suited him. Ironically, the one he chose was the least impressive of the 3. Yet it resembled the cauldron he had previously used. During his last encounter with the old clan leader, he had surreptitiously retained some of the purified primary herbs from the spirit and martial liquid concoction. For days, he had been pondering how to independently create both the spirit liquid and martial liquid. Keeping the secret of the spirit and martial liquid was paramount. And without the spirit and martial shura, he was uncertain of its effects on others' cultivation. Thus, he aimed to experiment with separate concoctions first. Su Lingfeng meticulously divided the auxiliary herbs according to their properties into 2 categories, placing them sequentially into 2 small cauldrons. The timing, sequence, and heat mirrored the previous concoction method, the only difference being that this time the herbs were divided between 2 cauldrons, with their combined quantity equaling that of the previous single cauldron. To his astonishment, the martial liquid was successfully concocted almost instantaneously, whereas the spirit liquid lost all potency. Despite the failure of the spirit liquid, Su Lingfeng was elated. He had personally refined his first potion. He then fetched 2 wooden barrels and added hot water. Eager to ascertain the potency of the martial liquid, he poured the high-grade liquid from the Yao Ren Tang into one barrel and the freshly concocted martial liquid into another. Upon comparison, he discovered that the martial liquid's effects surpassed those of the former by 10-fold. However, the significant drawback of the martial liquid was its inability to be stored. Its potency dissipated after 2 hours. Thus, he had come to the Yao Ren Tang to concoct the liquid on the spot, ensuring its effectiveness. The process of refining the martial liquid took merely an hour, and Su Lingfeng felt a swell of pride upon seeing the finished product. Unbeknownst to him, in another room, Tang Yanran observed his every move, finding amusement in his crude methods, having long since cast aside thoughts of their collaboration. The assistant led Su Lingfeng to the backyard, only to find that Manager Tang was absent and instructed him to wait. An hour passed without her arrival, and Su Lingfeng grew anxious. The martial liquid's efficacy was limited to 2 hours, and if she did not return soon, he would not only miss the collaboration but also become a subject of ridicule. "Hey, when will Sister Tang arrive? I have matters to attend to, and if she doesn't come soon, I may have to leave," he called out. "Little handsome, I apologize. I was caught up with something and lost track of time," Tang Yanran said as she entered the backyard. In truth, after leaving the alchemy room, she had taken a nap, only recalling their collaboration upon waking. Initially, she thought she was dreaming, but upon arriving in the backyard, she realized it was indeed reality. "I apologize for interrupting your busy schedule, Manager Tang. If you are occupied, I shall return another day," Su Lingfeng said, visibly displeased. "Sister is done with her matters." Tang Yanran replied with a smile. "Little brother, you are quite the character. It seems you are not ready to accept my apology." Noticing Su Lingfeng's mood lift, she instructed the assistant to retrieve her 7-colored medicinal stone. "What is the 7-colored medicinal stone? Isn't it just a piece of black rock?" Su Lingfeng asked curiously. "Such advanced items are not commonly found here. It is understandable that you do not recognize it. The 7 colors refer to red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The 7-colored medicinal stone is used to test the potency of medicinal liquids. A red hue indicates the lowest potency, while a purple hue signifies the highest. The potency rating does not solely reflect the actual effectiveness, but may also indicate the potential of the liquid. How do you feel, little brother? Aren't you glad you didn't leave early and witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon?" Tang Yanran remarked with interest. At that moment, the assistant had already dripped 2 drops of Su Lingfeng's concocted liquid onto the 7-colored medicinal stone, causing its color to shift. Tang Yanran gazed dreamily at the stone. Reminiscing about the boy who had gifted her the stone, it was indeed a delightful and romantic encounter. "What? Green? How is that possible?" she exclaimed in surprise. Slowly rising to her feet, she struggled to recall the entire process of Su Lingfeng's concoction, but could not fathom how, with such low-grade herbs, the liquid could yield a green hue. As a professional alchemist, she had only ever produced green liquids at her best. Yet, this self-taught young man had managed to concoct something of such high caliber. "It's changing. It's turning blue-green," Su Lingfeng exclaimed, pointing at the stone in excitement. Tang Yanran turned to the 7-colored medicinal stone, realizing the implications of this unprecedented occurrence. This bottle of liquid had the potential to turn the stone blue, which was utterly astonishing. Overjoyed, she scooped up Su Lingfeng and spun around joyfully. The assistant stood by, dumbfounded, filled with envy and longing, wishing he were the one being embraced rather than this unrefined youth. I can't breathe. Su Lingfeng gasped, but his words were lost in the excitement. Realizing her exuberance, Tang Yinran suddenly released him, flustered as she covered her face and dashed back inside. "I'll kill you," yelled a boy who suddenly appeared, charging at Su Lingfeng. Thrown off balance, Su Lingfeng barely registered the pain in his backside before sensing a surge of murderous intent, realizing that this person was formidable. "Do not touch him," Tang Yinran commanded, halting in her tracks before retreating into the house. The boy obediently stood at a distance, fixated on Su Lingfeng, saying nothing. "Please inform Sister Tang that I am leaving. We can discuss our collaboration another day," Su Lingfeng told the assistant. Su Lingfeng departed, and the attendant went to the front hall. Tang Yinran summoned the youth, instructing him to send someone to investigate everything that had transpired since Su Lingfeng was injured. "I must be informed of all matters, particularly regarding the recent medicinal liquid. This could potentially be our opportunity to leave this place. Furthermore, send someone to follow him, keeping a safe distance to avoid detection." "Yes, I shall obey Sister Tang's orders." The youth bowed and departed. After leaving the Yaoren Tang, Su Lingfeng hurried to the nearest Chen residence. The efficacy of the medicinal liquid would not last long. He needed to ensure Chen Hao used it before its potency dissipated. Chen Hao, hurry, come out!" Su Lingfeng shouted while running, and the guards at the Chen household recognized him and did not hinder his entry. "Su Lingfeng, did you not go to participate in the clan selection competition? What brings you to my home now?" Chen Hao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the breathless Su Lingfeng. "Let us not discuss that now. Quickly prepare for a medicinal bath." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's spirits soared. He had been preoccupied with this matter for days, and Su Lingfeng's arrival was an exhilarating surprise. Once everything was prepared, only Su Lingfeng and Chen Hao remained in the room. Su Lingfeng produced a container shaped like a night pot and prepared to pour the medicinal liquid into a wooden tub filled with hot water. Chen Hao quickly interjected, "Wait. Su Lingfeng, what is in that? You aren't trying to deceive me, are you?" Without pausing, Su Lingfeng poured the liquid into the tub, exclaiming, "How could I deceive you? Quickly get in. You have half an hour before the potency fades." Without further hesitation, Chen Hao disrobed and jumped into the wooden tub, allowing the pure energy to envelop him and be absorbed. In less than half an hour, the medicinal properties had been fully absorbed, elevating Chen Hao to the pinnacle of the 6th level of body refinement, just a step away from the 7th. Had he cultivated on his own, it would have taken him at least 3 months to reach that level. In fact, compared to the spirit martial liquid used by Su Lingfeng, this concoction was diluted by more than 3 times and contained half the variety of herbs, yet it still yielded such remarkable results. Were outsiders to discover this, they would undoubtedly vie fiercely for the spirit martial liquid. "Young master, I have returned," announced a burly middle-aged man with a fist salute. "What news? Is he still on the arena? Has he been eliminated?" the young master inquired. "He never even took the stage. He went straight to the Yaoren Tang." The man replied. "To the Yaoren Tang? What did he do there?" the young master pressed. The middle-aged man responded earnestly, "There are experts at the Yaoren Tang. I dared not approach too closely, so I cannot ascertain what he did inside." The young master was aware of the presence of experts in the Yaoren Tang. His additional questioning was merely a moment of urgency. And what happened next? Afterward, he went to the Chun residence to find Chen Hao. It seems Su Lingfeng brought back a medicinal liquid to give Chen Hao a medicinal bath. But the young master interrupted. "What is it?" The Yaoren Tang sent someone to follow Su Lingfeng, but their intentions remain unclear. The middle-aged man continued. "If we encounter the follower, should I eliminate him?" The Yaoren Tang is not to be trifled with. We must exercise caution and monitor them discreetly without provoking them, the young master instructed. The middle-aged man sighed in resignation. "How dull. If we encounter him again, I shall spare his life. However, this time, I have already killed him." "You," the young master exclaimed angrily. "Very well, let us hope the Yaoren Tang attributes this blame to the Su family." The middle-aged man nodded, suggesting, "Young master, should I not seize an opportunity to dispose of him directly?" Su Tuo, that fool, managed to get himself killed by confronting a mere 4th-level body refiner. Young master Ma Tianhao scoffed. "Su Lingfeng, you dare to slay my good brother? You will pay for this with blood. I implore brother Su to continue monitoring him." ascertain which arena he participates in, and uncover his tactics. I will not let him escape unscathed. Upon hearing that they were to continue tracking Su Lingfeng, the man named Su expressed his displeasure. I could crush him with a single finger. Why complicate matters? If the young master wishes to take action personally, we nine did not come along for such cowardice. I understand your sentiments, Brother Su, replied the young master. However, this is a critical period. We cannot afford any missteps. Last time with Su Tuo, that man gave me a severe reprimand. At the mention of that man, both Ma Tianhao and the man named Su glared with cold fury, wishing to eliminate him at once. Unaware of being trailed, Su Lingfeng discussed the subsequent preparation of medicinal liquid for 3 individuals with Chun Hao before taking his leave. The following day, Su Lingfeng returned to the Yao Ren Tang, recalling the events of the previous day, causing a flush of embarrassment to rise on his face. He worried whether he would be expelled upon entering again. Upon entering the Yao Ren Tang, the attendant glanced at him but did not engage him in conversation. As Su Lingfeng approached, the attendant, without looking at him, announced, Manager Tang said you should go to the back courtyard. Understood. Just as Su Lingfeng pushed open the door to the back courtyard, a sharp reprimand rang out. Su Lingfeng had yet to react when he was forcefully pushed to the ground, half of his face pressed against the earth, his mouth contorted. Sister Tang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have allowed you to embrace me. Su Lingfeng pleaded for mercy. Shut up. Do not mention this matter again. Tell me. The person I sent to protect you yesterday, did you kill him? Tang Yinran demanded angrily. This was the first time Su Lingfeng had witnessed Tang Yinran's fury. In his memory, she was a remarkably confident and commanding individual. What protector? I was unaware of his existence. How could I have killed him? Su Lingfeng protested his innocence. Then was it your Su family shadow guards who did it? Su Lingfeng hesitated, recalling the old patriarch's words about the Su family dispatching shadow guards for his protection, though he had not noticed any such presence in recent days. I cannot provide an answer today. I can only assert that this matter has nothing to do with me. Su Lingfeng replied. After a moment of silence, Tang Yinran sighed and said, Xiao Ding, let him go. I believe he is unaware of the situation. However, Ding Xiaojun, the reluctant youth who had tried to kill him last time, released Su Lingfeng. Tang Yinran seemed to regain her usual composure and inquired, Now, how do you propose we cooperate? Su Lingfeng dusted himself off and replied, Sister Tang has witnessed the efficacy of the medicinal liquid, known as martial liquid. I must inform you that it is only effective within 2 hours after refinement. Are you still willing to continue our discussion? Martial liquid, what a splendid name, quite imposing. As for its efficacy, I can extend it to 2 days. Please continue, Tang Yinran urged. Su Lingfeng was astonished. 2 days. No wonder you are the proprietor of Yaran Hall. I will be straightforward. I will only be responsible for refining this medicinal liquid, with a minimum of 20 portions per month, and I seek a 70-30 profit share. All other matters will be managed by you, Sister Tang. What do you think? Pure profit? Indeed, pure profit. And let me clarify, I am collaborating with you, not Yaran Hall, Su Lingfeng asserted confidently. Typically, market practices dictate a profit split of 80-20. And in cases of scarce medicinal liquids, 90-10 splits are not uncommon. Yet here was Su Lingfeng proposing a 70-30 division. And he was actively suggesting a partnership with Tang Yinran rather than Yaran Hall, a significantly advantageous condition for her. Very well, I agree. What is the timeline? Tang Yinran responded readily. While we are both in Gushi City, Su Lingfeng answered without hesitation. Seems like you have grand ambitions, little brother. I am growing fonder of you. Come, let me embrace you once more, Tang Yinran laughed. Su Lingfeng quickly clasped his fists in farewell. Another embrace might lead to his downfall. Not to mention the possibility of others being present in the courtyard, he held no guarantee of victory against Ding Xiaojun. The so-called protection should be akin to shadowing. Yet to swiftly enhance his strength, he had to take the risk. Before departing, Su Lingfeng instructed his aides regarding the necessary herbs, and then headed straight for the training grounds. With the cooperation settled, he felt as though he could soar with every step. Upon reaching the training grounds, the competitions were already intense, with the weaker participants eliminated. Half an hour later, Su Lingfeng assessed the situation across the various arenas. The junior arena had 6 platforms with frequent changes in champions, the intermediate arena had 8, and the advanced arena had 3. He turned his gaze to one of the platforms in the junior arena, recognizing none other than Su Bo, who had caused trouble in front of the main city gate. He was now a permanent champion. Su Lingfeng snorted disdainfully and muttered, Since you are so arrogant, let us see how much you truly weigh. Hey, brother, do you see that? Is he going to challenge Su Bo? A bruised youth asked a boy with a fractured leg beside him. Both had been defeated by Su Bo, finding camaraderie in their shared plight. After conversing, they reached a consensus. Su Bo was proud and reckless, with vicious and insidious strikes. He was not to be provoked, and it was best to steer clear. I know him. His name is Su Lingfeng. During the life-and-death duel on the platform, I happened to be nearby. His speed was remarkable, evading Ma Bai's lethal strike and ultimately defeating him. As they spoke, Su Lingfeng ascended the platform, drawing astonished glances from the crowd while Su Bo displayed a sinister smirk. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward and declared, I am the referee for this match. Those who voluntarily concede or raise their hands and surrender, or are deemed incapable of resisting by my judgment, will be considered defeated. Are both contestants ready? Yes. All right. On my command, begin. The moment the referee shouted begin, the two charged forward, colliding face-to-face and kicking up a cloud of dust before quickly disengaging. Battle mode, heavens! Both their forearms and feet have entered battle mode, someone exclaimed. Yet it seems Su Lingfeng is slightly weaker in strength. I have heard he excels in speed. I wonder if this will still be his advantage against Su Bo. The so-called battle mode involves harnessing the spiritual energy of the atmosphere, enveloping the body, solidifying it, which not only provides formidable defense, but also utilizes the energy contained within to attack the opponent, enhancing offensive capability. In the mid-stages of body refinement, namely the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels, one can only partially activate battle mode rather than envelop the entire body. Even so, activating it on crucial limbs can significantly enhance both defensive and combat abilities. The state of battle mode cannot be sustained indefinitely. Maintaining it requires continuous physical exertion. The fact that both had activated it from the outset indicated their desire for a swift and decisive victory. With only the strength of the 5th level of body refinement. You dare to challenge me? You truly seek death. Su Bo scoffed, Earth Demon Palm. Challenge. Today, I shall turn you into a chopping board. Su Lingfeng retorted with determination. The two engaged in a series of fierce confrontations, each clash sending shockwaves and dust spiraling outward, drawing the attention of many spectators. The old patriarch, initially focused on the advanced arena, shifted his gaze as he recognized the young man. At last, he has appeared. This method of combat does not seem to be his forte, the patriarch mused, stroking his beard with a smile. Uncle, Fenger has made further progress. He has broken through to the 5th level of body refinement in such a short time. Surely, he has developed a new medicinal liquid. You must share it with us. The patriarch remarked. The medicinal liquid is secondary. Primarily, Fenger possesses exceptional talent, coupled with 4 years of relentless effort, leading to this rapid advancement. The old patriarch deflected, pondering how best to explain Su Lingfeng's transformation. Patriarch Su Kunshin felt a surge of joy. If the old patriarch had indeed developed a new medicinal liquid, the younger generation of the Su family would be immensely fortunate. He hoped they would grow swiftly. Time was of the essence. Having finally adapted to the power of the 5th level of body refinement, Su Lingfeng was filled with delight. After his breakthrough, he had struggled to fully acclimate to battle mode. It was evident that a formidable opponent was crucial for mastering this newfound strength. What does it matter if you hold back? You are already on the verge of collapse while I have yet to unleash my full power. If you seek to perish so quickly, I shall oblige. Su Bo thundered in fury, initially believing he could easily defeat his opponent. Su Bo's frustration grew as Su Lingfeng endured longer than expected. Hearing Su Lingfeng treat him as a mere sparring partner only fueled his rage further. As this realization dawned, a fierce glint crossed Su Bo's eyes. You refuse to heed my warnings. I will grant you a taste of despair, he shouted, unleashing his unrivaled legs. How swift! The audience erupted in astonishment, unable to believe that Su Bo had honed the dual leg technique to such an extent, rendering him nearly invulnerable among mid-stage body refinement practitioners. Su Lingfeng recalled the records he had encountered in the library regarding the dual leg technique. It was a perfectly balanced combat skill, devoid of weaknesses, yet it could also be described as lacking in strengths. Impressive speed. It is evident that you have exerted great effort. However, you have chosen the wrong direction. As Su Lingfeng spoke, he vanished from sight, a fleeting shadow that whirled past and reappeared at Su Bo's side. He raised his right palm, slashing downward, commanding, "Get down." The crowd gasped in shock, utterly astounded. One moment, they were praising Su Bo's formidable combat skills, and the next, they were confronted with a stark reality. It was astonishingly simple, swift, precise, and ruthless. The other techniques of the dual leg remained unutilized. While the dual leg technique lacked distinct advantages, it could only be considered a combat skill of mediocrity. In an instant, the audience was abuzz with conversation. A youth who had not employed a single technique had defeated Su Bo, a peak mid-stage body refinement practitioner. This young man was none other than Su Lingfeng, once an inconspicuous waste. "You there, what is your name?" the referee inquired as he approached the center of the arena. "Su Lingfeng," came the reply. "In this match, Su Lingfeng emerges victorious. Next challenger," the referee announced. No sooner had he finished speaking than a fifth-stage body refinement youth ascended the stage, immediately met with jeers from the crowd. Clearly, he was seeking attention, prancing about as if he had already claimed victory. Su Lingfeng felt a tinge of exasperation, unable to tolerate the youth's self-indulgent antics. As the match commenced, he promptly requested the challenger to leave the stage. Subsequently, 3 or 5 more challengers appeared, though it was more accurate to say they came merely to receive a beating. "Su Mingyang, what brings him here? Isn't he at arena number 3? The referee exclaimed in surprise, only to realize the situation upon seeing Su Bo at arena 3. As Su Mingyang stepped onto the stage, he stated coolly, "I have no interest in your grievances or rivalries. I am here solely to return a favor to Su Bo. You would be better off visiting his arena. It surely holds greater opportunities for you." Su Lingfeng smirked, speechless. How could one articulate such words so eloquently? Was this a subtle provocation wrapped in gentility? Su Lingfeng remained silent, contemplating Su Mingyang's words, which appeared to carry deeper meaning beyond mere provocation. Su Mingyang continued, stating that if Su Lingfeng agreed to his terms, he could gift his brother Foam a zixing grass. Of course, he added, Su Lingfeng could refuse, in which case the matter would be settled through strength. Su Mingyang, possessing a 6th level of the body refinement realm, was on the verge of entering its later stages, while Su Bo had only recently attained the same level. This revelation confirmed to Su Lingfeng that Su Mingyang's intentions were not to genuinely assist Su Bo, but merely to repay a favor. Moreover, the zixing grass was a second-tier top-grade herb, crucial for his current needs, valued at a staggering 150,000 beast coins in the medicinal hall. Collaborating with the medicinal hall was a means to earn coins, providing his companions with free potions while accumulating wealth to purchase high-grade herbs for crafting spirit liquid. In the realm of cultivation, coins were of utmost importance. The adage that one cannot progress without money held true here as well. With a faint smile, Su Lingfeng declared, "Since you cherish this arena so much, I shall concede. I admit defeat." "What? You surrender before the match even begins?" "Referee, this is clearly against the rules," Su Bo exclaimed indignantly. The audience below also expressed discontent. While the champion could concede, the opponent was none other than Su Mingyang, leaving them hesitant to voice their complaints. As Su Lingfeng exited the stage, he walked straight towards Su Bo's arena, whose complexion turned pale as he inquired, "Su Lingfeng, what do you intend to do? Are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Su Mingyang's arena, more suited for Su Lingfeng, perhaps was indeed the one occupied by Su Bo. With a cold smirk, Su Lingfeng retorted, "Deliberately seeking trouble? Do you truly have the right to say such a thing? Did you genuinely defeat Su Mingyang through your own strength? Isn't it said that a superior force overcomes a lesser one? How rare it is to see such ignorance." Su Bo's voice trembled with insecurity, fearing that Su Mingyang, not far away, might overhear, with uncertain consequences looming. He had merely pretended to spar with Su Mingyang on the stage, who had surrendered after a few exchanges. Everyone understood the pretense, yet such facades were sometimes necessary. "I was intimidated by Su Mingyang's aura and dared not engage him. Do not be so surprised," Su Lingfeng countered. At that moment, Su Lingfeng ascended the stage, standing before Su Bo. The latter, devoid of his earlier arrogance and pride, fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Su Lingfeng. When the referee announced the start of the match, Su Bo unleashed his most formidable technique, Wushuang legs. But this time, he intentionally slowed his approach, wary of unexpected developments. Su Lingfeng discerned Su Bo's intentions and mused. The elder clan leader had warned of spies from other clans lurking here. It is unwise to reveal too much strength. Since you are concerned about my speed, I shall instill fear in you through it. Entering a state of battle, Su Lingfeng vanished from sight, leaving behind fleeting afterimages around Su Bo, who was now in a complete defensive stance. While he could see Su Lingfeng's attacks, he could not match the speed that far surpassed his wushuang legs. Although he possessed formidable techniques, he could not land a hit, akin to a mighty hammer swinging through the air without a target. Furthermore, he had to remain vigilant against potential counterattacks following the execution of his techniques, placing Su Bo in a precarious position. Go down. Feel the force. Utilizing the same technique and angle, the sensation this time was markedly different. Previously, Su Bo had merely felt dizzy and disoriented, managing to stand. However, this time, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Thus, Su Lingfeng became the champion of the third arena. While Su Bo was carried off the stage, the audience was left in stunned silence. The previous match could be attributed to Su Bo's overconfidence, but this time, despite taking full precautions, he had still been vanquished by the same method. For a moment, no one dared to challenge Su Lingfeng again. 2 hours passed before a challenger finally stepped forward, confident in his speed, yet soon discovered the futility of his endeavor, retreating in defeat. Another individual approached, saying, "Brother, I watched your performance in awe. I recognize your prowess. I am not here to challenge you, but to inform you that Su Bo has awakened. Look over there." Following the direction of his gaze, Su Lingfeng indeed saw Su Bo returning. "You approached merely to deliver this news?" Su Lingfeng regarded the youth before him, sensing an unsettling demeanor. The awkward youth hastily denied, "That is not the case. I know of a splendid location that I believe would pique your interest. I merely wish to introduce myself and become acquainted so that I may personally guide you there in the future. If you still wish to confront Su Bo, I am willing to guard you." Su Lingfeng found himself at a loss for words, marveling at the vibrant world outside where all manner of individuals existed. Yet, this awkward youth had inadvertently reminded him of something, prompting a wicked smile to grace his lips. "I concede," Su Lingfeng announced to the referee. As Su Lingfeng descended the stage, Su Bo had just secured victory on the 12th arena. However, the anticipated applause and cheers were conspicuously absent. Sensing the odd atmosphere around him, he instinctively glanced down at the audience. At that moment, he noticed the crowd parting, revealing Su Lingfeng approaching, drawing closer. Stumbling, Su Bo nearly fell as he pleaded, "Referee, Su Lingfeng is violating the rules. Is no one going to address his actions? You are merely utilizing the rules to your advantage, are you not?" The referee replied, unimpressed. It was Su Bo who, unwilling to accept defeat, had instigated the situation, trading favors for arena privileges, only to find his cleverness backfire, leading to his own downfall. My liver aches, my lungs hurt, and my stomach is in agony." Upon hearing the referee's words, Su Bo felt as though his world was collapsing. Yet, he had to confront this harbinger of misfortune. The pitiful Su Bo watched as Su Lingfeng ascended the stage, feeling an icy chill race down his spine. Su Lingfeng, "No, Brother Feng, I was wrong. It was my fault. I should not have bullied you. I beg you, spare me this time. I will not fight anymore. Can I just go home?" Su Bo pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. Observing Su Bo's pitiful state, Su Lingfeng felt a twinge of compassion, questioning whether he had perhaps gone too far this time. Yet, recalling Su Bo's previous arrogance and the merciless bullying he had endured, he felt an overwhelming desire to retaliate once more. Ultimately, he restrained himself, stating, "You may leave. As long as you do not provoke me, we shall part ways, and I will not trouble you. Thank you, Brother Feng. I will not provoke you again." Su Bo expressed his gratitude hastily. The following day's competitions concluded, and the participants for each arena were almost finalized. With so few contenders remaining, the third day's matches were wrapped up early. 45 individuals stood before the training grounds, and Su Lingfeng surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of Su Mingyang, Su Bo, and Su Feng'er, with Su Qing also holding a position in the intermediate arena. At that moment, clan leader Su Kunshin stepped forward, announcing, "Congratulations. You are about to represent the Su family in the clan competition. I hope you all dedicate yourselves to training during this time. The family will offer full support, having reserved the finest potions from the medicinal hall." His lengthy speech lulled Su Lingfeng into drowsiness, the essence conveying that those in the junior and intermediate arenas could claim a potion, while those in the advanced arena would receive a cultivation pill, encouraging them to train diligently, with richer rewards awaiting in the clan competition. With the selection for the clan competition finally concluded, Su Lingfeng visited the medicinal hall to collect the herbs for crafting potions, exclaiming in astonishment, So many? The attendant approached, stating, Manager Tang mentioned that 30 portions of martial liquid are needed over the next 2 days. This month's task is thus completed. Have you sold the martial liquid to the Su family? Su Lingfeng suddenly recalled what the clan leader had mentioned about preparing the medicinal liquid for everyone. The attendant did not respond, but judging by his demeanor, it was indeed the case. Upon returning home, the old clan leader had already arrived, wearing a troubled expression. He said to Su Lingfeng, My dear Fenger, I advise you against participating in the clan competition. I sense a conspiracy brewing. Su Lingfeng comforted his grandfather, saying, It's all right. With you and the clan leader here, who would dare to infringe upon the Su family? Besides, I have grown up and can take care of myself. The old clan leader smiled and remarked, You performed admirably on the arena today, but as for Su Qishan's son, Su Bo, if he doesn't provoke you, we can consider this matter settled. Su Lingfeng nodded and asked, Grandfather, what is the name of the medicinal liquid that the clan leader mentioned ordering from the medicine hall? The old clan leader replied, I was just about to tell you. The liquid is called martial liquid. It wouldn't be of your making, would it? Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng burst into laughter and said, Grandfather, I just concocted it a couple of days ago based on the spirit martial liquid. He detailed the martial liquid's creation. And the old clan leader chuckled, So the martial liquid has found its way into our hands. That girl from the medicine hall is quite shrewd. But this is for the best. The Su family isn't an impenetrable fortress. Acquiring it through the medicine hall is far safer than supplying it directly to the Su family. Finally, the grandfather and grandson divided their tasks, with the old clan leader overseeing the production of the martial liquid while Su Lingfeng focused on his cultivation. The next day, Su Fenger approached Su Lingfeng, asking, Brother Feng, my sister's team is going to hunt in the Beast Marsh Forest tomorrow. Would you like to join us? The Beast Marsh Forest? Hunting? Is that feasible? Su Lingfeng was eager to go, as it was a place he had longed to see, but he doubted his abilities. Don't worry, I will protect you. Besides, we will only hunt on the outskirts, gathering some cultivation resources before returning. Su Fenger sought to persuade Su Lingfeng, having exerted considerable effort to convince her sister, Su Qing, to let them join. The Beast Marsh Forest had been a place of dreams for Su Lingfeng, and the opportunity to finally experience its allure was tempting. Yet, he was conflicted, torn between the desire to go and the fear of inadequacy. Observing his hesitance, Su Fenger furrowed her delicate brows and playfully asked, Does Brother Feng not want to accompany me? It's not that, Fenger, I just... Su Lingfeng quickly replied, Just what? Su Lingfeng patted her head and smiled. Nothing. Then it's settled. We shall go to the Beast Marsh Forest together tomorrow. After agreeing on the time and place, Su Fenger excitedly returned home. At that moment, Su Lingfeng noticed a lavish carriage halting before him. An attendant descended from the mahogany chariot, lifting the satin curtain and respectfully announcing, My lord, please. The owner of the carriage then stepped out. White jade gilded battle boots. White jade mink coat. Who is this person? The entourage was adorned in the finest luxuries of Gushi City. Su Mingyang. Su Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise. Su Mingyang greeted, Little Lingfeng. We meet again. What brings you here? Just passing through or... Su Lingfeng inquired cautiously. I have come to fulfill a promise. And I trust you won't mind my presence, will you? Su Mingyang smiled. Of course not. Thank you, Brother Mingyang. Su Lingfeng couldn't shake the feeling that he was here to flaunt his wealth, but it was unexpected for him to come in person. Viewing the 3-foot-long jade box brought a smile to Su Lingfeng's face, astonished by Su Mingyang's generosity. Suddenly, he realized he had never heard of such a person before. Although he seldom interacted with the Su family members, he had heard of many of their deeds. However, Su Mingyang's name did not ring a bell. His only recollections were from outside the main city and the clan selection arena. May I inquire who your father is, Brother Mingyang? Su Lingfeng asked. Little Lingfeng, will you not invite me into your home for a visit? Su Mingyang countered. Of course, please come in. Su Lingfeng replied warmly. Su Mingyang waved his hand, signaling his entourage to halt. Su Lingfeng accepted the jade box, cradling it in his arms, and they walked together into the house. Is the old clan leader not home? Su Mingyang inquired. Grandfather is in the apothecary, researching medicinal liquids. He prefers not to be disturbed. I hope you understand. Please make yourself comfortable, Brother Mingyang. Su Mingyang chuckled. No worries, I primarily came to honor my promise. I intended to visit the old clan leader, but it seems fortune is not on my side. Please extend my regards to him. Su Lingfeng assured him, I certainly will. By the way, Brother Mingyang, you still haven't answered my question. Earlier it seemed My background is rather unique. I hail from the royal city, and I arrived here for specific reasons, Su Mingyang replied cautiously. Your revelation puts me at unease, Brother Mingyang. Su Lingfeng said, suddenly aware that he should not have been so forward. The royal city was a place where nobility gathered, far beyond the reach of a small city like Gushi. Su Lingfeng felt a pang of shock. Having never ventured beyond Gushi, he would have had no idea of his reaction had the old clan leader not shared stories from the past. Su Mingyang chuckled, Little Lingfeng, you jest. My visit today and sharing this information stem from my recognition of your talents. I believe one day you will emerge from this city and step into broader horizons. When you reach the royal city, I hope you will come to visit me. Su Lingfeng clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Mingyang, for your kind words. If that day comes, I shall certainly pay you a visit. Su Lingfeng wished to say more, but felt that some matters were better left untouched. Are you curious why I participated in the clan selection competition? Su Mingyang seemed to discern Su Lingfeng's thoughts, smiling gently. Indeed. But I wonder if it is not too much to ask? Su Mingyang stood, saying, There is nothing inconvenient. I merely wish to witness the prowess of Gushi's young talents. However, as you may have seen, Su Bo had aided me earlier, and I am not one to owe favors, nor do I wish to be used as a pawn. Thus, that day, I apologize for any offense. It's nothing. Brother Mingyang need not be so formal. In fact, I owe you thanks for your warning, which helped me resolve that issue, Su Lingfeng replied. Su Mingyang gazed out the window and remarked, Since the old clan leader prefers not to be disturbed, I shall take my leave. Little Lingfeng, remember our agreement. Certainly. Allow me to see you off. After Su Mingyang departed, Su Lingfeng exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself. Dealing with someone from the royal city is truly exhausting. I feel so out of place. I should check on my purple stargrass. Placing the jade box carefully on the table, Su Lingfeng's eyes narrowed with excitement. Such a beautiful box must contain exquisite purple stargrass within. Just as he was about to open it, the old clan leader entered and asked, Fenga, who were you speaking with just now? Did we have a guest? Instantly, Su Lingfeng's greedy demeanor vanished, replaced by that of a dutiful child. The guest just left. He asked me to send his regards to you, grandfather. Do you know Su Mingyang? The old clan leader appeared startled and said, I know a bit. I heard he is from the royal city and holds a significant position. It would be wise not to provoke him. Those from the royal city are never simple. Su Lingfeng pointed at the jade box on the table, saying, It seems I have already entangled myself. This was the promise he made to me during the arena competition. At the time, I did not take it seriously, never expecting he would voluntarily deliver it to me and even mention matters concerning the imperial city. Su Lingfeng recounted the entire sequence of events to the old clan leader. Logically, this should have been a form of alliance. However, the old leader did not express any joy upon hearing this, but rather a hint of unease. Su Mingyang was quite astute for his age, displaying an unexpected level of sophistication in his dealings, possibly influenced by the environment of the imperial city, adept at reading expressions, discerning thoughts, and even catering to others' desires. Regardless, one must tread cautiously when dealing with them. Any misstep could lead to being sold out while assisting in counting the gold coins. Su Lingfeng opened the jade box, and both he and the old leader were astonished. They had never encountered such exquisite purple stargrass before. The purple stargrass derived its name from its purple flowers and star-like fruit. The ordinary variety has green stems and leaves, purple flowers, and yellow fruit. The superior version features purple stems, leaves, and flowers, with yellow fruit. Only the finest purple star grass manifests in the manner before them, entirely purple. Moreover, such a large specimen could likely only be found in the imperial city. According to the old leader's estimation, this particular purple star grass had existed for at least a millennium, possessing immense medicinal value and greatly aiding cultivation. Comparable to a third-tier medicinal herb, Su Lingfeng was eager to use this purple star grass to concoct the spirit martial liquid. Yet he currently lacked another principal medicinal ingredient of equal caliber. He brought the prepared martial liquid to the apothecary hall, only to find that no readily available third-tier herbs with significant spiritual essence were in stock. He could only seek to purchase them at a high price, with no indication of when they might become available. The following day, Su Lingfeng arrived at the designated location, the small grove at the southern gate of Gushi City. Though referred to as a small grove, it actually consisted of several towering ancient trees, each several millennia old, which had witnessed the vicissitudes of Gushi City's history and its cycles of rise and fall. You're late. How did Su Feng? Su Lingfeng, puzzled, replied, "No. I set out early. How could I be late? Where are Sister Su Qing and the others?" Su Feng informed him that they had not yet arrived. "You came after me, so even if you're not late, I must penalize you." Su Lingfeng was left speechless. What kind of logic was this? No, there was no logic at all. Sometimes, the reasoning behind a girl's words cannot be understood through rational thought. The cause is irrelevant. Only the consequence matters. "How will you punish me?" Su Feng glanced sideways, pondering, what would be a fitting punishment? I know. You must prepare the most exquisite wild delicacies for me." Su Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise. "What's with the Are you unwilling?" "Of course not. I am willing. Just wait until we have suitable ingredients. I truly want to enjoy a feast. It's been 3 months since I had authentic wild delicacies. I've been longing for it. My sister has arrived." Su Feng exclaimed excitedly. Su Lingfeng turned to see Su Qing and her entourage. At the forefront was Su Qing, striking and poised in her red battle attire, her graceful figure drawing the attention of many as they passed. Su Qing spoke, "Let me introduce you. This is my sister Su Feng and Su Lingfeng, the champion of the junior arena. These are Su Rou, Duan Dongxiu, and Lu Changqing, champions of the intermediate arena." Duan Dongxiu scoffed disdainfully. "Why would you bring along 2 burdens in the mid-stage of body refining? I want to be responsible for them." Su Qing appeared slightly displeased and was about to respond when Su Rou interjected, "Didn't we agree? If a battle arises, you all focus on fighting while I protect them." Lu Changqing stepped forward, advising, "Brother Su, it's fine. We will hunt on the periphery. With Sister Qing and Brother Su's strength, we will be just fine." Duan Dongxiu snorted in response and fell silent. "Let us go. I will ensure everyone's safety," Su Qing declared. Thus, the 6 of them arrived at the Southern Gate S watchtower, only to find that there were merely 3 individuals at the registration desk, whereas usually at least 1 team would be on duty. They had set out quite early, and there weren't many people in line. Su Rou completed the registration, paying 60,000 beast coins, and quickly returned. At that moment, Lu Changqing had already brought back 4 celestial star unicorns, the most common mount in Gushi City, capable of traveling great distances at remarkable speed. Each of the 4 took a mount, with Su Feng following Su Qing and Su Rou leading Su Lingfeng as they headed south towards the Beast Marsh Forest. Shortly after exiting Gushi City's southern gate, the captain of the Southern Gate Guards returned, calling out loudly, "The clan leader has decreed that effective today, no one below the bone refining stage may leave the city to hunt. Violators will face severe penalties." Xiao Wu, compile a list of the hunting teams from the body refining stage that went out today and have yet to return. "Yes, Captain," Xiao Wu responded. Typically, only those at the late stage of body refining are permitted to lead teams outside for hunting, which costs each person 10,000 beast coins. The hunting proceeds are not monitored by the city guards. Everything is private. Of course, the city guard is also responsible for purchasing some beast inner cores and herbs at relatively high prices, which is why many hunting teams are willing to sell their temporarily unnecessary treasures to the city guards upon their return. A few hunting teams in line protested. "Why aren't we allowed to leave the city? We demand a reasonable explanation." The captain retorted, "I only follow orders. I am not responsible for explanations. However, I can tell you this time, due to the recent rampancy of beast activity, for everyone's safety, we will confirm the situation before allowing anyone to hunt outside the city." However, this change of circumstances was unknown to Su Qing and her companions. Upon exiting the city gates, Su Lingfeng observed the dilapidated fortifications atop the city walls, the long-neglected moat outside, and the miles of withered thicket. At the swift pace of the unicorns, Su Lingfeng could hardly keep his eyes open and had to bury his head to feign sleep. After riding the celestial star unicorns for 2 hours, they finally reached their destination. As soon as Su Lingfeng dismounted, he felt a tumultuous wave in his stomach that he could no longer control, and he began to vomit uncontrollably. Su Feng hurried over to care for him. Su Rou, having just dismounted, felt lightheaded and unsteady. After a brief rest to regain her composure, she shot Lu Changqing a glare before tending to Su Lingfeng. Lu Changqing exchanged a knowing glance with Duan Dongxiu, who promptly understood the situation. It turned out that the unicorn given to Su Rou by Lu Changqing had just turned 3 years old and had been sent to the southern gate of Gushi City after a brief taming period. This was Su Lingfeng's first time riding a celestial star unicorn, and given the youthful exuberance of the creature, the bumpy ride had taken its toll, No wonder Su Ro harbored some resentment towards Lu Changqing. Before them lay the fabled stream said to block the beasts. It appeared unremarkable, with water gently flowing and wisps of mist rising from its surface, obscuring the view of the opposite bank, revealing no unusual sights. Yet, the celestial star unicorns refused to take another step forward. At this moment, Lu Changqing led the 4 unicorns to a nearby relay station, where several individuals were stationed year-round to guard the mounts of passing hunting teams. Su Lingfeng felt much better. He had eaten little that morning, and the ordeal had nearly turned his stomach inside out. "Young Master Su, perhaps I should send someone to escort you back, or you could wait for us here," Lu Changqing suggested, relishing the situation. Having overheard Su Ro's complaints and scrutinized the unicorns, Su Lingfeng realized Lu Changqing was up to mischief. Now, as he shamelessly made light of the situation, Su Lingfeng couldn't muster the energy to confront him. "Don't think I'm unaware of your little antics behind the scenes," Su Ro exclaimed angrily, a straightforward girl who couldn't help but defend Su Lingfeng upon hearing Lu Changqing's words. "Enough bickering. How is my dear brother Lingfeng feeling? If you're unwell, we can rest here until we return," Su Qing exclaimed, her heart softened at the sight of Su Lingfeng. Yet she understood the significance of this hunt. It was not a matter to be taken lightly. Su Feng'er cautiously urged him to rest, but Su Lingfeng resolutely shook his head. Having journeyed this far, with the beast marsh forest within reach, surrender was not an option. Thus, the 6 of them pressed onward. Before them lay a stream, dozens of feet wide, but shallow enough to barely cover their ankles, the ideal spot to cross. As Su Lingfeng stepped into the water, he felt an unseen force grasping at his legs, as if attempting to pull him under. Su Ro and Su Feng'er hurried to support him. Observing this, Duan Dongshu and Lu Changqing exchanged cold smiles. And just as Lu Changqing was about to make a sarcastic remark, Su Lingfeng suddenly let out a scream, clutching his head in anguish. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by a flood of malevolent spirits, their cacophony of curses, cries of pain, and menacing threats assailing his senses. Ghastly visages, bloodied and terrifying, loomed menacingly before him. "Duan Dongshu, pick him up," Su Qing commanded urgently, a frown creasing her brow. Duan Dongshu stared at her in surprise before turning his glare towards Lu Changqing. With no choice, Lu Changqing hoisted Su Lingfeng onto his back, muttering curses under his breath. Though none could hear him, carried by Lu Changqing, the horrifying visions faded from Su Lingfeng's mind, and he began to regain his composure. Su Qing and the others paid little heed, assuming it was merely a residual effect from his earlier fainting spell, a truth even he was unaware of. After a brief passage of time, they crossed the stream and reached the shore, finally able to behold the true nature of the beast marsh forest. The forest was a perilous, primeval wilderness teeming with ferocious beasts, venomous creatures, and predatory birds, countless in number. Within its depths resided formidable demonic beasts, possessing intellect akin to that of humans, far beyond the strength of ordinary wild animals. Countless demonic beasts surged towards Gushi City, an unrelenting tide, overwhelming the defenses without challenge or leadership. Each beast wave left a trail of death and bloodshed. During the most perilous instance, tens of thousands of beasts fell, and thousands of Gushi City's strongest perished, leaving the city walls in ruin, nearly collapsing. Su Lingfeng reflected on the myriad legends surrounding the beast marsh forest, filled with excitement and trepidation. Today he finally stood at its threshold, the ancient and enigmatic aura invigorating him. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the forest. As they ventured deeper into the beast marsh forest, its wonders unfolded. Trees grew densely, a thick layer of fallen leaves carpeting the ground, towering trees obscuring the sun, and ancient vines coiling like dragons around massive trunks, while distant roars of beasts echoed through the woods. This was merely the periphery of the forest, primarily inhabited by wild animals, with the most formidable being mere first-tier demonic beasts. Feng'er leads Su Lingfeng in familiarizing himself with combat against wild beasts. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall intervene, Su Qing instructed. Su Feng'er, feeling timid, responded, "Brother Feng, although I've fought them before, they are so fierce. I'm a bit frightened. Can you protect me?" Su Lingfeng observed her pitiful yet unafraid demeanor, surmising that she would likely manage the wild beasts on her own. "Very well. I shall scout ahead for you. Just remain vigilant," he assured, positioning himself protectively before her as they advanced cautiously. Duan Dongshu, unable to contain himself, grumbled, We've only covered this much ground in an hour. Su Qing, I did not come along to babysit these two kids. At this pace, when will we ever locate the resources we need for cultivation? In the meantime, Su Lingfeng encountered 3 wild beast attacks and 1 ambush from a demonic beast, narrowly defeating them all, though he sustained a minor injury from the claws of the latter. Su Lingfeng, how are you faring? Are you adapting? Su Qing inquired, her own impatience evident. She regretted bringing them along, yet knew they needed to acclimate and adjust their mindsets for the challenges ahead. I'm fine, Sister Qing, Su Lingfeng replied. Just as he finished speaking, a Tianlin tiger suddenly lunged from the nearby bushes, barreling towards Su Lingfeng and Su Fenger with incredible speed. Su Lingfeng was alarmed. With his strength, evading the tiger's attack was possible, provided he could retreat to the protection of Su Qing and the others. However, with Su Fenger behind him, fleeing would place her in danger. With a swift motion, Su Qing unfurled her whip, ensnaring both Su Lingfeng and Su Fenger around the waist, yanking them to safety just as the tiger's claws swiped past. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, fluid and precise. At this moment, Su Qing and Duan Dongshu sprang into action, coordinating their defense and offense with practiced ease, a testament to their extensive combat experience together. The Tianlin tiger, enraged, let out a roar that reverberated through the forest, its scales rattling ominously as it charged at Duan Dongshu. Both warriors entered a heightened state of combat, executing their techniques in unison. Mighty fist of the god of strength, Duan Dongshu cried, countering the tiger's assault, while Su Qing's whip ensnared the creature's neck at just the right moment. As the tiger raised its forepaws to retaliate, Su Qing was lifted into the air, her whip uncoiling, allowing her to land gracefully on the ground. This isn't an ordinary second-tier demonic beast. With our combined strength, we can escape unscathed. But slaying it seems nearly impossible, Duan Dongshu shouted amidst the fray. Su Qing's brow furrowed as she pondered. Why is there a peak second-tier demonic beast at the periphery of the beast marsh forest? That herb must be obtained this time. I hope this is merely a coincidence. Otherwise, we could be in serious trouble. While we may manage to escape, those four certainly won't. Give me 3 breaths of time, and I shall deal with it, Su Qing commanded, her tone resolute. Though reluctant, Duan Dongshu complied, while Su Rou and Lu Chongqing joined the fray, their combined efforts still feeling insufficient against the overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, the Tianlin tiger abandoned its confrontation with Duan Dongshu, charging toward Lu Chongqing, a turn of events that left the trio stunned. Almost simultaneously, Duan Dongshu and Su Rou shouted run. Witnessing the approaching beast, Lu Chongqing succumbed to despair. There seemed no way to evade the attack. 9 Calamity's whip. With a fierce cry, Su Qing wielded her whip, dazzling like stars, extending through time and space toward its target. With a crack of the whip, the Tianlin tiger was struck back 3 yards, colliding with a towering tree, embedding itself deep within the trunk before collapsing to the ground. Lu Chongqing's legs buckled, and he sank to the earth, having narrowly escaped disaster. With another crack of the whip, it struck the tiger again, producing a resonant clang of metal. The whip now bore sharp metallic barbs. As the fierce clash continued, several scales fell from the tiger's body, while a few of the whip's barbs broke off. Su Qing frowned. The Tianlin tiger's defenses were formidable. Her most powerful technique merely stripped away its protective scales without inflicting any substantial harm. This indeed posed a significant challenge. The 9 Calamity Whip stands as one of the most formidable martial techniques in Gushi City. With Su Qing's current cultivation level, she can only unleash 3 strikes, which implies she has but 1 opportunity left. In that moment, Su Qing found herself at a loss, hesitant to wield the 3rd whip. Roars reverberated through the air, deafening and fierce, causing nearby birds and beasts to flee from this perilous place, and leaves cascaded from the trees above. The Tianlin tiger, thoroughly enraged, had entered a state of frenzy. Sister Qing, do you see the red skin around the tiger's eyes? It appears to be quite sensitive, likely its weakness, Su Lingfeng shouted. Su Qing paused, turning to meet Su Lingfeng's resolute gaze. If your assessment is accurate, and that red skin is indeed its weak point, it will surely fortify its defenses there. This was her first encounter with a peak-tier 2nd-level beast in a berserk state. Its combat prowess was overwhelmingly powerful. Even Duan Dongshu, known for his formidable defenses, would struggle to withstand a single blow from it. What could they possibly do? At that moment, the enraged Tianlin tiger charged forward, unstoppable in its assault. Su Lingfeng understood Su Qing's concerns and called out, "Sister Qing, grandfather once told me that beasts in a frenzy abandon all rationality and attack recklessly. There's no time to waste. I will support you." Spirit Fusion Fist. This was the name Su Lingfeng had given to his newly acquired technique. Empowered by the Wended Ju, for fist seals stacked together, rapidly surging toward the Tianlin tiger. Duan Dongshu and the others, positioned behind the tiger, were enveloped by its terrifying aura. They were astonished that Su Lingfeng could stack for fist seals, but could not sense the might of the blow. Only Su Qing comprehended Su Lingfeng's crucial role in this battle. Without him, the weakness of the Tianlin tiger would likely have remained undiscovered, and the third whip would have been expended in vain, resulting in the annihilation of their hunting party. At that moment, the speed of the rampaging Tianlin tiger had doubled. After executing the Spirit Fusion Fist, Su Lingfeng's arms trembled, his entire body sapped of strength, making even a single step a Herculean task, let alone evading the tiger's assault. Should Su Qing's attack fail, death awaited him, perhaps even a fate where not a single bone would remain. As Su Lingfeng had predicted, the Tianlin tiger did not evade. The Spirit Fusion Fist struck heavily against its head, failing to breach its scaled defenses, and did not halt its offensive. However, the fierce wind generated by the incoming fist caused the tiger to instinctively blink. In that fleeting moment, the third whip cracked through the air, landing squarely upon the tiger's eyes. The Tianlin tiger was forced back 2 or 3 steps, leaving a foot-deep furrow in the ground. It then collapsed, rolling about on the ground, its forepaws clutching its eyes as it howled in agony. Su Lingfeng could not help but shudder at the thought. Had that whip struck his own eyes, not only would they have been obliterated, but his skull would likely have shattered as well. "Duan Dongshu, Su Ro," Su Qing cried out. The two exchanged knowing glances, and Su Ro unleashed her technique. Pear Blossom Stab, sending forth over 100 slender steel needles that struck the joints of the tiger's forepaws. Though they did not penetrate its defenses, they diverted its paws from its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Duan Dongshu executed the mighty God Fist, landing a solid blow on the tiger's eyes. The Tianlin tiger, unable to withstand the renewed assault, succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Su Qing's face was deathly pale, having exhausted all her strength to severely injure the tiger. She could no longer hold on and began to topple backward. Su Feng'er and Su Lingfeng quickly caught her, guiding her to sit down and rest. "Brother Feng, how did you discern the weakness of the Tianlin tiger?" Su Feng'er inquired curiously. Su Lingfeng replied, "When Sister Qing pulled us back, I happened to see a leaf, lifted by the whip, fly into the tiger's eyes. It immediately closed them, displaying some unnatural behavior. Afterward, I observed closely, and when Sister Qing struck that powerful whip, hitting its eyes, I confirmed that the red skin surrounding them was indeed its weakness." Su Qing cast a deep glance at him. To remain so composed and observant in such a perilous situation was truly admirable. At that moment, Duan Dongshu and Lu Changqing had begun to process the Tianlin tiger. The tiger's gallbladder and skin were both highly valuable, although it was uncertain whether it possessed a core. The inner core of a beast is the source of its strength. The sooner it is acquired, the more potential it reveals. First-tier beasts seldom have cores, while second-tier beasts possess only a 20% chance. Such creatures are destined to dominate their realms, with a possibility of awakening intelligence. Only third-tier beasts and above can condense cores, and most of them have limited potential. For humans, the inner core is the most precious treasure, worth its weight in gold. After half a stick of incense, they had collected all the valuable items from the Tianlin tiger, but found no core. Lu Changqing was disheartened, unable to believe that such a powerful beast could lack a core, and he searched repeatedly. Duan Dongshu inquired, "Are you looking for a core? Do you need it that badly?" "Yes, the inner core is valuable. We must enhance our strength quickly. Since there is none, shall we take our leave?" Lu Changqing replied, somewhat flustered. By the time Duan Dongshu and the others had dealt with the Tianlin tiger, Su Qing had nearly recovered. They set off once more, advancing in a triangular formation, Duan Dongshu in the lead, with Su Lingfeng and Su Feng'er in the middle, while Su Qing, Su Ro, and Lu Changqing brought up the rear. An hour later, they arrived at the border of the Beast Marsh Forest, the intended destination of their hunt. During their journey, they had not encountered any beasts as powerful as the Tianlin tiger, yet they had collected a wealth of valuable items, making the expedition fruitful and worthwhile. However, for Su Qing, the true prize lay deep within the thicket, the third-tier herb, dark spirit grass, which she desperately sought. as the Alchemist Guild had promised to concoct a spirit elevation pill for her, which required this crucial ingredient. Now 18, she knew this was her final opportunity to advance. If she could not break through to the 9th level of body refinement and enter the bone refinement realm this year, her future path in cultivation would likely become arduous. Once, her striking beauty had attracted many suitors and garnered envy from other women, and she reveled in the adoration. Thus, she devoted more time and effort to her appearance, dismissing advice to focus on her cultivation, which ultimately delayed her progress. By age 16, she had only reached the 7th level of body refinement. Upon realizing her missteps, she languished in despair, uncertain of how to navigate her future. One day, she inadvertently observed an 8-year-old boy, only at the 3rd level of body refinement, practicing alone in the forest. He would fall, rise again, fall once more, and continue to rise. That day, the boy trained late into the evening, and she watched him until the stars blanketed the sky. From that moment on, she resolved to commit herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation once again. That boy was Lingfeng, who had only reached the 4th level of body refinement at the age of 10. During their previous encounter outside the main city, Su Qing had recognized him at once and aided him in his plight. Now, having reached the 9th level of body refinement, she understood that to break through this year, she would need the spirit elevation pill to provide sufficient spiritual energy for her advancement into the bone refinement realm. At this juncture, Su Qing solemnly declared, "My target for this hunt is the dark spirit grass. It is of utmost importance to me. According to my information, there is a thicket ahead inhabited by a peak-tier 2nd-level beast, the dark spirit fox, which is of the same caliber as the Tianlin tiger we encountered earlier. While the Tianlin tiger relies on brute strength, the dark spirit fox excels in speed. However, I have learned that its strength diminishes during the day, and it possesses a significant weakness, its tail. If we can seize its tail, victory is nearly assured. Yet, we must also be wary of the dark spirit fox entering a berserk state. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, one should not provoke the dark spirit fox without absolute confidence. The dark spirit grass is crucial for its ascension, and it will fiercely defend it. Thus, before confronting the dark spirit fox, we must exercise caution. This is a formidable battle, yet I must proceed. If anyone wishes to withdraw at this moment, they may speak up, and I assure you that there will be no repercussions in the future. Should we succeed, I will not only reward you with today's gains, but also provide generous compensation afterward." Su Qing gazed at the crowd. Duan Dongshu and Lu Changqing appeared somewhat hesitant, but ultimately nodded in agreement. They understood that fortune favors the bold, and having already defeated the Tianlin tiger, they felt emboldened to face the dark spirit fox. Moreover, Lu Changqing yearned for an inner Dan to bolster his strength. Su Qing harbored concerns about potential withdrawals, her heart racing at the thought. If someone were to back down, their chances of victory would diminish significantly, perhaps even leading to death. She outlined the plan. "We will set a trap here, with Feng and Su Lingfeng remaining behind, while the 4 of us lure the dark spirit fox out and strike it down here." Within half a stick of incense, the trap was complete. After applying a powder to mask their scent, Su Qing and the others set off. As they approached the thicket cautiously, they noticed a concealed cave about 100 meters away, accompanied by a tall plant, the dark spirit grass. Had they not received prior information, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. "Su Ro, initiate a test attack," Su Qing whispered. Su Ro took out 3 steel needles, deftly positioning them between her fingers, aimed at the cave, and flung them with force. The needles entered the cave with barely a sound. Suddenly, the dark spirit fox emerged, its inky black form and piercing red eyes fixed on Su Qing's position, its 3 tails swirling in the air. "A 3rd-tier dark spirit fox," the 4 exclaimed in unison. The creature had ascended, and with the dark spirit grass still present, something was amiss. While the powder concealed their scent temporarily, its acute hearing necessitated a cautious retreat. The hunting plan was now abandoned, Su Qing whispered. Crack! Lu Changqing stepped on a brittle twig, the sound drawing the dark spirit fox's attention. It turned towards the noise, prompting Lu Changqing to flee in fright. "Do not run," Su Qing urged in a low voice. The fox, inherently cautious and skittish, would pursue relentlessly if they chose to flee. Yet, it was too late for words. Su Qing shouted for cover, support Lu Changqing, and retreat swiftly. The 4 unleashed their technique, wind-chasing steps. This foundational skill allowed them to traverse the wind, tripling their speed. However, compared to the dark spirit beast, it was insufficient. The fox darted left and right, closing the distance while assessing its opponent's strength. You all go ahead. I will hold it off, Su Ro declared, halting and conjuring 3 needles in each hand, corresponding to the 6 needles in her companion's grasp. Unlike the previous technique, this time, each needle seemed infused with spiritual energy. Meteor strike, Su Ro shouted, sending the 6 needles flying one after another. Bang, bang, bang. All 6 needles were evaded by the dark spirit fox, striking 2 trees instead, which crashed to the ground, startling a flock of birds. Having expended 70% of her spiritual energy, Su Ro showed no signs of retreat. She glanced back. Sister Qing, I am sorry, I cannot stay with you any longer. She charged towards the dark spirit fox, determined to buy time for her companions, hoping to reach the trap for a chance at survival. At that moment, the dark spirit fox loomed before Su Ro. She aimed, throwing a punch, but only struck its afterimage. The fox had already flanked her, striking her back with its claws, leaving deep, bleeding gashes. Ignoring her, the dark spirit fox continued its pursuit of Su Qing and the others. As Su Ro engaged the fox, Duan Dongshu began to topple nearby foliage to create obstacles. What are you doing? Su Qing shouted in anger. Su Ro is still out there. Do you not see? Su Ro has already resigned herself to fate. I do this for everyone's sake, Duan Dongshu retorted loudly. In that moment, Su Qing felt powerless to argue, tears streaming down her face as she silently prayed for Su Ro's survival. They were close, merely 100 meters from the trap, but the dark spirit fox was closing in rapidly. It moved with astonishing speed, darting unpredictably, filling the battlefield with its noxious scent. Su Qing and Duan Dongshu assumed defensive positions, yet they were overwhelmed. After only a few exchanges, their bodies were battered and bloodied, suffering under the fox's unique odor. Golden shield, Duan Dongshu called out, invoking his strongest defensive technique, forming a golden bell-shaped barrier that enveloped them. The dark spirit beast bared its fangs, growling as it concentrated a luminous sphere at the center of its tails, launching it at the barrier. The impact cracked the shield, threatening to shatter it. Ninth Calamity Whip. Su Qing brandished a radiant whip, launching 3 strikes aimed at the fox's tails. The first 2 strikes were evaded, but on the third, the fox concealed its tail, taking the blow directly. The dark spirit fox was pushed back several meters, granting Su Qing and Duan Dongshu a brief respite as they retreated into the trap's vicinity. Lu Changqing had already hidden within the trap, terrified and unwilling to emerge. Su Lingfeng and Su Fenger, lacking sufficient strength, would only hinder their efforts. The dark spirit fox approached cautiously, seemingly aware of the trap ahead, refraining from an impulsive attack, merely emitting low growls. You dare harm my child. I shall rend you apart. What? Su Lingfeng gasped, astonished. Had he truly heard that? Was it an illusion? Cursed humans, you shall pay for my child's suffering. Realizing he had not misheard, Su Lingfeng recognized the dark spirit fox's soul waves, conveying its fury, gazing at the injured Su Qing and Duan Dongshu. Then at the trembling Lu Changqing, Su Lingfeng stepped forward, striving to convey his intent through soul waves. We meant no harm to you or your child. Seeing Su Lingfeng emerge, Su Qing urged, what are you doing? Quickly take my sister away from here. The dark spirit fox fixated on Su Lingfeng, growling ominously, as if poised to pounce and tear him asunder. You harm my child and dare to lie, vile humans. As Su Lingfeng's lips curled into a subtle smile, he realized that he was understood. His soul resonated with the thought, I wish to first inquire about the situation from my companions. Turning to Su Qing, he asked, Sister Qing, what transpired just now? Could you please enlighten me? Duan Dongshu, infuriated, retorted, what significance does such talk hold at this moment? You should be pondering how to survive, you foolish boy. However, Su Qing held a different perspective. She had observed the slight smile on Su Lingfeng's face and instinctively placed her trust in the young man, who was merely at the 5th level of body refinement. We have approached the lair of the dark spirit beast. Su Ro drove 3 steel needles into its den to lure the beast into a trap, but unexpectedly, the dark spirit beast had advanced in strength. Aware of our inability to contend with it, we decided to retreat. Yet, the beast relentlessly pursued us. Su Ro, in a bid to protect us, is now in peril, and as for the rest of us. Facing the dark spirit beast, Su Lingfeng proclaimed, I have gathered information from my companions. Truly, they bore no intention of harming you. It was an inadvertent injury to your offspring. Our sole purpose here is to acquire the dark spirit grass. Enraged, the dark spirit beast thundered, the dark spirit grass. That was reserved for my child's advancement. You dare covet it. You truly seek your demise. I propose a trade. I wonder if you would be interested? Su Lingfeng replied with composure. The dark spirit beast. Taken aback, since the boy was no ordinary individual and thought, does he possess some advantage? With a tone of intrigue, it urged, speak. My proposal is this. I will heal both you and your child's wounds and concoct a potion for your child's advancement, in exchange for the dark spirit grass. What say you? Su Lingfeng ventured cautiously. The dark spirit beast took 2 steps back, wary. How do you know I am injured? From the moment you stood here. Your left foreleg, though grounded, dared not bear weight, for your underarm and even your innards are grievously wounded, and it appears these injuries are not recent. Am I correct? Su Lingfeng countered. Before the dark spirit beast could respond, Su Lingfeng continued, I possess the gall of the celestial Lin tiger, which would be beneficial for your injuries. Take it. It turned out that Su Lingfeng had recognized the dark spirit beast's wounds when he set out, and had brought the tiger's gall with him, though it remained concealed within a beast skin pouch. What are you scheming, you rascal? Duan Dongshu bellowed, aghast. The tiger's gall is an exceedingly valuable item. How could you offer it to the dark spirit beast? Su Qing halted Duan Dongshu, her perceptive nature allowing her to deduce some understanding from the expressions of Su Lingfeng and the dark spirit beast. At this moment, Su Feng'er timidly approached Su Qing to tend to her wounds. Despite receiving the tiger's gall, the dark spirit beast remained on guard. Why? Because my grandfather was once rescued by a dark spirit fox. I place my trust in you. Su Lingfeng, recalling the day 3 years prior when the clan leader had been injured, expressed his gratitude. Your grandfather? What is his name? The dark spirit fox inquired, visibly agitated. My grandfather is named Su Hongshan, Su Lingfeng responded. The benefactor. You are the descendant of the benefactor? The dark spirit fox exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't my grandfather saved by a dark spirit fox? How could you claim that my grandfather is your benefactor? Su Lingfeng questioned, perplexed. This tale is lengthy. To summarize, he saved me, and my father saved him. Are you truly the descendant of the benefactor? What is your name? The dark spirit fox grew increasingly animated, spinning in place several times. Su Qing and the others were left bewildered, unable to comprehend how the previously fearsome entity had transformed into such a docile creature. My grandfather indeed is Su Hongshan, but I was raised by him. My name is Su Lingfeng. Then it is as I thought. You are the descendant of the benefactor. What a delightful surprise to encounter you here. You seek the dark spirit grass, do you not? Have them wait here. I shall lead you to it. The dark spirit fox exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Su Lingfeng, astonished, asked, You truly wish to grant me the dark spirit grass? It is essential for your child's advancement. Were you not just saying that you could concoct a potion for the advancement? I have long heard that humans possess remarkable abilities in alchemy. I trust the descendant of the benefactor. The dark spirit beast was now elated. Sister Qing, I must accompany it. Trust me. Su Lingfeng urged Su Qing. She nodded in agreement, advising, Be cautious. The dark spirit beast guided Su Lingfeng towards its lair. Along the way, they encountered the gravely injured Su Ro. Su Lingfeng carried her on his back, bringing her to Su Qing for care. The dialogue between Su Lingfeng and the dark spirit beast transpired through soul transmission, leaving Su Qing and the others in a state of confusion, entirely unaware of what had transpired. Lu Changqing, terrified, had not dared to glance, only emerging when Su Lingfeng returned with Su Ro. Upon arriving at the lair of the dark spirit fox, Su Lingfeng suddenly halted. The spirit martial scroll had reacted. Su Lingfeng was utterly astonished, his tongue tied. The fluctuations from the spirit martial scroll were unprecedented. What on earth was happening? Su Lingfeng, what is wrong with you? Inquired the dark spirit fox, perplexed. It's nothing. Let us first tend to your child, Su Lingfeng replied, shaking his head. The dark spirit fox let out a few low growls before entering the cave, emerging with a small fox in its mouth. The little fox's front legs were pierced by a steel needle, resembling a candied hawthorn skewer, yelping in agony and softly whimpering. Upon witnessing this, Su Lingfeng felt a surge of sympathy for the little fox, yet he also felt relieved that its vital areas were unharmed. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. He administered the healing elixir given to him by Su Qing to the small fox, then carefully and swiftly extracted the steel needle, applying medicine and bandaging the wound. Although his technique was not particularly skilled, It was adequate enough to prevent the little fox from suffering too greatly. In 10 days, the bandages can be removed. I have 2 more healing pills. Administer one to your child every half-month, and it should be fully recovered in about 2 months, Su Lingfeng instructed, placing the pills before the dark spirit fox. Thank you for saving my child. Please take this dark spirit herb. We shall wait for your return here. The dark spirit fox said gratefully, presenting the herb while its heart swelled with relief for its offspring's rescue. Su Lingfeng accepted the dark spirit herb, exhaling deeply, silently expressing gratitude to the old patriarch for forging this benevolent connection that had saved lives and procured the precious herb. Suddenly, the fluctuations from the spirit martial scroll surged once more. Su Lingfeng closed his eyes and, without realizing it, found himself at the location where the dark spirit herb thrived. His eyes flew open. There it was beneath. What? The dark spirit fox questioned, bewildered. There may be treasures below, but I do not yet know what they are. Su Lingfeng replied candidly. Upon hearing of potential treasures, the dark spirit beast grew curious. Having resided there for so long, it was astonished to have overlooked this. However, seeing Su Lingfeng's slow pace in digging, the dark spirit fox could no longer bear it. When it came to excavating, they were the true experts. In no time, they had dug over 3 feet deep, yet found nothing but a palm-sized piece of rusted metal, unrecognizable in material, but undeniably heavy, which the dark spirit beast brought to Su Lingfeng. Indeed, this is it. But what purpose does it serve? Su Lingfeng mused as he handled the metal, examining it for any peculiar characteristics, yet finding none apart from its weight. Suddenly, a radiant glow emanated from his brow, illuminating the metal, which then shot forth toward his forehead. Instinctively, he raised his hands to shield himself, but the metal passed right through him, vanishing without inflicting any harm. The dark spirit beast was left in shock. It had never witnessed such a phenomenon before, as the metal seemed to meld into Su Lingfeng's head. Su Lingfeng shut his eyes, delving into his consciousness, yet found no trace of the metal. Reluctantly, he withdrew from his inner realm, shaking his head at the dark spirit beast, unable to provide a reasonable explanation. However, he soon sensed pure spiritual energy surging forth from the spirit martial scroll, cascading into every part of his being. Su Lingfeng sat cross-legged, channeling the heart method of the inquiry Tao, and now adept at it. He swiftly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Before long, he successfully broke through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Overjoyed, Su Lingfeng continued to absorb the pure spiritual energy, which flowed like a burst dam, uncontrollable. In just 15 minutes, he reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the body refinement realm. Yet, just as he reveled in his accomplishment, he realized that the pure energy began to dissipate into the ether, unstoppable. It dawned on him that what he lacked was not spiritual energy, but rather an elusive comprehension, an understanding that was difficult to articulate yet palpable. What just happened? The dark spirit fox inquired as Su Lingfeng regained consciousness. The metal contained pure spiritual energy. For reasons unknown, it entered my body, and then I broke through, Su Lingfeng replied vaguely, unable to divulge the secrets of the spirit martial scroll. If you do not wish to share, then I shall not pry, said the dark spirit fox amicably. Su Lingfeng seized the opportunity to shift the topic. I have a question. Sister Qing mentioned that the dark spirit herb is essential for your advancement to a 3rd-tier beast. Yet, you have broken through without utilizing it. Why is that? The dark spirit beast, taken aback, responded, I advanced a year ago, and the herb was specifically reserved for my little one. It possesses considerable talent, and with the aid of this dark spirit herb during its breakthrough to a 2nd-tier beast, it has a strong chance of forming a core. The innate desire of every parent to provide the best for their offspring was not lost on the dark spirit fox, who wished to bequeath all good things to its child. Su Lingfeng felt a pang of guilt, realizing he was about to take this precious herb. He vowed silently to return and fulfill his promise. Suddenly, Su Lingfeng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Sister Qing's information is unreliable, but why? This is bad. Sister Qing may be in danger. Can you accompany me to Sister Qing? She is likely in peril. Su Lingfeng communicated telepathically to the dark spirit beast. I fear I cannot go now. As you mentioned earlier, I am gravely injured. This tiger gall is just enough to suppress my wounds. But I cannot engage in battle again, otherwise. The dark spirit beast gazed affectionately at the little fox. Understood, I must depart immediately. Until we meet again. I promise to return, Su Lingfeng said earnestly. Shortly after Su Lingfeng carried Su Ro back, Duan Dongshu summoned Lu Changqing, berating him, "You coward. Did you grow up on soft food? With great danger at hand, you not only refuse to fight alongside me, but also expect me to shield you. If not for..." Duan Dongshu continued his tirade, paying no mind to Lu Changqing's reaction. He had long since grown weary of it. Seizing the moment, Lu Changqing stealthily drew a dagger and, catching Duan Dongshu off guard, slashed his throat, laughing maniacally. "I have long found you displeasing, relying on your strength to bully me every day. Indeed, without you, I would not have triumphed in the clan selection competition. But so what? If I had not begged you and provided you with such a fine weapon, would you have acquiesced?" Su Qing and the other two women were dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe that Lu Changqing had killed Duan Dongshu, and even more, so that they had violated the rules of the clan selection competition. It was known that they were merely vassals of the Su family, originally lacking the qualifications to participate in the clan selection. It was only after a rebellion years ago that the Su family allowed vassals to take part in an effort to win hearts. "Lu Changqing, what are you doing? Kneel and return to the clan to await your punishment," Su Qing commanded angrily. Lu Changqing sneered contemptuously. "Kneel? Surrender? You might find that hard to bear. You are unaware. But I leaked the information about the dark spirit herb, and I also know that the dark spirit fox is grievously injured. I just didn't expect you to be so useless, unable to handle even an injured fox. What surprises me most is Su Lingfeng. I cannot fathom why he seems able to communicate with that fox. Do you truly believe it is over? Do not forget that foxes are inherently cunning. I suspect it tricked Su Lingfeng and devoured him whole. Fear not. I will personally slay that wretched fox to avenge Su Lingfeng," Lu Changqing declared. "Su Qing, I am your devoted admirer. I dream of you daily, longing to share a life with you. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. You are mine. Fair maiden, do not cast me such a fierce glare. It is truly a pity, for you are still quite youthful. As for you, Su Ro, in the hearts of the Su family, you shall forever remain the daughter of a lowly maid. Relinquish your dreams of being a princess." The more Lu Changqing pondered, the more elated he became. The more he spoke, the more invigorated he felt. It seemed as though the grievances he had harbored for so many years were finally finding resolution, allowing him to turn his fortunes around. How could he not lose himself in such euphoria, reveling in the moment? Glazed flower finger. Su Feng'er could no longer endure the humiliation inflicted upon her sister. It was all a scheme devised by him. "Little girl, you possess considerable strength. I find myself increasingly fond of you. Have you perhaps gained access to the second floor of the library through some underhanded means? I always knew that the Su family was engaged in self-deception, deceiving the world." The flower-picking expert. Lu Changqing was momentarily taken aback. The seemingly delicate girl at the 6th level of the body refinement realm was capable of executing such formidable combat techniques. A true testament to her extraordinary talent. However, having already ascended to the 9th level of the body refinement realm, he possessed an undeniable advantage and felt no fear. As soon as Su Feng'er unleashed her martial skills, Lu Changqing overwhelmed her with ease, seizing her slender, jade-like neck. With a swift strike to the back of her head using his left hand, she fell into unconsciousness. Feng'er, Lu Changqing, you are more beastly than a savage," Su Qing shouted furiously. Lu Changqing wore a wicked smile as he approached Su Qing. Spirit fusion fist. Su Lingfeng finally returned, and, upon witnessing Lu Changqing's shameless expression, he realized that his suspicions had been confirmed. It was indeed Lu Changqing. Lu Changqing suddenly stomped his foot, sidestepped, and narrowly evaded the attack. With a chilling gaze, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Su Lingfeng, how is it that you have returned alive?" Su Qing gazed at Su Lingfeng, her eyes brimming with hope. Before this hunting expedition, she would have never harbored such confidence in him, but now, she wholeheartedly believed in Su Lingfeng. "Is it not even more astonishing than your meticulous scheming?" Su Lingfeng exclaimed in anger. "It seems you are well aware of everything. Thus, it is imperative that you remain here no longer." Lu Changqing approached Su Lingfeng, drawing a flexible sword from his waist. Su Lingfeng furrowed his brow slightly. The flexible sword is notoriously difficult to wield, and few would choose it as their weapon of choice. Moreover, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Due to his formidable spiritual power, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the surrounding aura. The peculiar stench of blood emanating from this sword hinted at the countless lives it had claimed. You are not Lu Changqing. Who exactly are you?" Su Qing inquired sharply. Lu Chongqing responded with a cold laugh. Miss Su Qing, have you finally come to this realization? Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that, in my eyes, you have already met your demise. It seems your aim is directed towards me? Su Lingfeng ventured cautiously. Originally, it was not you, but since you have arrived, it would be convenient to resolve this matter and perhaps return with a reward. Lu Chongqing strolled leisurely as he spoke. I believe I have a fair idea of your identity. You possess a disdainful demeanor, a sword reeking of blood, and a desire for my demise. If my conjecture is accurate, you must be one of Ma Tianhao's associates, am I correct? Su Lingfeng speculated. You are quite astute, yet today, having fallen into my grasp, you are destined for a brief existence. Remember, it is I, Shen Dakuai, who shall bring about your demise. Shen Dakuai tore off his mask, revealing his true visage. His waxen face bore several prominent scars, seemingly enhancing his menacing aura. Kidney deficiency. Haha. Upon hearing that name, Su Lingfeng could not help but burst into uncontrollable laughter. Su Qing and Su Ro turned their faces away, their delicate cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Utterly taken aback by Su Lingfeng's audacity to utter such words. How outrageous. Shun Dakuei's anger surged as a cold glimmer flashed. He brandished his sword and charged forward, his soft sword weaving through the air like a dragon of the sea and a phoenix in flight, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to pierce the sun and moon. Su Lingfeng did not dare to be complacent. In an instant, he activated his battle form, drew his dagger, and secretly channeled the Tao formula, propelling his speed to its utmost as he advanced to seize the initiative with all his might. The gap in their realms was daunting. Su Lingfeng had merely reached the 6th level of body refinement, while Shun Dakuei had long ascended to the 9th level. Clang, clash, the soft sword and dagger clashed fiercely, their speed astonishing. Su Lingfeng attacked with rapid thrusts and slashes, his movements swift as lightning, leaving Su Qing utterly astonished. She had witnessed Su Lingfeng's battle with Su Bo before, yet she could not have anticipated such a significant enhancement in his speed. However, Shun Dakuei's defenses were impenetrable, and he appeared remarkably at ease. His swordplay was a blend of graceful curves and taut lines, effortlessly transitioning between the two. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged blows dozens of times, forcing Su Lingfeng to retreat from Shun Dakuei's striking range. It was only then that Su Qing noticed several wounds adorning Su Lingfeng's body. Struggling to rise, she found herself severely depleted of spiritual energy and injured, rendering her incapable of continuing the fight. What a remarkable young man, having broken through to the 6th level of body refinement with such swiftness. You must be harboring a secret. I have changed my mind. If you reveal your secret, I might consider sparing your life. What do you say? Shen Dakuai coldly remarked. A path to survival? I doubt you believe that even yourself. Su Lingfeng scoffed, saying, do not speak so bluntly. What if this inexperienced little child believes you? That would certainly make things much easier for me. Shen Dakuai waved his hand and said, you are overthinking it. Those who perceive others as fools are not particularly wise themselves. Su Lingfeng had grown weary of his lofty demeanor. If that is the case, then I shall not squander any more time with you. In an instant, Shun Dakuai was enveloped by the battle form, with the exception of his head. His entire body was shrouded in this formidable guise. The soft sword, which was originally pliable and ill-suited for cutting or thrusting, had now transformed, glowing a fierce crimson, as unyielding as adamantine, slicing through iron as though it were mere clay. Su Lingfeng dared not confront him head-on. With each blow he parried, a numbing sensation coursed through his arms. In just over a dozen exchanges, his battle form had been nearly obliterated, and he bore several new wounds, deeper and longer than those he had sustained previously. At this moment, he struggled to maintain his footing, blood seeping from his legs and arms, and the weapon in his grasp hung precariously. I am sorry, it was my sister's fault for bringing you and Fenger out. It was my sister's error. Su Qing gazed at Su Lingfeng, who was striving with all his might, her eyes reddened with tears as she spoke. Sister. Indeed, the fault lies with him. In the midst of the conversation, Su Lingfeng charged forward with all his might, only to be sent sprawling back by a kick from Shen Dakuai, rolling over a distance of more than 10 meters before crashing into a tree. Crack. After propelling Su Lingfeng away, Shen Dakuai took a step back as his right leg landed, inadvertently stepping into a massive beast trap. This powerful heavy-duty trap was originally intended for the dark spirit fox. However, The creature had not entered the designated area. Now, with Shun Dakuai's foot upon it, his leg bone shattered, and an agonizing pain coursed through his entire body. He was perplexed as to why the trap was positioned here, recalling that during the setup, both he and Duan Dongshu had placed it in the northwest. How then? Had it come to be in the southwest? Ahem. Ahem. Su Lingfeng coughed up blood twice, struggling to rise to his feet. With faltering steps, he made his way towards Shun Dakuai and said, "Surely, you did not anticipate the presence of a beast trap in this location, did you? Understood. Please provide the text you would like me to refine." Coincidentally, after your departure, Sister Fonger expressed her persistent unease regarding the placement of the animal trap. After deliberation, we resolved to relocate the trap to the southwestern direction, closer to both of us. Yet, ultimately, it was you who arrived. In light of this dramatic turn of events, Su Qing was left utterly astonished. Could it be that Su Lingfeng had orchestrated the entire battle with the sole intention of luring Shun Dakuai to this very location? If that is indeed the case, it is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I have not found myself in opposition to him. As Su Lingfeng approached, Shun Dakuai suppressed his excruciating pain, striving to unleash his combat skills. At that moment, Su Qing gathered all her strength and lashed out with a whip, ensnaring Shun Dakuai's hands. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he found himself unable to break free. Panic set in for Shun Dakuai as he resorted to biting the whip in a desperate attempt to loosen its grip. The steel spikes embedded in the whip pierced his mouth, yet he remained undeterred. Su Lingfeng drew closer, retrieving a dagger from the ground and positioning it against Shun Dakuai's throat, inquiring about Ma Baitian's schemes and the machinations of the Ma family. Bah! What is Ma Batian to me? A conspiracy is merely a conspiracy. I shall not divulge anything. The only truth I can impart is that your Su family is on the brink of annihilation. Shun Dakuai spat defiantly, bitterly accepting his fate at the hands of this youth, who required no combat prowess to dispatch him. Ma Batian incites you to turn against one another, and that is why you harbor such hatred for him? Su Lingfeng recalled the resentment shared amongst the last 10 survivors, including Ma Tianhao and Su Tuo, all of whom loathed Ma Batian. Indeed, I despise him. He forced me to slaughter my village, leaving me homeless. Ultimately, we were exiled to Blood Cliff, where we slaughtered one another. My sole purpose for surviving is to exact vengeance on Ma Batian, for my parents and my friends. Shun Dakuai's emotions surged as he revealed his innermost secrets. So be it. Ma Batian will inevitably become an enemy of the Su family. What harm is there in sharing this? Perhaps it will aid me in seeking revenge. Ma Batian is no man. Over the last 2 years, thousands have perished upon Blood Cliff, and only 10 of us remain, bonded as brothers, calling ourselves the 10 Ghosts. Su Tuo is the last, Ma Tianhao is the 9th, and I am their elder brother. As for the others, you will soon meet them. Ma Tianhao regards you as a thorn in his side, eager to eliminate you. He too despises Ma Batian, vowing to slay his own father, which is why we followed him. As for the people behind Ma Batian, someone of my standing could never know. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your mutual slaughter. There is nothing left here worth clinging to. I harbor only hatred for this world. With that, Shun Dakuai thrust his neck forward, allowing the dagger to sever his throat, thus ending his own life. At that moment, the dark spirit fox arrived. Having been concerned for Su Lingfeng, after consuming a tiger gallbladder to alleviate its injuries, it hastened to assess the situation. To its shock, it encountered such a scene and immediately sent a mental message to Su Lingfeng, pleading, "Please, take them to a safe place." Severely injured, Su Lingfeng struggled to respond telepathically before losing consciousness. The following noon, Su Lingfeng awakened to find himself in a cave, surrounded by lush greenery at its entrance, providing profound concealment. Has the dark spirit fox returned? Why has it not come back? Su Lingfeng queried. It seems too frightened to approach. So my sister and I brought you both here. You were gravely injured. You need to eat less in the future. Su Fonger pouted. What happened to you, Fongo? Who has bullied you? Su Lingfeng asked. It was you. You bullied me. Su Qing chuckled lightly, having recounted her victory over Lu Chongqing, or rather, her overwhelming defeat of Shun Dakuai, which had left Su Fonger a bit miffed. You wicked sister. You promised not to tell. How could you? You all bully me. Su Fonger retorted, her displeasure evident. Fonger, I could not possibly have bested Shun Dakuai. Surely you know what was responsible for his defeat? Su Lingfeng glanced at Su Qing. Su Qing understood and added, Oh, I heard that a certain little girl complained about the placement of the beast trap, insisting on changing its location without informing me. What if I had stepped on it? Good sister, I was wrong. The dark spirit fox did not enter. So I withheld that information from you. But it turned out fine. We defeated the villain and I achieved a great feat. Su Feng'er beamed with joy. Suddenly, Su Lingfeng remembered the dark spirit herb and hurriedly retrieved it from his pouch, offering it to Su Qing. Su Qing accepted it, astonished and exhilarated, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks as she finally obtained the coveted dark spirit herb. For it, she had sought information far and wide, fallen into others' traps, and nearly lost her life. It had almost cost her the lives of her dear sister and Su Lingfeng. Sister Qing, I wish to discuss something with you. If you would be so inclined? Su Lingfeng hesitantly broached the subject, his heart heavy with trepidation. What is it? What do you wish to discuss? Su Qing asked curiously. Noticing Su Lingfeng's gaze fixated on the dark spirit herb, she secretly felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might desire the herb for himself. Without Su Lingfeng, they would likely have perished, let alone obtain the herb. If he truly made a request, she doubted she could refuse. Never mind, I shall not speak further. I lack confidence, Su Lingfeng concluded, feeling torn. He had hoped to exchange the herb for a potion he could concoct. Yet without the ability to successfully create the gathering spirit liquid, what basis did he have for a trade? Brother Lingfeng, do you harbor a secret desire? I sense. Do you wish for this dark spirit herb? Su Qing hesitated, biting her lip, before finally voicing her suspicion. Sister Qing, that is not entirely the case. Well, it somewhat is. You see, my grandfather knows an alchemist who can concoct high-level potions, gathering spirit liquid. I intended to arrange a trade with my grandfather to exchange for the dark spirit herb, but perhaps I should contemplate other methods, Su Lingfeng explained. Lowering his gaze in shame, Su Qing found his earnest demeanor amusing and sighed with relief, extending the dark spirit herb back to Su Lingfeng. She yearned for it desperately, clinging to this last opportunity, having vowed that no one could thwart her aspirations. Yet, after all that had transpired, she found herself unable to refuse Su Lingfeng's request. She resolved that even without the spirit elevation pill, she would risk everything, even her life, to forge ahead. Su Lingfeng shook his head, replying, Sister Qing, you misunderstand. How about this? Grant me 10 days. If I acquire the gathering spirit liquid by then, I shall trade it for the dark spirit herb. If I fail, you may consider this matter forgotten. What say you? Su Qing nodded. Having spent a day with Su Lingfeng, she had truly come to know this young man. He had given her courage, saved her life, and instilled hope within her. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed some inexplicable feelings toward him. Su Lingfeng felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Interacting with girls was indeed not an easy endeavor. To alleviate his inner awkwardness, he began to survey the cave, pondering what secrets lay hidden within this cave that even the dark spirit fox dared not approach. He gazed into the depths of the cave, where the light was dim, yet he sensed something familiar lurking in the shadows. What could it be? Rising to his feet, he struggled to make his way deeper into the cave, with Su Feng'er hastily supporting him. As they drew nearer, they stumbled upon a pile of desiccated bones, causing Su Feng'er to quickly retreat behind Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng stared blankly at the pile of bones, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over him, tears escaping his eyes. Unbeknownst to where you came from, oblivious to where your soul may return. An unnamed grief, a tribute to nameless ancestors. The glory of life, the wishes left behind, a handful of earth. And thus you roam freely, Su Lingfeng murmured, as he reached for a piece of white bone, intending to grant them a proper burial. It suddenly burst forth with a radiant light, followed by the other bones igniting in brilliance. In a fleeting moment, Su Lingfeng felt as though he were embraced by immense and warm arms, only to have them vanish shortly thereafter. He extended his hand, and a black pendant, as dark as ink, materialized in his palm, adorned with mysterious, flowing patterns that exuded an enigmatic allure. As Su Lingfeng pondered, lost in thought, the astonished expressions of Su Qing and her companions were interrupted by the call of the dark spirit fox from outside, seemingly beckoning them to exit. Before they could make a move, the old patriarch and Su Tai had already arrived at the cave's entrance. Upon seeing Su Lingfeng unharmed, the old patriarch enveloped him in a tight embrace, feeling as though a weight had finally been lifted from his heart. Elder Su Tai, witnessing his daughter's survival, was overwhelmed with emotions, tears brimming in his eyes. The rugged men of the mountains preferred to bleed rather than weep, Yet in this moment, no one dared to mock him. It is known that the dangers of the mountain at night are far more treacherous than during the day, especially with the recent surge in beast activity in the area. Consequently, an urgent meeting of the clans was convened yesterday to devise strategies, achieving a tenuous consensus only by this morning. Just after departing the council hall, the old patriarch learned that Su Lingfeng had gone hunting with Su Qing and had yet to return. Without delay, he summoned help and hastened to the Beast Marsh Forest. On the return journey, the old patriarch insisted on personally carrying Su Lingfeng, concerned that others might inadvertently aggravate his injuries. Along the way, the two shared stories about the ferocity of the Tianlin tiger, the connection to the dark spirit fox, the shadow of Shindakwai, and the discussions surrounding the precious black pendant. Onlookers could only surmise they were engaged in endless conversation, the specifics of which remained unclear. Su Lingfeng held nothing back from the old patriarch, fully aware that no one else in this world cherished him as dearly. Upon returning home, Su Lingfeng lay in repose for 2 days, contemplating the matter of the gathering spirit liquid. During this time, 3 visitors came, all attended by Xianger. One was Su Feng, who brought a bounty of hunting spoils amounting to 500,000 beast coins. Another was Chen Hao, who had come to retrieve the martial liquids for himself and the others, a matter Su Lingfeng had previously discussed with the old patriarch. The last visitor was Ding Xiaojun, who presented a purple crystal card and a cartload of herbs. The crystal card contained 6 million beast coins, while the herbs had been pre-ordered by the old patriarch. Upon inquiry, Su Lingfeng discovered that the old patriarch had indeed concocted over 60 portions of martial liquid, each priced at 200,000 beast coins. Yet there was a scarcity in the market. The purple crystal cards had only been issued 10 times in Gushi City, and Su Lingfeng's was the 11th. With this card, he could purchase items at the Apothecary Hall and the Alchemist Guild with a 20% discount. Suddenly, Su Lingfeng felt as though he had become an affluent individual, free from the burdens of procuring herbs, and now, with the herbs at hand, he could finally put his theoretical knowledge into practice. Unbeknownst to him, 7 days had slipped by. Sitting in the alchemy room, Su Lingfeng's head hung low, his face grimy and silent, surrounded by heaps of discarded materials that tugged at one's heartstrings. Over these 7 days, he had failed 385 times, having tried every conceivable method without success in creating the gathering spirit liquid. There were moments when he considered handing the complete spirit martial liquid to Su Qing, but he quickly dismissed the thought, not only out of concern for the potential dangers of leaking the formula, but also because the spirit martial liquid was unsuitable for her. Without the heart method of the Tao, she would not be able to withstand its effects. Even the old patriarch had stated that he had expended considerable effort to shield himself from the liquid's potency when he absorbed its properties. If the potency had been any stronger, he would not have dared to undertake the medicinal bath. Now, with the martial liquid available, the old patriarch's hopes were rekindled. Leopard spirit grass, snake spirit grass, ascending spirit pill, gathering spirit liquid, spirit martial liquid, spirit pool. Su Lingfeng began to murmur, intertwining thoughts, his mind racing. Suddenly, as if awakening from a dream, he connected the dots, realizing that his previous understanding had been fundamentally flawed. Spirit did not refer to spirituality or speed, but rather to spiritual energy, the power of the soul. When Su Qing ascended to the bone refining realm, she should have opened her martial mansion. Yet she required the ascending spirit pill due to her relatively weak spiritual power. During the opening of her martial mansion, she still needed her spiritual power as a formidable backing. Only with spirit could there be martial prowess. Only with spirit could there be pills. Spiritual energy was the true foundation, the ultimate origin. In a state of astonishment, Su Lingfeng grappled with this extraordinary revelation, even doubting his own beliefs, yet recognizing it as truth. Sitting cross-legged, he activated the Tao method, meticulously attuning himself to this newfound understanding, which further validated his hypothesis. Almost immediately, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged toward him, flooding into his body, causing the alchemy room's doors and windows to burst open, or rather, be drawn open. Within mere breaths, Su Lingfeng ascended to the 7th level of the body forging realm, entering the advanced stage of body forging. Initially, he had defiantly claimed to the old patriarch that he would break through to the advanced stage within a month, yet he accomplished it in just a few days, surprising even himself, and he felt no signs of instability within his energy. After achieving the 7th level of body forging, Su Lingfeng strove to contain his excitement and continued to delve into the creation of the gathering spirit liquid. Utilizing his recent insights, he undertook a bold new experiment. He operated with all the herbs according to their original sequence and heat, excluding only the bull strength grass. The result was not a failed concoction, but the potency was too low, yielding minimal effects. Though he did not succeed this time, it was not entirely a failure. Recalling the process of refining the spirit martial liquid, he finally remembered an auxiliary herb that could enhance the potency of the bull strength grass, which he then refined alongside it. Thus, he eliminated the auxiliary herb and refined the mixture once more, ultimately succeeding in creating the gathering spirit liquid. Lingfeng personally experienced the potency of the gathering spirit liquid, which not only replenished vast amounts of spiritual energy, but also enhanced spiritual potential. Though he estimated that long-term use would be necessary for significant effects. Realizing that today marked the 9th day of his agreement with Su Qing, he hurried to find her, informing her that the gathering spirit liquid was ready, but it could only be handed over when she was prepared to use it. He explained this to Su Qing as he was still uncertain about the liquid's effective duration and could only estimate based on the martial liquid's limits. In fact, Su Lingfeng had kept a small portion of the gathering spirit liquid aside for testing its duration. After finishing dinner, he observed that the liquid's potency began to dissipate after a full 4 hours, a revelation that astonished him. The following day, Su Feng'er informed Su Lingfeng that her sister planned to break through that day and inquired if the gathering spirit liquid was ready. Hence, he used the snake's spirit grass as the primary ingredient and quickly concocted another portion of the gathering spirit liquid before making his way to Su Qing's residence. Upon his arrival, he found that Su Qing had prepared all the necessary items for the medicinal bath, save for Su Lingfeng's gathering spirit liquid. Just as Su Lingfeng was about to step inside, Su Feng'er stopped him, saying, "My sister's chamber is not a place for just anyone, especially for boys like you. Leave the gathering spirit liquid here, and I will take you to fetch the dark spirit grass." Ultimately, Su Lingfeng was unable to even catch a glimpse inside. What he truly wished for was to witness the breakthrough into the bone-refining realm firsthand, believing it could provide him with significant insights. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, Su Qing emerged from her chamber, having successfully broken through to the initial stage of the bone-refining realm, bringing pride and joy to her family. In the midst of their celebration, Su Lingfeng quietly exited the courtyard, blending into the shadows. As Su Lingfeng stepped out of the hospital and had not gone far, Su Feng'er hurried after him. "Brother Lingfeng, are you heading to the main city hall? Let's go together." Su Lingfeng, with a puzzled expression, replied, "No, I plan to return home. I've been quite exhausted these days. What would I need to go to the main city hall for? Don't you know? The clan leader issued an announcement yesterday, summoning all participants for the final selection today." Su Lingfeng was indeed unaware of this development. After the old clan leader had escorted him back, he had been preoccupied with affairs at the main city hall, hardly returning home, while he himself immersed in studying the spirit-gathering liquid, rarely meeting anyone, though generally, no one sought him out. "Oh, is that so? Then let us go?" Su Lingfeng replied calmly. "Wait, my sister hasn't come out yet." Su Feng'er stamped her foot in frustration and continued, "You've been increasingly reluctant to talk to me lately, even ignoring my breakthrough to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Feng'er, you're so impressive. Already at the later stage of the body refinement realm. Truly a genius." Su Lingfeng exclaimed happily. Su Feng'er shot him a sidelong glance and extended her delicate hand, saying, "Then what about my gift?" "What gift?" "When adults celebrate any joyous occasion, there are always gifts exchanged. I want Brother Lingfeng to give me a present." Su Feng'er pouted adorably. At a loss for how to respond, Su Lingfeng then heard Xiang'er's voice. Young master, the clan leader has sent someone to inform you to attend the selection for the clan competition at the main city hall." "All right, Sister Xiang'er, I'm on my way," Su Lingfeng replied, feeling grateful for Xiang'er's timely arrival. "Then, I'll head back." Xiang'er, having caught a hint of their conversation as she approached, felt a twinge of sadness and turned to leave. Confused, Su Lingfeng called out, "Sister Xiang'er, don't go." Xiang'er turned around, anticipating what Su Lingfeng might say next. "Please help me take this dark spirit grass back." Xiang'er accepted the grass, sighed softly, with her head hanging low, before turning to depart. At that moment, Su Qing emerged, and the three of them set off towards the main city hall together. After a short while, they arrived at the grand hall of the main city. Once everyone had gathered, clan leader Su Kunshan rose from his seat. "You may have heard that the beasts in the beast forest have become increasingly active. with powerful beasts appearing intermittently. A great battle may soon ensue. Therefore, we must first address some internal issues and change the location of the clan competition to Little Solitary Mountain, with a duration of 3 months. The first team to emerge victorious will claim victory. Upon hearing Little Solitary Mountain, the crowd erupted in a clamor. Some spoke of it as a blessed land, while others referred to it as a place of death, for it not only housed formidable beasts, but also exiled many notorious individuals from Solitary Creek City. Little Solitary Mountain is a treacherous place. I was terrified of it as a child. Is this even a clan competition? Without spectators, cheers, or beautiful maidens. What is the point? I'm not going. I see this as more of an exile than a competition. Voices of discontent echoed, yet not everyone opposed the format. Some deliberately raised their voices to ensure their sentiments were heard. When matters progressed in a direction they anticipated or could accept, they often fell silent. The clan leader continued. Little Solitary Mountain has always been our backyard, though it has become overgrown and infested with mosquitoes. We need you, the pillars of our clan, to take care of it. Rest assured, the fiercest beasts there are only of the 3rd rank, and the vile individuals who can survive there are few. Should you bring back their heads, the clan shall reward you handsomely. Elder Zhou, please outline the rules moving forward. Yes, clan leader. Elder Zhou Zhixing replied, then stated, in this clan competition, the 4 major families will each organize 5 teams, with each team consisting of 5 members, led by a master of the bone refinement realm. Before your arrival, the 5 team leaders were already determined, and they possess your individual profiles. Before the team leaders select their members, I must emphasize that this competition is fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. If anyone wishes to withdraw, step forward now. You have 10 breaths to decide. 10 breaths passed swiftly, yet for some, it felt like an agonizing ordeal. Whether to abandon or persist was a complex dilemma. Ultimately, a choice had to be made. In the end, 14 individuals stepped forward. Su Lingfeng gazed at them and was astonished to find Su Ro and Su Bo among them. Surprisingly, 5 masters of the bone refinement realm also chose to forego participation in this competition. This outcome even astonished Elder Zhou, who shook his head in disbelief and sighed before announcing, now, I invite the 5 team leaders to select their members. A disclaimer, if none of the team leaders choose you, you will be directly eliminated. Of the 14 who relinquish their opportunity, 2 will perish due to unforeseen circumstances, meaning 4 of you will be eliminated. Team leader Su Yunlei, late stage of bone refinement. Team leader Su Chong, late stage of bone refinement. Team leader Su Xiaohu, mid stage of bone refinement. Team leader Zhao Wuyan, mid stage of bone refinement. Team leader Zhou Ningyuan, mid stage of bone refinement. Half an hour later, the 5 team leaders had completed their selections. All masters of the bone refinement realm and those at the late stage of the body refinement realm had been chosen, leaving 4 mid-stage body refinement realm participants without a chance to compete. Su Lingfeng was selected by Su Xiaohu, alongside Su Qing, Su Feng'er, and Su Mingyang. With the 5 teams established, the clan leader, Su Kunshan, stated, in the coming days, I hope you will continue to train, foster cooperation, and work diligently together. Additionally, each of you is granted 2 opportunities to enter the library pavilion. However, the rule remains that you must pass the previous martial arts technique before selecting a new one. I hope you make the most of this. In the Treading Cloud City of the Ma family, after the 5 teams were established, only Ma Batian, Ma Tianxiao, and Ma Tianhao remained in the Grand Hall. That old scoundrel from the Su family has regained his strength. I regret not eliminating him sooner. Ma Batian fumed. Father, what is going on? Wasn't the clan competition supposed to take place in our Treading Cloud City? Why was it suddenly moved to Little Solitary Mountain? Ma Tianxiao inquired. Humph, it's all that old scoundrel Su Hongshan's doing. His influence in Solitary Creek City is unmatched. He was nearly forgotten after his severe injuries pushed him into seclusion. But who would have thought he could recover? Over the years, I've killed many of his subordinates seeking medical help, all to prevent this day. Ma Batian smashed a table in frustration. What shall we do now? Ma Tianxiao asked. What to do, my dear brother? We must eradicate every member of the Su family on Little Solitary Mountain and see how Su Kunshan can maintain his position as clan leader. Ma Tianhao sneered. That's right. Not just the Su family. This time, I want the Li and Song families to join them in their demise, Ma Batian declared, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. You both brought the weapons I provided last time, correct? I'll ensure each of you receives a full set. So they know that Ma Batian is rising against them. Let us see how they react. Ma Tianhao's eyes narrowed, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, as if he eagerly anticipated the moment to come. On that day, the library pavilion was bustling with activity, filled not only with members of the Su family, but also participants from the other 3 prominent families. Upon entering the 2nd floor of the library pavilion, Su Lingfeng chose a foundational martial technique, wind chase steps, for nothing suited him better. In close combat, footwork is of utmost importance. The swifter the speed, the more one can shift positions like a phantom, creating greater opportunities to strike and defeat the opponent. Although it is a fundamental combat technique, mastering the wind-chasing steps is far from effortless. The training ground has been deliberately prepared for this technique, with Su Xiaohu personally instructing Su Lingfeng in the art of wind-chasing. As one gazes across the expanse, over 1,000 wooden stakes stand erect, varying in distance and height, while above them swing numerous weights, creating a dizzying spectacle. Su Xiaohu earnestly explained the essence of the wind-chasing steps. At a distance, one can pursue or evade, while in close quarters, one can attack or retreat. I am aware of your proficiency in close combat. This technique is even more effective than your fist work in such encounters. In battle, as both parties move, speed determines dominance. Here, there are 1,008 wooden stakes, accompanied by 1,008 swinging weights. You must traverse all the stakes within 15 breaths without being struck by the weights. How can this be possible? The distance between all the stakes is over 1,000 meters. At my current speed, I could cover 1,000 meters in 15 breaths on flat ground. But this requires navigating around all the stakes and dodging the moving weights. Su Lingfeng could hardly believe it. Su Xiaohu gestured for him to first master the foundational steps: advancing, retreating, leaping, turning, quick stepping, and slow stepping. The reason wind-chasing steps is a requisite skill for all is due to its intricate foundational movements, which allow for finer control of one's strength. However, to truly excel in wind-chasing, merely relying on these 6 basic steps is insufficient. One must grasp their subtleties and integrate them seamlessly. To confront challenges head-on is the mark of a true man. Hastening without understanding leads to failure. First, learn the foundational steps, then proceed. With a smile, Su Xiaohu departed. Su Lingfeng practiced the foundational steps repeatedly, and after half a day, he grasped all the essential movements. On the stakes, commanded Su Xiaohu. Su Lingfeng leaped upward, landing on a stake, but his balance faltered, nearly causing him to fall. On the stakes, you must be mindful of your strength. Your center of gravity must be stable, and balance is crucial. Su Xiaohu reminded him. Incorrect. Your center of gravity is too high on the retreat. Wrong. The timing for the leap is off. Mistake again. After countless failures and tumbles, Su Lingfeng relentlessly continued his training. From afar, Su Xiaohu inquired, Elder Patriarch, is this method not too arduous? We previously began by walking on the stakes before adding the swinging weights. I am concerned. No worries, I understand him better than you do. Since he has embarked on the path of cultivation, he must possess the requisite determination and perseverance. Your talent is commendable. Continue to strive. Sometimes, creating challenges for oneself is not a bad thing. Those who are too rigid often suffer greater losses. The Elder Patriarch replied calmly. Unbeknownst to him, those very words would alter Su Xiaohu's life, leading him to a remarkable future. Xiao Gushun, a vast expanse of forest stretching thousands of miles behind Gushi City, is flanked by cliffs on 3 sides, resembling a natural pasture. Initially, it served as a habitat for weaker beasts, facilitating hunting. However, as the strength of these beasts grew, incidents of casualties during hunts became increasingly frequent, leading to its transformation into a place of exile for wrongdoers, with dedicated guards assigned. In the blink of an eye, the days passed, and the area before Shaogushan was now thronged with people, broadly categorized into 4 major factions: Su, Ma, Li, and Song. Each clan competition drew a multitude, and this year's event surpassed all previous gatherings. Traditionally, clan competitions revolved around arena contests. Never before had Shaogushan served as the venue for such events. The participants from various clans gradually assembled, becoming the focus of attention. 20 teams would venture into this forest, facing beasts, criminals, and competitors, engaging in fierce struggles and battles. Meanwhile, Su Lingfeng hurried along, practicing the wind-chasing steps he had recently learned, as he had dedicated all his time and energy to the stakes and weights, and now he was running late. Make way, let me pass, hurry. Su Lingfeng was in a frenzy, knowing his captain, Su Xiaohu, was a strict enforcer of rules, and being late would not be easily forgiven. He felt his body contort within the throng, but finally managed to squeeze through. Upon lifting his head, he was met with the very person he least wanted to see at that moment. Captain, Su Lingfeng had rehearsed countless ways to apologize on his way, hoping to quell Su Xiaohu's anger. Where have you been? I was just about to look for you. Get back to your team. Su Xiaohu barked. Su Lingfeng was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. Was this a hallucination? He discreetly pinched his palm, confirming his wakefulness. Really, you want me to rejoin the team? Su Lingfeng asked again, anxious he might have misheard. Su Xiaohu ignored him and turned toward the assembly area for the participants. Su Lingfeng timidly followed behind, bracing himself for the inevitable wrath. Yet, in that moment, it never came, and he successfully rejoined his team unscathed. Brother Feng, what happened? Why are you late again? Su Fenger turned back to him and whispered, your use of again is quite apt. I truly am late this time. You know, Brother Xiaohu didn't even get angry. Can you believe it? Su Lingfeng replied. Impossible. He can't be that lenient. I don't believe you. Su Fenger turned away, unwilling to entertain his claims, convinced he was merely trying to save face. At that moment, the Elder Patriarch appeared on stage, addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's clan competition will take place here. A total of 25 teams will participate, and the rules are simple. There are 4 flags on the opposite side of Shaogushan, labeled Su, Ma, Li, and Song. The clan that possesses the most flags, having secured their own, will be declared the victor of this competition, and the team holding their clan's flag will be recognized as the strongest junior group of Gushi City. The competition will last 3 months, during which you will receive no assistance. At the end of the competition, you may signal for rescue. Spectators may observe from the opposite peak, but only from 3 designated locations on Shaogushan can you catch sight of the competitors. Each clan will send a squad to form a battalion, led by a teacher who will guide 5 battalions to their respective sites, returning on the final day to await everyone. Now, let the clan competition begin. Upon entering, Su Lingfeng noted that compared to the Beast Marsh Forest, Shaogushan lacked its ancient aura. Scattered wooden huts appeared, most of which seemed long abandoned. The guiding teacher led them to a hut. The 4 teams dispersed, maintaining a safe distance as they ventured deeper into Shaogushan, without any skirmishes occurring. Su Xiaohu urged everyone forward at a brisk pace, speaking as they walked. We are to survive here in Shaogushan for 3 months. Our adversaries may include beasts, rival clans, or even those who have managed to endure within these mountains. From now on, no one is allowed to act alone. During rest, 2 individuals must keep watch. Su Qing and Su Fenger will pair up, while Su Mingyang and Su Lingfeng will be another pair. Our primary objectives are survival and strengthening our abilities. As for the flags, set them aside for now. They continued their swift journey, and thanks to Su Xiaohu releasing his aura from the bone refinement stage, they encountered no beasts. After 2 hours, they finally discovered a resting spot. It was a cave, elevated on the outside and lower within, providing excellent concealment. Su Lingfeng and Su Mingyang were assigned to keep watch, while Su Xiaohu ventured out to scout the surroundings and procure food for the group. Su Lingfeng and his companion cautiously searched for the optimal vantage point, unaware that a pair of eyes had been fixated upon them for quite some time. Perfectly camouflaged amidst the lush underbrush, it lay in wait for its prey to unwittingly enter its ambush zone. Be careful, Su Lingfeng suddenly warned. The beast lunged at Su Mingyang, who deftly evaded, already 3 paces away. Su Lingfeng was astonished. What kind of footwork was this? It appeared far more intricate than the wind-chasing steps. It turned out to be merely a second-tier floral leopard beast. Shall I take my turn, or will you? Su Mingyang said nonchalantly. Su Lingfeng gestured with his hand, inviting him to proceed, stepping aside. The floral leopard emitted a low growl, baring its fangs, and pounced once more. Su Mingyang remained remarkably composed. As the beast closed in, he leaned back and delivered a powerful punch to its abdomen, sending it flying 10 paces away, lifeless upon impact. Su Lingfeng could not help but gasp. It was his first time witnessing Su Mingyang in action, ruthless and unyielding. A mere second-tier beast could not withstand a single strike, and he had not even revealed his cultivation level. Approaching the floral leopard, Su Lingfeng remarked with a smile, "It seems we need not go hungry anymore. We have food." Upon hearing the commotion, the Su sisters emerged, just in time to see Su Lingfeng returning with the catch. Thus, while Su Lingfeng took charge of preparing the floral leopard, the sisters gathered firewood, and Su Mingyang claimed he would do nothing and walked away. Before long, the savory aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, stirring appetites. Haha, how delightful! A deep voice boomed, causing Su Lingfeng and the others to rise and scan their surroundings. They soon spotted a barefooted giant accompanied by 4 others approaching them. The giant stood over 6 feet tall, with a robust physique, his bare torso revealing powerful muscles, and he hefted a massive hammer weighing several hundred pounds. Trailing behind him were 3 men and a woman. While the men were not as towering as the giant, they were still significantly more robust than an average person. The woman among them was petite and charming, exuding an alluring shyness. Su Lingfeng recognized them. They were from the Song family, yet they did not resemble the inhabitants of Lonely Stream City. Clearly, they had been hired from the outside. What do you want? Su Qing inquired. Nothing much. Just leave the meat, and I'll let you go, the barefooted giant retorted, pointing at Su Qing with mockery. And if we refuse? Su Lingfeng frowned. The giant and his companions burst into laughter, proclaiming, before Master Mo, no one dares utter a word of dissent. Think wisely, little brat. Master Mo has shown you mercy by sparing your lives. Do not be ungrateful, one of the men behind the giant warned. Little tiger hasn't returned yet. Do not act rashly, Su Qing whispered. She continued, return the floral leopard to you, and let us depart. How about that? The giant merely laughed in response, and his companions joined in. Another man interjected, being favored by Master Mo is a privilege. Do not worry, as long as you accompany him for a night. You will be free to go. That depends on whether you have the ability to keep my sister, Su Fenger retorted, unable to tolerate any humiliation towards her sister, and charged forward. Little sister, rushing out like that could be dangerous. We prefer a peaceful resolution, one of the men said. As Su Fenger charged, the woman swiftly moved, dancing around her, and yanked her back. Su Fenger attempted to lunge again, but Su Lingfeng seized her arm. Since you refuse our concession, it seems we cannot resolve this peacefully, Su Lingfeng declared as he stepped forward. Younger brother, you are quite handsome, but I have no desire to fight you. It is too brutish, the woman remarked, turning to retreat. The man who had spoken earlier stepped forward, saying, I adore fighting. Thank you, Ling Shu, for leaving this opportunity to me. He brandished a spiked club, charging forward without hesitation. Seeing this, Su Lingfeng promptly employed the wind-chasing steps to evade the attack. Being struck by such a weapon would surely be disastrous. You little insect, don't run. Is dodging all you can do? The man growled angrily. Seizing the moment, Su Lingfeng landed a punch on the man's arm, causing the club to clatter to the ground. Good lad, you have some skill, the man exclaimed, clutching his arm. Let me show you what Master Mo can do. The man named Mo activated his battle form and lunged at Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng also entered his battle form, relying on the wind-chasing steps to evade the man's attacks while seeking opportunities to strike. However, his punches failed to inflict significant damage, and the man remained unfazed. Haha, that feels like a tickle. Put some strength into it. He laughed arrogantly. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Su Lingfeng maneuvered behind the man. As the man turned, Su Lingfeng leapt, driving his knee into the man's face, sending him tumbling backward. The man was caught by the barefooted giant, but his nose was crushed, blood spurting forth along with 2 front teeth, creating quite the spectacle. The giant advanced, each step causing the ground to tremble, sending ripples of fear through Su Lingfeng and the others. Such raw power was astonishing. His own physical strength paled in comparison. Su Lingfeng, feeling disheartened, nonetheless pressed on, employing the Lingyi fist technique. With a thunderous roar, 6 punches united, aimed directly at the giant's face. Unmoved, the giant swung his heavy hammer, striking the punch with a force that dissipated Su Lingfeng's technique into nothingness. Using strength to break techniques, a body cultivator? This is rather interesting, Su Mingyang remarked, his brow furrowing. Suddenly, the giant hurled his hammer, locking onto Su Lingfeng and charging forward with astonishing speed, electric sparks flickering around the weapon. At that moment, having just executed the Lingyi fist, Su Lingfeng found himself drained of energy, utterly unprepared for such a powerful counterattack that shattered his most potent technique. In this critical moment, Su Qing's long whip lashed out, ensnaring Su Lingfeng and drawing him back. Su Mingyang swiftly altered his position and struck the hammer's handle, causing it to spin back into the giant's grasp. The giant, brimming with battle fervor, swung the hammer down upon the ground, causing the earth to quake and ripple like a spider's web. Su Qing and the others struggled to maintain their balance, retreating under the force. However, the giant was already charging forward again, ready to strike once more. Seeing this, Su Qing tightened her grip on the whip, preparing to counter, when suddenly, a figure appeared behind the giant, delivering a powerful palm strike to the back of his head. The giant's eyes glazed over, collapsing to the ground, the hammer falling onto his own foot with no reaction whatsoever. "Captain, little tiger, you finally returned," Su Xiaohu exclaimed, nodding in acknowledgement. "I am quite surprised to see Miss Mo participating in this clan competition." Su Lingfeng and the others were taken aback, surprised to find that they recognized Miss Mo. Could it be? Yes, it was indeed her. It was rather unamusing to be discovered so swiftly. "Why is it that you are everywhere? Just when we are enjoying ourselves, you always appear. Are you perhaps here just to spoil our fun?" the petite and adorable Mo Lingshu remarked. "Miss Mo, if you refrain from treating others as your playthings, perhaps we shall not encounter each other again," Su Xiaohu declared, swinging a heavy hammer towards Mo Lingshu. In a seemingly effortless motion, she extended a delicate hand and caught the incoming hammer as if merely receiving a handkerchief. "What?" Su Lingfeng and the others were astonished. They had not anticipated that the most formidable force among the five was not the burly man, but rather the small and fragile Miss Mo before them. Furthermore, from their previous exchange, it was clear that Mo Lingshu was the true leader. "Well, I suppose we have played enough for today. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Mo Lingshu expressed, a hint of reluctance evident in her demeanor. Yet, in the presence of Su Xiaohu, she seemed hesitant to engage further. "Aren't you taking this big fellow with you?" Su Xiaohu called out. "If Brother Xiaohu wishes, I can leave him here to keep you company," Mo Lingshu replied with a charming smile, reminiscent of a neighborly little sister. Su Xiaohu was momentarily at a loss for words and turned to leave. At that moment, the burly man regained consciousness but made no attempt to attack. Instead, he simply followed Mo Lingshu away. Once they were far enough, Su Lingfeng and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. They had never witnessed such overwhelming physical prowess. Only Su Mingyang seemed lost in thought, contemplating something. "Ah, Brother Xiaohu, you." Su Lingfeng turned to find Su Xiaohu devouring a roasted piece of leopard beast meat, taking large bites. Although it was slightly overcooked, the meat was still delicious, tender, and fresh, truly delectable for a beast's flesh. I'll have another one," Su Xiaohu commented while tossing aside the bone and tearing off another sizable chunk. Seeing this, Su Lingfeng and the others hurried back, without hesitation, to join him in devouring the meat. Su Qing and her sister, however, maintained their composure. Despite their strong desire to indulge, they carefully sliced small pieces with bamboo sticks, savoring each bite, as was their long-standing habit and cultivation. "Brother Xiaohu, why didn't you capture them earlier? Who exactly are they?" Su Lingfeng could not help but inquire. "Capture? After multiple encounters with her, I never managed to take her down. It's not that I lack the desire. It's simply that neither of us can overcome the other. Have you heard of the largest dark force within Gushi City?" Su Xiaohu explained. "You mean the Dark Fragrance Valley?" Su Qing replied. She was unfamiliar with this force, but had vaguely heard that it was a very mysterious entity, possibly just a branch of a larger organization. "You are correct. What you witnessed earlier was none other than the only daughter of the Dark Fragrance Valley's leader, Mo Lingshu. As for the matter of branches, it is best that you remain uninformed. What I can tell you is that they specialize in breeding goo, placing goo insects within strong hosts, and controlling them to become powerful allies," Su Xiaohu elaborated. "Why place insects in strong bodies?" Su Lingfeng questioned, somewhat perplexed. "Once the goo enters the host's body, it can only rely on the host's physical strength and cannot utilize the host's martial techniques. Therefore, the hosts are either meticulously cultivated by them or carefully selected from the outside world," Su Xiaohu clarified. "And that burly man from earlier?" Su Mingyang inquired. "Indeed, I forced the goo out of him with my strike, which is why he lost consciousness temporarily. Afterward, the goo re-entered his body, and he followed his master," Su Xiaohu confirmed. "Those individuals appear to be body cultivators." Su Mingyang hesitated but finally voiced his suspicion. "Body cultivators? Are you certain you are not mistaken?" Su Xiaohu's demeanor shifted to one of alarm upon hearing this. Yes, they certainly seemed to be deliberately concealing something. However, based on the encounter with the man who fought Su Lingfeng, he should have been able to evade that strike, yet he did not. Su Mingyang continued, furrowing his brow. Moreover, the burly man nodded slightly, and that was precisely when the other man looked at him. If they are indeed body cultivators, they may not remain under the Gu's control for long. Given the circumstances, it is possible they have already freed themselves from it, which implies that Mo Lingshu might have. Everyone, prepare to set off and pursue Mo Lingshu swiftly. Su Xiaohu suddenly rose, commanding urgency. The five of them promptly set off, tracing the path from which Mo Lingshu had departed. How dare you touch me? Release your filthy hands at once. You huh? What is happening? You dare. Mo Lingshu found herself suddenly seized, losing contact with her Gu. Just as she attempted to break free, the burly man struck her abdomen with a heavy blow, causing her immense pain, followed by the binding of her with specially designed chains. You foolish girl, did you truly believe we were under your control? If it were not for, the man holding Mo Lingshu began. Silence. The burly man barked. Is that something you should say? If anyone is to speak, it should be me. Miss Mo, hand over your Gu cultivation manual, and I assure you no harm will come to you. My brother is right. Hurry and produce it. The man had intended to seize the manual before taking action, but this clever girl was too sharp. Even the ones under her Gu were on guard. How infuriating. Curse you. Can you not let me have my say? Just wait until I deal with you. The burly man roared. The other two could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into fits of amusement. The burly man raised his foot, delivering two swift kicks that sent both of them sprawling to the ground. You fools. Why are you standing there silent? Are you playing mute? The three of them exchanged glances, simultaneously responding, what our brother says is correct. Everything he instructs us to do is right. We absolutely will not do what he forbids. The burly man nodded in satisfaction. Well said. Now let us get down to business. Little girl, hand over the manual, or I shall carve a mark upon your pretty face. Haha. The previous man interjected once again. Get lost. You're stealing my words. The burly man could no longer restrain himself, delivering a resounding slap that sent the man reeling. Squatting down, the burly man gazed at Mo Lingshu, remaining silent for a long while. Just as he was about to speak, Mo Lingshu spat at him, glaring fiercely. Oh, now we have our answer. Since you refuse to speak, there is nothing left to discuss, the burly man remarked, wiping his face and nodding. What should we do? Big brother? The man with the missing front teeth approached, his speech somewhat slurred. You are the foolish one. I could easily take you down, the burly man retorted, anger flaring within him as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Abayo, Achiang, eliminate her. We will go directly to old Mo for the manual. The burly man's eyes glinted with malice as he commanded. The two men hesitated, and the one named Abayo seemed to want to protest, but Achiang silenced him. They raised their weapons, prepared to strike. With a resounding tiger roar, the two were sent sprawling 10 paces away, as Su Xiaohu arrived just in time, employing his tiger roar fist technique to rescue Mo Lingshu. It's you? Mind your own business, or my hammer will not spare you, the burly man said coldly. Even if you are body cultivators with some background, this is still not a place for you to run rampant, Su Xiaohu warned. The young lad, surprisingly able to deduce our origins, dares to wade into these murky waters. I must admit, you possess remarkable audacity. The bare-footed giant spoke as intricate lines manifested across his body. Su Xiaohu, wary of the situation, swiftly enveloped himself in a silver battle armor, its height matching that of the giant. Within the core of this battle form, his battle attire billowed with the wind. Although the armor obscured his original appearance, his movements and expressions bore an astonishing resemblance to his true self. Even his speech was synchronized. At this moment, Su Lingfeng and the others finally arrived. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Su Xiaohu took the initiative to advance alone, their presence providing him with a semblance of reassurance, especially considering the opponent was a practitioner of body cultivation, a notably unique entity in the realm of cultivation. Witnessing Su Xiaohu's state, the others could not help but express their envy. Even Su Qing displayed a hint of admiration, affirming his status as the most outstanding young genius in Gushi City. To be able to condense battle attire, huh? Quite a remarkable talent. The bare-footed giant seethed with anger, charging forth as if confronted by an enemy. With a thunderous clash, a heavy blow came crashing down, yet Su Xiaohu met it with his fist astonishingly, managing to withstand it. As the battle ensued, Su Xiaohu's agility remained dominant. Upon closer observation, Su Lingfeng discerned that he was not merely enduring the attacks, but rather employing skillful techniques, using minimal force to counteract the heavy strikes. The speed of body cultivation relies on explosive power, whereas Su Xiaohu's swiftness stemmed from his footwork. After several hundred exchanges, the giant's arms trembled slightly, while Su Xiaohu began to breathe more heavily. Nevertheless, their fighting spirits remained undiminished as the giant charged again, providing Su Xiaohu no opportunity to unleash his battle techniques. You lot, why aren't you dispatching them already? A Feng, let that kid witness your prowess and knock out all his teeth. The giant bellowed suddenly. With this proclamation, the skirmish transformed from a one-on-one confrontation into a chaotic melee. Su Qing donned her battle attire, wielding a long whip that rang out as she kept the axe wielding a Biao at bay, preventing him from closing the distance. Su Mingyang, clad in white, utilized his superior footwork to compensate for his lack of brute strength against a Chong, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Kid, my boss instructed me to beat you until you're searching for your teeth. Don't blame me. A Feng declared fervently, his words laced with indignation. Brother Feng, I'll assist you. Su Fenger rushed to stand beside Su Lingfeng. Fenger, I can handle this. You go see if you can unlock her chains, Su Lingfeng replied firmly. He would never permit Su Fenger to assist him, for since Su Mingyang revealed that this Feng had intentionally provoked him, he harbored great resentment and was determined to bring him down at the first opportunity. After speaking, Su Lingfeng charged forward. Along the way, he had inquired with Su Mingyang, discovering that practitioners of body cultivation could not activate battle attire. The fact that a Feng was clad in battle attire suggested he was not a true body cultivator, merely possessing a slightly stronger physique. This realization bolstered Su Lingfeng's confidence, as a Feng was only at the late stage of body refinement, having yet to break through to bone refinement. Thus, the outcome remained uncertain. I want to go save her, humph. Su Fenger pouted, although she wished to assist others. Su Mingyang had instructed her to aid Su Lingfeng, leaving her feeling increasingly useless. With inadequate cultivation, strength, and speed, she unconsciously found herself before Mo Lingzhu. I'm of no help. I likely can't unlock those chains, so you might as well stay like this, Su Fenger said angrily. Are you upset, little sister? Mo Lingzhu asked gently, her demeanor unexpectedly soft. You are all great heroes, and I am utterly useless. I shouldn't have come to this wretched clan competition. Su Fenger lamented, her eyes reddening and her voice quivering. Mo Lingzhu, observing the young girl, felt a deep understanding of her sentiments and offered words of comfort. Every individual has strengths and weaknesses. I believe you simply have not yet discovered your suitable path. I was once like you, delighting in playing tricks on others. Those who dared to interfere with me feared my father rather than me. I desired to cultivate, yet I was not suited for it. My father arranged for me to undergo body cultivation, but the daily grueling labor and immersion in medicinal liquids, which stimulated muscle growth, were not what I wanted. As a girl, I did not wish to become like them, so I trained tirelessly, choosing a different path. The result is that at 18, I fear I may remain as I am forever. Yet now, I have discovered a passion for nurturing insects. Ironically, my father vehemently opposed my pursuit of this art, yet I gravitated toward it. Sister Lingzhu, I had no idea you endured so much. I'm sorry for what happened before. Su Fenger listened intently, unable to fathom that this playful young lady had endured such hardship and torment. It's all right. We must never give up hope. Mo Lingzhu smiled at Su Fenger. Su Fenger nodded emphatically, then noticed several insects gnawing at the chains on Mo Lingzhu's arm. Although their progress was slow, noticeable gaps had begun to appear in the chains. I too shall find my own path, Su Fenger declared resolutely. On the battlefield, all sides had entered a frenzied clash. Su Lingfeng felt an increasing sense of exhilaration in combat, alternating between offense and defense, seeking opportunities to exploit his advantages and deplete his opponent's strength. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Despite restraining a stronger foe, he could not muster the excitement he expected. What was wrong? Frustrated, Su Lingfeng launched into a frenzied assault, raining down punches without regard for the cracks spreading across his battle armor, which seemed on the verge of shattering. A Feng, too, was struggling, his armor in tatters as he gasped, You crazy kid, what are you doing? Are you trying to take your life? Fine, let us stop fighting. Su Lingfeng, taken aback, realized that the essence of his frustration lay in his lack of a fighting spirit. He needed to fight with all his might to find his parents more swiftly. He needed to fight fiercely to rise above the chaos of this world. At that moment, he recalled Su Tuo, who had fought with a heart resigned to death, ultimately leading to victory, despite Su Tuo being rescued in the end. Not only Su Tuo, but also Shindakuai. The disparity in their capabilities had once seemed insurmountable, leaving him hopeless against the beast trap. Yet, he was not ready to die. There were still many things awaiting his endeavor. Thank you. A phone, Su Lingfeng expressed his gratitude, realizing through this battle the true nature of his predicament. Noticing Su Lingfeng's cessation of combat, Su Xiaohu, Su Qing, and Su Mingyang gradually halted as well. The barefooted giant laughed heartily, saying, "Good lad, what a thrill. It's been ages since I've had such an exhilarating fight. If only there were wine, I'd drink with you for 3 days and nights. Once we reach Gushi City, I shall host you for a drink." Su Xiaohu felt a bit awkward, suddenly unsure how to address the giant. "Huh. My surname is Li, with the given name Chong. I promise to drink heartily with you, brother Xiaohu, and have another splendid match afterward." The barefooted giant, Li Chong, was in high spirits. The battle not only determined victors and vanquished, but also revealed the intricacies of one's character. Su Xiaohu sensed that Li Chong was a man of many stories, harboring a wealth of experiences that fueled his jealousy of so-called geniuses. "Brother Li Chong, do you truly desire the Mo family's insect-rearing secrets?" Su Xiaohu ventured, aware that although the fighting had ceased, the matter remained unresolved. "Dear brother Xiaohu, what are you saying? I am merely tasked with gathering the ancient texts on the art of nurturing goo. This time, I shall grant you a favor, especially since this young lady is also my fellow disciple." Li Chong approached and patted Su Xiaohu's shoulder, though the disparity in their appearances was rather stark. Just then, with a resounding crack, the chains binding Mo Lingzhu shattered. "You should consider yourselves fortunate. Had it not been for this, next year on this very day would mark your memorial." The potency of the goo worms was indeed formidable, capable of devouring chains specifically designed to restrain physical cultivators. "Sister Lingzhu, I apologize for any previous offenses. I hope you can forgive me." Suddenly, taking advantage of Li Chong's distraction, Mo Lingzhu launched an attack, delivering a punch to his abdomen that sent him flying. "Elder brother, Chongge, are you all right? How could you?" "Stop," Li Chong exclaimed, struggling to rise after a few gasps. "I had indeed committed those earlier transgressions. Sister Lingzhu, have you found your vengeance?" Mo Lingzhu gave a cold snort. "Take this manual on nurturing goo. Consider it a reward for your company these past days." With that, she tossed the manual to a startled Biao, who instinctively recoiled. Earlier, he had held her hand, and now he felt a wave of trepidation, never having anticipated the strength of her physical form. "Then I thank you, Sister Lingzhu. If only." Li Chong clasped his fists in gratitude. "No, just do not provoke me further," Mo Lingzhu interjected before he could finish. Li Chong awkwardly chuckled. "Then until we meet again, brother Xiaohu." After the departure of Li Chong and his companions, Su Xiaohu invited Mo Lingzhu to join them, but she declined, mentioning other matters she had to attend to. Consequently, Su Xiaohu and his group readied themselves and ventured deeper into the depths of Xiaogu Mountain. "Captain, may I take care of them alone this time?" Su Lingfeng boldly requested, facing a pack of howling moon wolves. The group was taken aback, suspecting they had misheard. According to Captain Su Xiaohu's plan, today was supposed to be their final day of self-training, allowing them to adjust their states and relax a bit before preparing to seize the flag. Having spent over a month in Xiaogu Mountain, Su Xiaohu had led his team in enhancing their combat abilities, though there had been no significant breakthroughs in their realms. Only Su Feng'er and Su Lingfeng had advanced to the 8th level of body refinement, while the others remained at their previous levels. Nevertheless, they fought almost daily. The beasts in Xiaogu Mountain were even more ferocious than they had imagined, often finding themselves besieged by multiple beasts, engaged in combat every day. Particularly, Su Lingfeng trained relentlessly, honing his combat skills without relying on techniques, engaging the beasts with sheer physical prowess. Initially, he emerged from battles battered and bruised. Even when he ultimately vanquished the beasts, he paid a considerable price. Su Xiaohu and the others understood his determination, and influenced by Su Lingfeng, they too began to focus on strengthening their physical forms. Although they could not excavate their potential as thoroughly as those who practiced body cultivation, their combat capabilities undeniably improved. However, they could not match his relentless drive. Su Lingfeng sometimes employed mutually destructive tactics, being harsh on both his enemies and himself, which caused his companions considerable concern. Over the past month, Su Lingfeng had slain 360 beasts. His transformation was astonishing. When he engaged, his opponents either perished or were gravely injured. Today, when confronted by a pack of howling moon wolves, Su Lingfeng volunteered to deal with them single-handedly. It is worth noting that howling moon wolves are social creatures, with diminished combat effectiveness when acting alone. However, their collective assault could exponentially amplify their strength. Among the pack, 3 were second-tier beasts, and 18 were first-tier. Ordinarily, this battle would have been led by Su Xiaohu and Su Qing, with the 3 of them executing the slay. Upon hearing Su Lingfeng's intention to face the pack alone, Su Xiaohu and the others were utterly astonished. You truly make us feel ashamed, young man. Very well. Su Qing and I will support you. Unleash your potential. But unless it is a matter of life and death, we shall not intervene. Su Lingfeng nodded and activated his combat form, charging into the fray. The howling moon wolves seemed to sense the disdain emanating from their foes, and the peak's second-tier wolf howled, prompting nearly 20 of its pack to charge. As Su Lingfeng plunged into the throng, he swiftly dispatched 3 wolves in a single exchange. He could have slain 5, had his strikes not been thwarted by the second-tier beasts. Can Brother Feng win? Su Feng'er inquired anxiously. Just watch. He always manages to surprise us. Su Mingyang, clad in pristine white, felt an unusual fortune to be present in the competition. He had traveled from the imperial city with a personal agenda, seeking enough support to achieve his goals. However, since meeting Su Lingfeng, he began to comprehend the futility of court intrigues. Only by possessing strength could one attract allegiance and respect. Growing up in such an environment, he had gradually forgotten that this was a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, rather than a realm of scheming and deceit. Amidst their conversation, 5 or 6 more howling moon wolves fell, while Su Lingfeng's combat form became severely damaged, his body marred with over a dozen wounds, flesh torn and bloodied. Su Qing, unable to bear the sight, prepared to intervene, but Su Xiaohu stopped her. The battle with the phone revealed his shortcomings. Now is the time to test the results of this past month. If you intervene, it will surely impact his mindset. For him, enduring today could lead to a sunny tomorrow. Failing to endure might bring torrential rain and misfortune. Su Qing glanced at Captain Su Xiaohu, her concern overriding her thoughts. Despite her reluctance, she recognized the wisdom in his words. At that moment, 6 or 7 howling moon wolves lunged forward, their fangs bared and their demeanor fierce, eager to rend the young man before them to shreds. Su Feng'er gasped and stumbled back, covering her mouth. Had she faced them, she would have undoubtedly fled in terror. Su Lingfeng crouched low, his sharp gaze locked onto the advancing wolves. In an instant, he surged forward, striking and evading, fists like mountains and feet like the wind, akin to iron cavalry charging down Mei Ling. How is this possible? Su Mingyang marveled, unable to believe that Su Lingfeng had brazenly charged through the wolves' assault. In mere moments, the crowd was astonished. Was this truly Su Lingfeng's genuine strength? The pack of howling moon wolves entered a frenzied state. Of the 20 wolves, only the alpha and 4 remained. Su Lingfeng's strikes were like lightning, not allowing the wolves even a moment to react. 15 lay slain, with 1 second-tier beast severely injured. 4 frenzied wolves charged in, including 1 second-tier beast. Their eyes glinted with malice, instilling a primal fear akin to being hunted by a ferocious beast. Yet, with a roar, Su Lingfeng activated his martial arts, rapidly harnessing the world's spiritual energy to envelop himself, achieving a complete combat form, resembling a bulkier version of himself. In that moment, his fighting spirit blazed, undiminished by the pressure. Before the enemy could move, he vanished from sight, delivering a powerful punch that sent 1 howling wolf flying, only to be met with a claw from the second-tier beast that breached his defenses and wounded his arm. Without hesitation, he endured the pain and retaliated with a kick that sent the second-tier wolf hurtling 5 zhang away. Almost simultaneously, the frenzied howling moon wolf king appeared behind Su Lingfeng, intent on severing his neck. Su Lingfeng sidestepped, but the wolf king sank its teeth into his shoulder. At that moment, Su Lingfeng's shoulder bone was exposed, blood trickling down his arm, creating a horrifying sight. Yet, he remained resolute. Captain, sister, please act quickly. Save Brother Feng. Su Feng'er pleaded. Su Qing glanced at Su Xiaohu, who seemed to waver, but ultimately shook his head. Su Lingfeng, the path of martial arts is like 100 ships vying for the flow. If you wish to fight desperately, why not give your all? Why cling to a mere corner? Su Xiaohu shouted. Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng's heart trembled. Indeed, I have been too obstinate. To defy fate, one must fight with all one's might. To fight desperately, one must unleash every ounce of strength to grasp a sliver of hope. Su Lingfeng activated the inquiry technique, and his battle body instantly restored. Struggling to rise, he trembled. Yet a smile curled at the corners of his mouth despite his dire state. Spirit Wind Step. Spirit Fusion Fist. In an instant, Su Lingfeng's aura surged powerfully, transcending the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Su Xiaohu and the others were genuinely astonished, unable to comprehend the depth of their surprise. Su Lingfeng dashed forward, his speed rivaling that of Su Xiaohu in battle mode. The gusts of wind howled as he pierced through space, knocking the howling moon wolf down with a punch, and delivering a final blow that shattered the Wolf King's skull. In its last moments, the howling moon wolf king's eyes reflected deep resentment. It had yet to unleash its terrifying killing move before being obliterated by the unexpected punch. Is it finally over? Su Lingfeng, withdrawing his battle body, suddenly felt dizzy and fell backward. Su Xiaohu swiftly caught him, saying, "Rest here, stay vigilant." "Master, master." A voice echoed. Who is speaking?" Su Lingfeng approached the spirit martial scroll and asked, "Is it you?" "Indeed." "Congratulations, master, on fully comprehending the inquiry technique," the scroll replied. "Fully comprehended. Oh, I remember now. In the final moments of battling the Howling Moon Wolf King, I grasped that the true essence of the inquiry technique transcends mere combat enhancement. Atop a peak, one stands tall. At the valley's bottom, one lies low. Whether at the summit or the abyss, one can transcend the essence of things, viewing everything from a higher perspective to harness greater power. Just as a solitary individual can fight alone, a small team can coordinate seamlessly, and an army can sweep through and obliterate all in its path. My battle with the Howling Moon Wolf King was precisely about mobilizing all the power of my body, serving the Spirit Wind Step and Spirit Fusion Fist. No, it was not merely the Spirit Wind Step and Spirit Fusion Fist, but rather the union of all my strengths. An unarmed strike has no form. Form returns to the formless. The Spirit Martial Scroll expressed its satisfaction, surprised by the Master's profound understanding. Previously, it held little hope for Su Lingfeng, acknowledging his ability to rise again through the scroll's trials, but deemed him too weak. Thus, it seldom engaged with him, only offering minimal guidance at critical moments as part of its duty. Yet Su Lingfeng's extraordinary comprehension of the inquiry technique in such a short time marked him as a rare talent. You are correct. This is precisely the path the inquiry technique elucidates. Nevertheless, you must still undergo a trial to attain the second verse of the Spirit Martial Azura technique, the scroll stated. A trial? What kind of trial must I undergo to obtain the second verse? Su Lingfeng inquired eagerly. Only through trial can one truly understand the trial. Are you certain you wish to proceed now? The scroll asked. Dare I ask, esteemed elder, what is my chance of passing the trial? Su Lingfeng cautiously probed. You little rascal, always trying to be clever. That said, you currently have only a 30% chance of passing the trial. Now, you should return. Trouble is at hand. The Spirit Martial Scroll chided playfully. After a day and night in unconsciousness, Su Lingfeng finally awakened. He discovered that his wounds had been bandaged, and he was clad in fresh garments. The atmosphere around him was tense. Su Xiaohu and the others stood with their backs to him, encircling him and another injured man, as if facing a formidable enemy. Outside, on the mountain opposite Little Solitary Mountain, a throng of people observed the image projected in the sky. It was a manifestation array showcasing 3 locations on Little Solitary Mountain, each illustrating a 10-mile radius, arranged in a triangular formation that supported one another. The manifestation array stood as a testament to the former glory of Gushi City, though now it lay in disrepair, only capable of revealing these 3 points on Little Solitary Mountain. Whether by coincidence or design, for over a month, these 3 manifest zones had seen no signs of life. Not even a single bird or beast, and the crowd was on the verge of losing patience. Yet now, a group of clan participants had gathered to battle for the flags. Within the image, it was Su Lingfeng's team that was being pursued and besieged by the Ma family's team, having fled to this area, ultimately left with no choice but to engage in combat. Many in the crowd felt their hearts tighten as they watched Su family's top prodigy cornered. Unsure if he could evade this calamity, they longed to rush to his aid. The Elder Patriarch had long since risen from his seat, anxiously concerned for Su Xiaohu and the others, and even more so for the unconscious Su Lingfeng, internally lamenting, Chinner, what has happened? Awaken quickly. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. Certain individuals were particularly pleased, especially those from the Ma family, who unabashedly praised their own genius. It seems the championship of this clan competition is destined for my Ma family. Ma Batian laughed heartily at Su Kunshan. What do you mean by that, Ma Batian? This is against the rules. If you dare to harm my daughter, I, Su Tai, will not let this rest. Su Kunshan interjected, his voice laden with fury. Rules? Which rule have I violated? If you cannot specify, and you slander me, I shall make you regret it. Ma Batian slammed the table, his voice booming. You. Su Tai found himself momentarily speechless, realizing there was indeed no explicit prohibition against teams allying, even if they hailed from the same family. Upon hearing this, countless onlookers began to murmur, criticizing the underhandedness of using numbers to overpower individuals, a practice looked down upon by martial artists, yet some brazenly flaunted it. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, fearful of inciting the wrath of this ruthless man, and thus, they kept their distance from Ma Batian's tyranny. Enough. Let the younger generation handle their own affairs. We need not interfere. Su Kunshan advised, his voice calm but firm. He contemplated. Given that the Ma family had 3 teams present, the Su family's teams must also be prepared. Yet why had they not emerged? That simply cannot be. The abilities of the younger generation determine the future of Gushi City and must not be taken lightly. If I remember correctly, the Su family has failed to secure the championship twice already. If they truly lack capability, it would be better for them to step aside and allow others to take over. Ma Batian scoffed. What did you say? Outrageous. You. The Su family's youths were incensed, rising in unison, ready to charge forward. The crowd erupted in a commotion, for the Su family had held power here for centuries. And now someone was openly challenging their authority. How could they not be astonished? At that moment, the Elder Patriarch Su Hongshan raised his hand, timely stopping the crowd from advancing. And the Su family's youths, though still glaring at Ma Batian, restrained themselves. If my Su family's descendants are incompetent, yet occupy high positions, what of it? The position of Patriarch is for the capable, not a personal possession of the Su family, the Elder Patriarch declared. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, especially among the Su family's youths, some even lowering their heads. The Elder Patriarch's words carried significant weight. Not only did he admonish them against becoming inept individuals, but he also subtly indicated the consequences of holding high positions while lacking ability. He reminded everyone of the unwavering status of the Su family over the centuries and alleviated the conflicts between them using resources that were not of the Su family's own. Ha ha ha, the old patriarch is indeed broad-minded and insightful. I, Ma Batian, commend him. Ma Batian praised with cupped hands and then addressed those behind him, saying, The old patriarch's wise words must be etched in your hearts. Do not disappoint his earnest hopes. Patriarch Su Kunshan clenched his fists tightly. Ma Batian's words, seemingly a reprimand directed at his subordinates, were in fact a veiled criticism aimed at the Su family's younger generation, a blatant insult. You all must also remember the old patriarch's words. Be an upright and honorable, capable person. Su Kunshan admonished, suppressing his fury. You. Ma Batian crushed the teacup in his hand, his rage surging. Look, there are newcomers. Who are they? When did such people appear in Gushi City? Someone suddenly exclaimed. The crowd's attention was drawn back to the scene in the air, where a 6-foot-tall, barefooted giant wielding a massive iron hammer appeared, followed by 3 burly men. Su Lingfeng had just awakened to find himself surrounded by Su Xiaohu and the others, with Captain Su Yunlei lying nearby, gravely injured, clutching a flag tightly. He scanned the area and recognized Ma Tianxiao and Ma Tianhao among the dozen or so people encircling them, most of whom were at the bone refining stage. Su Xiaohu, if you know what's good for you, hand over my Ma family's flag, and perhaps I will show you mercy and spare your lives. Ma Tianxiao sneered. If you want me to hand over the Ma family's flag, then you must bring me the Su family's flag, Su Xiaohu retorted. It turned out that after the Ma family entered Zaigushan, they had used a mysterious means of communication to locate each other. Ma Tianxiao and Ma Tianhao led 3 of their teams, ruthlessly eliminating 8 teams in succession and obtaining the flags of the Su and Song families. However, the Ma family's flag was acquired by Su Yunlei, who had been severely injured during the pursuit. Fortunately, he encountered Su Xiaohu at that time. Su Lingfeng had just fallen unconscious and was severely weakened, only able to retreat with the 2 of them. And what if I refuse? Ma Tianxiao scoffed. Haha, such excitement. I, Li Chong, have come to join the fray. I'm curious to see who dares to withhold what my brother Su Xiaohu desires. The barefooted giant Li Chong strode in, smiling at Su Xiaohu. Lingwu, why are you here? This is a land of peril. I must ask you to. Su Xiaohu clasped his fists in greeting. Oh, since you call me brother, I cannot turn a blind eye. Today, I shall see which fool dares to bully my brother Li Chong. Li Chong bellowed. Outside Zai, someone recognized the barefooted giant and exclaimed, "Isn't that a person from the Song family? Why does he seem so familiar with Su Xiaohu? Look. It seems he is going to stand up for Su Xiaohu." Ma Batian glared fiercely at Song Wanbao and demanded, "Song Wanbao, what do you mean by this?" "Patriarch Ma, I am wronged. These people came to my family voluntarily. Seeing their size and strength, I hired them. But this. Song Wanbao stammered, panicking at the unexpected turn of events. "I have no time for your explanations. When will you deliver the gold coins you promised to my residence?" Ma Batian interrogated. With a meek tone, Song Wanbao replied, "Patriarch Ma, the clan competition has changed location, so please be lenient and spare this little merchant." "Humph. After the clan competition, if I do not see the gold coins, you know the consequences," Ma Batian threatened. Seeing Ma Batian glance back at Zai, Song Wanbao, drenched in cold sweat, turned his attention elsewhere. Inside Zai, Ma Tianhao asked, "Brother, who is this big guy? Why is he so arrogant? With a face like that? I haven't seen him in Gushi City." Ma Tianxiao shrugged. "You infuriate me." Li Chong charged forward, swinging his heavy hammer. Frightened, Ma Tianxiao retreated several steps, realizing that if he were struck, he would surely be reduced to a pulp. Get him! Stop him!" he urgently shouted. Immediately, 3 individuals surged forward, all at the mid-stage of bone refining, attempting to block the rampaging Li Chong. Seeing this, Ma Tianxiao was elated and said, "Haha, Su Xiaohu, why are you still holding back? Oh, I see. You are waiting for the other Su family teams to rescue you, right? Let me tell you the truth. Su Chong and Zhou Yuan's teams have already been eliminated by me, and Zhao Wuyan is currently being pursued by 2 other teams from the Su family. No one will come to save you. Today, I shall see what qualifications you have to be so arrogant before me." Ma Tianxiao sneered. "You, Ma Tianxiao, I, Su Xiaohu, swear that I will kill you." Su Xiaohu declared, his childhood filled with hardships, and to him, Su Chong was closer than family, having raised him. Upon learning of Su Chong and Zhou Yuan's misfortunes, he could no longer contain his rage and charged forward. A fierce battle erupted, dust swirling in the air, spirits soaring. The sound of wine and robes mingled with heartache, as he bent his bow to shoot the celestial wolf. Then, Abayo and his companions, along with Su Qing and her group, rushed into the fray. Just as Su Lingfeng was about to join the fight, he was halted by Su Yunlei. "Su Lingfeng, you cannot go. You must take the Ma family's flag and escape. Only in this way can the Su family avoid defeat, and we can die with honor." "For the Su family," Su Yunlei, weakened and pleading, implored. Su Lingfeng was unwilling. He wanted to charge forward and fight alongside Su Xiaohu, determined to die with dignity rather than flee and bring shame to the old patriarch and tarnish the Su family's reputation. However, Su Yunlei's reasoning was not without merit. If the Ma family seized this flag, it would undoubtedly place the Su family in an even more precarious position. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma, unable to decide. "Retrieve the Ma family's flag for me," Ma Tianxiao roared. "Quick, flee. There is no time left. I beg you for the Su family. Hurry." Su Yunlei, nearly driven to madness, struggled to rise, shoving the flag into Su Lingfeng's arms before charging toward the approaching enemies from the Ma family. Su Lingfeng tightly gripped the flag, gazing at Su Xiaohu, Su Qing, Su Fenger, Su Mingyang, Li Chong, and the retreating figure of Su Yunlei. His eyes reddened, and his clenched fists bled from the pressure. Ultimately, he turned away in anguish, summoning all his strength, carrying the Ma family's flag, bearing Su Yunlei's entrusted hopes, and the aspirations of the Su family. He departed with tears in his eyes. Under Su Yunlei's cover, Su Lingfeng escaped the Ma family's encirclement. Yet 3 bone refining stage experts relentlessly pursued him. Su Lingfeng felt a chill run down his spine, the sensation of being prey flooding his senses. He recognized the aura all too well. They hailed from the Blood Cliff 10 ghosts, though he did not know which of the ghosts had arrived this time. As they chased him through the forest, Su Lingfeng led them in circles, evading capture for 3 hours, yet the 3 still could not seize him. Strange. It has been so long, yet how is this kid still so fast? The bald, menacing man exclaimed. This is what makes it more interesting. Prey is meant to be pursued, slowly extinguishing its hope for survival. The longer the chase, the more I enjoy it. Another said with a sinister tone. The third man narrowed his eyes, frowning without saying a word, and ordered, split up and cut him off. Yes. The two responded and dispersed to pursue. Su Lingfeng saw their formation shift and inwardly cursed. With this, his options for escape were severely limited. If he pressed forward, he would only face the cliffs and the abyss. What is that? Su Lingfeng gazed toward the side, noticing a mist swirling amidst the mountains and forests, lingering persistently, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. Quickly pursue him. We cannot allow him to enter there. We must reclaim the flag before it is too late, urged one of the men anxiously. Wuguwei, what is that? It appears rather ominous, inquired the man with an eccentric demeanor. Do not ask, hurry. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. The one known as Wuguwei insisted. They desperately chased after him, but ultimately fell short. Su Lingfeng vanished into the mist. Wuguwei halted, blocking the other two, fearful they might rush in. His breath was somewhat unsteady as he explained, in truth. The primary reason hunting is prohibited at Zygushan is not solely due to the formidable beasts, but rather because of this perilous miasma, the soul-destroying miasma. Soul-destroying miasma? I believe I have heard someone mention it before. They spoke of it with utter dread. What is the nature of this? Questioned the bald, fierce-looking man. Wuguwei. That person's fear is warranted. Anyone familiar with the soul-destroying miasma would feel terror. It is said that no one who enters the miasma emerges alive. The bodies left behind bear no wounds, not even internal injuries, yet they are lifeless, Wuguwei elucidated. The eccentric man stepped forward, intrigued. How fascinating. I must see what lies within. Chiguwei, you must not go. Both Wuguwei and Luguwei blocked him, preventing any rash actions. Wuguwei continued, it is strange. The soul-destroying miasma only appears once every 6 months and dissipates after half a month. Reliable sources indicate it last appeared 3 months ago, yet it has re-emerged in less than 5 months. This anomaly surely bodes ill. Let us remain here and observe. We shall retrieve the flag in half a month and return. After all, the young master does not require our assistance at this moment. Indeed, Wuguwei speaks wisely. It would be prudent to decipher the mysteries of this miasma. Chiguwei licked his lips, excitement brimming. Unbeknownst to Su Lingfeng, he had plunged into the depths of the soul-destroying miasma. The mist enveloped him, and as he ventured deeper, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. He had walked for quite some time, feeling increasingly fatigued, yearning for slumber. Faintly, he glimpsed the old clan leader, Xiang'er, Chen Hao, and Su Xiao. Gradually, he succumbed to sleep. Oh, how delightful. Another feast has arrived. This young lad is quite youthful, yet his soul power is remarkably abundant, truly tantalizing. A sinister laugh echoed through the mist. But first, let him indulge in a pleasant dream. I must resist. The voice transformed into that of an elderly man. That bear beast, a third-tier demon beast, was easily dispatched by a mere fat pig bear, utterly useless. This little one can hold out for 3 days. Impressive. And that silly little bird, what is it doing here? Nevertheless, it's fine. A change of taste now and then is welcome. As the voice shifted, dozens of powerful demon beasts, all at least second tier, gradually materialized from the mist, only to vanish at a visible pace, leaving no remnants behind, as if they had never existed. Little brother, I have come to keep you company. This voice bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Qing's. At that moment, Su Lingfeng was lost in dreams of Gushi City. He dreamt that the old clan leader had healed his old ailments, soaring to new heights of cultivation, leading the people on an expedition into the beast's forest, liberating Gushi City from demonic threats. He dreamt that Su Xiaohu ascended to the position of clan leader, unraveling the mysteries of the enigmatic stream, revealing its grand intentions to obliterate Gushi City, ultimately thwarted by Su Xiaohu's strength, leading to its downfall. He dreamt that Su Qing married Li Chong, departing from Gushi City. He dreamt of himself, tearful and alone, turning his back on Gushi City, embarking on a quest to find his parents. This young lad, how does he possess so many ties and concerns, so many unresolved matters? Though Su Lingfeng was lost in pleasant dreams, the beings within the mist bore witness to his innermost thoughts, unconsciously wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Su Lingfeng dreamt for a full 7 days, yet ultimately could not locate his parents within his dreams. He felt an indistinct voice urging him to awaken. Oh no, he is about to awaken. He can actually wake up. Could he be the man destined for me? Impossible. I refuse to believe that old witch's words. I will kill you. I have yet to indulge in enough carefree revelry. A young girl's voice resonated within the mist. The swirling miasma encroached upon Su Lingfeng's consciousness, beginning to devour his soul. After consuming a couple of bites, it halted, complaining, I ate too much before, now I can't consume more. How annoying. Consider yourself fortunate. Just as it was about to leave, it spotted a flickering scroll in the distance and, intrigued, cautiously approached it. The closer it drew, the more invigorated it felt. Warm currents flowing through its body, excitedly exclaiming, he truly is my man. I begrudgingly agree. I have finally broken through the bottleneck I have faced for years. I am about to ascend. Su Lingfeng awoke, feeling a heavy sensation in his head, muttering to himself, what has happened? It feels as though I have been dreaming for an eternity. How did I end up here, and how long have I slept? You have slept for 7 days and nights, replied the being within the mist. Who is speaking? Su Lingfeng questioned warily. It is I, the soul spirit beast. You may call me Linger. The soul spirit beast materialized from the mist, taking on the appearance of Su Fenger. Fenger. Su Lingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Incorrect. I am not Fenger, I am Linger. The soul spirit beast pouted, playfully punching Su Lingfeng's chest. Su Lingfeng was momentarily entranced, her demeanor, her movements. Her expressions were strikingly reminiscent of Su Fenger. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that this girl, who called herself Linger, was certainly not Su Fenger. The thought of Su Fenger sent a pang of heartache through him. He wondered how they were faring now. Are you thinking of them? Linger asked, tilting her head. Yes. I worry for their well-being. They are outnumbered and formidable. I fear they may encounter misfortune. Su Lingfeng lamented. Then go find them. Find them. Right. When I entered, were there 3 individuals pursuing me? Did they leave? Su Lingfeng inquired. They wouldn't dare enter. They are guarding outside, Linger scoffed. They are as timid as mice, lacking the courage to step inside. Then I cannot escape. I cannot contend with them, Su Lingfeng said, disheartened. Linger thumped her chest confidently. That is of no concern. Leave it to me. You are willing to assist me? Well, who asked you to be my friend? However, she almost let slip another word, her delicate cheeks flushing slightly. What shall we do then? Simply carry me while you run. Why are you so foolish? Linger replied, leaping onto Su Lingfeng's shoulder. Su Lingfeng felt a slight weight settle on his shoulder, realizing Linger had transformed into a tiny sprite, seated upon him. He then dashed toward the 3 men. Wugui Chigui, look. Is the soul-destroying miasma approaching? Lugui patted the 2 beside him. My heavens, we need to flee. Chigui shouted. In recent days, Wugui had recounted various legends surrounding the soul-destroying miasma, instilling fear in Chigui. Fortunately, he had refrained from rushing in before. Now, he was most terrified of the miasma and had been eager to depart for days. Split up and run, Wugui decisively declared, opting for a separate escape. Seeing them unexpectedly flee in different directions, Su Lingfeng arbitrarily selected a target and gave chase. Could it be that my luck is so wretched? My spirit is at its lowest, and I must pursue those 2. The 7th ghost wished fervently to vanish into the ground. After running for a while, the 5th ghost began to feel something amiss. Indeed, there had been sightings of the soul-destruction miasma moving, but never at such a speed. No, something is off. 6th ghost, stop running and come with me to rescue the 7th ghost. The 5th ghost shouted. Are you joking, 5th ghost? If you seek death, do not drag me into it. The 6th ghost retorted. The 5th ghost slapped his thigh in frustration. Why can't you understand? Its speed is suspicious. Have you forgotten what I said? The 6th ghost joined the 5th ghost, both regaining their former ferocity, their murderous intent entwined. As they pursued the direction the 7th ghost had fled, at that moment, Su Lingfeng was gaining ground, drawing ever closer to the 7th ghost. The other 2 are actually pursuing us, Linger warned. If they come in here, do you have confidence? Su Lingfeng countered. As long as they dare to touch my miasma, I assure you, they will have no return, Linger replied with utmost confidence. Hearing the 5th and 6th ghosts calling his name, the 7th ghost turned and ran towards them. Su Lingfeng, along with Linger, concealed themselves within the miasma, following suit. The 7th ghost found himself caught in between, facing away from Su Lingfeng, while the 5th and 6th ghosts came to his aid. However, when the 7th ghost was still 100 meters away from the 2, they hesitated. Although they had never witnessed the soul-destruction miasma moving at such speed, it was a perilous entity that left no trace in its wake. The ghosts were bewildered by the miasma's rapid pace, especially since they were not true ghosts themselves. 100 meters vanished in the blink of an eye. Su Lingfeng was exhilarated, thinking this would be a chance to take down 3 ghosts at once. Hurry into the miasma. In a moment of danger, the 5th and 6th ghosts made a surprising move, shoving the 7th ghost away, using the recoil to distance themselves from the soul-destruction miasma. The 7th ghost was pushed directly into it, colliding with Su Lingfeng, who reacted swiftly, sustaining no harm. The moment the 7th ghost entered the miasma, Ling'er began her violent hypnosis, transforming into Su Lingfeng's likeness and landing a punch on the back of the 7th ghost's head. The 7th ghost immediately fell unconscious within the miasma, as the swirling fog invaded his body, voraciously roaming and devouring. Su Lingfeng's eyes widened as he beheld his doppelganger, exclaiming, "Is this really possible? My miasma can subtly guide them into a state of immersion. However, those who charge in like this are sometimes dealt with in a more forceful manner. No worries, I am a professional," the transformed Ling'er declared proudly. Typically, when beings or beasts dashed into the miasma, Ling'er would remain hidden, watching as they grew anxious and fearful, searching until they succumbed to slumber, perishing in the embrace of soft warmth. However, with Su Lingfeng present in the miasma, if Ling'er did not intervene, a conflict would undoubtedly arise. Although they could not escape the miasma's grasp, if danger befell Su Lingfeng at that moment, it would be difficult for her to come to his aid. "I have some information that may prove useful to you. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad first?" Ling'er spoke with a mouthful of spiritual power, her words somewhat unclear. "Let us hear the bad news first," Su Lingfeng replied, furrowing his brow. "The bad news is that 3 of your Su family squads have been annihilated, 1 is being hunted, and your own squad is surrounded. I was already aware of that. What about the good news?" Su Lingfeng exhaled, eagerly anticipating the pleasant tidings. "The good news is that Captain Su Yunlei and Su Chong are still alive." Ling'er smiled. "Little tiger brother, Uncle Chong, is alive. Did you know? How are you faring?" Su Lingfeng's eyes reddened as he sighed. "Do you know the general location of Su Chong and Zhao Wuyan?" he inquired further. "I can only discern what he perceives through his consciousness. And given the time that has passed," Ling'er replied helplessly. Su Lingfeng nodded. Regardless, this was indeed encouraging news. He lifted his gaze toward the 5th and 6th ghosts. At that moment, the 2 did not flee. They realized the soul-destruction miasma had halted, observing quietly as they cautiously approached. "What a greedy individual. Once they enter, watch as I devour their souls," Ling'er remarked indignantly. At that moment, Su Lingfeng noticed that the 7th ghost was devoid of life, lacking any trace of spiritual fluctuation, yet his body was tossed aside by Ling'er. "Aren't you going to consume him?" Su Lingfeng asked, puzzled. "Consume him?" Ling'er exclaimed, then feigned nausea. "Your human bodies are so filthy, I wouldn't dream of eating them." Su Lingfeng was left speechless, his face darkening. Hearing those words made him feel uncomfortable, a peculiar sensation washing over him. Ling'er seemed to realize something. Feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, "I didn't mean you. I simply dislike eating humans. Only souls appeal to me. However, I can never get enough of beast flesh. I cannot explain why." At that moment, the 5th and 6th ghosts drew closer. Su Lingfeng pondered how to bring them both into the fray when suddenly, the miasma rapidly contracted to a mere 2-meter area. "Ling'er, what is happening?" Su Lingfeng exclaimed, utterly astonished by this turn of events. "Oh no. It's almost time. I have only half a month of activity left before I enter a 6-month slumber," Ling'er said, her eyes drooping with drowsiness. The thrill that had surged within Su Lingfeng was extinguished, prompting him to ask Ling'er how much longer she could endure. "Just a stick of incense's worth of time remains. However, I can help you eliminate one, but you must agree to my condition." Ling'er's heart raced. This was her true intention. A condition? What is it? Su Lingfeng's interest piqued at the prospect of resolving an issue, yet he remained cautious of her terms. "This condition poses no risk to you. I merely wish to dwell within your sea of consciousness. Rest assured, I will not consume your soul. I only desire to stay near that scroll," Ling'er assured him. Su Lingfeng furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before responding. "If you dare to toy with my soul, I will unleash the scroll to eradicate you." "I won't. I promise." Ling'er trembled at Su Lingfeng's fierce demeanor. "So what comes next?" Su Lingfeng inquired. "It's simple. You feign retreat, and they will surely pursue you. Then, you strike back decisively, and I will use all my strength to impose violent hypnosis upon him," Ling'er explained excitedly. "Will we need to knock him out?" Is that feasible? Su Lingfeng expressed skepticism, feeling it was rather unreliable. Fear not. My violent hypnosis is essentially forced hypnosis. However, I will immediately fall into slumber afterward. And then it will be up to you. Just await my signal, as there is only one chance, Linger clarified. All right, let us proceed with that. Su Lingfeng found her plan credible this time. Thus, he turned and fled. The fifth and sixth ghosts, witnessing his retreat, hastily pursued him. Just as they gained speed, Su Lingfeng pivoted and lunged back. The fifth ghost, unable to evade in time, was immediately enveloped by the miasma and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Linger fell into slumber and entered Su Lingfeng's sea of consciousness. Su Lingfeng, is that you? You're still alive. The sixth ghost exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom that Su Lingfeng had survived. It is I. Have you forgotten me so swiftly? Su Lingfeng seethed with rage, the Ma family's actions utterly infuriating him. He longed to slay every member of the Ma family on Little Solitary Mountain to quell the fury in his heart. The reason for sparing the sixth ghost was not arbitrary. His cultivation was slightly weaker than that of the fifth ghost, making him a more suitable target as Su Lingfeng turned to confront the fifth ghost. In truth, he was taking a gamble. If the fifth ghost managed to evade, the outcome would be uncertain. Fortunately, he emerged victorious from the gamble. Now, standing alone against the six specters, his confidence surged. Even reduced to ashes, I would recognize you. Fortune smiles upon me. If I capture you, my desires will be fulfilled. The six specters, empowered by their battle forms, lunged at Su Lingfeng. He remained rooted in place, secretly channeling the Winda Sutra, while also employing the Wind Chase steps and the Three Harmonies fist technique. He understood well that, facing the complacent six specters, he had but a single opportunity. To miss it would plunge him into a plight far worse than his current predicament. Perhaps he could survive in the end. But he dared not linger, for many awaited his rescue. Haha, witnessing your tremors, I cannot fathom why the young master values you so highly. You are but a coward. Prepare to meet your end. The six specters reveled in excitement, yet fear crept in as the words trailed off. At that moment, a dagger pierced through his battle form and plunged into his heart, wielded by none other than Su Lingfeng, the coward he had scorned. I tremble indeed, but not from fear of you. Rather, I fear that this strike may not claim your life, bringing me greater trouble, Su Lingfeng stated. As the specter faced his demise, the look in his eyes was one of sheer terror, an expression typically reserved for individuals like the Tin Spectre, who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How could it manifest in a mere youth? He could not comprehend it, yet he had no chance left to ponder. Su Lingfeng withdrew the dagger and approached the five spectre, swiftly severing his neck, leading to a painless death. Thus, the three assailants who had pursued Su Lingfeng met their end. Taking a deep breath, Su Lingfeng muttered to himself, Linger has yet to inform me of Su Chong and Zhao Wuyan's whereabouts. Hence, I must return to the battleground and seize the moment. I hope to encounter them there. After Su Lingfeng departed, a figure emerged from a concealed location, disheveled and indistinct, gazing into the direction Su Lingfeng had vanished, lost in thought. From a distance, Su Lingfeng noticed that the Ma family had not yet retreated, although the fierce battle appeared to have concluded. He cautiously circled the vicinity, seeking to ascertain whether Su Xiaohu and the others still lived. However, the dense forest obscured his vision, compelling him to approach closer, where he could vaguely discern several bound individuals. Outside the Xiaogu mountain, look, it's Su Lingfeng. He has returned. The crowd stirred with excitement. Previously, they lamented the downfall of the Su family, their spirits low, yet the sight of Su Lingfeng ignited a flicker of hope within them. After Su Lingfeng's escape, Su Xiaohu and the barefoot giant fought valiantly for 4 hours, yet were ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the Ma family. It was noteworthy that each of them had faced 3 masters of the bone refinement realm, yet managed to endure for so long, showcasing their remarkable talents. However, this world is merciless, and they ultimately became prisoners. Biao and his companions perished in battle, Su Yunlei fell, and the Su sisters were gravely wounded and unconscious. As for Su Mingyang, he emerged unscathed. At the war's onset, Massachusetts Tianhao approached Su Mingyang, stating, Brother Mingyang, being a noble from the royal city, I cannot offend you. Please, take a moment to rest and observe the battle. Su Mingyang, unable to witness Su Xiaohu and the others perish, was about to charge forward, only to find the fully battle-formed Ma Tianhao had placed a blade against his neck. Bone refinement realm. Su Mingyang exclaimed in astonishment. I harbor no intention of opposing you. Rather, I hope we can become friends, even allies. Ma Tianhao smiled. Ultimately, Su Mingyang withdrew, standing there with a face of conflicted emotions, choosing not to act further. The old patriarch, observing Su Lingfeng's image, was moved to tears. The days felt interminable. He understood that the Ma family had long harbored schemes. Yet he could not fathom how swiftly they could consolidate their forces to strike effectively. At that moment, Su Lingfeng concealed himself within the thicket, unwilling to draw closer, opting to wait until nightfall to gather more information. However, a shadow darted swiftly toward him, enveloping Su Lingfeng and whisking him away as if he had never existed. Leaving those outside, Xiao Gu mounted bewildered. Let me go? Where are you taking me? Su Lingfeng felt an overwhelming force binding him, rendering him immobile, even robbing him of the courage to struggle. The individual was none other than the disheveled figure who had lurked in the shadows earlier. He offered no response as he sprinted westward, releasing Su Lingfeng only upon reaching a deep cave. After scrutinizing Su Lingfeng for a long while, he awkwardly articulated, dissolve. Soul miasma, give it to me, and I will let you go. What do you want it for? Su Lingfeng inquired. It will kill my brother. I seek revenge. The unkempt man replied. Who are you? How long has it been since you spoke? I cannot remember. Stop wasting time. Hurry, give it to me. The man demanded in irritation. I cannot hand her over. She is not in my possession. Su Lingfeng could only sense linger within his consciousness, truly unaware of how to release her unless she emerged on her own. I do not believe you. Thus, the unkempt man flicked his fingers, and to Su Lingfeng's astonishment, he found himself suspended upside down in midair, his belongings scattered about. Even the Ma family's banner falling to the ground. Yet, the soul miasma remained elusive, prompting the man to wave his right hand in the air, causing Su Lingfeng's garments to be stripped away, leaving him utterly naked. Su Lingfeng was overwhelmed with shame. Thankfully, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassed to face anyone again. Hurry and give it to me. The unkempt man bellowed, brandishing a sword to threaten Su Lingfeng. She truly is not with me. You already searched me, right? I genuinely do not have her. Su Lingfeng displayed an expression of profound injustice. The unkempt man pointed his sword at Su Lingfeng, and after a moment, he suddenly dropped the sword, shaking his head and tapping his temples, seemingly trying to recall something. I clearly saw it. How could it have vanished? He muttered, exiting the cave. Uncle, please release me. I still need to save people. Su Lingfeng shouted after him. An hour later, the unkempt man returned, saying, You, come, let us go check again. He turned to leave, but noticed Su Lingfeng had not followed him. Upon turning back, he saw Su Lingfeng struggling, unable to escape. With a wave of his sleeve, the unkempt man granted Su Lingfeng a sense of relief. He could finally move freely again. Hurriedly donning his clothes and following suit, realizing the man had indeed dropped something significant. Along the way, the unkempt man, dissatisfied with Su Lingfeng's slow pace, carried him on his back and sprinted wildly until they arrived at the place where Su Lingfeng had encountered Linger. You, search, the unkempt man instructed Su Lingfeng. Internally, Su Lingfeng scoffed. What could he search for? She resided within his consciousness, yet he could not relinquish her to him. Even if he could, he would not. Su Lingfeng pretended to search, but his mind was occupied with thoughts of how to rescue Su Xiaohu and the others. An idea struck him, and he suddenly smiled, saying, Uncle, perhaps she is on the way as I go to rescue others. Why don't we search along the way? The unkempt man remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. As night descended, the two reached the battleground. But Su Lingfeng noticed that the unkempt man had abruptly halted, standing still at the edge of the manifest array, murmuring incantations, though Su Lingfeng could not discern his words. Having grown accustomed to the unkempt man's behavior, Su Lingfeng remained oblivious to the matters concerning the array. Observing the untidy man who had failed to keep up, he felt uncertain and dared not take rash action. What if he strayed too far and could not escape in time? Just as he hesitated, a group of people suddenly appeared, surrounding Su Lingfeng. Ma Tianhao stepped forward, expressing his astonishment at Su's survival, remarking that it seemed the 5 ghosts had failed. However, he was curious about how a mere 8th-level body refinement waste could possibly contend with them. Ah, I see, he continued. It was the beggar behind you who assisted you? I never imagined the esteemed young Master Su would fall to seeking help from a beggar. Ma Tianhao clearly dismissed the untidy man's capabilities, considering all strategies in his presence to be nonsense. You shall eventually perish because of that foul mouth, Su Lingfeng lamented, shaking his head in despair. Humph. I look forward to seeing who meets their end first. Dispose of him. Ma Tianhao commanded his subordinates. 3 late-stage body refinement experts approached, exuding arrogance, certain of their dominance. With so many skilled fighters present, they finally had the opportunity to showcase their prowess, their spirits soaring with excitement. Su Lingfeng, observing their nonchalant demeanor, felt his anger rising. Did they truly believe him so easy to bully? In an instant, all 3 were struck down, rendered with blackened eyes, before they even comprehended the identity of their assailant. Scoundrel, die! 2 others charged forward, their formidable auras suffocating the air around them, making it difficult to breathe. With the red Luo fist, their fists ignited into crimson flames, the heat radiating fiercely as they launched their assault. Su Lingfeng felt a chill run down his spine. The attacks of those at the bone refinement stage were indeed extraordinary. Even with all his strength, he would have to pay a significant price. He felt a surge of dread, thankful that he had not engaged directly with the 3 ghosts earlier. Otherwise, he might not be standing here now. Su Lingfeng retreated, his only hope resting on the untidy man behind him. However, just as he reached the safety of the man's presence, the 2 fiery fists barreled toward them. Yet, upon nearing the untidy man, they seemed to be halted by an unseen force. Despite the proximity, they could not reach him, exploding into a tempest of wind. The onlookers within the small solitary mountain were dumbfounded, unable to believe that such an unkempt figure possessed such astounding defensive capabilities, entirely impervious and seemingly effortless. Those outside the mountain were equally astonished. This was unequivocally not Su Lingfeng's power. Yet, how could such formidable defense manifest? However, not all were oblivious to the truth. The higher-ups of Gushi City discerned the underlying mystery. This was not merely human strength, but rather the defensive function of a manifested great array. They were astonished to discover that someone could manipulate the power of such an array, a revelation that defied belief. In this moment, the Elder Patriarch recalled his son, who had once been obsessed with creating talismans, claiming he would control the manifestation array and reclaim everything in small solitary mountain. Yet, that son had vanished during a rebellion, leaving no trace behind, and each recollection brought the Elder Patriarch sorrow. Uncle, what troubles you? Do you believe this is the work of Fenghe? Clan leader Su Kunshan inquired. The Elder Patriarch merely shook his head, offering no response. Inside small solitary mountain, Su Lingfeng was astounded, standing motionless, pondering how mere words could conjure such a grand spectacle. What kind of power was this? Could it be spiritual cultivation? He considered the possibility. Only a spiritual cultivator could possess such abilities, channeling the energies of heaven and earth through their spiritual essence for their own use. Suddenly, the untidy man bound Su Lingfeng, lifting him into the air, his eyes filled with rage and hatred. Ma Tianhao and his companions, frantically assaulting the array's barrier, were struck with shock upon witnessing this scene. Wasn't this the helper Su Lingfeng had summoned? Why was he now being hoisted with an intent to kill? Give me what I seek, or I shall end your life. The untidy man threatened. Su Lingfeng was in immense pain. The binding force was so strong that he felt his bones might snap. Yet, he would rather die than relinquish her. Without her, he would have perished long ago. Your bones are quite resilient. Then let us take our time to torment you. The untidy man had become frenzied, raising his hand to trace circles in the air. Su Lingfeng began to spin violently, the speed increasing to the point where he could scarcely be seen, only a large disc suspended in midair. In mere breaths, he was disoriented, feeling as though the world had turned upside down. He was nauseous and could not stop retching. Give me the soul destruction miasma, the untidy man reiterated. No, Su Lingfeng managed to reply through his retching. Upon hearing the phrase soul destruction miasma, Ma Tianhao and his companions instinctively recoiled. Since entering small solitary mountain, that name had been frequently mentioned, and everyone spoke of it with palpable dread. It was the most terrifying existence within the mountain, and now the untidy man was seeking it, seemingly, in Su Lingfeng's possession. Ma Tianhao's expression shifted between uncertainty and resolve. If that were true, eliminating Su Lingfeng would not be so simple. No, there will be no future. He must die today. Even if I do not kill him, that beggar will. Ma Tianhao muttered to himself. Then, Ma Tianhao abruptly shouted, Elder, who dwells in small solitary mountain, You must have been wronged by the Su family. The little wildling you hold is the grandson of that old wretch Su Hongshan. Kill him to avenge your long-standing humiliation. Slay him. Talk too much. The untidy man furrowed his brow, flicking his sleeve, sending Ma Tianhao hurtling backward to crash against the barrier, spitting blood. You. Ma Tianhao began to speak, but a glare from the untidy man silenced him instantly. The untidy man gazed at Su Lingfeng, remaining silent for a long while, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, he maneuvered around the barrier, drawing Su Xiaohu and the others out, fleeing swiftly. What are you standing there for? Go after them, Ma Tianhao shouted. The Ma family members cautiously approached the barrier, only to find its power had dissipated, allowing them to pursue. However, their speed paled in comparison to the untidy man, who was swiftly carrying Su Lingfeng and the others farther away, inciting their ire. The untidy man led them to the deepest part of small solitary mountain, a sheer cliff. And without hesitation, he leaped down. Su Lingfeng and the others, still bound, were unable to react before they were propelled over the edge, plummeting rapidly. The fierce winds from the cliff's depths slicing at their skin and piercing their hearts with pain. Ah! Su Lingfeng and the others screamed, caught off guard by the sudden misfortune. Yet, they could not believe the untidy man would lead them to their demise. Indeed, as they fell over 1,000 feet, the untidy man grasped a thick vine, slowing their descent before diving into a cave within the cliff face. Once inside the cave, they suffered no harm, and their bindings were released. However, the untidy man was in poor condition, trembling and unable to stand. He could only lean against the cave wall. Uncle, are you all right? Su Lingfeng supported the untidy man. Child, are you truly the grandson of Su Hongshan? The untidy man inquired urgently. Indeed, dear uncle, how? A good child. Thank you. Seeing my father finally remarry and leave behind descendants brings me great relief. The disheveled man held Su Lingfeng in his embrace, filled with emotion. Father? Could it be that you are the son my grandfather has searched for all these years, Uncle Su Yunfei? Su Lingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. The disheveled man, Su Yunfei, sighed deeply and recounted, during that rebellion, my father severed his path of cultivation, and I was hunted relentlessly. With no way out, I fled to the little solitary mountain. My father must have long believed me dead. Is it truly you, Uncle Su Yunfei? This is wonderful. You are alive. And grandfather will surely be overjoyed to hear this. Su Lingfeng declared excitedly. At that moment, Su Xiaohu approached and remarked, I am Su Xiaohu. To my knowledge, the old clan leader once organized a team to search for your whereabouts, and even came personally to Little Solitary Mountain. It appears he must have missed you. Upon hearing Su Xiaohu's words, Su Yunfei felt a pang of regret, but soon spoke with calmness. I never imagined that after so many years of waiting, struggling to survive, I would finally witness this day. Though I could not see my father, knowing this news and meeting my exceptional descendants from the Su family brings me peace. Uncle Yunfei, how did you sustain those injuries? Su Xiaohu inquired. Su Yunfei replied, the beasts of Little Solitary Mountain have wreaked havoc for years. Although every year some evildoers are sent here, very few survive. Shortly after I broke through to the Spirit Seal realm, I was pursued by a peak bone refinement expert who injured my internal organs. In a desperate moment, I was cast off a cliff and fortuitously fell into this cave, barely escaping with my life. Oh, I nearly forgot. There is Earth Spirit Liquid within the cave. Quickly retrieve it for the two young ladies. It should heal their wounds. Su Xiaohu hurried into the cave and administered healing pills to the Su Qing sisters, yet they remained unconscious. Just as he was about to depart for the Earth Spirit Liquid, he noticed the barefooted man, Li Chong, had already rushed into the cave, bringing the precious liquid for the two women. In half an hour, they should awaken. Do not worry. Cough, cough. Su Yunfei attempted to offer comfort, but the turmoil within him surged, causing him to cough blood uncontrollably. Uncle, what is wrong? Su Lingfeng asked with concern. If it were not for the Earth Spirit Liquid, I fear I would have perished long ago. Now, I am gravely ill, and no elixir can save me, Su Yunfei stated weakly. Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng's eyes brimmed with tears. Having just found the son his grandfather longed for, he could not accept this grim reality and cried out, how could this be? I will fetch more Earth Spirit Liquid for you. Good child, it is futile. The Earth Spirit Liquid cannot completely heal my wounds. Do not grieve. To see you brings me immense satisfaction. Knowing my father is no longer alone in his suffering eases my heart. Su Yunfei reflected on the years of waiting and torment. Now finally finding solace. Uncle, in truth, Su Lingfeng began to reveal that he had been rescued by the old clan leader, but was interrupted by Su Xiaohu, who understood that Su Yunfei's injuries were beyond remedy. He must have endured immense pain over the years. And now, with old wounds compounded by new ones, it was likely a result of the backlash from activating the manifestation array. Uncle Yunfei, do you know who pursued you? Is that person still alive? Su Xiaohu inquired. Upon hearing the mention of an enemy, Su Yunfei furrowed his brow. He had always been timid, disliking conflict and having no desire for power, yet as the son of the clan leader, he had become a target for some. My vengeance can remain unavenged. Su Yunfei shook his head. Uncle, how can that be? I shall take revenge for you. Just tell me who it is. Su Lingfeng insisted eagerly. Su Yunfei hesitated, torn, but ultimately divulged the secrets of that fateful night. My father valiantly quelled the rebellion. However, that very night, I was pursued. The assailants were from the Su family, masked. Yet I recognized the leader, my cousin, Su Kunshin. The clan leader? Both Su Xiaohu and Su Lingfeng exclaimed in unison. Indeed, it was he. To seize the clan leader position, he eliminated his rivals. To him, I was his greatest competitor, an obstacle to his ambitions, and so he sought to eliminate me. That rebellion became his perfect opportunity. Su Yunfei spoke with bitterness. Do you know if he has assumed the position of clan leader? Su Xiaohu asked curiously. Yes, after me. Several of my friends, with whom I had a good relationship, were also captured. By the time I found them, only 2 remained, and from then on, the 3 of us depended on each other. However, one day, we encountered the soul-devouring miasma, and ultimately, I was the only one to escape. Su Yunfei said, casting a glance at Su Lingfeng. Uncle, she is not the soul-devouring miasma. She is a soul-spirit beast. She saved my life, and I cannot give her to you now. However, I assure you she will never harm anyone again. Su Lingfeng confessed honestly. Your words suffice. So she is a soul-spirit beast. I should have anticipated this. Su Yunfei smiled, seemingly unconcerned with vengeance any longer. Yet suddenly, he furrowed his brow and said, one of my friends once mentioned that Su Kunshin harbors ulterior motives, but it was merely conjecture at the time. I dismissed it, as I could not fathom what schemes he could have after attaining the position of clan leader. However, upon seeing those from the Ma family, I noticed 2 of them possessed a type of insect called the sound transmission goo, and that recollected my friend's words. The sound transmission goo allows for communication over great distances. If my suspicions are correct, those outside can communicate with Su Lingfeng in the manifestation area, which is why you were ambushed by the Ma family when you returned. I had seen this type of insect with Su Kunshin before. He tried to conceal it, claiming it was merely a common black bug kept for amusement. Later, I researched extensively and recognized those black bugs as sound transmission goo, but I had no time to warn my father before he began pursuing me. The sound transmission goo. I have never heard of such insects in Gushi City. Moreover, I have heard of the manifestation array. Could it be located in the flowering region? Su Xiaohu pondered, troubled by the growing number of questions and the inability to clarify his thoughts. Observing the perplexed expressions of Su Xiaohu and the solemn demeanor of Su Lingfeng, Su Yunfei reassured them, be vigilant in the future and remain cautious. Regardless of his schemes, if he is a competent clan leader, I do not expect you or your father to avenge me. As long as the Su family can remain at peace, I shall have no regrets. Child, here are my insights from years of spiritual cultivation. Please convey them to my father, and tell him that my talents are limited. But if he can find someone with a sincere heart, these insights can be shared with him. Father, I am unfilial. The grace of nurturing shall be repaid in the next life. They have awakened. Li Chong, the barefooted man, exclaimed with excitement while caring for the Su Qing sisters. Cough, cough, splutter. Su Xiaohu and Su Lingfeng rejoiced at the sight of the sisters awakening. But at that moment, Su Yunfei coughed up blood and could not draw another breath, collapsing to the ground. Uncle, Yunfei. Su Yunfei lived a life devoid of conflict. Without a master or spiritual cultivation manual, learning through nature and navigating the path of cultivation alone. Yet he was betrayed by his cousin, fleeing to Little Solitary Mountain, enduring hardship to reach the Spirit Seal realm, ultimately activating the defensive powers of the manifestation array, and departed this world in the company of his Su family descendants. Su Lingfeng and the others buried Su Yunfei within the cave, conducting a simple memorial ceremony. Su Lingfeng approached the earth spirit liquid, when suddenly, a voice from the soul spirit beast echoed in his consciousness, saying, Su Lingfeng, there are treasures beneath the earth spirit liquid. You must excavate them quickly. Ling, you are awake? Didn't you say you would be in slumber for 6 months? Su Lingfeng exclaimed, taken aback. It's a scroll. Oh, enough chatter. Hurry and dig. Ling urged. What is Earth Spirit Marrow? Can it heal wounds? Su Lingfeng inquired with curiosity. Heal wounds? That would be a gross misuse. How foolish. It's a treasure that should not be squandered. Ling responded indignantly, as if the Earth Spirit Liquid were rightfully hers, now being mistreated by another. Then what is its true purpose? Su Lingfeng pressed. To understand Earth Spirit Marrow, one must first comprehend Earth Spirit Liquid. If the Earth is likened to a mother, then the Earth Spirit Liquid is akin to her milk, a rare gift of nature. Only in such extraordinary locations can the essence of heaven and earth gather over the years to condense into liquid form. Earth Spirit Liquid not only cleanses and strengthens the body, but also enhances the practitioner's potential. It is an invaluable treasure for cultivators. Earth Spirit Marrow, on the other hand, is a solidified form of Earth Spirit Liquid, its effects magnified 100-fold, and it can autonomously absorb the essence of heaven and earth, improving with time. The conditions for the formation of Earth Spirit Marrow are exceedingly stringent. Among countless Earth Spirit Liquids, only a few may yield this substance. Who would have thought we would be so fortunate? Truly, following you has proven beneficial. You are indeed my friend. Ling's excitement grew, nearly betraying her feelings, her cheeks flushing as she muttered to herself, No, I must maintain my composure. I am but a young girl. Although he is destined to be my man. Oh, I must not let my thoughts wander. What are you saying? Su Lingfeng queried, unable to catch her murmurs. Nothing of importance. Did you comprehend what I said earlier? I truly cannot fathom how foolish your uncle is. It vexes me greatly, Ling remarked, quickly covering her mouth. Do not speak ill of my uncle. Have you awakened early? Why not come out? If we have Earth Spirit Marrow, it could save him, right? Su Lingfeng suddenly became agitated. I did wake up earlier, but I was afraid of him and did not dare to emerge. Besides, even if we had Earth Spirit Marrow, it may not be enough to save him. If I had come out sooner, he might have tried to harm me, Ling expressed, her voice tinged with grievance. You fear my uncle? Back when the three of them entered the mist, he was the last to awaken and managed to escape. I was not afraid of him then. However, I can no longer contend with him. I can only avoid him. Once, he nearly killed me, and it took me 2 years to recover, Ling said, her demeanor growing increasingly pitiful as she recounted her story. All right, I admit I wronged you. So how should I begin to extract the Earth Spirit Marrow? Su Lingfeng sighed. Ling huffed and turned away, ignoring him. Ling I have apologized. Can you please tell me? Su Lingfeng smiled. You wish to obtain Earth Spirit Marrow too. Why not share? From now on, do not be fierce with me. As a concession for the Earth Spirit Marrow, I shall overlook it this time, Ling replied, her demeanor lightening, resembling a young lady of privilege. The terrain here slopes from east to west. The Earth Spirit Marrow must be found by moving against the current. Walk 15 steps east, then dig down over 3 feet. That should be where the Earth Spirit Marrow lies. Upon hearing this, Su Lingfeng proceeded east for 15 steps and began to dig, but the rocks proved exceedingly hard, hindering progress. Hearing the commotion, Su Xiaohu and the others approached, astonished to learn of the Earth Spirit Marrow. The Earth Spirit Liquid was already rare, seen only once in a century, while Earth Spirit Marrow was even more elusive. They could scarcely believe that such a miraculous place existed on Little Lonely Mountain. Without Su Yunfei leading them here, they would never have encountered such fortune. With Su Xiaohu's assistance, they soon discovered the location of the Earth Spirit Marrow. 1,000-year Earth Spirit Marrow. Ling exclaimed, It is indeed 1,000-year Earth Spirit Marrow. Su Lingfeng, I warn you, I found this first. It belongs to me. Once I extract it, I might allow you to use a little, but no one else. Su Lingfeng's face darkened at her possessiveness. With so many people present, all of whom had shared trials together, how could she refuse to share? Ling look, we face formidable enemies outside. Would it be too much to ask for a bit of generosity? If you trust me, I promise that any treasures we find in the future will be yours to distribute, all right? He acknowledged that without Ling he wouldn't even have recognized the Earth Spirit Marrow, let alone obtain it. Ling vacillated for a long while before finally conceding. Only this once, and it shall not become a habit. Agreed, it shall not become a habit. As he spoke, Su Lingfeng reached for the Earth Spirit Marrow. Stop. You will ruin the Earth Spirit Marrow if you proceed like that. It requires soul energy to extract it slowly. Ling exclaimed urgently, halting him. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Su Xiaohu asked, puzzled by Su Lingfeng's sudden pause. I just remembered that the old patriarch once mentioned that Earth's spirit marrow is a wondrous creation of heaven and earth, and it must not be tainted by the mundane. Please, brother Xiaohu, guard me. I need some time, Su Lingfeng fibbed, steeling himself. Su Xiaohu and the others regarded him with suspicion, but ultimately retreated a distance. How long will it take to extract the Earth spirit marrow? Su Lingfeng asked. Approximately a day, Ling replied nonchalantly. A day? They will surely think I intend to hoard it. Su Lingfeng fretted. I was merely teasing. I am a powerful soul spirit beast. Humph. I'm letting them benefit this time. Ling expressed her dissatisfaction. In the span of a tea break, 5 pieces of pale yellow and luminous earth spirit marrow floated up, varying in size, with 4 pieces flying towards Su Xiaohu, Li Chong, and the Su sisters. Let us refine and absorb them together. The 5 sat in meditation, each with a piece of earth spirit marrow hovering above their heads. It must be said that earth spirit marrow is indeed a marvel of heaven and earth. After merely a short time of absorption, a layer of dark impurities surfaced on their skin. Is there any more? I'd like to save a piece for Su Mingyang, Su Lingfeng murmured. Why are you still thinking of him? Didn't you hear Su Xiaohu say he was let go by the Ma family? He is a traitor. Ling suddenly became agitated, expressing her anger fervently. You seem quite sensitive about traitors, Su Lingfeng observed. Mind your own business. Ling pouted, turning away to avoid his gaze. With no choice, Su Lingfeng began to absorb the earth spirit marrow as well. At that moment, the soul spirit beast emerged from Su Lingfeng's consciousness, observing that everyone had entered a meditative state and could not help but feel pleased. She extended the mist into the location of the earth spirit marrow, extracting a piece the size of a grinding wheel, which instantly vanished into the mysterious ring in her hand. Had Su Lingfeng and the others witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly have been furious. For the piece of earth spirit marrow above their heads combined would not have equaled even a fraction of what she had taken. I have already been quite generous. Do not complain. 1 piece is sufficient for you to absorb for a month, Ling whispered, before returning to Su Lingfeng's consciousness. Half a month later, Su Lingfeng had consumed the earth spirit marrow above him, reaching a critical moment in his advancement to the 9th level of body refinement. Without the earth spirit marrow, he would have had to rely solely on the surrounding essence of heaven and earth, delaying his progression by at least a month. Seeing this, Ling produced another piece of earth spirit marrow for Su Lingfeng, gritting her teeth as she said, You are fortunate. You are my man. 10 days later, Su Lingfeng reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement, feeling 2 distinct energies gradually forming within his dantian. These 2 energies rubbed against each other, competing for dominance, neither yielding, vying for control over the dantian. Yet, they remained in a nascent state, and the competition was not yet fierce. With a subtle furrow of his brow, Su Lingfeng attempted to commune with the spirit martial scroll, but for reasons unknown, it remained unresponsive. Another 10 days elapsed. Breakthrough. Sister, I've reached the late peak of the body tempering realm, just a hair's breadth away from advancing to the bone refinement realm. Su Fenger exclaimed, leaping with elation. Just then, she vaguely sensed something falling from her body. What's this filthy stuff? She said with distaste. Those are impurities expelled from your body. The earth spirit marrow is truly extraordinary. Su Qing approached, embracing Su Fenger. It seemed like only yesterday she had resigned herself to death, believing they would perish together in Little Lonely Mountain. Now, having escaped death, she was overjoyed to be alive. Sister, have you advanced? Indeed. To the mid-stage of the bone refinement realm. Su Lingfeng, thank you. Su Qing said, casting a grateful gaze upon Su Lingfeng. The earth spirit marrow had been of immense benefit to Su Qing, a treasure she had only dreamed of. She regarded Su Lingfeng as her lucky star, for his fortunes were entwined with her return to the path of cultivation, her breakthrough to the bone refinement realm, and the earth spirit marrow. It's nothing, Sister Qing. It seems everyone has advanced, Su Lingfeng said, scratching his head. Haha, young brother Su Lingfeng. I, Li Chong, am a straightforward man. Profound gratitude needs no utterance. Henceforth, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to command me. I, Li, will brave fire and water without hesitation. The barefooted giant, Li Chong, boisterously patted the impurities off his body. Brotherly, does the earth spirit marrow also have wondrous effects for body cultivators? Su Lingfeng inquired. Li Chong guffawed, his voice brimming with excitement. We body cultivators rely on unlocking the boundless potential of the body. In the process of cultivation, we inevitably sustain many hidden injuries, imperceptible even to ourselves. However, the earth spirit marrow can eradicate these injuries. Moreover, it can cleanse the meridians and marrow, enhancing the body's potential. It can be said that its effects on body cultivators even surpass those on you cultivators. Therefore, I, Li, owe you an immense debt of gratitude. Su Lingfeng then turned his gaze to Su Xiaohu. Initially, the earth spirit marrow given to Su Xiaohu and himself by Linger was the largest portion. So Su Xiaohu should have also advanced to the late stage of the bone refinement realm. Su Xiaohu nodded, declaring, "Then it is time for us to settle accounts with the Ma family. Brother Xiaohu, there is something I need to tell you. Uncle Su Chang is not dead, or at least he was still alive when we were besieged by the Ma family," Su Lingfeng said. "What? Are you serious?" Upon hearing that Su Chang was still alive, Su Xiaohu was overcome with joy, for it was the best news he had heard since entering Little Lonely Mountain. Su Lingfeng affirmed, "It is true, Brother Xiaohu. What shall we do next? If my memory serves me correctly, there are still 8 days until the end of the competition. We can. Brother Xiaohu, could we perhaps take a bath first? We're filthy," Su Fenger interjected. "Indeed, Brother Xiaohu. There happens to be a clear spring on that side of this cave," Su Lingfeng added. "Excellent. Sister, let's go quickly, together," Su Fenger said, pulling Su Qing forward excitedly. Then turning back to say, "No peeking." 2 hours later, everyone felt refreshed, light as a feather. Arriving at the cave entrance, they were met by the howling wind, and as they gazed upward, the clouds swirled, obscuring the summit. Looking down, the depths were unfathomable, concealing the bottom. "Are we really only 1,000 zhang from the summit? I feel like we're in the heavens," Su Fenger said, looking at the swirling clouds with apprehension. "Fear not, Sister Fenger. It is indeed only 1,000 zhang. Moreover, the vines here grow from top to bottom, seemingly disordered yet exceptionally resilient. We shall reach the top soon," Su Xiaohu reassured her. Thus, the group grasped the vines and began to climb, which was not a difficult task for them, only requiring some exertion and time. Li Chong climbed with increasing excitement, constantly urging them on, appearing extremely relaxed. In less than half an hour, they reached the summit. "Quick, hide," Li Chong cautioned. "It's actually someone from the Li family. Could it be that they—" "Brother Li, one person each. Let's capture them first to inquire about the situation," Su Xiaohu said. "All right." With that, the two struck like lightning, capturing the 2 members of the Li family in the blink of an eye. "Where is Ma Tianxiao and the others now?" Su Xiaohu demanded. "Mercy, Grandfather Xiaohu. I don't know where they are. They captured our young master and ordered us to patrol here, saying they would tell you that Su Chang and Zhao Wuyan are in their hands. And if they don't see you in 3 days, they will kill them," one of them answered in a panic. "Release them or kill them?" Li Chong asked. "Please, grandfathers, have mercy. We are only acting under orders. Please don't kill us." Su Xiaohu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he gritted his teeth and said, "The Ma family is too oppressive. Do they truly think there is no one in the Su family? Brotherly, release them. We'll go find the ringleaders." Su Xiaohu and the others sped along the way, discovering many corpses of demonic beasts along the road. It seemed that Little Lonely Mountain had been completely scoured by them. "Young master, second young master, we have discovered traces of Su Xiaohu and the others. They will arrive here in half an incense stick's time," a member of the Ma family reported. "Have our people return and await their esteemed arrival," Ma Tianhao said with a cold smile. "Brother, we have not captured Su Chang and Zhao Wuyan. Do you think they will fall for it? What if they all come together?" Ma Tianxiao said with concern. "Deception is essential in war. Whether they believe it or not, they will all come here. Isn't that better? A clean sweep, saving us the trouble of searching for them everywhere," Ma Tianhao said with an air of confidence. In the shadows, Su Chang and Zhao Wuyan had been lying in ambush for a long time and could only wait. Of the team of 10, only the captain remained, and they longed to avenge their fallen brothers at all times. In this clan competition, the Ma family had been in the limelight, annihilating the entire Song family, leaving only Li Chong and Mo Lingshu, annihilating 4 teams from the Li family, leaving only Li Bingshan's team, and annihilating 4 teams from the Su family, leaving only Su Chang, Zhao Wuyan, and Su Xiaohu. As for Su Mingyang, he had already returned to the starting point early on, giving up on the competition. The Ma family currently had 12 people, all of whom were bone refinement realm experts, including the remaining 5 of the Blood Cliff 10 fiends. Outside Little Lonely Mountain, the old patriarch furrowed his brow, as the development of events had far exceeded his expectations. Something must have gone wrong. Patriarch, are you really willing to sacrifice so many outstanding juniors of the Su family to fulfill your selfish desires? I admire you. Ma Batian glanced at the Patriarch Su Kunshin and transmitted his words through the sound transmission goo. Ma Batian, I have done what I should have done. Don't forget what you promised me. If you dare to deceive me, I will never forgive you. Patriarch Su Kunshin shouted. Don't worry, Patriarch. Lord needs someone like you very much. He will definitely agree to you. Ma Batian replied. Su Xiaohu and the others arrived. And when they saw Su Chong and Zhao Wuyan, they were both happy and sad. In this battle, they had to go all out to defend the dignity and status of the Su family with their lives. You have finally arrived. Why don't you come over to take revenge? When Sun Yunlei and Zhou Ningyuan died, they said you would avenge them. Ma Tianhao said sarcastically when he saw Su Xiaohu and the others appear. Su Chong was about to rush out, but was stopped by Su Xiaohu, who said, don't act rashly. The front is the range of the manifestation formation, and the Ma family also has a sound transmission goo, which can communicate with the outside. What? Doesn't that mean this was all premeditated? Su Chong had always felt there was a conspiracy, but he couldn't figure it out. Now that these two key pieces of information were revealed, he immediately understood everything. It seems you have found out something, but so be it. Since you don't want to embarrass yourselves in front of everyone in Lonely Stream City, it will be the same if we carry your heads there. Come on, kill them, Ma Tianhao ordered. The 12 formidable warriors of the Ma family surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, their eyes brimming with disdain. Yet, they did not underestimate their adversaries. Their intention was to shatter their opponent's spirit. Evidently, they had prepared thoroughly for this confrontation. Kill! With a commanding shout, Su Xiaohu led the charge, 8 men rushing headlong into the fray. Su Xiaohu confronted 3 warriors of the bone refinement realm, while Su Chong, still healing from injuries, managed to hold back too. Li Chong wielded his heavy hammer, intimidating 4 opponents and forcing 3 to engage him in battle. Qing sister, do you know that I have long harbored feelings for you? If you accept my affection today, I assure you that no harm shall befall you or your sisters. Ma Tianxiao smiled as he approached Su Qing. You are so pathetic, unable to even control your own brother. How much weight do you think your words carry? Su Qing retorted sharply, unleashing her whip. Since you refuse my invitation, I shall beat you into submission. Ma Tianxiao dodged her whip and advanced towards Su Qing. Fenger, what is so great about Su Lingfeng? You should stay with me. After all, he will die here today, and I will take care of you, Ma Tianhao taunted, his eyes narrowing. That depends on whether you have the capability, Su Fenger replied, her battle aura enveloping her as she knitted her brows. Impressive. At such a young age, you are on the verge of breaking through to the bone refinement realm. It seems the Su family has indeed produced some talents, but alas, what a pity. Ma Tianhao approached slowly, gripping his long spear, an imposing aura radiating from him. Let us deal with you first. I am quite curious to see how Su Lingfeng will react to your demise. As Su Lingfeng rushed to intervene, he was intercepted by a cloaked figure wielding a long sword, a foul stench of blood emanating from him. Bloodcliff's 10 ghosts. Su Lingfeng shouted. I care not who you are. If you dare block my path, I shall turn you into a wandering soul. With that, he summoned all his strength and charged forward, his spirit fusion fist coalescing, ready to strike. The cloaked man was taken aback and swung his sword at Su Lingfeng, but the latter evaded the attack. The man retreated, yet he could not match Su Lingfeng's speed. Su Lingfeng struck with both fists, landing a fatal blow to the cloaked man's chest. The man's cloak fell away, revealing a middle-aged man in his 30s who was unworthy to participate in the clan competition. However, that mattered not. What was crucial was that Ma Tianhao's spear was now aimed directly at Su Feng's brow. Seeing no time for rescue, Su Lingfeng drew a dagger and hurled it. Instinctively, Ma Tianhao felt a chill down his spine, swiftly repositioning his spear to deflect Su Lingfeng's strike. Su Lingfeng, you always manage to surprise me. Today, I shall not let you escape. Ma Tianhao seethed with rage, his form shifting as battle energy enveloped him, giving him the aura of a warrior. The illusionary spear struck, with countless phantom spearheads descending like a rainbow piercing the sun, surging forth. Su Lingfeng bellowed, channeling the essence of his technique, concentrating all his power into his fists, radiating an unstoppable momentum as he unleashed a combined attack. Boom! The reverberating sound shook the forest. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth. akin to mountains fracturing and rivers boiling. Su Lingfeng staggered, toppled to the ground, retreating several paces before regaining his footing. Ma Tianhao, too, felt the backlash, his arms numb, and his grip on the spear faltering. Seeking death, Ma Tianhao vanished and reappeared before Su Lingfeng, his spear aimed menacingly at the latter's brow. This thrust was far more powerful than the previous one aimed at Su Feng'er, locking onto Su Lingfeng and leaving him no choice but to withstand it. However, Su Lingfeng was unarmed and could not defend against such a fierce blow. In a moment of desperation, he broke free from the lock, turning to evade. Yet the spear's tip grazed his forehead, leaving a bloody gash. Ma Tianhao sensed the urgency and quickly withdrew his spear, but Su Lingfeng seized it, forcing him to abandon his weapon, though he still suffered a blow to his abdomen, rolling backward. Su Lingfeng discarded the spear and relentlessly pursued, raining down punches that left Ma Tianhao battered and bruised, a pitiful sight. Su Lingfeng, you have successfully enraged me. Ma Tianhao's visage twisted with fury as he produced a crimson pill and swallowed it. Instantly, his body ignited with fiery energy, his bones cracking audibly as his aura surged explosively. Mid-stage of bone refinement, Su Lingfeng frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation had escalated. Today, let me show you my true strength. Die, you little wildling. Ma Tianhao charged forward, his fists hammering down like thunder, the scorching heat making it difficult to breathe. Boom, boom, boom. Su Lingfeng had no time to evade and could only withstand the blows. Each punch felt like striking against an impenetrable wall, blood streaming from his fists. Without mercy, Ma Tianhao struck Su Lingfeng in the chest, sending him hurtling backward, blood gushing forth. He rolled back for over 10 paces, spitting more blood as his ribs shattered, his chest caving in, making it hard to breathe. Su Lingfeng faced his gravest crisis yet. Against Ma Tianhao, he was utterly outmatched. How dare you bully Brother Feng? Su Feng'er cried out, charging forward with a dagger. Ma Tianhao effortlessly swatted her away, rendering her unconscious. Little wildling, before me, you have always been a waste. Give up. Perhaps I shall leave you with a complete corpse, Ma Tianhao coldly declared, looming over Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng's sternum was shattered, and he struggled to breathe. Hearing Ma Tianhao's words, he sneered. What audacity for a so-called genius who resorts to drugs when faced with a challenge. Seeking death. The elixirs are merely a part of strength. What right do you have to criticize me? Enraged, Ma Tianhao appeared before Su Lingfeng like a specter, his fiery fist erupting with the force of a volcano, striking Su Lingfeng squarely on the side of his face. Su Lingfeng was sent flying, rolling over 20 paces before coming to a halt, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as a massive bruise formed on his cheek, his zygomatic bone cracking under the impact. Su Lingfeng, are you all right? Let me take you away. We must flee quickly. He has consumed the blood-boiling pill, and its effects have yet to fully manifest. You have no chance, Linger urged, her heart aching for him. No, even if I die at his hands today, I will fight until my last breath. If I can hold on a little longer, it will give Xiao Hu and the others a glimmer of hope. Su Lingfeng laboriously raised his head, gazing at the battles unfolding around him. Su Xiaohu was besieged by 3 opponents. Although he had the upper hand, their cooperation was seamless, making victory elusive. The barefooted brute, Li Chong, valiantly battled against 3 assailants, his heavy strikes exuding ferocity, yet his foes were equally formidable, wielding heavy weapons evidently designed to counter him. Su Chong, though gravely injured, faced 2 adversaries, each blow he landed costing him dearly, the situation growing increasingly dire. Zhao Wuyan, despite being a woman, fought fiercely against the ghost of Blood Cliff, neither side gaining a clear advantage in the short span of time. At that moment, Su Qing was drenched in fragrant sweat, struggling against Ma Tianhao's taunts, her life hanging by a thread, the danger palpable. The Ma family had evidently accounted for everyone, using their numbers to restrain Su Xiaohu and the others while Ma Tianhao savagely tormented the Su sisters, planning to return with overwhelming force to defeat them one by one. Although Su Lingfeng swiftly dispatched his opponent and rescued Su Feng'er, the overall situation remained unchanged. Linger, I have come to a realization. Su Lingfeng's words were cut short as he coughed up more blood. That's good to hear. I will take you away now, Linger replied hastily. Wait, I cannot leave. I know that if you carry me away, you will face considerable consequences as well. Observing Linger bow her head confirmed his thoughts, and he continued, Thank you, Linger. Could you lend me some earth spirit essence once more? Linger nodded, but upon hearing Su Lingfeng's request, She shook her head vigorously. How do you know I still have earth spirit essence? In the cave, didn't you give me a piece before? Hurry, there is no time. If the situation turns dire, do not worry about me. Flee at once. Su Lingfeng urged. Linger produced a large bowl of earth spirit essence, generously offering it to Su Lingfeng without hesitation. Earth spirit essence, I never expected you would procure such a rare item for me. This is a tremendous surprise, Ma Tianhao exclaimed, his eyes widening in excitement upon seeing the essence. Humph, the earth spirit essence is not for you. Su Lingfeng executed the spirit wind step, swiftly evading while simultaneously absorbing the essence. Ma Tianhao, recognizing the situation, grew frantic. To him, the earth spirit essence was already his possession, and every bit Su Lingfeng refined meant less for him. Thus, he pursued at full speed. In a matter of moments, the earth spirit essence was nearly entirely absorbed by Su Lingfeng. The purity of its power surged into his body, making him feel as if he might burst. Bastard, stop! Ma Tianhao growled, his teeth clenched, chasing after him. Seeing the essence diminish in size, he felt an overwhelming impulse to devour Su Lingfeng whole. Then let it be. If I die, I shall drag you down with me. At this moment, Linger could not afford to hesitate. She perceived Su Lingfeng's intent to break through to the bone refining realm and retrieved 2 more bowls of the earth spirit essence, simultaneously releasing a mist to envelop Su Lingfeng. Spirit extinguishing miasma, Ma Tianhao exclaimed, instinctively slowing his pace. He was well aware of the legends surrounding the miasma, never expecting it to appear here, seemingly aiding Su Lingfeng. In the mist, Su Lingfeng found a brief respite. However, his condition was dire, his body swelling, skin flushed crimson, as if ready to rupture at any moment. The method of inquiry began to operate autonomously, frantically absorbing the energy of the earth's spirit essence. Inside him, thunderous roars reverberated, akin to a tempest of wrath. The essence's energy surged into his dantian, dividing into 2, with the forces clashing violently like surging waves, threatening to consume everything in their path. Ah, stop! Su Lingfeng howled in agony. The ferocity of the power was nearly unbearable. Yet he understood that this was his sole opportunity to break through to the bone refining realm and establish his martial house's spirit pool. Persevere, and you shall bask in the brilliance of a clear sky. Falter, and you will be forever lost in the abyss of darkness. Under normal circumstances, advancing to the bone refining realm involves the accumulation of spiritual energy within the body, albeit accompanied by the pain of shattered bones. However, as the martial house forms, the bones shatter and reshape simultaneously, sheltered by the laws of heaven and earth. Yet, within Su Lingfeng's dantian, both forces vied for dominance, locked in a stalemate, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth left uncertain. Outside his dantian, his bones fragmented without the blessing of protection, forced to self-repair and reshape under the oppressive pressure of spiritual energy, a process excruciatingly slow and painful. This cannot be. If the spirit-extinguishing miasma is truly this formidable, why did it not manifest from the start? Rumors may not always reflect the truth. Today, I shall gauge just what kind of entity you truly are. Su Lingfeng, you were truly worthless before, but I must concede that the current you is indeed a rare talent. However, what does it matter? We are now locked in a battle to the death. I must kill you today? Ma Tianhao realized something was amiss, muttering to himself. Flame fist. Ma Tianhao bellowed in fury. The intense heat surrounding him vanished in an instant, along with the power of the blood-boiling pill that had yet to dissipate. Forcibly converging within him, he unleashed a fist of blazing intensity, concentrating all his scorching energy into a singular strike, hurtling towards Su Lingfeng. Faced with such a terrifying technique, Linger felt a surge of dread. She had always boasted that as long as she remained hidden in the mist, she would be immune to countless attacks. Yet now she felt a profound sense of helplessness. Even in peak condition, she could not guarantee her escape. Moreover, Su Lingfeng was also within the mist. If she fled, she would be consigning him to death. Su Lingfeng comprehended his predicament, seizing Linger and hurling her away, embracing a resolve of certain death as he prepared to endure Ma Tianhao's devastating blow alone. At that moment, the searing fireball roared forth, a terrifying aura bearing down upon him. Yet, given Su Lingfeng's critical state, resisting or even merely dodging was an extravagant wish. Do not, Su Lingfeng. Linger cried out in despair. Although they had known each other for only a month, she had already grown reliant on him, not just for the scroll, but from the depths of her heart, she sincerely appreciated him. Ever since her mother had brought her to Xiaogu Mountain, she had been devoid of companionship, and her mother had been exceptionally strict with her. Once, out of spite, she had ventured out to forage for food, only to be severely injured by a powerful beast. Since then, she could only maintain consciousness for short periods, mostly resorting to a deep slumber to alleviate her injuries. Her mother, unable to bear her suffering, sought to return home to find a remedy, but she had never returned. This past month had been the happiest time of her life. The scroll possessed a wondrous power, greatly benefiting her injuries. With Su Lingfeng as a companion, she felt an immense sense of happiness. Linger had become addicted to such blissful moments. And now that she was on the verge of losing it all, how could it not break her heart? Boom! The flame fist unleashed its tremendous power, crashing into Su Lingfeng, erupting in a cataclysmic force that engulfed him. However, Ma Tianhao sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing as he retreated a few steps. Previously, I remarked that you would ultimately fall victim to your own reckless words. It seems I was mistaken. Rather, you have succumbed to your own impulsive actions, and for that, I owe you my gratitude. As the formidable force dissipated, Su Lingfeng emerged, standing within the essence of battle, his attire billowing with a resonant sound, clearly having ascended to the bone-refining realm. In that split second when the infernal fist struck, the two tumultuous powers within his dantian sensed a fatal threat and momentarily ceased their internal conflict, uniting to counter the fiery assault. Simultaneously, the martial palace and spirit pool, birthed from his dantian, thrived in a symbiotic relationship, each nurturing the other. The energy of the earth's marrow surged into Su Lingfeng's dantian, enriching both the martial palace and the spirit pool, leading to their gradual expansion, tumultuous as the sea and grand as the ocean. His bones, akin to parched earth receiving a long-awaited rain, eagerly absorbed the pure energy, rejuvenating and reshaping themselves, culminating in the scene before us. It's impossible, this cannot be. Ma Tianhao exclaimed in panic, yet he remained unwilling to concede. The one he had deemed a worthless being now towered above him, igniting a fierce sense of humiliation and defeat that clouded his judgment. He charged at Su Lingfeng with all his might. However, that last strike had not only depleted his total strength, but also exhausted the energy from the Blood Fury Pill. Without the support of the Blood Fury Pill, Ma Tianhao reverted to the initial stage of the bone-refining realm. Su Lingfeng's eyes glinted with lethal intent. For too long, Ma Tianhao had trampled upon him, subjecting him to relentless humiliation and opposition, even sending the blood-edged 10 ghosts to pursue him without mercy. How much can one endure? As Ma Tianhao charged recklessly towards him, Su Lingfeng ultimately unleashed the combat technique, Spirit Harmony Fist. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a contest between cultivators. Even in the face of death, one must afford due respect. Ma Tianhao fell to the ground, never to rise again. One cannot deny that such a prodigy, breaking through to the bone-refining realm at a young age, is an exceedingly rare sight in Lonely Creek City. Yet, all that once belonged to him has ultimately dissipated like a mirage. Having triumphed over Ma Tianhao, Su Lingfeng hastened back to the battlefield, with the unconscious Linger in tow. For the battle was far from over, and he was uncertain of Su Qing and the others' fates. Su Lingfeng rushed back to the battlefield, his heart ablaze with fury at the horrific scene before him. He had never encountered such a psychologically deranged individual. After Su Lingfeng's departure, Su Qing, left with no choice, unleashed her most formidable combat technique, the 9 Calamity Whip, striking 5 times in succession. Each lash contained tremendous power, as if capable of severing the very fabric of the void, echoing through the heavens. Ma Tianhao was struck by 2 lashes, injuring him and causing him to vomit blood. However, after wielding the 9 Calamity Whip, Su Qing entered a state of weakness, providing Ma Tianhao with the opportunity to defeat her. Yet, instead of killing her, he continued to battle with her, his movements becoming increasingly lewd, subtly suggestive of coercion in their dance. Su Qing vehemently resisted, but Ma Tianhao escalated his advances, taking her hand, draping an arm over her shoulder, growing ever more audacious. Unable to endure such humiliation, Su Qing drew a dagger, intent on ending her life. In response, Ma Tianhao, filled with rage, snatched the dagger from her grasp. In the blink of an eye, he had slashed her exquisite dress in over 20 places, blood cascading down, staining her attire crimson. Ma Tianhao reveled in this chaos, his laughter, reckless, malevolent, and exuberant, echoing throughout every corner of the battlefield. Su Xiaohu and his companions could no longer bear to watch, yet they were unable to breach the enemy's blockade, suffering injuries themselves, further exacerbating the dire situation. At that moment, Su Qing trembled, tears brimming in her eyes, her hatred for Ma Tianxiao profound. Yet, she found herself devoid of the strength even to take her own life. What made this unbearable was the fact that they were within the confines of a manifest formation, and thousands outside the small solitary mountain bore witness to this disgraceful spectacle. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Su Tai charged towards Ma Batian, intending to fight him to the death, only to be struck in the chest by Ma Batian's fist, causing him to vomit blood and lose consciousness. Tensions escalated between the Su and Ma families, the atmosphere thick with the impending clash of swords, threatening to transform the area into an even more brutal battleground. Just then, Su Lingfeng arrived at great speed, engaging Ma Tianxiao in a fierce exchange of blows, forcing him back and shielding Su Qing behind him. Finally, Su Qing had a moment to breathe, raising her hand to take her own life. The torment she had endured felt like an eternity, rendering her existence unbearable. In a swift motion, Su Lingfeng struck her on the back of the head, sending her into a deep slumber. He leaned her against a nearby tree and draped a garment over her. Ma Tianxiao, I will slay you. Turning around, Su Lingfeng's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Throughout this time, Su Qing had shown him kindness, and witnessing her in such disgrace stirred an unquenchable rage within him. This was the first time he had ever harbored such hatred for someone, a desire to kill that surpassed even his feelings towards Ma Tianhao and his ilk, who had bullied him for so long. How could it be you? What about my brother? Ma Tianxiao was taken aback, watching as Ma Tianhao fled from Su Lingfeng, believing the tides had turned in his favor, allowing him to act so recklessly in humiliating Su Qing. What have you done to Ma Tianhao? Now, seeing Su Lingfeng return alone, devoid of his brother, doubt crept into his mind, prompting further inquiry. I shall send you to hell to meet him. Enraged, Su Lingfeng activated his martial arts, condensing his bone refinement battle body. The spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred feet coalesced into particles, rushing toward him. The bone refinement battle body, centered around the spiritual martial sea within his dantian, took form as a 6-foot-tall figure. The spiritual martial sea, a new name given by Su Lingfeng to the spiritual pool and martial mansion within his dantian, shimmered azure like the ocean, exuding a dreamlike power that inspired boundless imagination and yearning. The martial mansion blazed crimson like fire, fierce and violent, evoking awe. The mingling of water and fire within the spiritual pool and martial mansion created a symbiotic relationship. The battle body appeared purple, reminiscent of a phantom emerging from a mysterious realm, elusive and unfathomable. Inside the battle body, faint white bones could be discerned, supporting the towering figure. The purple battle attire billowed with the wind, ethereal points of light dancing in the air, akin to a celestial being descending upon the world. With a firm stance, Su Lingfeng vanished in an instant, leaving behind a deep crater, reappearing before Ma Tianxiao. A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, dodges and advances intertwining in a breathtaking display of speed that dazzled the eye. Su Lingfeng's relentless assault culminated in an uppercut that struck Ma Tianxiao's jaw, shattering it. Had it been flesh, it would have been reduced to a bloody pulp. Following that, Su Lingfeng raised his right foot, aiming for Ma Tianxiao's chest with blinding speed, leaving him no time to defend. The kick propelled Ma Tianxiao backward, cracks appearing in his battle body, a testament to the overwhelming power behind Su Lingfeng's strike and the fury burning within him, nearly fracturing the peak of the mid-bone refinement realm. What a young man! No wonder you could kill my detestable brother. To thank you for ridding me of him, I intentionally allowed you to strike me twice. Are you satisfied? Ma Tianxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose, his battle body instantly restored. One could not deny that a true mid-bone refinement practitioner was far superior to a drugged Ma Tianhao. Killing you would bring me far greater satisfaction. Su Lingfeng surged forward once more, launching a heavy blow. Though filled with rage, he was still acclimating to the newfound power that accompanied his breakthrough into the bone refinement realm, striving to master it in combat. Ma Tianxiao, however, was surprisingly cooperative, refraining from employing techniques and instead matching Su Lingfeng's strikes. The clash of purple fist and silver palm unleashed a terrifying shockwave. As if the very fabric of reality was on the verge of shattering, Su Lingfeng was forced back 10 paces, while Ma Tianxiao staggered back only 3. This outcome astonished not only Su Lingfeng, but also Ma Batian outside the small solitary mountain, who could hardly believe that this was the same Ma Tianxiao, once meek and timid. Su Lingfeng, once the most useless wretch in Gushi City, has now become its most exceptional prodigy, achieving a breakthrough in bone refinement at such a young age. He surpasses my foolish brother by leaps and bounds. Yet my father, who holds him in such high regard, has completely overlooked my existence. Yet, in the end, he succumbed to your hands. Should I be grateful to you, or should I kill you? You should die. It's you who forced me to reveal my strength, leaving me unable to live safely by my father's side. What a nuisance. Ma Tianxiao spoke calmly, though his past actions might have led one to mistakenly view him as a paragon of virtue. Do you truly harbor such hatred for your own brother? Su Lingfeng inquired. My own brother? He is utterly unworthy. What a disgrace his mother was, merely a lowly maid. Had it not been for my father's affection for that woman, how could he have gone to such lengths to have that wretched child adopted by my mother? If it weren't and oppose, tea for them, perhaps my mother would not have died. Perhaps she wouldn't have had to die. Relying on my father's favoritism, they have tormented and suppressed me, never acknowledging me as his elder brother. Had it not been for the blood fiend 10 ghosts obeying him, I would have killed him the moment I entered. Mentioning Ma Tianhao seemed to stir a well of pain within Ma Tianxiao, his emotions flaring into a frenzy. Is this how you express your gratitude to me? Su Lingfeng felt a twinge of sympathy for his past, yet could not condone his actions. Indeed, I thank you, but I must also kill you. Fear not. I shall leave your corpse intact. Netherworld, cold palm. Ma Tianxiao bellowed, the temperature around them plummeting, icy tendrils forming on the ground, instilling fear with its chilling aura. You overestimate yourself. Spirit fusion fist. Su Lingfeng countered, unleashing a barrage of punches, each one resonating with the next, coalescing into a singular force, like a spectral reaper. The ensuing shockwaves were far more terrifying than before, sending rocks and debris flying within a 1,000-meter radius, swirling with dust and splintered wood. What transpired next? The onlookers outside the small solitary mountain were left speechless, utterly astonished, as the confrontation between Su Lingfeng and Ma Tianxiao vanished from view, eagerly awaiting the outcome. In the void, Elder Qin observed everything before him, nodding in satisfaction before turning and departing, his destination unknown. After several breaths, the dust settled, revealing a massive pit on the battlefield, measuring over 10 jam. The two combatants lay on the ground, their arms mangled and bloodied. Unaware of how many bones had been broken, one side of their bodies was tattered, rendering them immobile. How formidable! I never anticipated that Su Lingfeng would be so powerful. Ma Tianxiao was equally impressive. His combat skills were unlike those of the library's techniques, were they? At that moment, Su Qing staggered over, unconcerned with her appearance. Rolling down into the pit to reach Ma Tianxiao, her mind was consumed with a singular thought, to kill Ma Tianxiao. Drawing her whip, she unleashed all her strength upon him, striking and weeping simultaneously, as though she could never fully express the rage and hatred swelling within her. Suddenly, her whip was seized, rendered immovable. As Su Qing lifted her head, she was flung away, tumbling out of the pit. The individual who had intervened was Ma Tianxiao's personal bodyguard, who, witnessing his young master engaged in a fierce battle with Su Lingfeng, had felt an urgent need to rescue him after seeing them both wounded. Seizing the opportunity, the bodyguard withdrew from the fray, swiftly carrying Ma Tianxiao away. With this, Su Xiaohu felt a significant reduction in pressure, swiftly slaying the two adversaries. And in a thunderous display, he joined forces with Su Chong to eliminate the remaining members of the Ma family, subsequently rushing to aid Li Chong and Zhao Wuyan. Within a short span of time, aside from Ma Tianxiao, who was rescued by his bodyguard, all the Ma family members had perished. Su Xiaohu and the others hurried to Su Lingfeng's side, their hearts brimming with gratitude. The Ma family's meticulous calculations had failed to account for Su Lingfeng's unexpected resurgence, as he had valiantly fought against two young masters of the Ma family, resulting in one dead and one injured. Su Qing gazed at the severely injured Su Lingfeng, tears welling in her eyes as she administered healing medicine, meticulously examining his wounds. Su Feng'er, too, was careful as she bandaged and secured his arm. The 7 members of Su Xiaohu's team stood within the grand formation, holding 4 banners, gazing into the void. Outside the little solitary mountain, the Su family was in a state of frenzy, The old patriarch moved to tears, with tears streaming down his face. Patriarch Su Kunshan looked toward Ma Baishan's seat, only to find it empty, causing his brow to furrow slightly. I declare that in this clan competition, the Su family has achieved a resounding victory. The strongest team of the younger generation is led by Su Xiaohu. Patriarch Su Kunshan announced, rising to make his proclamation. Although the 3-month deadline had not yet arrived, everyone understood that no one within the little solitary mountain could seize the banners from the Su family, and thus no one opposed the patriarch's words. The clan competition concluded prematurely, with only a handful of participants surviving out of 100. Once again, the Su family demonstrated their unshakable position in Solitary Creek City. After Ma Tianxiao's escape, Ma Batian departed with the remaining members of the Ma family, sitting solemnly in the Great Hall, which was enveloped in an eerie silence. However, what are your thoughts on this clan competition? Ma Batian suddenly inquired. This clan competition was thrilling, especially that wild lad. I truly wish to uncover the secrets he harbors. A young man in black replied, now that your substitute is dead and the Blood Abyss 10 ghosts are gone, your brother. In short, our Ma family has suffered grievous losses, Ma Batian sighed. Father, have you forgotten? Beyond the Blood Abyss, there are 3 formidable individuals, Ma Tianhao retorted, a slight smile gracing his lips. Are you not concerned that they may be swayed by the 3 great families and betray our Ma family? Ma Batian asked sternly. I trust them. Moreover, you have personally verified the intelligence they have relayed, which has proven accurate and has even provided us with many core secrets of the 3 great families, Ma Tianhao asserted proudly. My son, not only are you exceptionally gifted, but your talent for leadership surpasses mine. You truly are my commendable son, Ma Batian praised. Father, what are your plans regarding Ma Tianxiao, who has been hiding beside you for so long? Ma Tianhao's expression shifted slightly, revealing traces of animosity in his words. However, I understand your hatred toward Lianer for killing your mother, but Lianer is also your mother. She raised you. Tianxiao and you are both my sons, cannot you? To Ma Baishan's surprise, his tone held a hint of pleading. Father, the events of the past are behind us. Ma Tianxiao conceals his strength, not merely to oppose you. He harbors deep resentment for you having killed his mother. If you cannot bring yourself to act, I can take care of it. Ma Tianhao interrupted, his cold and resolute words resonating throughout the hall, leaving Ma Batian in silence, seated in contemplation. Father, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. After Ma Tianhao exited the hall, Ma Batian could no longer restrain his emotions, venting his fury within the grand hall. The sound of destruction echoed continuously, and outside, Ma Tianhao halted, letting out a cold laugh before departing. How infuriating. None of my 2 sons offer me any peace of mind. One openly threatens me, while the other covertly opposes me. These ungrateful children truly believe their father is easily bullied? Ma Batian wreaked havoc throughout the great hall, his rage unrelenting as he continued to devastate the entire chamber. At the residence of the old patriarch of the Su family, Su Lingfeng was brought back by Su Xiaohu and the others, remaining unconscious and in a state of coma, while the elderly patriarch, Su Hanshan, vigilantly watched over him, refusing to leave his side. Su Lingfeng, how could you have condensed your spirit form? The soul beast Linger exclaimed in astonishment. I don't really know how it happened. Is it really that strange? Su Lingfeng, in his spirit form, replied with confusion. Is it not strange? You must understand that among the strong in the bone refinement realm, only those with extraordinary talent can condense their spirit form, yet you are merely a novice who has just entered the bone refinement realm. Furthermore, judging by your appearance, this is not your first time, is it? Do not tell me you could condense your spirit form even in the late stages of the body refinement realm. Linger chattered on, still unable to truly believe the reality before her, even after witnessing it firsthand. I am from the body refinement realm. Su Lingfeng attempted to explain. I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. You've struck me down. Go away and let me be alone. Linger suddenly covered her ears, shaking her head vigorously. If she were to learn that Su Lingfeng could achieve this in the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, she would surely find it impossible to find peace. Su Lingfeng shook his head, wishing to allow her some quiet, as he moved towards the spirit martial scroll. Linger secretly observed the bizarre individual's every action and saw him touch the scroll, which caused him to vanish from sight. In a hurry, Linger dashed over, wanting to follow him inside, but as she approached, an unseen force repelled her, causing her to clutch her head in pain. Ouch, that hurts. This cursed scroll. Wait, I was able to get closer before. What is different today? She tried several times, but the invisible force continued to thwart her efforts, leaving her frustrated as she retreated. Sitting to the side, she retrieved the earth's spirit essence and began to devour it voraciously, as if consuming steamed buns. As Su Lingfeng entered the spirit martial scroll, a massive gray-furred wolf, standing 2 zhang tall, appeared before him. Su Lingfeng instinctively grew wary and took a few steps back. Master, have you come to participate in the trials? The gray-furred wolf spoke. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Su Lingfeng relaxed, exclaiming, Senior, you are actually a wolf. You truly startled me just now. I cannot claim to be a senior. I am merely a guardian. You can call me Little Gray Wolf, as my previous master did. The gray-furred wolf chuckled, appearing rather lifelike. Little Gray Wolf, where's your last master? Am I your nth master? Su Lingfeng asked, mustering his courage to address the Little Gray Wolf. At this moment, the gray-furred wolf seemed to be engulfed in a certain emotion, remaining silent for an extended period. What I just mentioned was my master who bestowed life upon me. Perhaps he has forgotten me. The gray-furred wolf gazed into the void, lamenting. He would not forget you. If you doubt it, I shall take you to find him. Su Lingfeng said without hesitation, surprising even himself with such words. Perhaps merely wishing to comfort the gray-furred wolf. Really? You would truly take me to find him? The gray-furred wolf was exceedingly excited, its expression akin to that of an innocent child. After a brief moment of exhilaration, it lowered its head again, saying, It is too difficult. I do not know when I shall see my master again. Trust me, we will certainly find him, no matter how distant or remote the place may be. I promise you. Su Lingfeng asserted with conviction. That is wonderful. Thank you, Su Lingfeng. Even though it is nearly impossible, your heartfelt intention brings me great joy. The gray-furred wolf expressed its gratitude. What is this trial you speak of? Is there any trick to it? Su Lingfeng suddenly diverted the topic with a question. Of course. There is no trick. Are you trying to deceive me? I tell you, the trial was set by my master himself. I can only obey, not defy. Moreover, this trial is quite simple. There is only one stage. As for the trial, the gray-furred wolf slightly touched the ground with its front paw, and the surrounding space shifted, revealing a dense forest. The forest was filled with countless towering trees, each so robust that it would take over 30 strong men to encircle one. Su Lingfeng had thought the trees in the beast marsh were already substantial, but now they seemed merely insignificant. Senior, where is this place? Su Lingfeng inquired. This is your trial ground. You may select any tree you wish to fell, and that will count as passing the trial, the gray-furred wolf said nonchalantly. Any tree? Each one reaches into the clouds. How can I possibly cut one down? I fear it may take a lifetime. Su Lingfeng could hardly believe his ears, thinking he must have misheard. This is the master's trial. If you fail, you will not receive any rewards or the second scroll. The gray-furred wolf caressed one of the trees, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Then what shall I use to chop it down? Surely not my hands. Su Lingfeng exclaimed, feeling utterly defeated. Young master, how do you know? Have you been here before? The gray-furred wolf was astonished. Su Lingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. This was utterly insane. He had merely spoken thoughtlessly. How could he possibly fell a tree with his bare hands? Do your best, young master. The gray-furred wolf smiled and nodded at him before vanishing from sight. Su Lingfeng, feeling helpless, wandered through the vast, unimaginable forest for quite some time before collapsing onto the ground in utter despair. All the trees appeared identical, as if carved from the same mold. There was nothing to select. No, since this is a trial, there must be a method. To give up now is not in my nature. I will find a tree to try. Su Lingfeng rose to his feet and began to search for which tree to choose. This one shall do. You are the one, little tree. Su Lingfeng muttered to himself. In the void, the gray-furred wolf sighed. Oh master, I deliberately led you away from this tree, yet you chose it. Do you know it is the hardest to fell among all? Perhaps this is fate. It seems I must consider finding the next master. Within the forest. As Su Lingfeng selected a tree, suddenly, all the other trees vanished. The landscape became boundless, leaving only this towering tree that pierced the clouds and Su Lingfeng standing beneath it. Su Lingfeng felt numb, within less than an hour. So many bizarre events had transpired that he did not know what expression to wear. Instead, he felt an urge to lament. On this vast earth, there stood only one tree and one person. What an honor it was, yet what a misfortune too. Su Lingfeng extended his hand, tentatively striking the great tree. Instantly, The vibrations from the tree surged into his body, spirit, and even his spiritual sea. Su Lingfeng lay on the ground, rolling back and forth. His spirit in agony, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, his spiritual sea in turmoil, as if the entire world were tormenting him. Hold on, master, you must endure. Only by persevering can you truly become my master. The gray-furred wolf anxiously leapt around. After a stick of incense had burned, Su Lingfeng finally stood once more. Now facing the towering tree with a clear mind, casting aside all distractions, his singular belief was that he must fell it. Regardless of the nature of the trial ground or the challenges presented, he was determined to succeed. He needed to elevate himself swiftly to find his parents. With another strike, the searing pain returned, yet he could not help but continue rolling on the ground. Thus, through pain he would rise again to strike. After striking, he would writhe in agony. Over 2 months, Su Lingfeng traversed between the act of chopping and pain countless times, reduced to a mere automaton, mechanically repeating the motion of felling trees. During these days, the gray-furred wolf observed Su Lingfeng, nearly intervening to dissuade him, urging him to abandon his efforts, yet it could not bring itself to speak. If he truly gave up, it would signify the end of their bond. Over the years, the gray-furred wolf had always regarded Su Lingfeng with a detached gaze, viewing this place merely as a temporary refuge, lacking faith in Su Lingfeng's potential. However, ever since Su Lingfeng embraced the adage that extremes lead to reversals, the wolf could only adhere to the rules set by its master, allowing him to shed blood to claim mastery. Even so, this merely indicated that he had gained the right to practice the Scroll of Inquiry. The Scroll of Inquiry was merely an entry-level benefit, and only by passing the trial could he truly become the master of the scroll. Should he fail the trial, the scroll would fall into slumber, offering him no further assistance until after his demise, at which point it would reclaim all knowledge pertaining to the Scroll of Inquiry from him. Yet, Su Lingfeng knew none of this. He only understood that he must pass the trial. If he could not overcome the current difficulties, how could he hope to face the even more perilous paths ahead? The gray-furred wolf was in a state of turmoil, unsure whether to advise or remain silent. Thus, it could only occasionally provide Su Lingfeng with some fruits to sustain him. These were, in fact, extraordinary fruits, some taking a century to bloom and bear fruit, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Alas, I can assist you no further. The gray-furred wolf sighed. Over the years, it had never been so invested in anything, even feeling that it had become too entangled in the mortal realm and should retreat into introspection. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed as the gray-furred wolf took a few steps, followed by the unmistakable sound of a towering tree being felled. It doubted its senses, glancing back, only to find everything around it darkening, becoming even more obscure. What in the world? The gray-furred wolf sprinted in haste, realizing that the massive tree was toppling toward it. Should it be struck, it would not only perish but also risk losing half its life, and if it fell underground, it would be the subject of ridicule. How foolish of me. After running for a while, it sensed something was amiss. How could it run in the direction of the falling tree? It turned 90 degrees and continued its frantic escape. That little brat, just wait until I catch you. Finally, the gray-furred wolf managed to escape in time, collapsing onto the ground, breathing heavily. The felled tree crashed to the earth, embedding itself deeply, shaking the ground, and sending clouds of dust swirling. Yet the gray-furred wolf paid no heed. What mattered was that it was too exhausted to care. Thus, it seems the trial has been passed. Su Lingfeng gazed at the fallen towering tree, devoid of surprise, excitement, or a sense of accomplishment. All that enveloped him was an overwhelming fatigue, an inescapable weariness. Thud! Su Lingfeng collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. He had endured countless hardships, his body battered and bruised, his nerves perpetually taut, and at last, he had achieved the nearly unimaginable. In that moment, his dreams materialized, and his convictions lost their reason to persist. As he relaxed, returning to his true self, the relentless exhaustion and pain surged forth, and he realized he could no longer hold on. The gray-furred wolf carried the unconscious Su Lingfeng out of this realm, finding him a tranquil spot to rest soundly. Oh, my head aches. Su Lingfeng slowly opened his eyes, discovering he was in his own room. As he attempted to rise, pain shot through him, causing him to cry out. Su Lingfeng, you're awake. Chen Hao exclaimed. You three, how did you all get here? Su Lingfeng asked in astonishment. Brother Feng, How could you sleep for so long? I must tell you, the situation in Guoxi City is about to change. Qi Lingyun whispered. Enough, enough. What do you mean by changing? Brother Feng, just focus on your recovery. By the way, do you know how long you've been asleep? Luo Yiming interjected, cutting off Qi Lingyun. How long have I truly slept? Su Lingfeng pondered, the scenes of the trial flashing rapidly through his mind. Luo Yiming raised 3 fingers and declared, You have been in slumber for a full 3 months. Had it not been for your body still being warm, we would have thought you perished. Perished? Could you not speak more kindly? Who is Brother Feng? A genius who entered the bone refinement realm at the age of 10, defeating Ma Tianxiao's brothers to the point of losing their teeth. How could he so easily succumb? If he were to die, it would be out of jealousy from the heavens. Qi Lingyun retorted. Su Lingfeng was taken aback. Had he truly spent 3 whole months in the trial ground? It felt more akin to 3 years, or even 30. You too, enough. Can you not be quiet for a moment? Chunhao said impatiently. Su Lingfeng listened with a smile. It had been a long time since he felt this way, watching the 3 of them together, reminiscent of the days when they played and caused mischief. Yet deep down, he understood those days would never return. Su Lingfeng, we are immensely grateful for your great kindness. Chunhao signaled to the other 2, and in unison, they knelt on one knee, cupping their fists and exclaiming, You all, rise. What is this all about? Su Lingfeng was taken aback. Moments ago, everything was fine, and suddenly they were bowing. This bow is well-deserved. Thanks to the martial liquid you provided, we have all advanced to the late stage of the body refinement realm. I have even stepped into the threshold of the bone refinement realm, Chunhao expressed gratefully. Did you know? The martial liquid from the medicine hall has skyrocketed in price, fetching as much as 800,000 beast soul coins for a small vial. Yet we have been able to use it for free. Without you, we could never afford such expensive elixirs, Qi Lingyun said sincerely, bowing his head in gratitude. Please rise. If you do not, you cease to be my brothers. Su Lingfeng insisted helplessly, seeing the seriousness in Su Lingfeng's expression. Chunhao and the others knew he was not jesting and reluctantly stood. Since you are awake, we shall not disturb you further. We must return quickly, Luo Yiming stated. Wait, do not leave. Tell me what has changed outside. Su Lingfeng urged as he saw them hastily departing. Ask Sister Xiang'er for that. We have matters to attend to. Qi Lingyun replied. At that moment, Xiang'er entered, holding Su Lingfeng's favorite dish. Young master, you are all right now, yes? Yes. Where has grandfather gone? They said the situation outside has changed. What is happening? Su Lingfeng inquired, nodding. Xiang'er helped him sit down and explained, in the past 3 months, 3 major events have transpired. A month ago, the demon beasts launched an assault, breaching the stream and resulting in the deaths of many beasts. Yet they continue to come in droves. We have now retreated into Guoxi City, guarding the gates vigilantly. The Song family has exited Guoxi City, leaving only the 3 great families behind. In a single night, 90% of the shops in Guoxi City closed, and the streets are deserted. Commerce here remains paralyzed. The Ma family has taken over Wujin City, but it is not Ma Batian, it is Ma Tianxiao. Wujin City's defenses are exceptionally solid. Easy to defend, but hard to attack. Ma Tianxiao has only a few hundred men, yet he has repelled the assault of 3,000 men led by Ma Tianhao. Wait, you mentioned Ma Tianhao? Su Lingfeng exclaimed, astonished. He had personally slain Ma Tianhao. How could he possibly reappear in Guoxi City? Indeed, initially it was rumored that you had defeated or even killed Ma Tianhao. However, later, Ma Tianhao personally attacked Wujin City. Dispelling that rumor, Xiang'er replied. Su Lingfeng fell into silence, unable to fathom the oddity of the situation. Where is grandfather now? Su Lingfeng asked. The old patriarch has gone to defend Guoxi City. He has not returned for several days, Xiang'er said as she began to clear the table. My lord, there is a lady outside seeking you, a guard announced respectfully. Su Lingfeng recognized the guard from before, though he had not been so reverent then. It seemed word of his exploits in Shaogu Mountain had spread. The guard, bound by duty, could not roam freely. Now that they had heard of his deeds, it appeared he had made a name for himself in Guoxi City. Please, come in, Su Lingfeng said, adopting an official tone. Oh, Lingfeng, my dear brother. It has been half a year since we last met, and you have grown considerably. A sultry voice wafted in, infused with an intoxicating fragrance. It was none other than Sister Tang. Please, enter. Su Lingfeng felt his cheeks flush and warmth rise to his ears. You are still the Su Lingfeng I remember. Just a moment ago, I was anxious, fearing that after your rise to fame, you would forget about a small girl like me. Seeing you so bashful reassures me that you remain the same, Tang Yanran said. Her words laced with a magnetic allure that rendered Su Lingfeng tongue-tied in her presence. Sister Tang, what brings you here? Could it be regarding the martial liquid? Su Lingfeng inquired. The sales of the martial liquid have been exceptional, but I have come for a matter of greater significance, one that pertains to your future. Therefore, I wish to ask you to consider it carefully, Tang Yanran said earnestly. Sister Tang, please go on, Su Lingfeng urged, sensing the gravity of her tone. Tang Yanran, now serious, continued. I believe you can surmise that I do not belong to Guishi City. I am here merely to fulfill my obligations. And now that I am about to depart, it is time to share some important truths with you. I hail from one of the largest alchemical institutes of the Gusa dynasty, the Lingshao Alchemical Institute. Upon my return, I will become a core disciple of the institute. I possess 3 insignias. With these, you would qualify for the entrance examination to the institute. Should you wish to join Lingshao Alchemical Institute, I would be delighted to offer you one. I will not coerce you. I leave in half a month. You may come to me whenever you have made your decision. With your talents, you will inevitably transcend this small city and venture into a broader world. I hope you will give my proposition serious thought. Oh, and here is what you have earned over these past 3 months, she said, handing him a purple crystal card. Su Lingfeng took the card and, upon seeing the numbers inscribed, his jaw dropped in disbelief. An astounding 100 million beast coins. Su Lingfeng took the amethyst card and was astounded to see 100 million beast coins, hardly believing his own eyes. Sister Tang, you must know that these martial liquids were not concocted by me, right? He said, a mix of delight and embarrassment in his voice. Sister, the old patriarch is burdened with immense responsibilities, yet he still dedicates time to refine martial liquids. You must not let him down. Be sure to honor him well. Tang Yanran replied, her cherry lips parting gently. Although she did not belong to this place, she held deep respect for the old patriarch, a noble man who sacrificed his own cultivation prospects for the family, devotedly serving until his last breath. So Sister Tang is aware. In that case, I cannot accept these beast coins. I kindly ask you to pass them to grandfather, Su Lingfeng requested earnestly. The old patriarch specifically reserved these for you. I shall not interfere in the matters between you two. Well then, I must take my leave. When you have made your decision, feel free to seek me. Tang Yanran said, turning to depart. Left in a daze by this unexpected opportunity, Su Lingfeng felt overwhelmed. Not to mention his lack of experience in alchemy. He had never even left Gushi City before. Receiving such an invitation left him both honored and bewildered. After Tang Yanran's departure, Su Lingfeng calmed his mind, temporarily setting aside all other concerns to introspect and sense his own transformation. This is simply unbelievable, he marveled, astonished to find that the spirit martial sea had congealed into liquid form. Though the majority remained in its original misty state, this transformation was truly extraordinary. He noticed a shallow blue pool at the center of the spirit pool, where a drop of liquid spiritual power would fall into the pool every half incense stick of time. The martial mansion exhibited a similar phenomenon, with liquid martial force dripping onto a red shallow pool, creating ripples. The spirit pool and the martial mansion's pools were of equal size, and the timing and size of the liquid drops were astonishingly identical. Su Lingfeng had previously inquired with the old patriarch, who explained that the martial mansion served as the source of martial power, formless yet substantial, manifesting in a silver-white mist that gathered within the dantian to form the mansion. However, he had never encountered a red martial mansion, let alone one capable of condensing into liquid. Could it be that the spirit martial sea was truly transforming into a tangible ocean? Ah, Su Lingfeng, when did you? Why are you ignoring me? Linger exclaimed, attempting to catch his attention as he appeared in the sea of consciousness, but he rushed toward the spirit martial scroll as if she were invisible, leaving Linger frustrated as she continued to nibble on the earth's spirit essence. Indeed, Su Lingfeng had no time to spare for her. His mind was filled with questions, and he was anxious about these changes, unsure whether they were good or bad. He needed to consult the gray-haired wolf for clarity. Greetings, master. The gray-haired wolf said with a slight bow. Senior, please rise. It is I who should pay my respects to you, Su Lingfeng hurriedly replied. Master, this is the custom. Since you have passed the trial, you are now my true master, the gray-haired wolf replied respectfully. True master? Wasn't I your master before the trial? Su Lingfeng asked, puzzled. Before the trial, you were my master, yet not entirely. The reasons are complex. In any case, having passed the trial, you have become my true master. Now, please share your doubts, the gray-haired wolf urged, secretly excited that after 5,000 years, another master had arrived. Very well, since you prefer not to elaborate, I shan't pry. However, as your master, you must heed my commands, Su Lingfeng stated. Indeed, master, the gray-haired wolf replied. From now on, refrain from calling me master, simply use my name. Su Lingfeng suggested. That won't do. How about this? I'll call you young master, and you can call me wolf uncle, according to your human customs. My role is that of a housekeeper watching over you. The gray-haired wolf smiled after considering. That analogy is not inappropriate. As long as you don't call me master, it shall suffice. Wolf uncle, I wish to learn about the spirit martial scroll. Can you enlighten me? Su Lingfeng inquired. The gray-haired wolf nodded and began. The spirit martial scroll was created by the master of the spirit martial realm eons ago, and it is one of his most treasured creations. During the cataclysmic disaster millennia ago, the master of the spirit martial realm fought valiantly, and it was then that the spirit martial scroll emerged, surpassing all treasures. Subsequently, as the main battlefield shifted, the spirit martial scroll was left in a certain realm, eventually becoming lost to the world. After traversing through countless epochs, it has had 6 previous masters, and you are the 7th. Su Lingfeng was taken aback, as if he had touched upon a deeper layer of this world. He yearned to learn more about the outside world, even the distant past, but the gray-haired wolf refused to divulge further. You should focus on your cultivation. When the time is right, you will naturally encounter it. For now, enjoy this life while there are strong individuals shielding you from the storm, the gray-haired wolf advised solemnly. Su Lingfeng furrowed his brow. The gray-haired wolf was hinting that the outside world was rife with brutal struggles and that he was currently living under the protection of others. But what lay beyond? What of his parents? Were they safe? He had no means of knowing. Yet, pondering such matters was futile. He needed to ground himself in the present and swiftly elevate his own strength to seize the opportunity to venture out into that world. Wolf uncle, how did I manage to fell that towering tree and pass the trial? Su Lingfeng inquired, shifting his focus away from distant thoughts. Fell it? You managed to fell it? What a joke. The gray-haired wolf burst into laughter, rolling on the ground, causing the entire space to sway slightly. Wolf uncle, did I not fell it? I distinctly remember. Su Lingfeng struggled to maintain his composure, questioning. All right, I haven't laughed this much in years. My sense of humor has evidently diminished. But thinking back on that incident, I cannot help myself. The gray-haired wolf struggled to contain his amusement. Wolf uncle, please tell me quickly, Su Lingfeng urged. Well, let me offer you a different perspective to truly feel it, the gray-haired wolf said, placing a paw on Su Lingfeng's forehead. Instantly, they found themselves back in the trial grounds, but this time, Su Lingfeng appeared within the towering tree, while a youth stood outside. This youth was also him. Now, within the towering tree, Su Lingfeng experienced its emotions, witnessing everything that had transpired. As he looked around, he saw that within each towering tree's core lay a soul-like entity. Their appearance is strange, with vacant eyes and a dispirited demeanor. It seemed they could not see one another. Only he could perceive the countless souls. Feeling a pang of sorrow, Su Lingfeng realized he too was bound, as if this dark existence would stretch on indefinitely. He understood that he had perished long ago but was trapped here, enduring torment with no hope of liberation. Yet, he felt a strange emotion, sensing that those bound alongside him were once comrades who had fought by his side. He could not forsake them. He had promised to return with them, bringing back unparalleled glory, but he had broken that vow. Gazing at the youth before him, disdain filled his eyes. How dare such an ant torment me? He watched as this youth merely touched him and collapsed, unable to rise again. Incapable of breaking even the simplest of restraints. How utterly pathetic. The youth stood once more, approached him, and struck down, causing him pain for a long while. He could not help but silently curse. Another one with that blue-red combination. I loathe this spirit martial sea, weaker than ants. Recalling the days when he was once the sovereign of a realm, it infuriated him to be bullied by such an insignificant creature. To think he would attempt to pass this trial? Dream on, he thought, incredulous at the audacity of this ant. The pain has become unbearable, and yet it seems to be unending. How infuriating. For 2 long months, you have been a constant annoyance. I feel as though I might perish from your incessant pestering. Nevertheless, I must concede that this young lad possesses a resilient character and a commendable talent, as he has managed to reach out and touch me within merely 2 months. Although the sensation is hardly painful, your hands are indeed filthy, particularly with that abhorrent blue-red hue of yours, which only serves to exacerbate my ire. Just when I am in the throes of annoyance, you dare to bring me fruit. I could very well crush you for your audacity. Taken away from the trial ground by the gray-furred wolf, Su Lingfeng returned to himself, silent and contemplative, reflecting on all that had transpired and the memories of the bound creature's past life. He had risen from weakness to strength, a journey steeped in bloodshed and brutality, conquering all who dared to cross his path, instilling terror wherever he roamed. Yet, in that cataclysm, he had witnessed the downfall of the very army he had forged with his own hands. However, as long as they could escape, their souls would return to the embrace of their home planet, allowing them to reshape their true forms. He awaited that day with bated breath. "Young master, are you all right?" the gray-furred wolf asked, observing Su Lingfeng's demeanor with concern. Su Lingfeng shook his head, replying, "I am fine, Uncle Wolf. Thank you for sharing those spiritual fruits with me. They have allowed me to experience a different life, to scrutinize myself from the perspective of an observer. I have gained clarity regarding my own state. My pain stems from my current weakness. The changes in the spirit Marshalsea are a result of the formidable tree's restrictions and trials. I require further honing to swiftly augment my strength. I shall restore you to your former glory and brilliance." The gray-furred wolf found himself momentarily speechless. He too yearned for the return of the spirit martial scroll to its pinnacle, yet after enduring significant injuries over generations, he felt powerless. "Let us hope for that day," he said. "Come, I shall take you to receive the second legacy." "The second legacy? Am I truly able to inherit it now?" Su Lingfeng inquired, filled with excitement. The gray-furred wolf nodded and led the way, with Su Lingfeng following closely behind. They arrived at a grand hall, which was utterly barren save for an elongated jade table at its center, etched with characters resembling tadpoles. "The spirit martial Azura technique, we meet again," Su Lingfeng mused as he gazed at the lively tadpole-like characters on the jade table, his anticipation palpable. Approaching the table, however, he was taken aback. He could not comprehend the text. It was no different from what he had seen on the scroll before, yet he had inexplicably understood it then. Now, it eluded him entirely. "Uncle Wolf, why can't I understand this?" He sought assistance. "Why should you be able to comprehend it?" the gray-furred wolf retorted. Su Lingfeng was at a loss, his mind racing with countless thoughts, unsure how to respond. "The last time you understood it was because it wished for you to understand. Currently, you lack the qualifications for their recognition, hence you cannot decipher it," the gray-furred wolf elucidated. "What must I do to earn their acknowledgement?" Su Lingfeng pressed, still bewildered by the underlying mystery. "Your physical form is too frail to receive the legacy. Forcing it could result in your demise. They are merely protecting you," the gray-furred wolf further explained. Su Lingfeng felt deeply disheartened. The inability to understand the tadpole script was a sign of their disdain for him. What a sorrowful realization. "Uncle Wolf, let us leave. I wish to give them peace," Su Lingfeng stated, recognizing that staying was futile. It was akin to guarding a sumptuous feast, yet being unable to partake due to one's inadequate teeth, which would crumble under the effort, even with insatiable hunger. It bore no fruit. The gray-furred wolf had made it abundantly clear his physical prowess was still lacking, and he needed to devise a means to enhance it. "What level must my physical form attain for them to recognize me?" Su Lingfeng queried as he prepared to depart the spirit martial scroll. The path of martial arts requires continuous exploration of your own potential. As one of the most suited species for cultivation, humans possess boundless potential. Do not impose limits upon yourself. Perhaps you can venture much further, the gray-furred wolf advised solemnly. "I shall take your words to heart." "Thank you, Uncle Wolf." Su Lingfeng bowed deeply, realizing that the notion of limits was merely relative. Perhaps with a little more perseverance, he would ascend to greater heights. "Furthermore, I must remind you, what of that little soul spirit beast outside? Are you truly unconcerned? If she desires to devour your spirit, it would be as easy as pie." "I wouldn't even have time to intervene," the gray-furred wolf cautioned. "I trust her." "Thank you, Uncle Wolf. I shall now focus on my training," Su Lingfeng declared resolutely. The gray-furred wolf nodded, muttering to himself, "What a clever lad. Should I commend your audacity or your wisdom? Regardless, you will surely be grateful for the choice you made today. Linger, why are you consuming? Oh dear, are you upset? Who has wronged you?" Upon exiting the scroll, Su Lingfeng found Linger furiously gnawing on the earth spirit essence. He intended to chastise her for wasting it, but upon seeing her displeased expression, he reconsidered. Humph, ignore me. I do not know you. Ling'er turned her head away, dismissing him. What has happened? It seems you are angry with me. I apologize. Su Lingfeng, ever perceptive, realized she was throwing a tantrum akin to his dear Su Feng'er. Regardless of the reason, it was prudent to apologize first. Humph, at least you possess a semblance of conscience. However, I shall not forgive you. Upon hearing his apology, Ling'er begrudgingly set aside the earth's spirit essence, her displeasure slightly abated. If you forgive me, I shall take you to feast on roasted beast, Su Lingfeng offered with a grin. The mention of beast drew her attention immediately. She had been cooped up in this dismal place for far too long. Her few visits to the herb garden had lost their allure. There was no comparison to the freedom of little solitary mountain, where she could sleep, eat, and roam at will. She began to regret accompanying Su Lingfeng. Grandfather, why are you back? Were you not guarding the city gate? Su Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise as he opened his eyes to see the old patriarch before him. Ha ha. It is I, Su Lingfeng. Ling'er, having previously met the old patriarch, had playfully transformed into his likeness, inadvertently fooling even Su Lingfeng. The sound of her melodious laughter clued Su Lingfeng into the prank, and while he felt the urge to be angry, the patriarch's voice and demeanor had been so comical that he could hardly muster any ire. Though the old patriarch had always doted on him, his long-standing position of authority had imbued him with an air of dignity, far removed from the current display of mirth and innocent speech. Stop impersonating the patriarch. Quickly, change back. Su Lingfeng could hardly contain himself, fearing he might burst into laughter. Young master, what is so amusing? Suddenly, Xiang'er entered the room, only to be taken aback upon seeing another version of herself. Xiang'er, it is not what it seems. She is a spirit. A friend I met on Little Solitary Mountain. She can take on human form, Su Lingfeng hastily explained. Ling'er shot him a glare, silently conveying, what spirit? I am a soul spirit beast, not some trifling spirit. Ling'er, calm down, Su Lingfeng was at a loss for words, trying to clarify. But before he could finish, Ling'er lunged at Xiang'er, enveloping her in a warm embrace, exclaiming, Sister Xiang'er, I am Ling'er. I adore beautiful, gentle, and caring ladies like you. Xiang'er was taken aback, having just met her, yet she felt an inexplicable closeness, allowing her defenses to drop as she engaged warmly with Ling'er. Su Lingfeng stood by, utterly dumbfounded, realizing that he had been sidelined. He muttered to himself, very well, you may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Stepping outside, he stretched languidly. The sun dipped low in the west, casting a warm glow across the horizon, which was adorned with the enchanting hues of dusk, evoking an intoxicating sense of serenity. He could not help but extend his arms wide, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply, as all distractions faded away, leaving only the magnificent twilight as his companion, a true marvel. Stop! You cannot enter. Leave this place at once. A guard barked at the entrance. I am here to find Su Lingfeng. He is my elder brother. Do not impede my way, let me in. A youth exclaimed from outside. Brother Su, it's me. I have something very important to discuss with you. Su Lingfeng furrowed his brow, annoyed by the unwelcome interruption. Nevertheless, he recognized the voice of the rather unsavory youth who had previously defended his title during the clan competition. What is it? Su Lingfeng asked impatiently as he opened the door. Boss, you remember me, right? We met at the arena. I was a bit nervous last time and forgot to introduce myself. I am Bao Xiaosheng, and there is nothing about the affairs of Gushi City that I do not know, the awkward youth proclaimed, puffing out his chest. Then let me ask you, are you aware that you will be injured today? Su Lingfeng inquired. That cannot be. How could I possibly? Bao Xiaosheng's boastful words were abruptly cut short when Su Lingfeng delivered a swift blow, leaving him with a black eye. The guards nearby stifled their laughter, marveling at Su Lingfeng's cleverness. Boss, I hold no grudge against you. I am here to fulfill a promise. Today presents a tremendous opportunity, Bao Xiaosheng said, covering his eye, yet still brimming with excitement. What opportunity? Su Lingfeng retorted, baffled by this peculiar individual. Bao Xiaosheng glanced around furtively and pulled Su Lingfeng aside. Tonight, in the black market, some extraordinary items from outside the city will be available. It is said that there are remarkable treasures. I wonder if my boss might be interested? I am willing to lend my assistance. Su Lingfeng had heard of the black market, notorious for selling illicit goods and many counterfeit items. It was a treacherous place where even the most discerning individual could be ruthlessly exploited. For years, The black market had been under the control of Dark Fragrance Valley, and despite numerous attempts by various families to suppress it, it had only grown in notoriety, attracting more attention. However, hearing of treasures from outside the city sparked curiosity in Su Lingfeng, prompting him to consider a visit to the black market. "When do we depart?" he asked nonchalantly. "Boss, you truly wish to go? We can leave right now," but Bao Xiaosheng replied eagerly. "But what?" Su Lingfeng pressed. We just need to disguise ourselves. As for the disguise potion, it's still at the apothecary," Bao Xiaosheng admitted, somewhat embarrassed. "You scoundrel. You came to me because you lacked the funds to purchase the disguise potion, didn't you?" Su Lingfeng realized, his irritation rising. "Boss, who is your boss? Do not misidentify me. Brother Su, times are a bit tight, but I, Bao Xiaosheng, am not that kind of person. If you do not believe me, I will only take you to the entrance of the black market. I want to go in," Bao Xiaosheng flattered. "Lead the way, but if there's nothing worthwhile, I want to spare you." Su Lingfeng rolled his eyes. The two soon arrived at the apothecary, where they purchased 2 vials of disguise potion, shockingly spending 20,000 beast coins. Such an exorbitant price explained Bao Xiaosheng's reluctance to buy it. When he saw the purple crystal card in Su Lingfeng's hand, his eyes widened in disbelief. The purple crystal card was a symbol of wealth and status in Gushi City. After acquiring the disguise potions, Su Lingfeng withdrew 500,000 beast coins, entrusting them to Bao Xiaosheng as they prepared to head to the black market. "Sir, with such a sum of beast coins, have you considered purchasing a storage stone?" one of the apothecary staff inquired. "What is that?" Su Lingfeng asked. "It is a natural crystal, known as a mustard seed stone, which contains a minuscule space. It can be fashioned into rings, pendants, or embedded in belts. Once you drop a drop of your blood on it, it becomes yours to use freely. All these beast coins can be stored within, entering and exiting at will. However, it does come at a steep price," Bao Xiaosheng eagerly explained. "How much does it cost?" Su Lingfeng inquired. 600,000 beast coins, the staff replied. Bao Xiaosheng's jaw nearly dropped. Although he was familiar with mustard seed stones, he never imagined that their prices could vary so dramatically. 600,000 beast coins was beyond his wildest dreams, and he turned to leave, unable to fathom Su Lingfeng's capacity to afford such a luxury. "I'll take it," Su Lingfeng declared, maintaining his composure. Though internally he was exhilarated, for this was precisely what he needed. When Bao Xiaosheng heard that Su Lingfeng intended to buy the storage stone, he felt as though he had turned to stone himself. Initially, he had merely sought to acquire a disguise potion for the black market excursion. He could hardly believe that this seemingly overlooked young master would be so extravagant, casually purchasing a storage stone for 600,000. "Sir, here is your storage stone and your purple crystal card. With a discount, it will total 480,000 beast coins," the staff beamed, surprised that this young master had indeed made the purchase. Su Lingfeng accepted the storage stone, and upon dropping his blood onto it, he discovered an astonishing space of 6 feet square within. No wonder it was so valuable. He casually waved his hand, and Bao Xiaosheng felt a weight vanish from his shoulder as the beast coins disappeared, leaving him lamenting that he hadn't yet had his fill of the coins. "Boss, let us apply the disguise potion now. It lasts for up to 3 days, which is ample time," Bao Xiaosheng urged. Thus, the two found a secluded spot to apply the disguise potion, changing their attire in the process. Su Lingfeng now appeared somewhat more mature, his face bearing the marks of time, slightly fuller, yet still handsome, though his physique seemed somewhat fragile. "Boss, do I look dashing? This is my ideal self when I grow up," Bao Xiaosheng exclaimed, flaunting himself before Su Lingfeng. "You still look rather unsavory," Su Lingfeng remarked after scrutinizing him. "Boss, can't you give me a compliment?" "Wait for me," Bao Xiaosheng replied, somewhat dejected, yet he still followed closely. An hour later, the two finally arrived at the black market, with Bao Xiaosheng enthusiastically recounting various bizarre legends about it along the way, his words flying in all directions. Tales of transformation from rags to riches, and the rise and fall of the powerful, were recounted in an endless stream, leaving Su Lingfeng's ears weary. The black market was located in a secluded area of Gushi City, consisting of both an upper and lower level. The upper level mainly dealt with spiritual herbs and martial arts manuals, while the underground was filled with weapons, treasures, and antiquities. Navigating the labyrinthine alleyways with Bao Xiaosheng leading the way, Su Lingfeng leisurely took in his surroundings. Within no time at all, they had explored the upper level. Though nothing particularly remarkable caught their eye, a few items appeared intriguing, Yet their prices were exorbitant and not what he urgently required. Consequently, the two made their way to the entrance leading underground, but as they were about to enter, two burly men blocked their path. Anyone wishing to enter the underground must pay a fee of 10,000 beast coins, one of the men announced. On what grounds? There has never been such a rule before. You are robbing us. Do you not fear that I will report you to the overseer? Bao Shaosheng protested vehemently. Tonight is special, do you not understand? The man retorted. Indeed, it is the treasures brought from beyond the city that have led them on this journey. Given their exorbitant fees, it is certain they possess valuable items. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to their patrons. Very well. Let us proceed and see what awaits us inside. Su Lingfeng intercepted him, producing 20,000 beast coins to hand over to the two burly men. He added a word of caution, reminding them that at least one transaction must be completed, or they would be charged an additional 20,000 beast coins upon their exit. Another burly man interjected with a warning. What? Are you bandits? What kind of logic is that? Call your superior. We demand an explanation. Bao Shaosheng, unable to contain his frustration, shed his usual sly demeanor and erupted in anger, pointing at the two men, drawing the attention of those around them. Withdraw your filthy hands, or I won't hesitate to eliminate you right here. The man who had spoken earlier glared with murderous intent, preparing to draw a broad axe from his back. Bao Shaosheng, terrified, quickly ducked behind Su Lingfeng, too frightened to utter another word. Early stage of bone refinement. Su Lingfeng discerned the opponent's cultivation level, locking eyes with the axe-wielding man, causing those nearby to instinctively retreat in the tense atmosphere. The other burly man made no move to assist. It seemed he believed the axe-wielder could handle the situation alone. Please, calm your anger. Allow this old man a favor. Harmony is of utmost importance. A figure of authority approached, mediating the situation. He continued, You two young gentlemen, do not take offense. I assure you, within lies the treasures you seek. If you do not find what you desire, not only will there be no additional charges, but the 20,000 beast coins you have already contributed will be on my account. One must commend the wisdom of the elder, whose subtle yet eloquent words diffused the tension, averted conflict, and ignited curiosity regarding the treasures below, effectively amplifying their allure. Initially, many had turned away due to the unreasonable demands, but the elder's words piqued their interest, prompting them to venture inside to explore further. In contrast, Su Lingfeng's 20,000 beast coins seemed but a trifling sum, hardly worth mentioning. As he descended the staircase, Su Lingfeng was astounded by the spectacle before him. He had anticipated a dimly lit, foreboding marketplace, where one would have to sift through heaps of worthless debris to unearth a glimmering treasure. However, the scene before him was resplendent with light, opulence, and grandeur, rivaling even the main hall of the Lord of Gushi City. Even Bao Shaosheng was taken aback, sensing an unusual, grand atmosphere that enveloped the market this evening, akin to a woman, typically unadorned, suddenly donning makeup and elegant attire for a special occasion. At the center of the hall, surrounded by a railing, rested a fourth-tier monster's core upon an exquisite jade pedestal. The core emanated a terrifying aura, making it difficult to breathe, yet its allure was irresistible. It is worth noting that a fourth-tier monster could rival a master of the muscle transformation realm, and their cores are exceedingly rare. When faced with danger, a monster can shatter its core with a mere thought, rendering it null and void. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that the cores of fourth-tier monsters can be absorbed and refined by humans, enhancing their cultivation, especially effective for those at the bone refinement stage. Cores of monsters below the fourth tier retain their ferocity and are too volatile, typically being embedded within weapons to unleash their tremendous power. The appearance of a fourth-tier monster's core in this place was astonishing. Many gazed with fervor, but upon seeing the price, their enthusiasm was swiftly extinguished. 100 million beast coins? What does this mean? Su Lingfeng questioned, bewildered by the inscription on the placard. The treasures upon the jade pedestal were the focal point of the evening. Everyone was allowed to bid, and the final transaction would reflect the information displayed. It indicated that an individual named Ma had bid 100 million beast coins for the core. Who is this Ma? One person shouted angrily. The first half is beast coins, the second half is a name. Indeed, it refers to someone named Ma, Bao Shaosheng replied, visibly puzzled. The crowd could no longer contain their laughter. It was a trivial matter, but the emphasis on the name transformed the atmosphere into something far more amusing. Seeking death, the man lunged forward, transforming his hand into a claw aimed at Bao Xiaoxing's throat, his speed startling Bao Xiaoxing into retreat. In a swift motion, Su Lingfeng appeared beside him, seizing the man's throat but refraining from applying force, merely intending to intimidate him. You will regret this, the man, feeling humiliated, spat a threat before retreating. This incident did not cause much of a stir. Few even took notice. Yet, one individual in the crowd cast a deep glance at Su Lingfeng before vanishing among the throng. The hall was packed, with attendance more than fivefold that of usual. Yet the layout was winding and intricate, reminiscent of an underground palace city. Boss, this was truly worth the trip. There are so many exquisite items. Bao Xiaoxing, upon spotting a fine item, approached the vendor, engaging them with numerous inquiries until the sellers grew weary of his incessant questioning. Yet he remained undeterred and enthusiastic. In a rather infuriating turn of events, he ended up purchasing nothing, nearly provoking several sellers to take action against him. Su Lingfeng maintained a respectful distance, quietly listening when suddenly, the spirit martial scroll trembled slightly, and he heard the voice of the gray-furred wolf. Directly ahead, there lies a palm-sized metal fragment. That is a shard of the spirit martial scroll, and you must acquire it. Su Lingfeng was astounded. To think there was a shard of the spirit martial scroll here made the journey all the more worthwhile. Old man, how much for this? Su Lingfeng inquired, pointing to the metal fragment. 50,000 beast coins, the old man replied without looking up, extending 5 fingers in response. What is this? Selling for 50,000 beast coins? Are you trying to swindle me? Bao Xiaoxing interjected, leaning in to grab it, only to find it too heavy to lift. Receiving a swat on the hand from the old man, clearly displeased by his lack of decorum. Old man, how about 20,000 beast coins? Su Lingfeng attempted to negotiate. The old man replied coolly, this small piece, though diminutive, weighs 1,000 pounds. It is not easily forged into a weapon, indicating its exceptional value. 50,000 beast coins is already a modest price. Were it not for my reluctance to carry it, I would not part with it at this rate. If you do not wish to buy, kindly step aside and do not hinder my business. Very well, I shall purchase it, Su Lingfeng declared. I offer 100,000 for that metal piece. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted. Su Lingfeng frowned and turned to see a scar-faced man, followed by 5 others, one of whom was the individual involved in the earlier confrontation in the hall. Brother, it's them. They dare to insult us, Ma. The man pointed at Su Lingfeng and Bao Xiaoxing. He intended to mention the Ma family, but faltered under a fierce glare, altering his words. However, Su Lingfeng had already caught on. He had suspected this from the beginning. After the battle at Little Gushan, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Ma family. And while he had not sought trouble, it seemed they had come knocking at his door. What? Is there a problem with my offering 100,000? Old man, will you sell or not? The scar-faced man demanded coldly. I will sell, but this young master, I'm afraid I will sell to the highest bidder. The old man replied with glee, his words devoid of sincerity. I offer 200,000 beast coins, Su Lingfeng said through gritted teeth. I offer. The scar-faced man, taken aback by the audacity of the counteroffer, opened his mouth to raise his bid, but was halted by someone behind him. The scarred man continued. I offer you a great deal, a mere scrap of copper and iron, and I profit by 150,000. I'm absolutely delighted. With that, he erupted into laughter and departed with his companions. At that moment, the elderly man, unbothered by the weight of the metal, stood before Su Lingfeng, beaming with enthusiasm, fearful that he might flee without payment. Su Lingfeng, with a sense of resignation, swept his hand across the storage stone, summoning 2 bags containing 100,000 beast coins each, which he placed before the old man. He then stored the metal within the stone. In truth, this storage was merely a fade. The metal was directly drawn into the spirit weapon scroll, shrinking to the size of a sesame seed and embedding itself within the shaft of the scroll. Though diminutive, the metal caused the scroll to radiate a golden glow, filling Su Lingfeng's consciousness with warmth, akin to lying in his mother's embrace, enveloped in comfort and tenderness. Boss, where to next? Bao Xiaoxing inquired cautiously, noticing Su Lingfeng lost in thought. Lead the way. Let's south explore this place before heading back, Su Lingfeng responded absently. Upon hearing this, Bao Xiaoxing's head began to ache. Boss, it takes 4 hours to traverse the entire underground city. Do we really have to do this? Without replying, Su Lingfeng pressed onward, hoping to find more fragments of the scroll to aid in its restoration to glory. Boss, slow down. I can barely keep up. I'm exhausted. Bao Shaoxing struggled to keep pace after nearly 2 hours of wandering the underground city, realizing that all the valuable items were indeed on this level, which explained the lack of decent finds above ground. Let us head back, Su Lingfeng suggested, a hint of disappointment in his tone. He had not found any scroll fragments, only acquiring a fine-quality dark spirit grass for several thousand beast coins. At that moment, he thought of the dark spirit fox and its offspring, wondering how they were faring. When the opportunity arose to enter the beast marsh forest, he vowed to deliver the spirit liquid to them. The previously obtained dark spirit grass and purple star grass had been refined into spirit weapon liquid by the Elder Patriarch, which was administered to Su Lingfeng during his unconsciousness. It was this concoction that allowed his dantian to absorb sufficient energy for a transformative process of sorts. As Su Lingfeng and his companion entered the grand hall, the inner core of the fourth-tier beast had already been sold, listed at a staggering 12 million beast coins, with the buyers still noted as Ma. Su Lingfeng yearned for that inner core, yet lamented his insufficient funds, leaving with a sense of regret. If others were to discover that he possessed 100 million beast coins and still expressed such discontent, they would undoubtedly be struck with incredulity. It was well known that the young lords and ladies within Gushi City considered themselves fortunate to manage a mere 200,000 to 300,000 beast coins. In this world, where martial prowess is revered, cultivation remains the sole righteous path. Youth is their capital, as this period offers the greatest opportunity for advancement, alongside familial support. Many among them regarded money lightly, spending it frivolously on revelry and ostentation, with little allocated for cultivation. However, such behavior is hardly surprising. For years, the beastmen had been isolated by river barriers, living in a comfortable and peaceful haven, untouched by the harsh realities of survival, and thus, they lacked any real understanding of warfare. Emerging from the underground black market, Su Lingfeng produced the dark spirit grass, while Bao Shaoxing placed the bag he had been carrying before 2 burly men. The axe-wielding giant, intrigued, opened the bag only to discover a heap of scrap metal, specifically discarded weapons. Scoffing at the sight, the 2 men derided the pair as impoverished fools, dismissing the dark spirit grass while considering the pile of debris a mere ruse. The axe-wielding man tossed the bag aside. Observing this, Bao Shaoxing lunged to protect the bag, which crashed heavily to the ground, but fortunately safeguarded his precious find. Little brat. The axe-wielding giant cursed, showing no remorse. You've gone too far. Apologize to my friend. Su Lingfeng, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anger reminiscent of his past self, and shouted at the giant, his fist already flying toward him. With a thunderous impact, attention was drawn from those nearby as Su Lingfeng staggered back 3 steps, his arm tingling with pain, his eyes blazing with fury fixed on the giant. The axe-wielder also retreated, his back against the wall, brow furrowed, the skin around his eyes quivering, before he roared, drawing his axe and charging forward. Gentlemen, please temper your anger. Combat is prohibited in the black market. If there are unresolved disputes, I kindly ask you to step outside. The overseer appeared between Su Lingfeng and the giant, attempting to mediate. Kid, step outside with me, and see if I won't cut you down. The axe-wielding giant, infuriated, could hardly contain himself, feeling humiliated to be restrained and bullied by a mere native. Had it not been for his superior's orders to avoid trouble in the black market, he would have struck without hesitation. Liang, this is your fault. Apologize to the young man. Another giant interjected calmly. I want to apologize to a native. The axe-wielding giant retorted defiantly. Brother, allow me to apologize on behalf of my companion. Would that be acceptable? The other giant shot a glare at the axe-wielder, turning to Su Lingfeng with sincerity. Boss, I'm fine. Let us hurry and leave, Bao Shaoxing urged as he approached. Since my brother has spoken, we shall take our leave, Su Lingfeng replied. Peace is paramount. I appreciate your understanding, and thank you for your visit. The overseer was relieved to see the situation defused. As the day's dealings at the black market were nearing an end, any disturbances could jeopardize the day's efforts and complicate matters with the higher-ups. Lin, why didn't you let me deal with that brat? The axe-wielding giant questioned, puzzled. Judging by his demeanor, he must be one of the wealthy young lords from Gushi City. If we act, let us make it worthwhile. Fear not, I will ensure you have your revenge. Lin, the other giant, spoke with a glint of malice in his eyes. Ah, that makes sense. I see why Lin suddenly began siding with outsiders. I'll follow Lin's lead. The axe-wielding giant grinned widely, finally recognizing the Lin he knew. Boss, about earlier, I hope it hasn't caused you any trouble. It's all my fault, Bao Xiaosheng. Touched, yet embarrassed, reflected on the incident, realizing Su Lingfeng had instigated conflict on his behalf. They were outsiders, living lives on the edge, notoriously volatile. And most people dared not provoke them. It's all right, you did nothing wrong. But why did you purchase these? Su Lingfeng inquired. Boss, don't underestimate these old weapons. They can be melted down for new creations, and they allow me to learn various forging techniques, Bao Xiaosheng explained, placing the bag on the ground. You forge weapons? Su Lingfeng was taken aback, having presumed Bao Xiaosheng was merely a shrewd young man dealing in information. I can handle basic weapons, but the finer ones are beyond me, Bao Xiaosheng admitted, uncertain, as he had only learned through self-study on discarded weapons, lacking any formal guidance. When it comes to weapons, the Li family are experts. Why not seek them out? Su Lingfeng pressed further. At this, Bao Xiaosheng's eyes reddened with resentment as he recounted. My father was a smith at the Li family for over a decade. I was born on their grounds. But when I was 5, a young master from the Li family insisted my father teach him forging. When my father refused, the family head intervened, and my father began teaching him. One day, while forging weapons, the young master accidentally suffered burns from splattered molten metal. In a fit of rage, the head of the Li family ordered the execution of my father and expelled my mother and me from the Li household. 6 months later, my mother, consumed by longing for my father, fell gravely ill, leaving me utterly alone. In that moment, I vowed to become a master forger and seek vengeance for my parents. I apologize for bringing this up. Su Lingfeng listened intently, unsure of what to say. It's all right, boss. This is also my motivation. I will ensure my parents witness the day I avenge them, Bao Xiaosheng said, seemingly having grieved enough, now comforting Su Lingfeng. Su Lingfeng remained silent for a long time, realizing that he too was striving to find his parents. Although he was unaware of their fate, he was far luckier than Bao Xiaosheng. Take these beast coins for now. If you run out, come find me, Su Lingfeng said, placing 200,000 beast coins in a Bao Xiaosheng's bag. Boss, Bao Xiaosheng was deeply moved and instinctively moved to embrace Su Lingfeng. Wait, I won't be the one to return them home. Can you handle it yourself? Su Lingfeng interrupted. Of course, this is my forte, Bao Xiaosheng replied excitedly. Then hurry back, Su Lingfeng urged. After Bao Xiaosheng departed, Su Lingfeng spoke coldly. You've been following us for quite some time. It's time you revealed yourself. Well, it appears you had us figured out all along. Quite confident, aren't you? To lead us to such a hidden place? But that suits me just fine. It makes things more interesting. If it were too easy, it would be rather dull. A group of 6 emerged from their concealed spot into the desolate courtyard, led by a scar-faced man from the Ma family, who had been speaking earlier. Brother, should we take care of that fleeing brat first? One of the men behind him inquired. No need. He is just a small fry. The Real catches here. We can deal with him later, the scar-faced man declared arrogantly. You saying I'm just a small fry? How did I become your big fish? Su Lingfeng scoffed. Whether big fish or fat sheep, today you won't escape. The scar-faced man waved his hand, and the 3 men behind him charged forward. However, they fell back almost instantly, clutching their faces, having been struck down in an instant. The scar-faced man squinted, astonished by the swiftness of the attack, an impressive tactic of striking first and catching the opponent off guard. Are you so certain that I possess some treasure? Su Lingfeng asked. Once you're dead, I will naturally uncover your treasures, the scar-faced man replied, wary of underestimating his opponent, having been momentarily dazzled by the previous display of skill. Could it be more valuable than the inner cores of the demon beast you possess? Su Lingfeng's voice remained icy, as he sensed that confrontation was inevitable. How did you know that? The scar-faced man asked, astonished. Isn't it obvious? You are hardly discreet in your dealings. Don't you fear drawing unwanted attention? It seems the one who sent you lacks foresight, Su Lingfeng taunted. Impudent brat. Whether I choose to be low-key or ostentatious is none of your concern. For insulting my master, you deserve to be torn apart. The scar-faced man, furious, unsheathed his knife. Flame break slash. The scar-faced man gathered all his energy, unleashing a series of slashes imbued with a commanding aura, slicing through the air. Su Lingfeng charged forward to meet the blade's shadow, ducking and weaving with agility, evading several strikes. However, as the final blow descended, the scar-faced man closed in, forcing Su Lingfeng to confront the attack head-on. Boom! With a fierce clash, Su Lingfeng summoned his violet battle form, crossing his arms to absorb the impact of the blade. As the strike connected, an explosion erupted, sending debris flying throughout the courtyard. Su Lingfeng was sent hurtling back, crashing against a wall before regaining his stance. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he remarked, "Using feigned attacks to draw me in, and then forcing me to take the final blow. Clever, indeed." The scar-faced man snorted coldly, "It's a pity I couldn't slay you. At such a young age, you've reached the bone refinement stage. Killing you would be a loss. How about you join me as my servant?" "To become your servant? That depends on whether you possess the ability," Su Lingfeng retorted, charging back towards the scar-faced man, launching a powerful punch aimed at his face. The scar-faced man, with his knife pointed down and blade outward, swiftly countered with an upward slash. As Su Lingfeng saw the blade approaching, he spun away, transforming his punch into a palm strike aimed at the man's neck. The scar-faced man narrowly avoided the blow, turning to dodge Su Lingfeng's attack, raising his knife to retaliate. Su Lingfeng was taken aback. His opponent wielded the knife with remarkable skill, seamlessly merging with his weapon. Faced with such a formidable counterattack, Su Lingfeng pivoted on his left foot and launched a kick towards the man's abdomen. The scar-faced man raised his leg to block, but Su Lingfeng took advantage of the situation, using the man's knee as leverage to evade the knife. Frustrated, the scar-faced man couldn't believe he, a late-stage bone refinement master, could struggle against a mere boy. Such a servant would be far more interesting. Otherwise, how could he accompany me in battle? He mused with a cold smile, launching another strike. "Is that all you've got? You should really consider me as your master," Su Lingfeng declared, channeling the spirit energy of the spirit martial sea into his arms, preparing to clash against the scar-faced man's blade. The courtyard turned chaotic, dust swirling and debris flying as the two engaged in a fierce battle, each strike threatening the other's life. The onlookers were astonished, realizing the small figure was evenly matched against their leader, who had never faced such a formidable opponent. "Brother, finish him," they urged, hearts racing, knowing if their leader fell, they stood no chance against this young warrior. Amidst the fray, the scar-faced man was deeply unsettled. No matter how he attacked, he couldn't breach Su Lingfeng's defenses, which he found profoundly humiliating. At that moment, Su Lingfeng felt a remarkable surge of power as the spirit energy coursed through him, intertwining with his martial prowess, creating an extraordinary state of being. "Who are you?" The scar-faced man felt a twinge of fear, apprehensive that this individual might be connected to the royal city, a notion that could spell trouble. "Come at me again," Su Lingfeng shouted, his demeanor fierce and combative, charging forward. "Kill!" the scar-faced man roared. Realizing this battle would only conclude with death, unwilling to relent even if his opponent hailed from the royal city, the two resumed their fierce engagement, darting around the courtyard, leaving devastation in their wake. Suddenly, Su Lingfeng landed a powerful punch on the scar-faced man's shoulder, shattering his battle form and exposing bloodied bone beneath, sending him crashing backward. As the scarred man glided across the ground, a chilling coldness emanated from his eyes. With a fierce roar, he gripped his blade tightly, a domineering aura surging forth from the weapon, locking onto Su Lingfeng. Dragon slash. In the distance, 5 individuals accompanying the scarred man were filled with exhilaration. This was the most renowned martial technique within the 3rd level of the library pavilion, a coveted skill among sword practitioners, though few could master it. Despite being merely fragments, its power was astonishing. As the blade was unleashed, 2 dragon silhouettes coiled forth, capable of shattering mountains and rivers, howling at the sun and moon, even hinting at the potential to disturb the divine thunder of the heavens. Truly terrifying. Su Lingfeng retreated at a swift pace, dodging left and right as he activated the spirit fusion fist, his fists transforming into ethereal shadows, continuously shifting. With a mighty shout, he proclaimed, "Break." In his moment of desperation, Su Lingfeng executed the spirit fusion fist, not drawing upon the spirit energy of the spirit martial sea, but rather the liquid form of spirit power. He realized the ferocity of the spirit power was overwhelming. His physical form struggled to endure it, his arms feeling as if burdened by mountains, bones in his fists cracking perilously close to shattering. In an instant, Su Lingfeng's figure shifted countless times, ultimately forming the 12-fold fusion fist. A purple fist imprint surged forth to meet the dragon. Boom! The 12-fold spirit fusion fist shattered the dragon, dissipating it into nothingness. Though the momentum had weakened significantly, It remained undiminished as it locked onto the scarred man, arriving in the blink of an eye. The scarred man was struck with terror. The formidable technique had drained him of much of his martial strength, leaving him feeble. He turned to flee. But how could he escape the pursuit of the 12-fold spirit fusion fist? In the blink of an eye, he was struck, hurtling through the air and crashing through walls. Lying motionless on the ground, Su Lingfeng gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, his arms feeling heavy and nearly immobile. His fists stained with blood from the injuries incurred while wielding spirit power. He turned his gaze upon the remaining individuals, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He thought to himself that this battle was of great significance. He could not allow any whispers of it to escape, lest it invite peril upon him. Please, sir, spare us. It is all our fault. You are magnanimous. Let us go, as if we were mere trifles. One individual trembled in fear, warmth trickling down his legs. Sir, here, take this. It's the inner core of a fourth-tier beast, a tribute for you. We beseech you, let us go. Please, spare us. We swear. We will not utter a single word about what we have seen tonight. If we break this vow, may the heavens strike us down. As they begged for mercy, Su Lingfeng felt a twinge of compassion. He mused, I harbor no deep-seated enmity against them. Moreover, should I choose to eliminate them, they would undoubtedly retaliate. It is ill-advised to engage further, as it may lead to unforeseen complications. I have applied a disguise liquid. They should not recognize me. Perhaps I should let them go? Sir, here is your beast's inner core. If there is nothing more, we shall take our leave. One of them presented the inner core respectfully. As the five prepared to depart, suddenly, Su Lingfeng bellowed, Wait. Startled, they hastily knelt and pleaded, Please, spare us. We were merely coerced, just days ago. We merely glanced at him on the life and death platform and cheered a few times, only to be forced into servitude. Have mercy, let us go. Take his blade with you. Su Lingfeng thought to himself with a cold smile. So, this is what transpired. They do not appear to be brothers bound by life and death. As for the battle blade, it was no ordinary item. Holding it would risk exposing his identity. It would be more prudent to let them carry it away, thereby alleviating many complications. Su Lingfeng picked up the inner core and stored it within his dimensional stone, preparing to leave, when suddenly, a figure appeared within the courtyard, standing with its back to him. Who are you? Su Lingfeng inquired warily. Su Lingfeng gazed at the silhouette of the woman before him, finding her somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall her identity at that moment. I have come to invite you to join the Dark Fragrance Valley. Might I inquire if you are willing? She turned and asked. Mo Lingzhu. Su Lingfeng was taken aback, realizing she was the esteemed lady of the Dark Fragrance Valley. You actually recognize me? Mo Lingzhu was equally surprised. Since her return, she had not anticipated that this young man would know her, especially considering she had only made a public appearance once in the dark market. The eldest daughter of the Mo family, who in Lonely Creek City did not know of her. Pray tell, why does the esteemed lady invite me? Su Lingfeng noted that Mo Lingzhu had not yet recognized him and sought to divert the conversation. The invitation stems from the fact that you have drawn the attention of the Su family, and just moments ago, you eliminated Ma Baishan's confidant, Ma Zhan. Mo Lingzhu replied without suspicion. How could the Su family possibly have their eyes on me? Su Lingfeng's heart raced, yet he could only feign a slight astonishment. The one following you was merely a lackey, who divulged nothing before being silenced, Mo Lingzhu remarked, her brow furrowing slightly upon considering the implications of someone being silenced under her watch. The Su family indeed possessed formidable influence. At that moment, Su Lingfeng's thoughts were in disarray. He could not fathom why the Su family would take note of him. After much contemplation, he considered a possibility. Could it be that someone recognized Uncle Yunfei in Little Lonely Mountain? He shook his head, promptly dismissing the notion. Perhaps they only harbor suspicions, which is why they sent someone to follow me rather than attempt to eliminate me. If this conjecture holds true, it would further affirm the collusion between the clan leader and the Ma family. What occupies your thoughts? Mo Lingzhu inquired. I ponder how I might have offended the Su family, yet I find myself at a loss. Could you enlighten me about Ma Zhan? Su Lingfeng could not reveal his true identity. Mo Lingzhu approached him gracefully, explaining, Ma Zhan is one of Ma Baishan's most valued individuals. He ventured out with Ma Batian in his youth and is said to have saved his life, thereby earning his unwavering trust. Years ago, Ma Batian took 50 men out. Only 3 returned. Ma Zhan, preferring the wilderness, remained in the beast forest for years before being summoned back by Ma Batian. Recently, He engaged in a fateful duel against a former adversary on the life and death platform, defeating him in mere 3 moves. He was dispatched to procure beast inner cores. Yet little did he anticipate. Oh, is that so? Does that not place me in a perilous situation? Su Lingfeng mused, touching his nose. You do not appear to be your true self at present. If I am not mistaken, you are likely younger than I. Yet your stature reminds me of a younger brother from the Su family, though he does not seem as remarkable as you. Mo Lingzhu probed. You refer to Su Lingfeng, do you not? I have heard tales of him defeating the 2 brothers of the Ma family, though I cannot vouch for their authenticity. Should an opportunity arise, I would relish the chance to spar with him. Perhaps, esteemed lady, you might facilitate an introduction? Su Lingfeng's expression conveyed a blend of skepticism and intrigue, leaving Mo Lingzhu unable to discern the truth of his words. However, to her, identity held little significance. Once one stepped through the door, they were a guest. Moreover, she had not clashed with Su Lingfeng in any manner. If you agree to join the Mo family, such matters are trivial, she continued. Su Lingfeng chuckled softly. That would indeed be a disservice to your kind invitation, esteemed lady, for I am accustomed to a leisurely existence and cannot abide by too many constraints. That is quite all right, yet I have one more request. I have learned of a golden ridge goo emerging within the beast forest and would like to invite you to join my hunting party. May I? Su Lingfeng, upon hearing this, inwardly scoffed. Surely this is your true intention. Nevertheless, he genuinely wished to return to the beast forest to fulfill his promise to the dark spirit fox. Especially given the current precarious situation in Lonely Creek City, where access was heavily scrutinized. What exactly is a golden ridge goo? He inquired, intrigued. It is a type of parasite that can reside within the human body without causing harm, while simultaneously enhancing physical strength, she explained. That is indeed fascinating. However, how do we exit Lonely Creek City? Su Lingfeng expressed his astonishment, captivated by the existence of such a creature. Fear not, I shall handle everything. Upon completion of the task, you shall enjoy a 40% discount on any treasures purchased in the dark market. Mo Lingzhu exclaimed joyfully, resembling a delightful sprite. Let us convene at the dark market 3 days hence at the hour of Chun. By the way, may I know your name? She added. You may call me Xiao Wu, Su Lingfeng replied after a moment's reflection. Until we meet again in 3 days, Xiao Wu, Mo Lingzhu said, disappearing into the night as Su Lingfeng too departed. Upon returning home, he found it was quite late, yet the elder clan leader awaited his return in the courtyard. Grandfather? Su Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise, his heart racing with emotion as he rushed into the elder's embrace, tears streaming down his face. My child, it is I who has failed you, allowing you to endure such suffering, the elder comforted, stroking Su Lingfeng's head. Though he had fought to survive outside, he remained just a child, shedding his defenses and burdens in the presence of the elder, revealing his vulnerability and fear. Grandfather, I encountered Uncle Yunfei. Su Lingfeng began, his tears still flowing. What? You met whom? The elder, Su Hongshan, could hardly believe his ears. Though he had harbored suspicions upon seeing the barrier within Little Lonely Mountain, they remained mere suspicions. I met Uncle Su Yunfei. Were it not for him, I might not have returned, Su Lingfeng replied. Quickly, tell me everything. The elder urged, his voice trembling with anticipation. You must remember, I suddenly vanished from the manifestation array. It was Uncle Yunfei who took me away, as he sought the spirit beast within me. Su Lingfeng recounted his encounters after meeting Su Yunfei, omitting only the more delicate details of his experience. The elder listened intently, his heart heavy as he occasionally wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Having served as clan leader for many years, he had been unyielding against any challenge, never once shedding tears. Yet now, as he fought to survive, familial bonds became his sole attachment, and he cherished the connection with Su Lingfeng above all else, while feeling the profound regret of not knowing the fate of his son. Su Yunfei, hearing that his son had been living in Little Lonely Mountain and had advanced to the Heartseal realm, filled him with both joy and sorrow. Joy for his son's achievements, sorrow for not being able to accompany him. At that moment, Su Lingfeng presented the insights he had gained from his spiritual cultivation to the elder, who accepted it, caressing it silently before taking it inside. The following morning, Su Lingfeng approached the elder's room, finding the door slightly ajar. Upon entering, he discovered the elder seated in a chair, staring vacantly at the spiritual cultivation notes left by Su Yunfei. Grandfather, are you all right? Su Lingfeng inquired with concern. No. I am fine, Feng. Have you successfully refined the spiritual liquid? the elder murmured. Indeed, it merely involves omitting the main and auxiliary herbs, the condensed dew grass. While the process remains largely unchanged from that of refining the spiritual martial liquid, Su Lingfeng quickly replied, "Ah, you have grown while I have been away. Go on with your affairs. I wish for a moment of solitude." The elder spoke, his voice still weak. Su Lingfeng delivered the meal prepared by Xiang to the elder before departing, making his way to the medicine hall in search of a remedy for the elder's ailment. Though the martial liquid could stave off the decline of the martial estate and even showed signs of improvement, it remained incapable of eradicating the issue entirely. Perhaps a higher-grade herb was required. The third-tier primary medicinal herb is the zenith of the spirit martial liquid. Any higher-tier primary herb would not enhance its properties. The old patriarch has already utilized a third-tier primary herb to concoct the martial liquid. Indeed, the martial liquid demonstrates considerable efficacy, saturating the martial house with an unparalleled aura of martial energy. However, it can only last for a fleeting day, rendering its effects ephemeral, extinguishing the rekindled hope of the grandfather and grandson duo once more. Nonetheless, they have made some progress, thus not returning entirely empty-handed. As Su Lingfeng ambled along the once bustling streets, he observed the desolation that now permeated the area, with 7 or 8 out of 10 shops shuttered. "Little tiger, what brings you here?" Su Lingfeng suddenly spotted Su Xiaohu and inquired. "Ah, it's you. I'm here on official business. Just look around. The streets are filled with vacant shops. We must find a way to have someone take over," Su Xiaohu replied, his face etched with worry, clearly indicating that this was not his forte. Indeed, it used to be vibrant, but now, Su Lingfeng lamented. "Where are you headed?" Su Xiaohu diverted the conversation. "I'm going to the Yaorintang. By the way, do you know where Su Mingyang is? I heard he left before the clan meeting concluded. He must have returned to the imperial city," Su Xiaohu responded. Su Lingfeng felt a tinge of melancholy. During his time at Little Solitary Mountain, he perceived Su Mingyang as a person with a cold exterior yet warm heart. However, perhaps due to his prolonged residence in the imperial city, he had unconsciously become preoccupied with calculating interests, always leaning towards maximizing benefits. "Su Lingfeng, haha, it's been ages. You seem to have fully recovered." Su Lingfeng turned to see the barefooted giant, Li Chong, approaching him. "Well done. That final battle was nothing short of miraculous. You truly are a prodigious talent," Li Chong exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Brotherly, have you joined the Su family?" Su Lingfeng inquired, noticing Li Chong donned in the Su family attire. "Indeed. For the time being, I have no plans to leave. I'll be joining you all in combating the beast horde and safeguarding Solitary Creek City." "That is splendid. Little Tiger finally has a sparring partner," Su Xiaohu nodded. In truth, whenever they had time, they would engage in friendly sparring, and when fatigued, they would revel together over drinks and meat, lamenting the lost time they could have spent together. After bidding farewell to Su Xiaohu, Su Lingfeng arrived at Yaorintang. Upon entering, he was warmly greeted by an attendant, who turned out to be the same one who had sold him the storage stone previously. The staff at Yaorintang varied daily, and he was pleasantly surprised to see this familiar face again. "Young Master Su, you are truly my benefactor. I can continue to attend to customers at the counter all thanks to you. Please, come in," the attendant exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "What? Is this a coveted position?" Su Lingfeng asked, astonished. "Indeed. Let me share a little secret with you. We only get to work at the counter once a month, which is a privilege with commissions," the attendant whispered. Suddenly, Su Lingfeng understood. No wonder the attendant was so enthusiastic, having likely earned a significant commission yesterday, hence his warm treatment. "Oh, how could I have forgotten about this?" he mused. "Young Master Su, Manager Tang instructed me to bring you to the backyard upon your arrival." "Let me lead you there immediately," the attendant exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he recalled this important task. Su Lingfeng was led by his companion to the backyard, recalling the vibrant medicinal stones and the elixirs, as well as the moment when Tang Yanran had lifted him and spun him around numerous times. A feeling of bashfulness and delight washing over him. "What are you thinking about? At such a tender age, already yearning for spring," Tang Yanran teased him. "And no, it's not like that, Tang. Manager, what brings you here?" Su Lingfeng, realizing his thoughts had been discerned, felt a wave of nervousness. "Is there something wrong? This is my backyard. Why wouldn't I come here?" "It's absurd," Tang Yanran replied, exasperated and speechless. "No, that's not what I meant. I have a question I would like to ask you." Su Lingfeng fumbled, his tongue tangling in his mouth. Why do you always seem so anxious when you see me? Am I really that frightening? Tang Yinran sat at the table, her delicate, rosy arms languidly resting on it, supporting her chin as she observed the awkward silence enveloping Su Lingfeng, and felt there was no other choice. Very well, what is it? Speak up. Sister Tang, you are quite knowledgeable. I wanted to inquire if there exists a type of elixir capable of healing a severely injured martial foundation? Su Lingfeng asked, filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Tang Yinran appeared unsurprised, as if it were to be expected. You must be referring to the former patriarch. The martial foundation is of utmost importance to practitioners. Once it suffers a grave injury, recovery is only possible through extraordinary medicinal herbs. However, I once inquired with my senior sister, and she informed me that the 6th grade elixir, the Gu Yuan Dan, possesses such miraculous effects and can heal the former patriarch's martial foundation. Is that true? How can one obtain it? How many beast coins would it require? Su Lingfeng exclaimed with delight. This was nothing short of astonishing news. The Gu Yuan Dan can only be refined by the esteemed Dean, not to mention the Dean, who is as elusive as a dragon. Even if you were to encounter him, the Gu Yuan Dan is a 6th grade elixir, a treasure without price. How do you suppose you would acquire it? Tang Yinran shook her head, reluctant to dampen Su Lingfeng's spirits, but knowing he needed to understand the gravity of the situation. If I could go to the Imperial City, I would join the Lingxiao Dan Academy, Su Lingfeng declared, having silently resolved to cure the former patriarch's ailment. Have you truly thought this through? Tang Yinran asked, feeling a pang of sympathy. She genuinely hoped for Su Lingfeng's admission, but he was too fixated on concocting elixirs for the former patriarch and had lost his usual calm demeanor. Being a Dan practitioner is the wealthiest profession in the world, yet it is also the most arduous, for it demands not only talent, but also a steadfast mindset. One must maintain a passion for elixirs and a pure heart to achieve greatness in the way of elixirs. Conversely, if one is unstable in mindset, seeking immediate results, it would be challenging to advance far in this path. Su Lingfeng was oblivious to these truths, yet Tang Yinran understood all too well. She too had come here to train in hopes of progressing further. I have made up my mind. I would appreciate it if Sister Tang would grant me a token. Su Lingfeng realized that the beast coins he possessed were woefully insufficient to exchange for a Gu Yuan Dan, but this might be his only opportunity, and he worried the former patriarch might not live to see that day. Tang Yinran handed him the token, and as Su Lingfeng took it, he turned to leave. At that moment, she hesitated, contemplating for a long while before finally speaking, just as he was about to exit the backyard. However, there is another method that might help the former patriarch return to the path of cultivation. It is, however, exceedingly cruel and perilous. Using this method could mean life or death, with no third option. Historically, since the establishment of the Gusa dynasty, those who have attempted this method, the survivors can be counted on one hand. It is indeed a desperate gamble. What method? Su Lingfeng, unwilling to lose the former patriarch, hurriedly inquired upon hearing there might still be hope. To break the martial foundation and open the spirit pool, Su Lingfeng exited the backyard, ignoring his companion's greetings. His mind consumed with Tang Yinran's earlier words, the notion of breaking the martial foundation and opening the spirit pool. In essence, this involved dissipating the energy of the martial foundation and reopening the spirit pool, embarking on the path of spiritual cultivation. If the martial foundation is a mountain, then the spirit pool is a ravine. Leveling the mountain to carve the ravine is nothing short of exceedingly difficult. Moreover, during the process of breaking the martial foundation, it is akin to a dam bursting. A moment's inattention could rupture the dantian, causing grievous bodily harm or even death. Furthermore, during the breakthrough from the bone refining stage to establish the martial foundation, the reshaped bones are reborn under the nurturing of martial energy. Should the foundation be broken, all bones would shatter. At that crucial juncture, where the martial culminates and the spiritual begins, every bone and sinew must transition from martial energy to spiritual energy. Any unforeseen mishap could lead to irrevocable ruin. Additionally, Tang Yinran had warned him that such a method of breaking and then establishing anew is intolerable to the heavens and the earth, and those who survive often meet with bizarre deaths, with none returning alive. Upon returning home, the former patriarch remained seated, engrossed in the tome of spiritual cultivation insights. Su Lingfeng refrained from mentioning the method of breaking the martial foundation and opening the spirit pool. Grandfather, I have a 4th grade demon beast and Oppo's inner core. I wonder if it would be of any use to you? Su Lingfeng ventured to ask. It is all my fault. I caused his demise. My son Yunfei died unjustly. The former patriarch lamented. Uncle Yunfei, in the spirit realm, would not wish to see you in such a state, Su Lingfeng consoled. Indeed, Yunfei was a good child. You are a good child as well. Now that you have grown, I can rest easy. Wind, should I pass away? You must promise me to leave this place and live well, the former patriarch sighed. Grandfather, why do you say that? Su Lingfeng questioned, puzzled by the former patriarch's words. Of course, I will not perish easily, for I have yet to avenge my son Yunfei. Su Kunshin, I have long suspected his involvement in the plot against my son. I never imagined he would be the mastermind, having treated him as my own son, since he colluded with Ma Batian and kept it from me. He surely intends to eliminate both you and me. No wonder he was so insistent on having you participate in the clan competition. In retrospect, it was truly malicious. Many years ago, Elder Qin mentioned this method to me, but I did not dare to try it because I couldn't bear to lose you. Now, it seems it is time for me to take the risk. Wind, remember, if I fail, you must immediately take Xiang'er to find Su Chong. He will help you escape from Gushi City. Should I succeed, I will exact vengeance and ensure your safety. The former patriarch's resolve was firm, leaving Su Lingfeng astonished. Could it be that the former patriarch intended to tread the path of breaking the martial foundation? Grandfather, are you planning to break the martial foundation and open the spirit pool? The former patriarch exclaimed in astonishment. Wind, you. How did you know? I just returned from Yaran Hall, where I learned of it from Sister Tang, Su Lingfeng replied. No wonder. That girl is not of the ordinary realm. It would greatly benefit you to befriend her. But remain vigilant, for one must always be cautious, the former patriarch advised. Grandfather, on my way back, I was contemplating that perhaps the Lingwu Xiu Luo Ju could assist you in overcoming this challenge. Wind, I know you wish to help me, but remember the words I previously spoke to you. The former patriarch interrupted softly. There are people outside. With that, the former patriarch vanished from the room in an instant. Rushing out, Su Lingfeng followed closely behind, and moments later, he found himself standing behind the former patriarch, only to see a pool of blood left on the ground. Whose blood is this? Su Lingfeng asked solemnly. The former patriarch shook his head, saying, This person possesses a peculiar movement technique. I have never encountered it before. It is likely one of Ma Tianhao's people from the Wujin city. I injured him, yet he managed to escape. Isn't Wujin city under Ma Tianhao's control? Su Lingfeng exclaimed in surprise. The former patriarch shook his head, explaining, it was still under his control the day before yesterday, but it fell into Ma Tianhao's hands yesterday. Ma Tianhao was betrayed and had his head severed while intoxicated. It must have been an ambush set by Ma Tianhao, lurking beside his brother. Interestingly, Ma Tianhao had no intention of handing over Wujin city to Ma Batian. Instead, he aspired to rule the city himself, gathering experts from all corners. That very night, a multitude of skilled individuals from outside the city infiltrated Wujin city. Su Lingfeng found himself perplexed, questioning how Ma Tianhao managed to survive. He strongly suspected that the figure within the small solitary mountain was merely a stand-in for Ma Tianhao. Where has the Song family gone? Su Lingfeng inquired. They accompanied Su Mingyang to the imperial city. Otherwise, they could not have so easily forced the three prominent families to cease their pursuit. The old patriarch seemed to harbor no fondness for Su Mingyang. Grandfather, to be on the safe side, we must seek a secure place. I will protect you then. No, I already have a suitable location. Even if you can guess it, do not follow, the old patriarch replied. Both of them understood well that the most fitting place was indeed the cavern on the cliff of the small solitary mountain. Yet how could Su Lingfeng rest easy? The old patriarch elucidated the pros and cons to Su Lingfeng, and only then did he grasp the elder's heartfelt concern. If both of them were to vanish simultaneously, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion from those behind the scenes, prompting an exhaustive search that could jeopardize their plans. Out of respect for the old patriarch, Su Lingfeng felt safer remaining in the city, allowing Linger to occasionally impersonate the patriarch to create a semblance of normalcy. Ultimately, they agreed on a 6-month timeline. If the old patriarch had not returned by then, Su Lingfeng would depart from Gushi City. As they discussed the Lingwu demonic art, the old patriarch remained reluctant to cultivate it, so Su Lingfeng shared his insights on the way of inquiry for the elder's reference. Grandfather, if you do not require this 4th-tier monster's core, then take this earth spirit essence for any unforeseen needs. Linger, who resided in Su Lingfeng's consciousness, generously produced large chunks of earth spirit essence to offer Su Lingfeng for the old patriarch. My dear child has grown. I feel utterly inadequate. If you were not my grandson, I wouldn't know where to place my old face. The old patriarch realized that ever since Su Lingfeng embarked on his cultivation journey, he had outshone him, becoming the greatest beneficiary of their relationship. Whether it was the Lingwu Liquid or the resources for cultivation, the old patriarch's contributions seemed minuscule in comparison, while Su Lingfeng had rekindled the flame of hope within him. As night descended, the old patriarch visited a few old friends and spent a warm evening with Su Lingfeng and Xiang'er. At midnight, the old patriarch departed alone for the small solitary mountain. Feeling a surge of fervor within him, eager to take another gamble, albeit with his life at stake this time, Ling'er accompanied Xiang'er in slumber while Su Lingfeng lingered alone in the courtyard, feeling a profound sense of loneliness for the first time in years. Grandfather, you must return safely. I will be by your side, and we shall never part again. Su Lingfeng resolved to cultivate diligently, repaying the old patriarch's years of care and protection. With the fourth-tier monster's core in hand, Su Lingfeng returned to his room, preparing to refine and absorb it. He entered a state of deep contemplation, achieving clarity of mind, which was the optimal state for cultivation. At that moment, he took out the core and activated the way of inquiry to commence the absorption of the monster's essence. My child, spare my child. I am willing to hand over the core to you. I will never let you go. I will kill you. Su Lingfeng trembled, summoning all his strength to finally break free from the core's control. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he was filled with trepidation, realizing that the fourth-tier monster was brimming with rage and resentment, nearly consuming him. Had he succumbed, it would have been a most ignoble demise. While absorbing the core, he felt a powerful wave of hatred wash over him, nearly obliterating his consciousness. Had it not been for his extraordinarily strong spirit, he would have perished. Su Lingfeng had consulted the old patriarch on refining the fourth-tier monster's core, but the elder had never attempted it himself and could only advise him to remain steadfast and unperturbed by external distractions. Yet, he could not fathom that the fourth-tier monster's core was infused with such intense hatred, almost leading him to madness. However, this also provided Su Lingfeng with insight into the situation. No wonder the core remained intact, for it was threatened through the offspring of the monster. After obtaining the core, they reneged on their promise and slaughtered both the monster and its young. Furrowing his brow, Su Lingfeng was appalled at the despicable means employed to seize the monster's core, only to betray their own vows. Such treachery was intolerable. Just moments ago, through the eyes of the monster, he seemed to glimpse the figure of Mahjong, whose sinister and treacherous visage evoked an overwhelming desire for retribution. Was it merely an illusion, or was it reality? Su Lingfeng could not discern. If it were true, why then had he purchased the core? What was the intent behind it? Had the Dark Fragrance Valley been involved? All these thoughts compelled Su Lingfeng to remain vigilant, for he had promised Mo Lingzhu that he would assist her in searching for the Golden Ridge Goo in the Beast Marsh Forest. I shall uncover your sinister plot. Su Lingfeng felt as though he had unwittingly stepped into another's scheme, perhaps from the onset of the small solitary mountain, or during the clan competition. Or perhaps he had always been part of this intricate game. The immediate priority was to refine the monster's core. Fear not, I shall avenge your grievances. With that, Su Lingfeng adjusted his focus and began the process of refining the monster's core once more, employing the way of inquiry and harnessing the power of nature to subdue the essence. The core was not inclined to yield easily, even in its residual state. It was formidable. Indeed, while forced refinement was possible, it would result in a loss of at least half of the core's energy, an unacceptable outcome for Su Lingfeng. In this stalemate, he felt a sharp mental pain, and suddenly, he found himself in a peculiar space. Before him loomed a colossal monster, cloaked in purple, with a sharp mouth and long tail, glaring at Su Lingfeng with ferocity. It was a purple blood mongoose. Su Lingfeng was taken aback. The purple blood mongoose, known for its regal purple blood, commanded respect in the cultivation world. Typically, cultivators would choose to avoid conflict with it. This mutual understanding allowed for a peaceful coexistence. Wretched humans, deceitful and treacherous, even in death, I shall not allow you to succeed. The purple blood mongoose spoke, its voice laden with fury. Senior, please do not be enraged. I understand your grievances and resentment, but I am different from them. Su Lingfeng attempted to explain. In my eyes, you are all the same. Such youthful arrogance, how detestable. They lured me into surrendering my core, killing my offspring, all for you. The purple blood mongoose, furious, lunged at Su Lingfeng, intent on a fatal confrontation. No, I previously witnessed a scar-faced man wielding a slashing blade through your perspective. If I saw correctly, that man must be Ma Zhan. Su Lingfeng hastily interjected, sensing the mongoose's wrath. Suddenly, Ma Zhan's visage materialized before him, causing Su Lingfeng to recoil in shock. Yes, that is the one who personally killed my child. I will never forget him. The purple blood mongoose lamented, grief-stricken at the memory of its slain offspring. To be honest, I acquired your core from him, and he has already met his demise at my hands, Su Lingfeng stated earnestly. The purple blood mongoose remained skeptical, cautiously circling Su Lingfeng, as if to ascertain the truth of his words. After its examination, the mongoose retreated momentarily, only to turn back and roar with the ferocity of a lion, its presence akin to a primal beast. Su Lingfeng was astonished, his heart pounding, yet he stood resolute, unafraid of the tempest that approached. He understood clearly that at such a crucial moment, he must not exhibit even the slightest hint of trepidation. What a fine lad, filled with courage and determination. I place my trust in you. The ones who have pursued both me and my beloved son amount to a total of 12, all present here. As the purple blood weasel spoke, a figure materialized before him. The images flashed in succession, and the last one revealed was that of Ma Zhan. Predecessor, I have memorized the remaining 11 individuals. I assure you, I shall avenge you. Su Lingfeng declared solemnly. You are resolute. I am already a deceased man. Yet if revenge can be achieved, it would indeed be gratifying. The inner elixir is the culmination of my lifelong cultivation. I hope it can lend you some assistance. Young man, what is your name? The purple blood weasel's form began to dissipate, yet it appeared exceedingly content, as if it had relinquished its obsession with vengeance. Su Lingfeng. That is my name. Su Lingfeng bowed deeply to the purple blood weasel, speaking with utmost respect. Falling leaves turned to dust. It seems you too are a person of misfortune. The purple blood weasel sighed, shaking its head. Su Lingfeng's heart trembled. Legends spoke of powerful cultivators being able to communicate with the spirit world before their demise, perceiving the past and future of individuals. To his astonishment, this was indeed true. As the figure of the purple blood weasel vanished completely, Su Lingfeng returned from the peculiar space to his own self, tears welling at the corners of his eyes, silently vowing that he would not let those 11 individuals escape his reckoning. At that moment, Su Lingfeng commenced the refinement of the purple blood weasel's inner elixir. Encountering no further obstacles, a torrent of energy surged from the elixir into the spirit martial sea, causing its expanse to gradually enlarge, the liquid martial force doubling in area. However, he discerned a grave issue. The range of the spirit sea remained unchanged, causing an imbalance between the now disparate sizes of the martial sea and the spirit sea. One large and robust, the other small and frail, presenting an oddity. Yet, aside from this peculiar shape, there seemed to be no other anomalies, which was indeed a favorable outcome for Su Lingfeng. He meticulously sensed the surging energy within the spirit martial sea, overwhelmed with excitement. Master. Suddenly, Su Lingfeng heard the urgent voice of the gray-furred wolf, prompting him to hastily enter the spirit martial scroll. Wolf uncle, what is the matter? What has occurred? Young master, did you refine something? The gray-furred wolf inquired anxiously. Yes, I just refined the inner elixir of a level 4 beast, the purple blood weasel. Is there something wrong? Su Lingfeng felt a wave of unease wash over him, sensing the wolf's distress. After a brief silence, the gray-furred wolf replied, Fortunately, there is no danger this time. However, you must remember not to solely absorb one type of energy. With your current cultivation, your martial and spiritual powers are still in their infancy. Now that the boundaries have been established, they will not easily encroach upon each other. Yet, as your cultivation progresses, their energies will undergo tremendous transformations. A moment's carelessness could lead to an imbalance, with potentially disastrous consequences. Wolf uncle, is this method truly so perilous? Su Lingfeng felt a knot of anxiety tighten within him. No, young master, perhaps my explanation was unclear. The technique itself is not problematic, but you have only acquired the first verse of the method. It is insufficient for you to be overly concerned. Therefore, you must quickly obtain the second verse, the third verse. The sooner you acquire them, the greater the benefit to your cultivation. The gray-furred wolf elucidated. Upon hearing the wolf's words, Su Lingfeng's worry began to dissipate. Simultaneously, The wolf's remarks subtly indicated that the spirit martial Shura technique seemed not to be heavily contingent upon the level of cultivation, igniting within him a sense of anticipation. I understand. Thank you, Wolf Uncle, for your guidance. However, I have matters to attend to. I shall seek your counsel again next time. Su Lingfeng replied respectfully. Have I spoken too much? The gray-furred wolf mused as it watched Su Lingfeng depart. Upon awakening, Su Lingfeng found that his strength had significantly increased. Yet he had not advanced in rank, remaining at the initial stage of bone refinement. Young master, are you awake? Xiang'er softly inquired, hearing movement from Su Lingfeng's room. Realizing that it was still quite dark outside, he opened the door and asked, Sister Xiang'er, how long have I been in here? 2 days. What is amiss? And what time is it now? In half an hour, it will be Qin time. Oh no, Sister Xiang'er, where is Linger? Su Lingfeng asked hurriedly. She is still asleep. Xiang'er pointed towards her own room with a sigh. Without hesitation, Su Lingfeng pushed the door open, not giving Xiang'er a chance to stop him. As he burst into the room, he quickly retreated, his eyes wide open and then closing again. Su Lingfeng pushed the door open and rushed in, only to quickly retreat, his eyes blinking in surprise. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and Linger, sensing something amiss, instinctively drew the covers tighter around herself. As Su Lingfeng entered, he caught sight of a graceful silhouette, a delicate waist, and enchanting legs, as pure as jade, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, ethereal and enchanting. Though he had merely glimpsed her from behind, it was enough to leave him feeling disoriented, as if sleep had eluded him. At that moment, Xiang'er's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her ears burning. She realized that Linger had transformed into her likeness. Although it was not truly her, the realization sent waves of shyness coursing through her. The sensation was odd, akin to having one's alluring portrait spied upon, even more vivid and tangible. Su Lingfeng, sensing Xiang'er's embarrassment and fury, was momentarily at a loss for words. Sister Xiang'er, is my disguise liquid ready? He understood that Linger had assumed Xiang'er's appearance, but he could not utter a word about it. All he wished for was to escape this precarious situation. Sister Xiang'er, let Linger bring it to me. I will wait for her outside. Realizing that Xiang'er was on the verge of an outburst, he hurriedly slipped away. At this moment, Xiang'er clenched her fist against her chest, trembling all over, unable to move until Su Lingfeng dashed out. Just then, Linger emerged and, upon seeing Xiang'er's distressed state, began to stomp her feet in frustration. Su Lingfeng, I will kill you. Recovering from her momentary shock, Xiang'er shouted at Linger, the disguise liquid. Young master wants you to bring it. Linger quickly dashed outside, only to return moments later with a bottle of disguise liquid, chasing after Su Lingfeng. Linger, did you bring the disguise liquid? Su Lingfeng, noticing the furious Linger closing in, began to flee. I brought it. Come here, and I'll give it to you. Linger shouted. Hearing this, Su Lingfeng quickened his pace, thinking to himself, as long as she brought it, only a fool would wait for her. It was time to make a hasty retreat. Su Lingfeng, stop right there. I promise I won't hit you. Linger yelled, increasing her speed in pursuit. Linger, you're currently in Xiang'er's form, not your true self. Why pursue me so relentlessly? Su Lingfeng attempted to calm Linger, reasoning that they were already outside and Xiang'er was no longer present. How dare you say that? You're exhausting me, Su Lingfeng. Don't let me catch you. Linger, exasperated, halted to catch her breath. Seeing her stop, Su Lingfeng also slowed down, remarking, you must be tired. Your anger should be subsiding now. Linger glared at him, offering no reply. Cautiously, Su Lingfeng approached and helped her up. Oh dear, please spare me, Linger. It hurts, it hurts. In a flash, Linger seized Su Lingfeng's ear. What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have looked at you. I didn't look. Well, I only glanced. It hurts. Think again. I shouldn't have barged in unannounced. Linger, I might lose my ear. Please let me off this time. Realizing she had twisted his ear twice, Linger hastily released him, noticing the tears welling in his eyes, which softened her heart. Nevertheless, she turned her face away and demanded, now tell me, why did you wake me so early? Where are you headed? There's no time. Let us talk while we walk. Where's the disguise liquid? Bring it to me. Su Lingfeng urged. Just one bottle? You only brought one, he exclaimed, astonished at the single vial of disguised liquid Linger held. He had requested Xiang'er to prepare a month's supply, yet only one bottle had come. This single vial could only last 3 days. What was he to do? One bottle is better than none. Su Lingfeng lamented internally, though he noticed Linger raising her tiny fist, her expression sorrowful. Once they had applied the liquid, Su Lingfeng transformed into the guise he had previously adopted in the black market, known as Xiao Wu. Let us hurry. We're going to be late. We are heading to the Beast Marsh Forest to seek out a type of curse known as, oh right, the Golden Ridge Curse. As he raced forward, Linger had returned to her elven form, perched on his shoulder. Upon hearing the destination, she was filled with exhilaration, momentarily forgetting the earlier incident, bouncing on his shoulder and even planting a kiss on his neck. Ugh, how long has it been since you bathed? Linger remarked, her displeasure evident. Su Lingfeng, vexed, thought to himself, bathe? There's no time for such trivialities. We must focus on our journey. He sped away, swiftly disappearing over the horizon. Finally arriving, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had not arrived late. I heard there's a little guy. It can't be him, can it? What is his background? Someone whispered, but even from a distance, Su Lingfeng could hear them, and it seemed they had no intention of concealing their words. Who knows? Hey, little guy, what is your name? Another person bluntly inquired. Upon arrival, he was met with such disdainful mockery. Had he not checked the almanac before stepping out today? Fuming, Su Lingfeng chose to ignore them and found a place to sit. Hey, brother, you've been underestimated. They couldn't be bothered to acknowledge us, the first person sneered. I was asking you. The questioner, provoked by their words, stood up and approached Su Lingfeng. Calm down, brothers, you're all using aliases. What does it matter if you know each other's names? Suddenly, Imo Lingzhu appeared, flanked by two individuals, their aura surging like the sea, an invisible pressure making everyone cautious and on guard. Half step into the muscle transformation realm. This was the collective thought of all present. Although their cultivation was at the late stage of bone refinement, they were still far from reaching the half step into the muscle transformation realm. Strangely, the highest cultivator in Gushi City was precisely at this half step, and no one had ever broken through to the muscle transformation realm. The Dark Fragrance Valley indeed possessed profound foundations, employing two half-step muscle transformation realm experts. It seemed this expedition to the Beast Marsh Forest was of utmost importance to them. This operation required the unwavering support of 7 brothers. You all possess late-stage bone refinement strength. I believe that, united, we can complete our mission without harm. Everyone's gaze turned towards Su Lingfeng. Imo Lingzhu's words were clear. Despite his youthful appearance and small stature, he was not to be underestimated. Imo Lingzhu continued, let me introduce my companions. These are Elder Qian and Elder Kuan. Elder Kuan will accompany us on this mission. However, he will only intervene in extreme circumstances. So it was the 2 esteemed elders, Su Lingfeng thought, and he respectfully greeted them. I am Zhong Yuan. Please forgive my ignorance. Zhong Yuan, indeed. A loyal retainer of the Song family, Zhong family understands righteousness. Unwilling to wallow in the same filth as the Song family, now seeking refuge with our Dark Fragrance Valley, turning from darkness to light. This expedition relies on your efforts. Elder Kuan remarked indifferently. The Dark Fragrance Valley had rapidly risen to become the 5th major power in Gushi City, largely due to the contributions of the 4 esteemed elders of heaven and earth, and it was unexpected for one to personally attend this time. Imo Lingzhu stepped forward, sweeping her hand across the rocky surface, revealing a nearly white bottle of disguised liquid. Here is the disguised liquid for all of you. I know you prefer to conceal your true forms, perhaps even your names are aliases, except for Brother Zhong Yuan, who has indeed allied with our Dark Fragrance Valley. Our mission may be completed swiftly, or we may need to remain in the Beast Marsh Forest for some time. However, I promise you all that within a month, whether or not we find the Golden Ridge Curse, I will bring everyone back. As for introductions, you are all cultivators. Get to know each other at your leisure. After all, names are merely labels. Nevertheless, I hope you all will give your utmost effort and assist one another. Should anyone dare to disregard the principles of righteousness and turn against their companions, not only shall I not spare him, but the entire Dark Fragrance Valley shall also not let him off the hook. Simultaneously, I present to everyone a treasure trove of potions and weaponry valued at 1,000,000 beast gold coins. Please accept these gifts graciously. Su Lingfeng rose to his feet, silently contemplating the formidable presence of Miss Imo. It seemed he had underestimated her previously. However, this proved advantageous, as her meticulous planning alleviated many of his concerns. 1,000,000 beast gold coins. Dark Fragrance Valley truly spares no expense, and most importantly, the issue of disguise potions is now resolved. Furthermore, All spoils from this hunt will belong to each of you. Upon completion of our endeavor, Dark Fragrance Valley shall honor our prior agreements, Mo Lingzhu reiterated. Once the distribution concluded, Mo Lingzhu led the group swiftly towards the southern gate of Gushi City. In the grand hall of the city lord's residence, the clan leader, Su Kunshin, inquired, "How goes the task?" A respectful voice responded, "Report to the clan leader. We have already set off with the Mo family. They will leave us clues. I shall lead a team to follow them." "Very well, go forth. We are entirely reliant on Elder Zhou," assured the clan leader. "Rest assured, I shall give my utmost effort. Should I fail in my mission, I shall present my head to you," Elder Zhou replied. "You must return alive. You still owe it to the virtuous nephew Ning Yuan to avenge him." Elder Zhou clenched his fists, seething with hatred. "Ma Tianhao, I shall personally slay him to avenge my son's grievances." At the southern gate of Gushi City, the transformation was profound compared to the past. Defensive mechanisms were abundant, lining the city walls. The guarding forces exhibited no hint of complacency. Hunting had long been prohibited here, and even within the city, massive traps had been excavated, plunging 50 fathoms deep, with countless long spears erected at the bottom. Mo Lingzhu and her companions arrived at a secluded spot near the southern gate, where a small squad of 10 guards stood. The squad leader gestured to the armor behind him. "Miss Mo, everything is ready. Please don your armor swiftly. We must depart." In a short while, the group donned their armor and formed a line, following the squad leader down the underground staircase. They entered a winding underground corridor, its twists and turns obscuring their destination. Su Lingfeng gazed curiously at the underground corridor. Though the light was dim, the traces of the cleaved rock were still faintly visible. To his surprise, the corridor was primarily composed of demon crystal rock, which explained the fortification of the city walls. Demon crystal rock, the hardest stone within these mountains, was employed in the construction of the walls not only for its unparalleled durability, but also for its ability to absorb a portion of the attacks from demon beasts, thereby diminishing their destructive power. Zhong Yuan held significant standing within the Song family and had previously assisted in managing the mining business. He could discern the quality and value of various stones with the mere touch of his hand or a glance. Upon hearing this was demon crystal rock, everyone was taken aback. Even Elder Kuan displayed signs of surprise. "Silence." The team leader frowned and reminded them. After winding through the dark passage for an hour, they finally emerged outside Gushi City. "Miss Mo, I can only escort you this far. If you proceed in that direction, you will evade the patrols and enter the Beast Marsh Forest, but it will require a slight detour," the team leader said respectfully. "Thank you very much for your assistance. Please take this token to the Dark Market Liaison to claim your due reward." Mo Lingzhu smiled as she spoke. "Thank you, Miss Mo. I take my leave." The team leader departed with the 9 sets of armor they had shed. Mo Lingzhu led the group onward toward the Beast Marsh Forest. Lacking demon beast mounts and having taken a longer route, they arrived at the forest as dusk fell. "Let us rest here for the night. We shall enter the Beast Marsh Forest tomorrow. I will keep watch during the first half of the night, and Zhong Yuan and Xiao Wu will take over for the second half," Elder Kuan instructed. "Understood," they replied, weary from a day of travel and eager to recuperate. They each found a suitable spot to rest. The first half of the night passed swiftly without incident. "Hey, Zhong Yuan, it's time for our watch." Su Lingfeng approached and whispered. Zhong Yuan yawned, rubbed his bleary eyes, and stood up. Although his body had awakened, his spirit remained in slumber, following Su Lingfeng like a mere shell. "Xiao Wu, are you truly not yet 20? How do you maintain such high spirits?" Zhong Yuan mumbled, still drowsy. "It's your deep sleep that's the problem," Su Lingfeng replied. "Time to wake up." Only then did Zhong Yuan open his eyes, survey the surroundings, and say, "Let us climb the tree." With a powerful push against the ground and leveraging the strength of an adjacent tree, he sprang into the air, landing atop a horizontal branch several dozen feet high. Su Lingfeng silently admired him. Though he had appeared lethargic moments before, his agility was undeniable. "Are you thinking that my skills are rather impressive?" Zhong Yuan teased. "Why are you just standing there? Come up." So self-absorbed, Su Lingfeng thought to himself, mimicking him as he climbed onto another branch. "Not bad, young lad," Zhong Yuan remarked, standing on the branch and gazing at the Beast Marsh Forest, which appeared even more enigmatic under the moonlight and mist, a place he had long yearned to visit as a child. He found it hard to believe he would soon be immersed in it. However, he pondered, what was the true nature of that stream? Others seemed unaffected by it, yet he felt as if he were being besieged by countless restless spirits. Furrowing his brow, he wondered how they would cross it tomorrow. Surely, they couldn't rely on others to carry them across. Xiao Wu, what are you contemplating? Zhong Yuan inquired. Nothing much. I was pondering whether many powerful demon beasts have entered the Beast Marsh Forest, Su Lingfeng replied, returning to the present. Not just that, listen closely. There are faint sounds of demon beasts battling. It's quite unsettling. Had it not been for the recent allegiance with the Dark Fragrance Valley and the need to prove loyalty, I would not have come here, Zhong Yuan murmured, cautious of being overheard. I heard the Song family is being pursued by 3 clans. I wonder how that turned out, Su Lingfeng probed. Aware that the Song family had followed Su Mingyang to the imperial city but knew little beyond that. The Song family sought to leverage Su Mingyang's status to escape Gushi City, but he had remained non-committal. Under pressure from the 3 clans, the Song family was forced to take risks, attempting to accompany Su Mingyang to the imperial city for his protection. However, the news leaked, and the 3 clans dispatched pursuers. The Song family's treasures were stripped away. Ultimately, the Song family managed to reach Su Mingyang for help, and he, unable to bear their plight, spoke on their behalf, which led the 3 clans to cease their pursuit. The Song family had long harbored intentions to leave Gushi City, but the return of Mob Batian and the rampage of demon beasts in the Beast Marsh Forest merely expedited their plans. In truth, the strength of the Song family far exceeded what one might imagine. Their departure had deeper motivations, of which I have only caught wind of whispers. Yet, when I relayed this information to the Dark Fragrance Valley, they reacted with surprise, dismissing it as nonsense. However, from their response, I inferred that they did not regard my claims as entirely absurd. Rather, there was a hint of fear and unease. This reinforced my belief in the veracity of the information. Do you know what it is? I tell you, Gushi City is a cursed place, which explains why it has been devoid of a formidable master for 5 centuries. It is said that 500 years ago, every faction in Gushi City had at least 2 masters of the transformation realm, yet now they seem to have all passed away. As Zhong Yuan spoke, his words grew increasingly eerie, and his palms began to sweat. Aren't you afraid? Su Lingfeng asked. We are like caged birds, utterly unable to escape this place. What good is fear? Let us drink and be merry today. Tomorrow's worries can wait. Zhong Yuan's voice brimmed with resignation. Why can't we escape? Su Lingfeng questioned, puzzled. Zhong Yuan appeared startled for a moment before sighing. It seems your parents have sheltered you greatly. At your age, they have not revealed these truths, perhaps to shield you from harm. But why? Su Lingfeng pressed, as the clan elder had never mentioned such matters. Do you truly wish to know? Seeing the eagerness in Su Lingfeng's eyes, Zhong Yuan could not help but continue. There exists an unspoken rule in Gushi City. On the day of one's coming of age, it is said that one cannot long remain outside Gushi City. Whether it be the Su family or the Ma family, they have all ventured beyond, yet ultimately returned. Those who did not return likely lie in eternal slumber outside, though we are cultivators, destined to vanquish demons and slay evil. This matter is one from which you cannot escape, no matter how you struggle. Su Lingfeng could no longer maintain his composure. This revelation affected his ability to leave Gushi City in search of his parents. Initially seeking to gather information about Su Mingyang and uncover hidden intrigues within the city, he had inadvertently stumbled upon this astonishing secret. Has this frightened you? It's really not so dire. Staying in Gushi City for 400 or 500 years is manageable. So you need not worry, Zhong Yuan reassured him. Su Lingfeng forced a smile, feeling somewhat despondent. It seemed that escaping this city would not be a simple endeavor. Perhaps I should not have told you this. I hope you can come to terms with it and emerge from this shadow, Zhong Yuan noted. Sensing Su Lingfeng's shift in emotion, feeling a twinge of guilt for revealing this information, Su Lingfeng's thoughts were in turmoil, and he remained silent for the latter half of the night, uncertain of what to do. However, he ultimately concluded that the only course of action was to swiftly enhance his strength. The so-called curse and misfortune might merely stem from his current inadequacy to resist. All right. Everyone prepare to set off and enter the Beast Marsh Forest, Elder Kuan commanded, prompting the group to hastily organize their belongings. Faced with this formidable practitioner of the half-step muscle transformation, they dared not show the slightest negligence. Once they stepped beyond the confines of Gushi City, who could predict what calamities might ensue? After a brief interval, Imo Lingzhu and the others arrived at the water's edge, plunging directly into the stream, leaving only Su Lingfeng on the bank, paralyzed by indecision. Brother Yu, look at that little fellow. He seems too afraid to enter the water. Is he scared of drowning? jeered the one previously dubbed Hao Gu. Hao Gu speaks wisely. Hey, little one, the water is quite shallow. It will barely reach your mouth. Just a few sips of stream water, and you certainly won't drown. The one called Brother Yu bellowed in response. Hong Yu, Fong Zihao. Do not overstep your bounds. Perhaps he is merely a bit hydrophobic, Zhong Yuan retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Wu, fear not. I shall return to carry you across. Just wait for me, Zhong Yuan called out. No need, Brother Zhong. I can manage on my own, Su Lingfeng insisted stubbornly, resolved to traverse the stream unaided. Indeed, as he stepped into the water, a multitude of skeletal figures surged forth, resonating with malevolence and fury. However, Su Lingfeng soon realized that their strength was not as terrifying as their appearance suggested. As the tide of skeletons approached, the Lingwu Sea instinctively activated, establishing a protective barrier. They shattered upon contact, akin to crashing against unyielding rock. Even those in the center of the stream merely elicited a mild irritation. With renewed determination, Su Lingfeng hastened his pace and successfully reached the opposite bank. Square face and sweet potato visage, should you dare to speak insolently again. Do not expect me to spare your dignity, Su Lingfeng exclaimed, his voice laced with anger. This declaration rendered not only Fong Zihao and Zhou dumbfounded, but also astonished Elder Kuan and the others. They were clearly unprepared for the frail figure before them to respond so vehemently. Mo Lingzhu could not contain her laughter, her melodic voice ringing out like silver bells. A sound delightful to the ear, yet for Fong Zihao and Zhou, it felt like a stinging slap to their faces. You insolent fool! You seek your own demise. They roared, each channeling their signature combat techniques to launch a sudden assault. The crowd gasped. How could Xiao Wu evade such a close-range attack? With two resounding crashes, however, no significant disturbance arose. Elder Kuan appeared before Su Lingfeng in an instant, effortlessly dispersing their strikes with a single palm. In response to the unexpected onslaught from Zhou and Fong Zihao, Su Lingfeng reacted swiftly, executing the Lingfeng step to retreat rapidly. Elder Kuan was taken aback. Realizing that his interference was unnecessary, even without his protection, Su Lingfeng possessed the capability to evade their assault. This time, consider it a warning. Should you dare to create further disturbances and attack your companions, I will not hesitate to end your lives. Elder Kuan's gaze was fierce. And while he could overlook verbal conflicts, any physical altercations changed the nature of the situation. It was that little fellow who provoked us first. I merely wished to teach him a lesson, Fong Zihao explained, wiping the blood from his lip. Teach a lesson, you say? Yet we have witnessed your actions clearly. Mo Lingzhu interjected, her words brimming with indignation, evidently displeased with their behavior. We only wanted to urge him to hurry over, lest we delay the completion of our mission, Fong Zihao stammered defensively. First and foremost, I am not little fellow, who bestowed upon you the right to address me thus. Were you born towering above others, never having been short? Secondly, your banter and mockery lack foresight. You derive pleasure from belittling others to bolster your own sense of superiority, disregarding their feelings. How foolish and selfish. Furthermore, you believe you can bully others, yet when they retaliate with words, you cannot bear it. Resorting to violence and claiming it was merely a lesson? I must inquire, who granted you the authority or the qualifications to teach me? Lastly, in the face of an elder's inquiry, you evade responsibility, attempting to conceal your foolish actions by shifting the blame onto me. Thankfully, Elder Kuan and the others are present. Had they not been, would you not have slandered me as the aggressor, claiming your actions were merely defensive? Unable to endure further provocation from Zhou and Fong Zihao, Su Lingfeng unleashed a torrent of grievances, as if he were articulating the years of humiliation he had endured. He could never comprehend why some individuals sought to derive joy from the suffering of others, relishing in their torment while forbidding any form of resistance. In their minds, it was acceptable to bully, and any resistance was a grave insult that warranted swift retribution. You speak utter nonsense. Elder Kuan, this brat is spinning lies. Attempting to frame us, please discern the truth. Zhou's voice trembled with panic, acutely aware that Su Lingfeng's words struck home. Zhou, Fong Zihao, should you dare to instigate further trouble, I will not spare you. Elder Kuan declared, sweeping away, clearly agitated that internal strife had arisen before they had even located the Golden Ridge Gu. Normally, he would have dealt out punishment first before addressing the matter at hand. Enough. Let this matter rest. Our mission is paramount. Let us depart, Mo Lingzhu asserted. As Su Lingfeng and his companions reached the beast marsh forest, they stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the scene before them. What transpired in the beast marsh forest? This question echoed in the minds of all. The once mystical beast marsh forest, imbued with an ancient and enigmatic aura, had always evoked a sense of trepidation, yet it was not teeming with formidable beasts. However, the landscape had transformed dramatically. The serene primal essence had vanished, replaced by splintered trees, scarred earth, and numerous deep pits, a haunting sight. The severed trunks still dripped with sap, and the soil within the craters remained damp, indicating that a fierce battle among immensely powerful beasts had recently unfolded. It was evident that they had not yet ventured into the depths of the beast marsh forest, yet were confronted with such devastation. What ruin awaited them deeper within? The dark spirit demon fox, surely nothing has befallen it? Su Lingfeng expressed his concern, recognizing that the traces of battle could not be the result of mere Tier 3 beasts. It appears the beasts have divided their territories. Proceed with caution and follow my lead. Elder Kuan warned gravely. The group trailed behind Elder Kuan, alternating between swift movements, detours, concealing their presence, and boldly charging into areas dense with beasts. By day's end, they had vanquished 3 Tier 4 beasts and over 40 Tier 3 beasts, accumulating more than 10 inner cores from the latter. Where's the golden ridicule? How much longer until we arrive? Zhou inquired impatiently. Truthfully, we do not know its exact location, Lingzhu replied. What? How can that be? However, we have a general idea of its whereabouts. The golden ridge-goo prefers habitats near water, particularly in areas with swift currents. To the southeast lies a waterfall cluster spanning thousands of feet. It is likely to be found there. According to our intelligence, we should reach that location in approximately 3 days. Elder Kuan nodded in affirmation of Lingzhu's insights, then added, for everyone's safety, allow me to elaborate further. I understand that many of you have visited the Beast Marsh Forest before, and not just once or twice. We are still on the outskirts, yet you have already witnessed Tier 4 beasts here. I trust one need not remind you of what lies ahead. You may feel secure with me present, but let me caution you. If we encounter a formidable horde of beasts, I may not be able to protect you all. Thus, from this moment forth, you must obey my commands, including you, Mississippi. We shall divide into 3 small teams, Miss, myself, and Zhong Yuan, each leading 2 companions. Tonight, we shall rotate our vigilance in 3 shifts. The night is rife with active demonic beasts. Hence, you must remain utterly vigilant. Those resting should not sleep as if they were dead pigs. Otherwise, should you lose your lives, you would still be drooling. Everyone listened intently. For Elder Kuan rarely spoke at length, and his solemn tone indicated the gravity of this mission and the perilous situation we faced. There is no need to search for a resting place. It matters not where we rest. Miss, you shall first lead 2 in vigilance, followed by me, and finally Zhong Yuan, rotating every hour, Elder Kuan instructed. Consequently, Lingzhu took charge of vigilance with Su Lingfeng and Bailey Tang, while the remaining members began to recuperate. Howl Moon Wolf Pack, quickly protect these 6, Lingzhu commanded. The 3 immediately tightened their defensive perimeter, turning their backs to the 6, encircling them in preparation for the impending battle against the Howl Moon Wolves. At that moment, dozens of pairs of green eyes slowly approached, surrounding Lingzhu and her companions. Su Lingfeng was no stranger to the Howl Moon Wolves. Back at Little Solitary Mountain, he had single-handedly defeated over a dozen without employing his battle form. However, this time, he not only had to contend with the wolf pack, but also ensure the safety of the 6 individuals, amplifying the pressure on him. Thus, they had to exert every effort and eliminate the threat with utmost swiftness. Suddenly, 6 Howl Moon Wolves lunged at Su Lingfeng, targeting his limbs, head, and abdomen. Do they actually coordinate? Su Lingfeng was astonished, never having anticipated that the 3rd-tier Howl Moon Wolves could collaborate so seamlessly, a stark contrast to their 2nd-tier counterparts. Nevertheless, Su Lingfeng was no longer the weak novice he once was. He had now ascended to the bone refinement stage. Faced with the assault of the 6 Howl Moon Wolves, he dared not be careless, swiftly evading their attacks. Seizing an opportunity, he landed a powerful punch on one of the beast's heads, sending it flying, rolling several yards before coming to a halt. What remarkable defense! Su Lingfeng marveled. His punch was imbued with 8,000 pounds of force. Yet it merely breached the wolf's defenses. Furious, the wounded Howl Moon Wolf snarled, baring its teeth, and, along with the others, pounced from every direction. executing their attacks with practiced precision. After several exchanges, they were unable to gain the upper hand. Within the protective circle, aside from Elder Kuan, the others sat on pins and needles, fearing an assault from the wolves. Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao even summoned their battle forms for protection. You should relax a bit. Trust your comrades and take the time to recuperate, Elder Kuan said calmly. The battle lasted merely the length of a fragrant stick, ending with the complete annihilation of the wolf pack. Among them, Feng Zihao could not resist the urge to strike down one. Following that, 2 or 3 more waves of attacks ensued, but they were all third-tier beasts and could not breach the trio's defenses. After experiencing the Howl Moon Wolf's onslaught, the 3 began to cooperate more effectively. Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao had learned their lesson, although they could not yet rest at ease. They were no longer as jittery as before and even engaged in slaying beasts. In truth, this resting site had been meticulously selected by Elder Kuan. Within a radius of several hundred miles, only a few third-tier beasts were active at night. Thus, they passed through the Beast Marsh Forest's first night without incident. Yet Su Lingfeng and the others remained oblivious to this. Their nightmare had only just begun. As anticipated, on the following night, while Mo Lingzhu's team was on guard, a peak 4th-tier beast appeared, injuring even Mo Lingzhu. Ultimately, it was through the combined efforts of the 3 that they managed to slay it. Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao were terrified. Had they been led by Elder Kuan, they would have been unable to endure even the 1 hour of vigilance. They had traveled for 3 days, still over 1,000 miles from their destination, with an expectation of reaching the waterfall cluster the next day. In the latter part of the night, Zhong Yuan's team had just taken over the watch when they felt a chilling air enveloping them, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably. Elder Kuan rose, his expression grave. This is likely a 5th-tier beast. Everyone, be cautious and do not stray too far from me. As he spoke, the frigid air drew closer, causing the surrounding flora to frost over. Su Lingfeng could not help but shudder. In the distance, a massive toad approached. Its body as white as jade, with 5 blood-red streaks running along its belly. Its eyes, crimson as blood, were set wide apart, and 3-foot-long horns sprouted from where its eyes were. Most striking was its long tail, extending over 10 yards, swaying through the air with a sharp whistle. A 5th-tier beast? Elder Kuan, are you trying to frighten us? Mo Lingzhu exclaimed in disbelief. What good fortune that it has merely just broken through to the 5th tier. Otherwise, the casualties would be catastrophic. Elder Kuan exhaled in relief, yet he did not let his guard down. After all, it was a foe capable of challenging him. Miss, I leave the command of this battle to you. I shall intervene if necessary. Mo Lingzhu appeared slightly tense, but she was well aware of the strengths of each individual she had recruited. As the commander, she quickly devised a strategy. I will take the lead in this battle. Zhong Yuan and Bailey Tang excel in close combat, so you will mount a direct assault. The brothers Zhang Xiao and Zhang Se will coordinate for a surprise attack. Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao, you will assist from the flanks. Xiao Wu, rely on your speed to execute a strike. The long-tailed ice toad advanced slowly. The underbrush already frosted, each step causing green ice to cascade down, a sight to behold. Gugua. The long-tailed ice toad emitted a low croak, and the suspended ice shards suddenly shifted, hanging motionless in the air, before rapidly surging towards Mo Lingzhu and the others. Qiushan escape. Xian Wu armor. Zhong Yuan and Bailey Tang shouted in unison, attempting to block the icy barrage. The sky was filled with ice shards crashing against their defensive armor, staining it green in mere moments, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading across it, resembling a green turtle shell. However, the ice assault was nearing its conclusion. Zhong Yuan and Bailey Tang charged forward while Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao, as well as Zhang Xiao and Zhang Se, spread out to the sides. Su Lingfeng maneuvered to the rear, while Mo Lingzhu remained poised, ready to strike. With all 8 in position, they prepared to besiege the long-tailed ice toad. To their surprise, the beast struck first, suddenly whipping its icy tail towards Su Lingfeng. Realizing the intent was not directed at him, but aimed to knock him back and target Zhong Yuan and Bailey Tang instead, Su Lingfeng shouted, "You oversized pest. Don't you dare escape." Unanticipatedly, he was belittled by a mere toad, yet he swiftly grasped the tail, yanking it back forcefully, significantly diminishing its assault. At that moment, Zhong Yuan and Bailey Tang arrived, delivering a punch and palm strike to the long-tailed ice toad's forelegs, forcing it back several steps. The icy armor on its forelegs shattered, scattering across the ground. Su Lingfeng quickly released the tail and retreated to a safe distance. Mo Lingzhu was slightly taken aback. She had intended to attack the toad's tail, but was astonished to see the slender Xiao Wu unexpectedly grip the tail with surprising strength. Seize the moment. Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao shouted in unison, unleashing their battle techniques to strike the long-tailed ice toad from its side and rear. Enraged, the long-tailed ice toad leapt to evade their attacks, its tail swiftly ensnaring Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao, lifting them into the air. Bound by the tail, the two felt their battle forms encased in ice, the frigid air sapping their strength, rendering them instantly powerless. Cracks appeared in their battle forms, threatening to shatter. As their defenses crumbled, the overwhelming binding force risked cleaving their bodies in two. The scene unfolded with a sudden flurry as Elder Kuan intervened. Two sharp blades of wind sliced through the air, severing the long tail and liberating Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao from their constraints. At that moment, the two men found themselves suspended at an altitude of 7 or 8 zhang, plummeting rapidly before crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, both were formidable late-stage bone refinement practitioners. Their momentary lapse in caution had led them into this predicament. Just before impact, they summoned their battle forms, narrowly evading disaster. If you wish to perish, merely voice it, and I shall refrain from intervening next time, you foolish imbeciles. Elder Kuan's frustration was palpable. He could hardly fathom how they had managed to advance to the late stage of bone refinement while failing to assess the situation correctly. Mo Lingzhu was equally incensed. For these two were her recruits, and Elder Kuan's reprimand cast a shadow over her countenance. At that moment, the long-tailed ice toad descended, crushing centuries-old trees beneath its weight. The ground trembled, and a terrifying whirlwind swept through, leaving chaos in its wake. Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao, having regained their strength, summoned their battle forms once more, now fully aware of the necessity of vigilance. In a remarkable display of teamwork, the 8 fighters found themselves evenly matched against their foe. They engaged in a frenzied melee, darting through the forest, which was devastated in mere moments upon encountering a hill. The once pristine white form of the long-tailed ice toad was now marred with blood. Its own or that of Mo Lingzhu and her allies was unclear. Eventually, taking advantage of a moment when the long-tailed toad was distracted by its assault on Zhang Xiao and Zhang Se, Su Lingfeng seized the opportunity to unleash the spirit fusion fist, striking the creature's tail vertebrae. The impact seemed to strike a sensitive nerve within the long-tailed ice toad, momentarily rendering it incapable of effective retaliation. Seizing the moment, the group launched a relentless assault, forcing the long-tailed ice toad to retreat step by step. Its icy exterior shattering and reconstituting in a vicious cycle, momentarily placing it at a disadvantage. Everyone, lend me your assistance. Mo Lingzhu called out in a commanding tone, standing resolutely with her eyes partially closed, murmuring incantations. The others, not hesitating, rallied to defend against the long-tailed ice toad in the absence of their primary attacker, striving to buy her time to unleash a powerful spell. Zhong Yuan and his companion, alongside Zhou Yu, launched an aggressive frontal assault, compelling the long-tailed ice toad to use its forelegs for defense. Meanwhile, Su Lingfeng and the Zhang brothers restrained the creature's long tail, while Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao remained vigilant, ready to support their comrades. At this juncture, Mo Lingzhu's body radiated a deep crimson hue, her blood energy surging as immense red energy coalesced around her fists. A mere glance at her power suggested an eternal descent into a sea of blood. With a fierce leap, she propelled herself upward, delivering the blood-fiend fist directly to the long-tailed ice toad's lower jaw. The resulting explosion resounded like thunder, fracturing the creature's icy defenses and sending it tumbling backward over 20 zhang. To their astonishment, the creature's true form was revealed to be black. The once gleaming ice toad had transformed into an incomplete long-tailed black toad. Feng Zihao, witnessing the long-tailed ice toad's fall, erupted in exhilaration. Retreat, long-tailed black toad. Elder Kuan shouted urgently. The long-tailed black toad was a rare mutation, born from 1 in 10,000 long-tailed ice toads, destined to become a king, nourished by its kind. In its first month post-hatching, it would feast upon other ice toad larvae until none remained. With ample sustenance available, its growth accelerated dramatically, reaching lengths of 5 to 6 zhang in just 3 months. Unlike its counterpart, the long-tailed black toad harbored toxic liquids within the black tumors on its body. Any contact could lead to rapid decay and demise. The long-tailed ice toad possessed similar tumors, but the liquids within were not toxic, causing only mild paralysis without fatal consequences. Elder Kuin's concern for the toxic black tumors prompted his insistence on retreat. Now, with the long-tailed black toad reeling from Mo Lingzhu's devastating blow, its once pristine icy defenses lay in tatters, revealing a menacingly dark form beneath. Save for 5 blood-red stripes, its body was an abyssal black, its back adorned with numerous black tumors. Yet, instead of retaliating, the long-tailed black toad remained still, contemplating its next move. Elder Kuin's brow furrowed in concern. The creature's hesitance to attack after such a beating suggested it may have developed sentience. As the group retreated to Elder Kuin's side, they absorbed his dire explanation, collectively gasping in horror at the thought of the long-tailed black toad consuming its own siblings, a scene of unimaginable brutality and carnage. Goo goo, quack quack. The long-tailed black toad emitted a low, resonant sound, enveloping the group in a wave of dizziness that rendered their defensive techniques ineffective. This was a sonic attack, impervious to their usual defenses. Steady yourselves, Elder Kuin urged as he unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending a gale that alleviated the oppressive atmosphere. The long-tailed black toad staggered back from the force of the wind. Suddenly, Elder Kuin vanished from sight, reappearing behind the long-tailed black toad. With a swift motion, he grasped the creature's tail and propelled it backward for over 30 miles, halting abruptly to spread his legs and exert force, hurling the creature forward with tremendous might. Impressive, Su Lingfeng marveled, his heart racing. The wind blades had easily dismantled the sonic assault, and the sheer strength required to drag the long-tailed black toad for miles was astonishing. He recalled his own experience grappling with the long-tailed toad, which not only wielded the biting cold of ice, but also siphoned away battle energy. Zhou Yu and Feng Ziheo's battle forms had crumbled rapidly due to this draining effect. Bang, 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 with Elder Kuin as the epicenter. The remnants of the long-tailed black toad were hurled to the ground from all directions, black liquid spraying forth and landing upon the distant flora. The vegetation that came into contact with the toxic liquid withered visibly, prompting gasps of horror from Mo Lingzhu and her companions. A single drop could spell instant decay for any living being. At that moment, the earth around Elder Kuin had formed a vast, deep crater. With a final, forceful flourish, he sent the long-tailed black toad soaring several miles before it crashed heavily to the ground. The creature struggled, attempting to lift itself on its forelegs. But each attempt resulted in it collapsing back down. After several tries, it finally managed to stand, trembling as it bore the weight of its considerable form. The black tumors that once adorned its body had vanished, leaving only shattered sacs hanging limply. The long-tailed black toad now appeared quite disheveled, stripped of its former pristine whiteness. The deep black sheen replaced by signs of distress. Blood began to drip from its wounds, painting the surrounding area crimson. In a radius of several dozen miles, the toxic effluent from the long-tailed black toad had decimated all life, rendering the landscape barren, resembling an isolated island amidst a sea of green. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The long-tailed black toad exuded a reddish gas, hissing as it evaporated into the air. What could this mean? What had transpired? Although the others were perplexed, they could not help but feel a chill at the sight before them. What could possibly be happening to it? Feng Ziheo exclaimed in disbelief. Observe the ice formations surrounding its body, Elder Kuin explained. It utilizes these to focus light and heat, forcing a searing treatment upon itself to mend its wounds. However, this method consumes a tremendous amount of its blood energy. One must commend its ruthlessness to itself. Su Lingfeng, recalling his childhood experience of holding a hemispherical ice block to the sun and nearly injuring his eyes, recognized the ice formation's potential. The focused rays of light could elevate temperatures significantly, easily inducing pain or even burns. Later, he frequently used these ice cubes to tease small wild creatures, playfully engaging them. Upon hearing Su Lingfeng's words, they seemed to grasp the essence, albeit vaguely, realizing that the long-tailed black ice toad's actions were a form of self-healing. Elder Kuin. Mo Lingzhu noticed that Elder Kuin's sleeves had long since vanished, his arms encased in ice. If he were to forcefully break free, he would inevitably harm himself. Elder Kuin had not anticipated the ferocity of its icy power. Although his earlier thunderous assault had neutralized one of the long-tailed black ice toad's formidable attacks, it had also caused him considerable trouble, even injury. Suddenly, wisps of white vapor emanated from his arms, enduring the excruciating pain. Elder Kuin exerted all his strength and finally shattered the ice, revealing arms charred and bloodied. Mo Lingzhu hurriedly retrieved several pills, crushed them, and applied the mixture to Elder Kuen's arms, hastily bandaging the wounds. How careless of me. The seemingly ordinary ice proved to possess such formidable power, Elder Kuen lamented. A harsh croak pierced the air, echoing like a heart-wrenching cry of an infant. Simultaneously, the long-tailed black ice toad shrank rapidly, now merely 1/5 of its former size. Yet its aura became denser and sharper. The creature now stood only 2 meters tall, its once lengthy tail reduced to a little over 4 meters. In comparison to its previous form, it appeared compact and fierce, yet to Su Lingfeng and the others, it remained a colossal beast. Its eyes brimmed with resentment, and as its tail swayed, thousands of icy spikes materialized, hurtling towards Elder Kuen. Concurrently, its powerful hind legs propelled it forward with ghostly swiftness. As it dashed, its tail whipped through the air, forming a swirling vortex of ice at its tip, the black ice spikes at the center expanding rapidly, instilling a paralyzing dread akin to plunging into an icy abyss. "Miss, flee quickly," Elder Kuen urged. Mo Lingzhu shook her head, positioning herself in front of Elder Kuen, her body transforming into a crimson hue as she concentrated her life force. This state, known as blood transformation, allowed her to forcibly gather the energies of heaven and earth, draining her vitality to temporarily enhance her combat prowess. However, this technique imposed great strain on her body, permissible only twice within a single day. Should she overextend, she would not only endure severe backlash, but also incur irreversible harm. The first instance of blood transformation had resulted in a single punch, which had yet to fully manifest its potential before she had to evade a poisonous attack, exceeding the temporal limit. Now, confronted with the even more formidable long-tailed black ice toad, she activated blood transformation again to save Elder Kuen. "Miss, no. It is not worth it for my sake. Stop this at once," Elder Kuen exclaimed anxiously, realizing that Mo Lingzhu was recklessly drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth, committing to a desperate gambit to withstand the long-tailed black ice toad's strike. "For so many years, you have cherished me, yet I have continually brought trouble. Today, even if it costs my life, I shall protect you," Mo Lingzhu declared, her fair face swiftly overtaken by agony. With her left hand gripping her right wrist, she reached skyward, her right hand clutching a blood-red sphere, exuding a scent of blood and brutality. Yet, this was not its ultimate form. The blood energy coursing through her body was irresistibly drawn towards the sphere, spiraling upwards. She trembled, the sphere teetering on the brink of losing control. The terrifying aura sent shivers down the spines of those present, a palpable fear enveloping them, rendering them unable to muster even an ounce of courage to retreat. However, Su Lingfeng observed this exchange with contemplative intrigue. The long-tailed black ice toad exhibited remarkable manipulation over its icy power, truly remarkable. Yet he was even more astonished by Mo Lingzhu's mastery over her own body, her formidable physique being one of his aspirations, a reason for his venture into the beast marsh forest. As the distance between Mo Lingzhu and the long-tailed black ice toad dwindled to less than a kilometer, the collision of the black ice spikes and the blood sphere erupted, casting the sky into darkness. The earth trembled, the overwhelming force sinking 100 feet into the ground, yet towering thousands of feet into the sky. A terrifying gale stirred, sending rippling waves across the landscape. Mo Lingzhu and the long-tailed black ice toad were engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and debris, their whereabouts uncertain. Su Lingfeng and his companions were swiftly swallowed as well. Massive branches, boulder-sized stones, shattered flora, and dense dust mingling in chaotic disarray, rendering their vision utterly obscured. "Ah, it hurts." Zoyu was the first to be struck by a tree branch, sent flying, followed closely by others who fell victim without even the chance to activate their battle forms. Zhang Se suffered the worst, knocked unconscious by a stone to the back of his head, though fortunately, Zhang Xiao caught him, both swept away together. Relying on his keen perception, Su Lingfeng managed to evade the incoming projectiles, activating his battle form, but there were simply too many and they approached too swiftly. Suddenly, a massive object hurtled towards him. Evasion was no longer an option. In a moment of desperation, Su Lingfeng clenched his fist and struck out. Something felt amiss, this sensation. It was eerily familiar. Could it be its tailbone? Realization dawned on Su Lingfeng, astonished by the coincidence. Yet, his punch landed squarely on the tailbone. Quack! A piercing scream confirmed Su Lingfeng's suspicion. The long-tailed black ice toad's most sensitive spot was indeed its tailbone. And to be struck there twice by the same individual was an affront too great to bear. It stifled its agony and kicked back fiercely, moving with blinding speed, almost pulling at its tailbone. Anticipating another attack, Su Lingfeng had already prepared to retreat, though he was still a fraction too slow. The claws on its hind foot pierced through his battle form, embedding deep into his arm, blood cascading down his forearm. With no time to tend to his wound, Su Lingfeng hastily retreated, sensing the intense animosity radiating from the long-tailed black ice toad. After a few breaths, Su Lingfeng finally opened his eyes to the clear sky, enveloped in a comforting sense of freedom. However, he could afford no moment of respite, as he needed to escape swiftly. He could only silently pray that Mo Lingzhu and the others could withstand the impending strike and survive. The long-tailed black ice toad was truly enraged now, leaping forward in furious pursuit, its speed astonishing. It quickly closed the distance to Su Lingfeng. This is bad. I cannot match its speed. I must devise a plan immediately. Su Lingfeng thought frantically. Observing its demeanor, the terrifying blow earlier must have injured it, yet now it seemed to have lost its rationality, pursuing relentlessly. One human, one toad, one fleeing, one leaping, weaving through the beast marsh forest, their fates uncertain, with the heavens oblivious to their destination. With every jump, the long-tailed black ice toad aimed directly at Su Lingfeng, and should it land a blow, he would be reduced to mere paste. Yet, Su Lingfeng found himself with no alternative, merely running step by step. He channeled all his energy into the spirit wind step, relying on his lithe movements and the natural obstacles of the forest to evade the relentless stomps, narrowly escaping time and again. Great toad, you've become quite plump. With all that blood lost, you're still hopping around. Be careful of anemia or fainting. Su Lingfeng projected a mental wave, attempting to communicate, even if it could not comprehend. At least he could indulge in the exchange. You little brat, even if I die today, I shall kill you. I will slice you into pieces and skewer you. The long-tailed black ice toad croaked back through the mental link. You can indeed understand. Then can we not shake hands, or rather pause? Let us reach an understanding. You tend to your wounds, and I shall take a breather, a win-win for us both. Su Lingfeng excitedly transmitted his thoughts. By the heavens, if I do not slay you today, I shall never serve the toad. The long-tailed black ice toad's fury intensified, determined to annihilate Su Lingfeng. Helpless, beads of sweat formed on Su Lingfeng's brow, his breath becoming increasingly erratic. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, he would indeed become skewered flesh. Alas, a gentleman acts without words. You may tread upon me, but do not spray your vile, sticky saliva upon me. Su Lingfeng lamented, struggling to evade the relentless stomping of enormous feet, now compounded by the thread of the toad's long, darting tongue. The long-tailed black ice toad remained unresponsive, its tongue striking like an arrow, returning with burdens weighing dozens of pounds, swallowing each one without hesitation, even the rancid carcasses of decaying beasts. Su Lingfeng found himself in a perilous predicament, dodging the toad's adhesive tongue and colossal paws. Suddenly, he caught sight of a glimmering vista ahead, his spirits lifting as he sped toward it. This sight was none other than one of his destinations, the Chinya waterfall, though he found himself at its upper reaches rather than its base. With remarkable swiftness, Su Lingfeng raced toward the waterfall's precipice. The upstream waters spanned nearly 1,000 zhang, flowing endlessly into the horizon, resembling a tributary of the celestial river, cascading forth. Gazing ahead, the river wound its way through chaotic stones, the turbulent waters surging toward the cliff's edge and plummeting downwards. The long-tailed black ice toad seemed to perceive Su Lingfeng's intentions and endeavored to thwart his approach to the Chinya waterfall. Though an amphibious creature, it was filled with trepidation at the sight of such a ferocious waterfall. Yet, its attempts to impede Su Lingfeng only fueled his determination, and he charged ahead with reckless abandon. Suddenly, the long-tailed black ice toad launched its tongue, adhering to an ancient tree, using its strength to leap into Su Lingfeng's path. This presented a significant dilemma. Su Lingfeng attempted several times to break through, but found himself unable to do so. How is it that you provoke a toad like this after a mere few days of slumber? Such an ugly creature. Who could have possibly birthed it? Linger's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with impatience. Linger, your timing is impeccable. Do you have any means to pass through? Su Lingfeng urged. I shall unleash a mist to disrupt it. You must act when the opportunity arises, Ling replied, her tone serious, clearly aware of the formidable beast before them. In an instant, Ling released a mist spanning over Tinzhong, attempting to envelop the long-tailed black ice toad. Su Lingfeng, taken aback, realized her strength had significantly improved. Merely a trick, the long-tailed black ice toad said, its crimson eyes swirling. After 3 breaths, it abruptly regained its focus. Once alert, it swung its long tail, stirring a fierce wind that dispersed the mist. Well done, Ling. Su Lingfeng exclaimed with elation. The 3 breaths of confinement had sufficed, allowing him to surpass the long-tailed black ice toad and continue his frenzied dash toward the Qianya waterfall. Furious, the long-tailed black ice toad pivoted and pursued, unleashing a wide-ranging attack to obstruct Su Lingfeng. 300 zhong, 200 zhong, 80 zhong. The closer he drew, the more frenzied the toad's assaults became, while Su Lingfeng pressed forward as though invigorated by toad's blood. At last, he reached the edge of the Qianya waterfall without hesitation, leaping into the abyss. The long-tailed black ice toad, unwilling to relent, seemed to have anticipated this opportunity, charging forward and ensnaring Su Lingfeng. Got you at last, what? The long-tailed black ice toad had indeed caught Su Lingfeng, but before it could relish its victory, a tremendous upheaval transpired. Unbeknownst to it, Su Lingfeng was also waiting for this moment. Whether it be its tongue or tail, once it approached, there would be no escape. As the toad coiled around Su Lingfeng, he locked its tail with his left arm and, with his right fist, unleashed the spirit fusion punch, striking the rock where the long-tailed black ice toad stood. The rock shattered, causing the toad to lose its footing, and with Su Lingfeng's downward force, both descended into the chasm of the Qianya waterfall. The long-tailed black ice toad relinquished its grasp on Su Lingfeng, attempting to coil around the cliff's rocks. However, these stones had been smoothed by years of erosion, and with the relentless torrent above, it could not even decelerate, let alone climb against the current. To its dismay, the long-tailed black ice toad plummeted faster than Su Lingfeng. In its fury, it launched its tongue, determined to consume the insufferable brat before its demise. Yet Su Lingfeng would not yield. He drew a dagger, waiting for the opportune moment, and thrust it directly into the toad's tongue. Quack, quack. The anguished cries echoed, tears streaming from its eyes as it regretted its choices. This boy, a mere insect it could have easily crushed, had become its nemesis. After a fierce struggle, it was unable to devour Su Lingfeng. After several breaths, the long-tailed black ice toad was the first to plunge into the depths, sending waves crashing high. Su Lingfeng followed, invoking the liquid spirit power within the spirit martial sea to construct a protective body, mitigating the tremendous impact. After what felt like an eternity, the surface of the deep pool revealed the long-tailed black ice toad, belly up, with Su Lingfeng atop it. At that moment, Su Lingfeng found his dagger lodged between the bones of the toad's foreleg, hanging precariously. 2 hours later, Su Lingfeng awakened, racked with pain, his chest feeling as if 2 ribs had fractured. Even the slightest movement was excruciating. He checked the storage stone at his waist. Thankfully, it remained. In a hurry, he retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it. Aside from the storage stone, all his other possessions had vanished. Resources worth 1,000,000 beast coins had dwindled to merely a handful of healing pills and the dagger in his hand. The pill quickly dissolved within him, and under its potency, Su Lingfeng felt his injuries begin to mend. It was then that he noticed he was atop the long-tailed black ice toad, and the current had already swept them ashore. With a powerful leap, Su Lingfeng landed upon the rocks, summoned his battle form, grasped the toad's foreleg, and heaved it forcefully. The creature launched from the water, crashing heavily against the rocks behind Su Lingfeng. Crack! The sound of shattering bones sent chills down Su Lingfeng's spine. Had he been subjected to such a fall, he would likely be bedridden for months. Is it dead? Su Lingfeng was astonished. Had a 5th-tier beast truly perished so easily? In truth, Su Lingfeng's survival was attributed not only to the spirit martial body absorbing a considerable amount of impact, but also to the fact that he had collided with the toad's abdomen, providing ample cushioning. However, the long-tailed black ice toad did not share this fortune. Its last breath was scattered upon impact. Moreover, having endured severe injuries from previous battles, it had already expended a significant amount of energy, further weakened by the Elder Kuan's assault on its tumor. Afterward, its confrontation with Mo Lingzhu had not yielded absolute dominance. Had Su Lingfeng not struck its tail vertebra, it would have remained unconscious for an extended period. Su Lingfeng confirmed again and again that the long-tailed black ice toad was indeed dead beyond any doubt. Hurry, Su Lingfeng. Quickly retrieve its inner core. Linger urged with excitement. Is its inner core still intact? Where is it located? Su Lingfeng inquired in astonishment. It had not disintegrated. It was known that a beast's inner core was entirely under its control. With a mere thought, it could disperse its energy, ensuring it was never left for enemies. Yet, the long-tailed black ice toad's inner core remained, a perplexing revelation. Regardless, Su Lingfeng would not let this opportunity slip away. Armed with his dagger and following Linger's guidance, he began to dissect the black toad. The inner elixir was concealed at the root of the long tail, affixed to the caudal vertebra. To extract the inner elixir, one must sever the tail from its base. Lacking suitable instruments, Su Lingfeng labored for an hour before successfully retrieving the inner elixir. No wonder it was pitch black and gleaming. It was a heart of darkness. However, with this long tail, you have contributed to my cause, dear girl. Linger merely cast a fleeting glance at the inner elixir in Su Lingfeng's grasp, her eyes fixated on the long tail, nearly drooling with anticipation. Holding the inner elixir of the long-tailed black ice toad, Su Lingfeng felt a profound tremor within. He sensed that this elixir was distinct from the previous one possessed by the purple-blooded marten. Wolfuncle, if I absorb this inner elixir, will it achieve equilibrium between the spiritual sea and martial sea? Su Lingfeng focused his thoughts, channeling his spirit into the spiritual martial scroll. This inner elixir indeed brims with spiritual energy. Otherwise, it could not summon the frigid forces of nature. Yet, I am apprehensive. The gray-furred wolf paced thoughtfully, yet refrained from elaborating further. Su Lingfeng, awaken. You promised me. I want to feast on this toad's long tail. You shall roast it for me. Linger transformed into the likeness of Xiang'er, tugging persistently at Su Lingfeng's arm. With no choice but to comply, he stored the inner elixir and set about roasting the long tail of the black ice toad, cleaning, slicing, and skewering the meat. He also gathered a pile of dry firewood. As he observed the long-tail skewers sizzling above the flames, Su Lingfeng shook his head, recalling the toad's earlier threat to roast him. Ironically, it was not Su Lingfeng being skewered, but rather the toad itself. Ah, how fragrant! It's almost ready to eat, Linger exclaimed in excitement, reaching out to seize a piece of meat. Su Lingfeng, fearing for Linger's safety from the heat, hurriedly pulled her hand back. Their eyes met, and they discovered they were mere inches apart. Su Lingfeng's heart raced, while Linger's pulse quickened as well. Linger struggled against his grasp, prompting Su Lingfeng to realize he had overstepped. He hastily withdrew. That might be hot, he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, and turned to tend to the skewers. In your heart just now, was I Xiang'er or Linger? After a prolonged silence, Linger suddenly inquired. You are Linger. Xiang'er is at home, Su Lingfeng replied, his words failing to address her question. Linger smiled faintly, sitting beside him, her fingers fidgeting as a rosy hue graced her cheeks. Half an hour later, it's truly ready now. Come quickly, Linger, Su Lingfeng called out. He wrapped a generous portion of roasted meat in several layers of lotus leaves and handed it to Ling. She accepted it with care, taking a delicate bite and exclaiming, delicious. Su Lingfeng chuckled and turned to taste it himself. I want more. Upon turning back, he discovered the lotus leaves were entirely bare. Such a substantial piece of roasted meat had vanished in an instant. With a sigh, he retrieved 3 more large pieces, placing them before her, eager to observe her consumption, only to be shooed away by Linger. As a result, after only 2 bites, Linger finished yet another piece. This exquisite delicacy could be savored endlessly. I feel I've reached the pinnacle of my existence. What a pity that such a massive toad yields only its tail for consumption. What good is it to grow so large? According to Linger, the long-tailed black ice toad's body was too laden with malevolence to be fit for eating. After roasting it over a dozen times, the enormous tail was entirely devoured. Linger rubbed her belly, reminiscing about the delectable roasted meat while scolding the long-tailed black ice toad. Su Lingfeng, having consumed only 2 substantial pieces, was at a loss as to how Lingo could eat so voraciously. Satiated and content, Su Lingfeng took out the inner elixir of the 5th-tier demon beast, the long-tailed black ice toad, preparing to refine and absorb it. Su Lingfeng retrieved the inner core of a 5th-tier demon beast, placing it before him as he sat cross-legged, regulating his breath and gradually entering a state of meditation. Linger languidly observed, and with a flick of her delicate hand, The surrounding mist began to swirl and expand. From an external viewpoint, the fog emanating from Lingwu harmoniously blended with the vapor rising from the Qianye waterfall, creating a serene atmosphere devoid of any jarring elements. Their figures were perfectly concealed within the mist, while the corpse of the long-tailed black ice toad had long been discarded into the water, carried away by the current. After a brief interval, Su Lingfeng had completed his preparations and entered an optimal state for cultivation. Drawing upon his prior experience of refining the purple-blooded marten's inner core, he felt a profound assurance this time, exuding calmness. He began by channeling the Wendiju, gradually amplifying his spiritual martial power to suppress the demon beast's inner core while constructing a bridge between himself and the core, allowing his consciousness to permeate gradually. Ultimately, he eradicated the residual consciousness, completing the refinement with remarkable success. To his astonishment, there was no trace of resistance. Could it be that not even a remnant of consciousness lingered? As his awareness seeped into the inner core, everything remained tranquil. The dense spiritual energy invigorated Su Lingfeng, almost compelling him to swallow it whole. Yet, he remained vigilant, continuing to penetrate deeper. Suddenly, the croaking of the toad startled Su Lingfeng, and the spirit of the long-tailed black ice toad materialized before him, its tail ensnaring his consciousness. "I've been waiting for you. I didn't expect you to arrive only now." The long-tailed black ice toad opened its mouth wide, croaking towards the sky. "I truly admire your audacity. Even in death, you remain so arrogant." Su Lingfeng's spirit surged, striving to break free from its grip. However, he soon discovered that no matter how he struggled, he could not escape. The more he fought, the sharper the pain in his head became, as though his very soul were being torn asunder. "Dead, you underestimate me far too much. Once I consume your soul, your body shall belong to me. A human with an inner core. How delightful." The long-tailed black ice toad could not conceal its elation, croaking wildly. It turned out that just before its demise, the toad had concealed a fragment of its spirit within the inner core, and with the sustenance of spiritual energy, it could persist until the energy was entirely exhausted. At this moment, Su Lingfeng was drenched in sweat, his head pounding as the long-tailed black ice toad began to feast upon his soul. "You wretched human, how dare you roast my tail? You infuriate me." The long-tailed black ice toad discovered through Su Lingfeng's consciousness that its tail had been cooked and consumed by him, and it was instantly enraged. In its fury, it began to voraciously consume Su Lingfeng's soul, depleting the spiritual energy within. Su Lingfeng's complexion turned ashen, sweat pouring down, his clothes soaked through. The backlash from the long-tailed black ice toad's inner core caused excruciating pain, and he howled in torment, his cries chilling to the bone. Linger, witnessing this, panicked and vanished from her location, reappearing within Su Lingfeng's consciousness, just in time to see the spirit of the long-tailed black ice toad intruding. The long-tailed black ice toad, clearly startled by her appearance, turned to flee. "You won't escape. Having just feasted upon your flesh, I shall savor your soul as well." Linger vanished like a phantom, materializing before the long-tailed black ice toad and swallowing its spirit in one gulp. "Allowing a spirit beast to freely traverse your consciousness? I assure you, you shall meet a most dreadful end." The long-tailed black ice toad cried out, its voice filled with resentment and curses, before vanishing from Su Lingfeng's consciousness and this world entirely. It is crucial to note that Linger was a spirit beast at her core, an expert in consuming soul energy. A fifth-tier demon beast spirit, having separated from its body, was hardly a challenge for her. "The flavor is rather lacking, not nearly as delectable as that tail," Linger remarked after tasting it, offering a serious evaluation. With that, her figure faded from Su Lingfeng's consciousness, transforming into Xiang'er, reappearing before him. "Brother Lingfeng, do not heed its nonsensical ramblings. I shall never harm you. You can now focus on refining the inner core in peace." Linger wiped the sweat from Su Lingfeng's forehead, settling beside him and gazing quietly. At this moment, Su Lingfeng's complexion improved significantly. He was well aware of all that had transpired. The long-tailed black ice toad's words had not affected him in the slightest. Instead, he felt immense gratitude towards Linger. Had it not been for her, he might have faced disaster once more. After an hour, Su Lingfeng had completely refined the inner core, and the spiritual martial sea exhibited perfect symmetry once more. Remarkably, the soul energy that had previously been consumed reappeared within the inner core, and during the refining process, he replenished the lost energy. As the spiritual sea caught up with the martial sea, Su Lingfeng initially considered halting the refinement. But the gray-furred wolf urged him to leave the remaining spiritual energy for the spiritual martial scroll. Without hesitation, Su Lingfeng agreed. Allowing the inner core's energy to be absorbed by the scroll, he held immense gratitude for the spiritual martial scroll and Uncle Wolf, for without it, he would not be who he was today. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, a strange impulse to challenge himself. How could this be? Am I losing my mind? Su Lingfeng pondered the source of this sensation, but soon realized it signified a breakthrough. With a fierce shout, Su Lingfeng startled Linger, causing her to stumble and nearly fall into the deep pool. After his roar, the forces of heaven and earth converged violently, forming a colossal vortex that surged towards the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. Linger, initially angered, was taken aback by the sight. Recalling legends that only a divine child could invoke such heavenly responses during a breakthrough, bringing forth divine rain and bestowing celestial grace. Brother Lingfeng, continue. You can do it. Linger was thrilled. She had never witnessed divine rain before, and the opportunity to see it was a profound honor. At this moment, the winds howled, clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and the divine rain arrived as expected. Rain began to pour within a 10-foot radius around Su Lingfeng. Linger, positioned at the boundary, panicked and attempted to evade it. But it was too late. The divine rain fell upon the back of her hand. Legend had it that divine rain favored only the rightful owner. If others were to come into contact, even a single drop could transform divine grace into divine punishment. Why was there no reaction? Linger was astounded, perplexed. For nothing unexpected had occurred, even though books had written of such consequences. She fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, Su Lingfeng's bones began to shatter in succession, only to be reformed anew. However, under the nourishment of the divine rain, the spiritual martial sea, and the forces of heaven and earth, his bones quickly reshaped, emerging even more resilient than before. After a brief interval, Su Lingfeng fully reconstructed his entire skeletal structure, and the spiritual martial sea expanded to more than double its previous size, the liquid spiritual martial power accumulating into a pond of 10-foot dimensions. He had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the bone refinement realm. As the divine rain approached its conclusion, Linger hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to attempt verification once more. For Su Lingfeng had achieved a flawless advancement. Even if the divine grace were disrupted, the impact would be minimal. Linger extended her hand, finding no abnormalities. Her palm merely felt warm and comforting from the divine rain. Unable to resist, she stepped forward. Cursed be these rumors. They surely cannot be entirely trusted. They must fear the chance of losing their fortunes, hence the exaggerated warnings, Linger muttered under her breath. Yet, she had no time for anger, basking in the divine rain, feeling entirely at ease and rejuvenated. The divine rain permeated her limbs and bones, cleansing her of superficial impurities and healing her internal injuries. This was an unparalleled opportunity for her. What? It's gone. Linger was immersed in the warm embrace of the divine rain, sensing the transformations within herself, when suddenly, the divine rain ceased. She gazed up at the sky, where the sun was nearing the horizon. Looking down at the ground, it remained as dry as ever, resembling a beautiful dream. In truth, the divine rain had never graced her. Su Lingfeng, quickly, break through once more. My divine rain, that damned liar. Linger thought frantically, shouting in despair. What divine rain? What liar? Su Lingfeng was utterly confused, unable to grasp the situation. After just completing a breakthrough, the notion of attempting another felt like an unreasonable demand. Observing Linger's sulky expression, he approached her to offer comfort. What's wrong? Who upset you? Linger huffed. Sitting to the side, ignoring him, Su Lingfeng quietly sat beside her, choosing not to speak further. Did it rain just now? Or was that merely my imagination? After a moment of contemplation, Su Lingfeng inquired, still puzzled. Are you stupid? How can you not know whether it rained or not? Linger shot him a glare, her anger evident. Her frustration stemmed from not being within the divine rain's reach from the start, thus missing a significant opportunity. The mere mention of the divine rain by Su Lingfeng reignited her fury. I felt as though it rained, and it was quite pleasant. But upon opening my eyes, I realized there might not have been any rain, as the ground is dry. Su Lingfeng scratched his head in confusion. Linger, exasperated, recounted the legend of the divine rain in detail. When she spoke of the transition from heavenly grace to celestial punishment, Her anger surged, wishing to drag the rumor-mongers from their graves and lash them 1,000 times. Indeed, one should not trust every rumor. Old texts require practical experience. Now that we know there's no issue, next time I break through, you must come in at the first opportunity, Su Lingfeng said with a smile. Linger's expression brightened instantly. Consumed by anger over her lost opportunity, she realized that as long as she was with Su Lingfeng, basking in the divine rain, there would surely be more chances in the future. Brother Lingfeng, where shall we go next? Linger asked excitedly. Right here. I intend to cultivate in this very spot. Su Lingfeng pointed to the waterfall behind him. Upon hearing Su Lingfeng's plan to cultivate there, Linger was taken aback. You mean to train your body here? Do you not realize the dangers? Not to mention the force of the waterfall, the boulders that crash down are thousands of pounds heavy, propelled by the water's might. A moment's inattention could cost you your life. Fear not, I am aware of my limits. By the way, how come you? Call me brother. Su Lingfeng, having just reached the mid-stage of the bone refinement realm, felt quite pleased. Linger's face darkened. How dare you criticize my age? Without hesitation, she clenched her little fist and delivered a series of playful punches to Su Lingfeng. Spare me, I look older, so calling you brother is just right. Su Lingfeng quickly amended, realizing his faux pas. How could one mention a lady's age? To determine how to address her, one must first guess her age and then subtract 10 years. At last, Linger relented, walking away to stroll along the riverbank of the waterfall, enjoying the sunset's beauty. Feeling utterly at ease. Boom. Su Lingfeng decided to test the waters, but as he stepped under the waterfall, he was promptly knocked over by the crashing white waves. The waterfall fell from a great height with tremendous force. Undeterred, he rose, trudging forward step by painstaking step, struggling to maintain his stance. The white waves surged violently, and beneath the cliff, his figure was obscured. Only the occasional rise of a wave indicated his presence, for the torrent was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. In less than half a stick of incense, Su Lingfeng could no longer endure and retreated, his body bruised and battered. After a brief rest, he plunged back into the waterfall. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he attempted to circulate the inquiry technique, simultaneously healing his injuries while accepting the waterfall's baptism. He focused intently, shutting out external distractions, channeling the inquiry technique. What? Su Lingfeng exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. This method was indeed effective, the inquiry technique proving to be unparalleled. As he practiced, the aura of the spirit martial sea began to emanate, revitalizing his body. Not only were his injuries mending, but he was also absorbing the natural energies, replenishing the spirit martial sea's consumption. After persisting for about an hour, Su Lingfeng felt utterly exhausted, yet yearned to push his limits further. Thud! A massive boulder plummeted toward him, fierce and relentless, instilling fear within him, though concealed by the thunderous white waves. Su Lingfeng sensed the danger and swiftly dodged to one side, narrowly avoiding the descending boulder. However, he lost his balance and fell into the water with a splash. Rolling into the depths, Linger rushed over, pulling the sinking Su Lingfeng to safety, relieved to find he was merely exhausted. Linger, you saved my life again. Su Lingfeng said weakly. Who wanted to save you? Why don't you just die? Rest for a moment, then get up and cook for me. I'm starving. With that, Linger turned and walked away. After resting for half a stick of incense, Su Lingfeng rose, feeling the effects of his body training significantly improve. This is a brown-striped bear beast. Su Lingfeng recognized the fourth-tier monster. How unfortunate for it. Having barely escaped a fierce battle while injured, it stumbled upon me. And I delivered a violent end, Linger replied nonchalantly. It turned out that out of boredom, Linger had wandered nearby and, upon tiring, sat down to rest, hiding within her mist. Unbeknownst to her, the injured bear had sought refuge and was swiftly incapacitated, dreaming of defeating its foes. Su Lingfeng couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Indeed, it was a violent end, leaving its skull shattered. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and start cooking, Linger urged. Fine, Su Lingfeng shrugged and quickly set to work, skinning, cleaning, cutting into pieces, and skewering the meat. His movements were deft, revealing his experience and strength, allowing him to work quickly. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the aroma of roasted brown-striped bear beast filled the air. Linger rushed over, her mouth watering in anticipation. Hurry and cook it. I'm starving, Linger exclaimed, rubbing her hands together impatiently. Linger, can't you eat monster meat raw? Why not? Su Lingfeng recalled how Ling'er previously preferred monster meat over human flesh, perplexed. Don't bring that up again. Roasted meat is far too delicious. Who would eat raw monster meat? It would tarnish my image. Before he could finish, Ling'er shot him a glare, pouting in displeasure. All right, I'm sorry. I won't mention it again. Su Lingfeng surrendered, struggling to keep up with her logic. As the meat cooked on the grill, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. This really is a feast that never ends, Ling'er exclaimed. Knowing Ling'er had a hearty appetite, Su Lingfeng prepared to give her all the roasted meat, while he continued to cook another batch in silence. After consuming a third of the brown-striped bear beast, Ling'er finally felt satisfied, while Su Lingfeng's appetite had doubled compared to before. The next day, before dawn, Su Lingfeng began his cultivation anew, allowing the waterfall's waters to cascade upon him. Evading the falling boulders as best as he could, Su Lingfeng appeared to be entranced. After finishing the roasted meat, he dove into the waterfall, and the duration of his immersion grew longer each day. By the 5th day, he had not emerged for an entire day, forcing Ling'er to fend for herself, resulting in her barely managing a few bites before her appetite waned. It wasn't until nightfall that Su Lingfeng finally resurfaced, preparing an entire 3-tiered Xianyo beast for Ling'er. Yet it still proved insufficient, supplemented by dozens of pounds of tigerhead fish. Su Lingfeng, too, felt his appetite had greatly increased, now consuming what he once would have needed 3 days to eat in a single meal. On the 6th day, having taken a day to rest, he imparted the secrets of roasting meat to Ling'er, ensuring she would not go hungry again. He also advised her to hide if Mo Lingzhu and her companions arrived, waiting for his return to strategize. For the next 3 days, he refrained from practicing the Wendiju, seeking to endure the waterfall's impact purely through the strength of his physical form, striving to unearth his body's latent potential. By the 10th day, he attempted to climb the rock face, battling against the torrent. At this point, he discovered that the stones on the cliff were exceedingly smooth, slick as oil. Su Lingfeng adjusted his posture, gripping the slippery rock with hands like steel claws, holding his breath as he ascended, each movement a strenuous endeavor. Having arrived at this remarkable place for body refinement, he felt a pang of regret. Had he discovered it during his body refinement stage, perhaps he would not have been so frequently bullied. Thus, he set a new training goal: to ascend the cliff against the relentless torrents and the weight of countless stones. The journey was perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to irretrievable doom. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting its last rays, Su Lingfeng staggered out, his fingers bloodied, his right shoulder crushed by a boulder, presenting a frightful sight. Seeing him thus, Ling'er hurried to tend to his wounds, and after much urging, he revealed his intention to scale the cliff. Ling'er vehemently opposed, observing the waterfall's ferocity, deeming it more dangerous than battling beasts. A boulder of such weight, falling from such a height, would bear down with immense force. Should it strike him, even if he survived, he would likely plummet, his bones reduced to mere fragments. It's fine. I intend to make up for the training I missed during the body refinement stage, Su Lingfeng replied with a smile. He took a healing pill, and with the aid of Wendiju, its effects coursed through him, mending his injuries. At that moment, Ling'er presented him with a sizable piece of roasted beast meat. You made this? Su Lingfeng inquired, touched as he accepted the meat and bit into it with great delight. How does it taste? Ling'er probed. Delicious. Far better than what I could make. Is there more? Bring me another piece. Su Lingfeng replied, one hand grasping the meat while the other reached out eagerly. That's only because you're too hungry. I'm having trouble swallowing it myself, Ling'er murmured, yet she still handed him another generous portion. Once Su Lingfeng was satiated and his body nearly healed, he noticed Ling'er beside him, clutching her stomach and emitting soft gurgling sounds. Without hesitation, he placed the beast she had prepared onto the fire to roast. Ultimately, Ling'er feasted until she was utterly full, burping contentedly before drifting into a sweet slumber. Days 11 and 12 passed. A month elapsed without the appearance of Mo Lingzhu, who likely had returned home. Moreover, he had not encountered the Golden Ridge Gu, even beginning to doubt its existence in this place. Fortunately, Ling'er brought him different beasts to feast upon daily, ensuring he never repeated a meal, thus fully replenishing his strength and enhancing his physical prowess. However, he had but one healing pill remaining. Once it was used, any further injuries would necessitate a slow recovery. Ling'er, do you find it boring here? Su Lingfeng asked apologetically. Not at all. This place is delightful, especially with the roasted meat made by Brother Yifeng. Each day is quite fulfilling, Linger replied excitedly. Unbeknownst to him, Linger was feeding on spiritual energy, her strength growing daily. At Shaogushin, she had been gravely injured, and the spiritual energy she absorbed merely stabilized her condition, forcing her into a deep slumber for months. However, due to the Lingwu scroll, her injuries had healed, and following Su Lingfeng had granted her numerous opportunities, causing her strength to advance rapidly, hinting at a potential breakthrough to a fifth-tier soul beast. There is something I must tell you. Linger suddenly lowered her head and spoke softly. What is it? Su Lingfeng asked, noticing the guilty expression on her face. A few days ago, I killed 2 people, she confessed, noticing Su Lingfeng's displeasure. Their names were Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao. I hadn't intended to kill them, but they targeted Brother Feng, and I merely wished to teach them a lesson. However, I discovered their thoughts were vile, consumed with lecherous desires, and they committed many disgraceful acts. This time, their intentions were even more sinister, plotting against Mo Lingzhu. I lost control and ended their lives. Upon hearing her account, Su Lingfeng's initial displeasure evaporated, replaced by a deep-seated hatred for Zhou Yu and Feng Zihao. He had once thought that despite their unpleasantness, they had once been companions and should have shared mutual support. Yet, after hearing the full story, he felt justified in harboring murderous thoughts towards them. Linger's actions only served to bring him relief. You did nothing wrong. I misjudged you. Linger, Su Lingfeng said, approaching her and gently ruffling her hair. Seeing that Su Lingfeng did not scold her, but rather praised her, Linger's face lit up with joy and pride. From this day forth, my training will enter its second phase. I intend to move agilely within the 100-foot cliff, battling the torrent. Su Lingfeng declared earnestly. Linger fell silent, unsure if she should agree or believed it futile to dissuade him. Continuing, Su Lingfeng explained, in these days, I have been attempting to withstand the falling boulders on the cliff. Though the weight of 1,000 pounds is immense, I now possess the strength to endure it. I seek to push myself further, to transcend my limits. Should I fail to return, Brother Feng, I support you. I believe you will succeed and surely return. Linger interrupted solemnly. Navigating the cliffside was not particularly challenging for Su Lingfeng. However, under the impact of the waterfall and the threat of falling rocks, it became exceedingly difficult. It must be said that after a month, Su Lingfeng had forged an incredibly resilient physique, yet he still lacked in endurance and agility. His physical explosiveness was insufficient, resulting in a delay in his reflexes. The decision to pursue this path had been inspired by Uncle Wolf's counsel, who had informed him that such training would fully uncover the potential of each part of his body. Now, bolstered by Linger's support, Su Lingfeng nodded vigorously, eagerly plunging back into the waterfall, embarking on the true challenge of swimming upstream. The waterfall cascaded down like the Milky Way, an unstoppable force, deafening in its roar as Su Lingfeng struggled against the white-green torrents, ascending with great difficulty. Boom! Just as he climbed more than 60 feet, a boulder weighing several hundred pounds plummeted directly onto his back. Su Lingfeng activated the Wendiju, pressing his head against the cliff face, arching his back slightly. His legs rotating outward, pushing off with all his might as he leaped to the side, evading the falling rock. He succeeded. Su Lingfeng landed firmly on another point of the cliff, halting his descent over 30 feet as he found a suitable foothold. The previous attempts to withstand the falling boulders aimed to ignite his bodily potential and cultivate an indestructible form, while now, dodging the falling stones served to enhance his physical agility and finesse. Possessing both robust physicality and agile reflexes, Su Lingfeng exploded into action in an instant, showcasing unparalleled strength. A sense of trepidation gripped his heart. After all, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences, jeopardizing not just his fortune, but his very life. Steeling himself, he continued to ascend, navigating the cliff face with practiced ease, leaping and climbing, repeating the process tirelessly. After over 20 days of relentless effort, he had become adept at this intricate dance of movement, shortening his descent significantly. At that moment, a radiant sheen enveloped Su Lingfeng's physique, a faint luminescence surrounding him like a veil of ethereal light, reminiscent of a diminutive celestial being. In a state of exhilaration, he executed acrobatic maneuvers, twisting and leaping, ascending 500 zhang in mere minutes. Yet, amidst the cacophony of cascading water and thunderous splashes, he perceived a peculiar sound. A warning, or perhaps a predatory gaze directed at him. Cautiously, Su Lingfeng prepared for any eventuality, striving to discern the source of the noise. The shadow grew closer, revealing itself as a dark figure rushing from above. Could it be the waterfall tiger beast? The thought struck him. This mythical creature, dwelling upon the cliffs, preyed upon the fish and insects swept down by the falls, reigning as the true sovereign of the waterfall. Indeed, it was the waterfall tiger beast, its tail swaying with serene patience, positioning itself mere feet away, poised to pounce at any moment. From this proximity, Su Lingfeng could discern its impressive stature, over 10 feet long, with a flattened body adorned with scales that shifted with the flow of water. Its claws gripped the smooth rock face with remarkable tenacity. With a ferocious roar, the waterfall tiger beast lunged upward, descending directly above Su Lingfeng, its gaping maw revealing sharp, glistening fangs. A single bite would surely be fatal. In a swift counteraction, Su Lingfeng pivoted and struck, aiming for the creature's neck, only to be met by its forepaw, a calculated defense that allowed him to drop several feet, evading the beast's attack. From this exchange, Su Lingfeng gleaned that the waterfall tiger beast was merely a third-tier demon, possessing formidable strength, yet not insurmountable. He also recognized the secret behind its grip on the rock. Its paws bore rough, calloused skin, facilitating its dominion over this treacherous terrain. On level ground, it would have succumbed to him in mere moments. However, here, it thrived, utilizing its advantageous position. A wave of relief washed over Su Lingfeng. Had it been a fourth-tier waterfall tiger beast, he would not have survived the previous encounter. The beast surged forward once more, its speed akin to a tiger descending a mountain, leaving Su Lingfeng in awe. He attempted to evade, but his efforts were futile against such swiftness. The creature circumvented him, seeking the optimal angle for its assault. Unwavering, Su Lingfeng seized the moment, detaching from the cliff and launching a powerful kick toward the beast's head. However, the waterfall tiger beast, agile as ever, evaded his strike and instead sank its teeth into his calf, tearing away flesh and eliciting a surge of pain as blood flowed freely, revealing the white of bone beneath. Despite the torrent of water, the wound remained vividly crimson. Overcome with agony, Su Lingfeng plummeted further, finally grasping a protruding rock. How could such a minor third-tier beast inflict such harm upon him? The indignation surged within him. Channeling his fury, he activated his technique and charged at the waterfall tiger beast, his speed increasing despite the injury. The beast, sensing his wrath, interpreted it as a provocation, roaring defiantly as it lunged downward, unstoppable in its momentum. As it neared, it quickly adjusted its trajectory, racing to his side and sinking its teeth into his other calf, tearing away another chunk of flesh. Su Lingfeng screamed in torment, grasping the beast's tail and hurling it toward the cliffside, but it had already retreated to a safe distance. It had severed its own tail, an impressive tactic. Su Lingfeng's chest heaved with frustration, the series of injuries only fueling his anger. He had never felt so humiliated. Yet, he knew that composure was essential. Rash actions would lead to swifter defeat. He saw two paths before him, to fight to the bitter end or leap desperately outward, hoping to land in the depths below rather than on the rocks. However, Su Lingfeng refused to flee again. If he could not conquer a mere third-tier beast, how could he hope to escape from the confines of the isolated valley and venture forth into the world? Come, let me show you my true prowess, he bellowed. But amidst the roaring waterfall, his words were lost, nearly drowned in the deluge. Yet, the waterfall tiger beast seemed to sense his defiance, charging once more with the same relentless strategy from the rear. How predictable! Su Lingfeng smirked inwardly, feigning surrender as if inviting his demise. When the beast bared its fangs, he erupted into action, leaping through the air, delivering a punch with the force of several tons upon its head. The impact was resounding, its skull embedding into the rock. Lifeless, as Su Lingfeng plummeted downward, his injured legs nearly numb from the icy water, he relied solely on his hands to navigate the jagged stones. Finally, halting his descent from a height of over 70 zhong, he looked up to see a shadow descending rapidly towards him. It was the carcass of the waterfall tiger beast, and Su Lingfeng, lacking the strength to evade, was struck squarely in the face by its hefty form, a brutal collision that left him battered and bruised. Tears and blood mingled, but the cleansing waters soon washed it all away, leaving only a visage of defeat. After considerable effort, he eventually emerged from beneath the waterfall's rocky embrace. Noticing that Linger was absent, presumably hunting, he realized that should he be swept into the depths, his fate would be sealed. Truly, the strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. He had succumbed to the unfamiliar terrain. Finally reaching the bank, Lingfeng exhaled in relief. Reflecting on the ordeal, he consumed the last of his healing elixirs and collapsed, succumbing to a deep slumber. As the sun dipped low, a colossal azure eagle soared above the Thousand Leaves waterfall, circling before landing nearby. Upon its back sat a group, led by a cloaked elder and a young girl, who dismounted in a grand procession. "What a magnificent waterfall! Let me down. I want to play in the water," exclaimed a girl in her early teens, her excitement palpable. "Everyone, rest here, do not wander too far." Inger, accompany the young lady, instructed the elder. "Understood," replied both Xinger and Inger in unison. "Slow down, miss. Wait for us," Inger called out, hurrying to catch up as the young lady dashed ahead. "How many times must I say it? You are not to call me miss. Address me as Nangongyu, or better yet, simply you are." Nangongyu turned around, placing her small hands on her waist, puffing her rosy cheeks as she spoke. Xinger and Inger were siblings, 2 years older than Nangongyu, and they shared a close bond with her, serving as her loyal guards. Their duty was clear. If their master lived, they could endure. If their master perished, they must follow. This was the solemn commitment of a guardian, prepared to sacrifice themselves at any moment. "Slow down a bit. Miss you," Xinger replied promptly. "It's you or not miss you. If you misname me again, I'll toss you into this deep pond to feed the turtles." Nangongyu shouted while running. Where are you going? "It's too dangerous over there." Inger expressed her concern, watching Nangongyu head towards the waterfall. "There seems to be someone lying over there. I want to take a look," she replied. Upon hearing this, Xinger and Inger hurriedly followed at full speed. By the time they reached her, Nangongyu had already arrived beside Lingfeng. "Call him over. I have some information to share," Nangongyu instructed. Xinger glanced at Lingfeng, who was dirty and clad in tattered clothes, lying carelessly on the ground. Disdain and contempt washed over his face. Indeed, he appeared to be a wild boy from an uncivilized land. Yet, he felt compelled to heed Nangongyu's words. "Hey kid, are you alive? Wake up and respond." Xinger prodded Lingfeng's calf with a wooden stick. Whether intentional or not, he struck the very spot where Lingfeng had been bitten by a waterfall tiger beast, which, though scabbed over, had yet to heal. Lingfeng felt a sharp pain in his calf. Awakening to find a boy striking him filled him with irritation. His day had already been terrible, nearly ending at the jaws of a third-tier beast. Just as he had fallen into a brief slumber, his dream turned into a painful nightmare. He looked at the boy of similar age before him, his eyes filled with arrogance and prejudice, causing his brows to furrow in annoyance. However, he merely huffed and brushed off the dust from his clothes, intending to walk away, too weary to engage with this insufferably arrogant child. "You come back. Did I permit you to leave?" Xinger shouted in indignation, feeling insulted. "Who do you think you are? I won't hold it against you for waking me from my dream. But who gave you the audacity to shout at me?" Lingfeng retorted angrily, already in a foul mood. This inexplicably rude boy, with his condescending demeanor, was truly irritating. "A wild boy, uncultured and disrespectful, I might overlook your insolence. However, disrespecting my lady is a grave offense." Xinger, filled with fury, unleashed his battle aura, ready to overpower this unknown boy before him. Lingfeng was taken aback. This young boy was evidently at the late stage of the bone refinement realm, likely hailing from a prominent family beyond the borders of Gushi City. The fact that a servant possessed such prowess only deepened Lingfeng's curiosity about the outside world. "Humph. If you disrespect me, should I not eliminate you?" Facing Xinger's attack, Lingfeng coldly scoffed and met him with a powerful punch, unyielding and fierce. "What gives you the right to speak so brazenly? I shall extinguish you." Xinger, caught off guard by the response, transformed his claws into fists, executing a combat technique aimed at Lingfeng. Boom! Stones flew as the ground shook. Yet, Lingfeng stood undeterred, his garments fluttering as he remained unyielding. In contrast, Xinger felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him, staggering backward, nearly losing his footing and teetering dangerously close to the abyss. Xinger was filled with dread, while even Nangongyu wore an expression of disbelief. It was known that Xinger was regarded as a top talent in the Nangong family. Yet here, in this seemingly insignificant place, he faced a crushing defeat. What they did not realize was that while Xinger unleashed his technique, Lingfeng had simultaneously activated his cultivation technique. significantly enhancing his physical strength, resulting in the astonishing scene before them. Xinger's arm trembled uncontrollably, pain coursing through him as if it were broken. He had never anticipated that a boy younger than himself could defeat him solely through physical prowess, and it could even be said to be a crushing defeat. Meanwhile, an elder in the distance nodded slightly, while several young people beside him exchanged glances, speculating about Su Lingfeng's origins and which prominent family he hailed from. "You are truly impressive, but why did you not pay me your respects?" Nangonyu questioned, puzzled. In her world, everyone either doted on her or showed her reverence. No one dared to disregard her presence. "Why should I pay you respects instead of the other way around?" Su Lingfeng countered, still simmering with anger. At that moment, he noticed the young girl before him, resembling a beautiful fairy. Her large eyes dreamy and her delicate face so exquisite that it felt sacrilegious to gaze upon her for too long. It was evident that with this one remark, Su Lingfeng surmised the sheltered environment in which Nangonyu had grown up, a blessing that might also become a curse. How audacious! This is intolerable. Inger and Xinger could not bear to see someone speak to Nangonyu this way. In a fit of rage, they launched an attack, intending to eliminate Su Lingfeng. "Stop! Stand down!" Nangonyu commanded fiercely, prompting them to retreat, though their eyes remained fixed on Su Lingfeng, burning with a desire to annihilate him. Observing Nangongyu's intention to act, the elder swiftly positioned himself behind her, while the others hastened to her side. Su Lingfeng narrowed his eyes. The elder posed the greatest threat, an enigma beyond comprehension. The four young men beside him exuded a powerful aura, seemingly invincible. In addition, there were 6 identical attendants and 6 maids, all bearing striking resemblances. Their presence felt similar to Linger, but with a significant difference that was difficult to articulate at that moment. Su Lingfeng quietly assessed the situation. Fortunately, they did not seem inclined to attack just yet. If he could somehow secure this young girl, he might have a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Nangonyu moved gracefully, her golden lotus-like feet gliding forward, her outstretched hand resembling a willow, yet carrying the force of a dragon diving into the sea. Although her movements appeared slow, they were infused with the principles of the universe. Su Lingfeng was astonished. Could she be at the half-step into the muscle transformation realm? Nevertheless, he would not show any weakness. Having danced along the precipice of life and death, his demeanor transformed entirely. With eyes like lightning, he spared no heed to danger. Like a leopard, he lunged forward, extending his right arm to seize Nangongyu's left arm, yanking her off balance. Nangonyu had not anticipated such explosive strength and speed. It was as if he moved faster than lightning, striking with the force of thunder. In that instant, Su Lingfeng swiftly repositioned himself behind the unsteady Nangonyu, tightening his right arm around her neck, his fingers poised before her eyes, ready to strike. Everything unfolded in a heartbeat, even catching the elder off guard. The sequence of events transpired in a flash, astonishingly swift. This young girl was a rare prodigy in the Nangong family, yet she had fallen victim to this unknown boy. "Old fellow, release Miss Yu at once." One of the 4 young men behind the elder stepped forward, and a tempest surged forth, an overwhelming force converging upon them, rendering even breath a luxury. However, with Nangonyu in Su Lingfeng's grasp, they dared not act recklessly. Injuring her even slightly could very well cost them their lives. Suddenly, a faint light flickered at the center of Nangongyu's brow, enveloping her entire being in a shimmering aura. Su Lingfeng felt an immense repulsive force, which seemed less like the laws of heaven and earth and more akin to the protective strength of her bloodline, propelling him away from Nangongyu. Quick-witted as he was, he seized this force to launch himself directly into the waterfall, climbing upward without pause. The 4 young men were utterly unprepared for his leap into the awe-inspiring cascade. Nevertheless, undeterred, they executed their intricate techniques to pursue him. However, their commendable courage disregarded the harsh reality. As soon as they entered the torrent, they were mercilessly swept away by the torrential flood, each landing in the deep pool in a disheveled manner. Reluctant to concede, they yearned to re-enter the waterfall, determined to apprehend that audacious lad for questioning. However, the waterfall was treacherous. They should not further humiliate themselves. "Did you not realize that within, no martial techniques were of any use?" The elderly man in black spoke. The 4 were taken aback, their trepidation towards the waterfall deepening. Climbing back onto the shore, they sought a concealed spot to change their attire. Upon their return, the elder spoke again. "Let us depart." he will not emerge anytime soon. We have pressing matters to attend to. Young sir, if we meet again, I shall ensure you bow before me for your audacity." Nangong Yu's delicate face fluctuated between expressions, her murmurs trailing off. Su Lingfeng watched as Nangong Yu and her companions departed completely, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. Yet, in that moment of relaxation, he inadvertently forgot he was perched on the cliff face of the waterfall. His hand slipped, and he tumbled down. Fortunately, he had not climbed too high, suffering only from numb arms and narrowly avoiding a plunge into the deep pool below. Earlier, he had unleashed his full strength against Nangong Yu, managing to momentarily restrain her by surprise. In truth, Nangong Yu possessed formidable combat prowess, being on the verge of advancing to the Yijin realm, but her lack of experience in perilous situations had momentarily led her astray. Was that the waterfall rock tiger beast from earlier? Su Lingfeng marveled, surprised it had not been swept into the depths. How fortuitous. As he could now take it with him for Linger to see if she could enjoy a hearty meal, though it was a pity its tail was no longer edible. "Brother, where are you? Come out," Linger called anxiously, breathless. "I'm right here," Su Lingfeng replied, emerging from behind the waterfall with the rock tiger beast. Before he could change his clothes, Linger rushed over and embraced him, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sobbed softly. "Why are you crying?" Su Lingfeng asked gently, a rare softness in his voice. "I thought they had taken you away, and I would never see you again." Linger cried out, her voice breaking. "That won't happen. I am a reincarnated deity here to save all beings, beloved by the people of the world. They would not dare to take me away. Let me tell you, they revere me as a divine being, wishing to offer me worship, but I cannot bear to part with you, so I declined. And thus they had to leave in disgrace," Su Lingfeng proclaimed, puffing out his chest dramatically. As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at the sky, wary of any divine lightning that might strike down upon him. "Huh, brother, you always say such silly things to make me laugh," Linger chuckled through her tears, playfully pushing him away with her small fist landing on his chest. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, their mirth growing ever more uninhibited as they chased and teased each other. The sounds of water, wind, and laughter intertwined, intoxicating and enchanting. After their playful antics, the two lay upon the grassy patch nearby, basking in the beauty of the setting sun. "Linger, how did you know I was in danger?" Su Lingfeng inquired. "I saw that enormous eagle hovering above the Chinya waterfall, reluctant to depart, which led me to suspect something significant was occurring. However, I was engaged in battle with that fifth-tier blazing flame demon tiger. If I had retreated at that moment, it would have seized the opportunity to counterattack, and I would have been doomed. After I vanquished it and hurried back, the great eagle had just taken flight. And while I did not see the person on its back, I sensed an overwhelming aura that extinguished any will to resist. I thought you had been captured. But how did you escape?" Linger glossed over the perilous battle against the fifth-tier beast. For had it not been for her awakening the divine ability of the mist net in her moment of crisis, she might never have returned. Fifth-tier beasts were incredibly formidable, having awakened their bloodline powers and divine abilities. For instance, the long-tailed black ice toad had awakened its ice powers, which made it so powerful. I hid behind the waterfall. I suddenly recalled that the old man mentioned something about combat techniques being ineffective within the waterfall. "Wait here, I will go check." Without waiting for a response, Su Lingfeng dashed back into the waterfall. After a brief moment, he returned, deep in thought, shaking his head in disappointment. Su Lingfeng was perplexed. While combat techniques could not be utilized, the Tao of inquiry seemed unaffected. "Brother, you are so childish," Linger chided, pointing at him. "Oh no. What should I do?" Su Lingfeng suddenly realized this was the last of his spare dry clothes, yet now it was wet again. "How about I lend you Sister Xiang'er's clothes?" Linger suggested earnestly, though she seemed reluctant. "I would never wear those." Su Lingfeng firmly rejected, then removed his shirt, preparing to clean the carcasses of the blazing flame demon tiger and the waterfall rock tiger beast. An hour later, after enjoying a delicious feast of roasted meat, Su Lingfeng stared at the roasted meat of the rock tiger beast, his expression peculiar. "What a waste of such a sturdy physique. It feels wrong to have gone through all that effort to cleanse you, only to find you so soft and mushy once cooked. Is this really what one would call roasted meat?" With a sigh of resignation, he joined Linger, sharing the roasted meat of the blazing flame demon tiger. "Linger, why does it feel like the roasted meat from a fifth-tier beast is brimming with energy? One bite makes me feel warm all over, and my strength is rapidly growing." Could it be due to the 5th-tier beast? No, when I previously consumed the tail of the 5th-tier long-tailed black ice toad, I did not feel this way. Su Lingfeng was both astonished and puzzled, yet waves of energy surged through his limbs, bringing him immense comfort. Linger, preparing to answer his question, couldn't help but smile at his voracious appetite and chose to remain silent. Linger, do you want this last piece? Su Lingfeng asked, noticing it was the final portion left. Seeing how quickly he had devoured the meal, Linger widened her eyes and snatched it away. Su Lingfeng could only sulk and roast the remaining half of the blazing flame demon tiger. In the end, they consumed the entire beast, splitting it evenly between them. Su Lingfeng seriously suspected he had been possessed by a gluttonous creature, amusing Linger to the point of laughter. They lay on the ground, savoring the delectable, melt-in-your-mouth roasted meat, feeling as if they were transcending to another realm. At that moment, their bodies radiated a rosy glow, their insides resonating with vitality, and even their belches felt as if they were exhaling flames. Linger, tell me, why does it have such immense energy? Su Lingfeng asked. Linger thought to herself, how could he only think to ask now, forgetting everything in the presence of delicious food? Yet, upon reflection, she realized it was rather similar to her own situation and eventually explained to Su Lingfeng. 5th-tier beasts awaken their bloodline powers, allowing their flesh to contain immense energy, commonly referred to as physical strength, which is the fundamental reason for their formidable defenses. In contrast, beasts of the 4th tier and below rely on hard scales or horns for protection. As for why the long-tailed black ice toad did not possess such rich energy, it was only recently evolved into a 5th-tier beast, requiring substantial energy replenishment, but it unfortunately encountered U2, which was indeed unfortunate for it. Thus, it primarily relied on its scales and hardened skin for defense, with its tail covered in black scales and its body encased in irregularly thick skin and horns. The simultaneous presence of both defensive types in a single beast is exceedingly rare. If it had weighted scales and horns, is that the reason I didn't consume its body? Su Lingfeng mused aloud. Not quite. It's because it was disgusting. Linger replied, scrunching her nose in distaste. In the following days, Su Lingfeng and Linger worked in tandem to hunt 3 5th-tier beasts, satisfying their appetites while greatly enhancing their physical strength. After another 10 days, Linger successfully broke through to the 5th tier. Her rapid advancement was not solely due to the powerful beasts, but also owed much to the divine rain bestowed upon Su Lingfeng during his own ascension. Otherwise, Linger would have needed at least another year to reach this level. One must admit, the Beast Marsh Forest was rife with powerful beasts, not only 5th-tier beasts, but they had even encountered 6th and 7th-tier beasts. However, this was only due to their deep exploration into the forest, and any encounters with such creatures meant they had to flee from a distance. When they feasted upon their 30th 5th-tier beast, 2 months had already passed. On this day, they found themselves back at the Chinya waterfall. Su Lingfeng sat cross-legged, entering a state of meditation. Now, he is a stark contrast to the person he was over 3 months ago. He has grown significantly taller, the youthful innocence on his face has diminished, and most importantly, his body radiates with vitality and strength. With a mere flick of his arm, he possesses the power of 10,000 pounds. He once grappled with a 5th-tier beast barehanded, standing his ground without yielding. The reason for his return is to fulfill a long-held aspiration, to ascend to the pinnacle of the cliff and conclude this phase of cultivation with a perfect finale. Simultaneously, he seeks to uncover the mysteries concealed within the waterfall. Linger, let us ascend the cliff. It is time for us to return home. Su Lingfeng opened his eyes and stood, making his way towards the waterfall. Upon entering the cascade, he felt the water striking against him, inducing only a mild sensation of pain. With a leap, he found himself at a height of several dozen feet, executing movements with grace and fluidity, as if he were a cloud drifting through the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had climbed 500 feet, reaching a place notorious for the presence of waterfall tigers. Deliberately slowing his pace, Su Lingfeng attentively surveyed his surroundings. The 3rd-tier waterfall tigers seemed to sense danger, circling cautiously without daring to approach. By the time he reached 800 feet, 4th-tier waterfall tigers finally appeared. A dozen of these formidable beasts converged from all directions, launching an assault on Su Lingfeng. With a cold snort, he casually threw a punch. The waterfall tiger before him instinctively shifted its position, yet the punch bore no real force. Instead, a mist emanated from Su Lingfeng's fist, merging with the waterfall, diffusing into the air. This was Ling's mist. Upon entering the waterfall, she had tested her abilities and discovered that her powers flowed unhindered here. However, Lingwu could not withstand the waterfall's force, nor could she endure the devastating impact of massive stones plummeting down. Thus, she devised this strategy to capture a waterfall tiger, hoping to uncover the secret behind the vast disparity in strength between their living and deceased forms. In an instant, the multitude of waterfall tigers fell within the mist's range, becoming disoriented and nearly tumbling down. Suddenly, a dense network of threads emerged from the mist, ensnaring them with remarkable resilience. One by one, their substantial bodies were suspended in midair, sinking into unconsciousness. This was one of Ling's bloodline abilities, the mist web. A bug is escaping, Ling exclaimed suddenly. Her attention had been solely on the waterfall tigers, causing her to overlook the insects on their bodies. A swarm of insects fled, moving at a speed surpassing even that of the falling water. Ultimately, Ling managed to capture one, swiftly exterminating it before bringing it back. Lingfeng held the insect in his hand, filled with delight. What a stroke of luck. Ling, this is precisely the golden ridge I mentioned to you. I never expected it to be parasitic within the waterfall tigers. Alas, it is already dead. Ling, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by regret. Never mind. Did you not notice that there are even more powerful beast auras higher up? Lingfeng, though somewhat exhilarated, was not disheartened. If he had not discovered the golden ridge goo, it would have been one thing, but now that he had, he was determined to bring back several. Given the circumstances, Mo Lingzhu and her companions were likely gravely injured and unable to continue their search for the golden ridge goo. Thus, this task would fall to Lingfeng alone. After all, one must earn their keep by addressing others' calamities. Only by bringing back the golden ridge goo would he feel justified. At this moment, Lingfeng had ascended to over 1,000 feet, less than 500 feet from the cliff summit. The fifth-tier waterfall tiger. The closer he approached, the more he sensed its formidable aura. Its massive form extended over 3 feet, with a long, powerful tail that swayed with an unpredictable rhythm, suggesting a tempestuous nature. Its entire body was covered in hard, armored skin, and its oval maw could easily swallow several individuals whole, lined with rows of teeth resembling large paws. The most fearsome features were its 4 incisors, akin to 4 icy blades glinting ominously, razor-sharp and deadly. During this period, Lingfeng had slain numerous fifth-tier beasts. Yet his instincts warned him that this particular creature was as fierce as any fifth-tier beast he had encountered on the ground, and this was its domain. Brother, its bloodline has mutated, elevating it to the ranks of demonic beasts. If we were on the ground, it would not be difficult for us to defeat it together. However, Ling's tone was tinged with melancholy. Despite being of the same tier, she was currently ill-suited for direct confrontation and could only provide auxiliary attacks. We have been targeted. Lingfeng pondered. I have always wondered, what distinguishes a beast from a demonic beast? What is the difference between them? He sought to gather more information, believing it might aid their battle. A beast has a minuscule probability of condensing a core and awakening intelligence upon reaching the second tier. Such beasts, if they do not meet an untimely end, are destined to reach the pinnacle of the beast world. However, only a scant fraction, less than 10%, ever transcend into the realm of demonic beasts. In terms of combat prowess, once a beast reaches the 5th tier, no matter how powerful, it cannot match a demonic beast. This is because demonic beasts also activate their bloodlines at the 5th tier, undergoing a qualitative transformation that dramatically enhances their combat abilities. Furthermore, awakened demonic beasts exert absolute bloodline dominance over beasts. As for the waterfall tiger before them, although it was potentially on the path to transforming into a demonic beast due to its bloodline mutation, it remained fundamentally a beast. If judged by beast standards, its strength would equate to that of a 6th or even 7th-tier beast. Ling explained the distinction between the two as if reciting from memory. So, is Ling a beast or a demonic beast? Lingfeng probed cautiously. I am neither a beast nor a demonic beast. I am a spiritual beast, a being of a higher order. Yet, I am currently too weak to confront it. Ling replied, her voice tinged with sadness. If she could return to her clan and receive the blessing of the spirit god, this little danger would mean nothing. Seeing Ling hesitating to speak further, Lingfeng opted not to press her. At that moment, the waterfall tiger stirred, seemingly wary of the young man before it. Yet, it could not resist the allure. The boy exuded a life force that was its most desired prey. With a roar, the waterfall tiger charged forward, raising its powerful forepaw to strike. Su Lingfeng pushed off from the protruding rocks, narrowly evading the tiger's blow. The cliffside shattered, and torrents of water erupted, momentarily slowing the waterfall's descent. Impressive, Su Lingfeng marveled, assessing the force of the attack. Without employing his cultivation techniques, he would have been at a significant disadvantage. Like a meteor, the waterfall tiger lunged again, delivering another strike. Boom! Su Lingfeng activated his techniques, leaning against the cliff to absorb the blow. A dull thud resonated within him as his blood surged, leaving an imprint of his form in the rock. The waterfall tiger, seeing this, roared furiously, lifting its paw once more to strike, forcing Su Lingfeng further into the cliff. Is this not over yet? Faced with the tiger's third strike, Su Lingfeng swiftly sidestepped. His left arm bent in defense as he countered with a punch aimed at its jaw. Boom! Boom! The violent clash reverberated, causing the cliff to tremble. Ripples spreading through the vertical cascade, briefly revealing the silhouettes of Su Lingfeng and the waterfall tiger. The tiger was knocked backward, tumbling several feet before regaining its footing, while Su Lingfeng found himself partially embedded in the rock. At that moment, he felt a wave of trepidation. Had he encountered the beast previously, he would have been reduced to pulp. No, I must ascend the cliff to fight it. I cannot fully unleash my abilities here. Su Lingfeng mused silently. Shortly after, he turned around and exerted all his strength to climb upwards. When he realized that the creature was not pursuing him, a wave of disappointment washed over him. However, he soon recognized that this feeling of disillusionment was nothing short of a jest, as another formidable waterfall tiger beast awaited him above. Astonishingly, he had failed to notice it earlier, indicating its extraordinary prowess, which was undoubtedly far more terrifying than the previous waterfall tiger beast he encountered. Where to now? Let us see your moves. In a moment of uncertainty, Su Lingfeng exclaimed as he swiftly descended, charging towards the earlier waterfall tiger beast. Humans are indeed shameless. The waterfall tiger beast roared, seemingly offended by Su Lingfeng's words and unable to refrain from responding. Yet, to Su Lingfeng's astonishment, it could articulate human speech. Was this some sort of jest? You can speak our language? Su Lingfeng could hardly believe his ears, having encountered a talking beast for the first time and felt compelled to confirm. Oof, how novel. Who told you this is your human language? Such arrogance. The waterfall tiger beast scoffed. Su Lingfeng's expression darkened. Was this not basic knowledge? However, in that moment, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Noticing his hesitation, the waterfall tiger beast let out a cold snort and, with agility akin to walking on flat ground, launched itself at him like a cannonball. In no time, the two collided, tumbling upwards for dozens of zhong before rolling downwards. Meanwhile, Su Lingfeng continued to engage in combat, relying on his physical strength to exchange blows with the beast. He intended to persist in this struggle until he reached solid ground, where he would have the advantage. Yet, once again, his hopes were dashed. Upon spiraling to a height of 900 zhong, he sensed yet another powerful waterfall tiger beast's presence below. Could it be that he was surrounded? Su Lingfeng was astounded, feeling as though he had fallen into a trap set by the waterfall tiger beasts, who seemed to be toying with him like a mere monkey. 3 waterfall tiger beasts. Only one was attacking, while the other 2 prevented his escape. Such a cunning strategy indicated that they were far from ordinary beasts. Clearly, something was amiss here. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you to the end. Linger, carefully sense your surroundings for any abnormalities. Given their intellect and ability to remain here, there must be secrets unknown to us. Su Lingfeng communicated telepathically to Linger. My sensing range is limited here, so, Linger replied. Thus, I shall constantly shift positions to assist you, Su Lingfeng interjected. However, despite their intentions, executing this plan proved exceedingly challenging. The waterfall tiger beast maintained the initiative, while the other 2 seemed to grow increasingly impatient. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For gleaming sword shot forth, slicing through the water and severing the cascading streams. Is this even possible? Su Lingfeng gasped in astonishment. These were clearly the beast's 4 tiger fangs, now detached, launching an attack. In an instant, the fangs darted towards him. One aimed for his forehead, another for his heart, while the remaining 2 targeted his arms. Su Lingfeng was struck with terror. The fang swords seemed to have locked onto him, leaving no room for evasion. With a swift motion, he drew a black gold dagger from his waist, positioning the hilt forward, readying himself. Clang, 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 clang. The 4 Feng swords trembled and veered off course, one embedding itself into the rocky wall on his left, while the other 3 turned back, closing in on his back. Without delay, Su Lingfeng exerted his left arm, propelling himself upwards to stand on the cliffside, narrowly avoiding another strike. This back and forth continued for dozens of exchanges, resulting in his waist and left arm being pierced by the tiger fangs. Nevertheless, Su Lingfeng gradually acclimated to the battle dynamics here, enhancing his combat prowess and diversifying his approach. Inspired by the waterfall tiger beast, he concentrated the spiritual energy of the sea of martial spirits around his body, mimicking the folds of skin on the beast's toes, significantly augmenting his adhesion to the cliff. Although he could not harness the powers of heaven and earth to execute martial techniques, he could rely on the strength of the sea of martial spirits to envelop his physical form with spiritual energy. As the 4 fangs relentlessly pursued him once more, Su Lingfeng pivoted and charged towards the waterfall tiger beast, shedding his previous restraint and significantly increasing his speed. "Prepare to meet your demise," he roared. The waterfall tiger beast bellowed in fury, witnessing its opponent's resilience and notable surge in strength. Infuriated, it unleashed a viscous liquid from its mouth, which rapidly spread from the center of the battlefield for dozens of zhang, preventing any water from flowing down. Su Lingfeng found himself hindered as he stepped onto the gooey surface. While the waterfall tiger beast thrived, its speed remarkably enhanced. "If you seek death, I shall grant your wish," Su Lingfeng declared, his brow furrowed with determination. However, the waterfall tiger beast paid no heed to his threats, suddenly circling around him from 3 zhang away. From the side, 4 Feng swords closed in, launching a barrage of attacks to thwart Su Lingfeng's escape. At this moment, the surrounding viscous liquid began to converge, seemingly intent on ensnaring him within its grasp. Su Lingfeng attempted to break free but was met with resistance, failing to breach the waterfall tiger beast's defenses despite multiple attempts. Su Lingfeng found himself ensnared within the viscous substance of the waterfall rock tiger beast, while the beast's sharp fangs struck at him with relentless ferocity. In this dire moment, he felt utterly powerless to escape. Within a mere tea's time, the gathering slime had reached his waist, and worse still, the portion close to the cliff had contracted, leaving him with barely a foot of space. The solidified slime rapidly crystallized, standing rigidly and encroaching upon his calves. Seizing a fleeting opportunity amidst the chaos, Su Lingfeng tested the slime with his foot, only to discover its unyielding hardness akin to that of granite, immovable and resolute. "Human, you are fortunate to perish in my saliva. It is one of my proudest techniques. The saliva cocoon art. Fear not, for I shall not devour you whole. Rather, I intend to turn you into jerky, a delicacy to savor," the waterfall rock tiger beast proclaimed, reveling in its impending victory. Su Lingfeng was taken aback. This was indeed its saliva? But now was not the time for such musings. His foremost concern was to extricate himself swiftly. As he fended off the onslaught of the tiger's fangs, he brandished a dagger, plunging it into the viscous mass and attempting to carve his way against its swirling currents. However, the endeavor yielded little success. The dagger sank deeper, its movements growing sluggish, and he felt it being gradually eroded, dissolving inch by inch. Realizing the peril of the situation, Su Lingfeng attempted to withdraw the dagger, but the slime clung to it, threatening to ensnare his arm. Ultimately, he relinquished his only weapon, facing the advancing fangs with clenched fists, prepared to fight barehanded. Even in the face of death, you futilely struggle. Conserve your energy. The road to the underworld is still long. The waterfall rock tiger beast's voice brimmed with excitement and mockery, exuding a sense of triumph. With a ferocious roar, its 4 fangs shimmered ominously, gathering power for the strike. The solidified slime had now reached Su Lingfeng's waist. Should the tiger's fangs launch another assault, he would have no means of evasion. "Xiaoling, I am sorry. Brother, do not say anything. I have no regrets. In the little solitary mountain, plagued by illness, my moments of clarity were rare, indeed a fate worse than death. Without you, my grievous wounds would not have healed. Without you, I would not possess such cherished memories, especially the days spent here, which shall remain the finest recollections of my life. Without you, I would not have believed in that prophecy." Just as she was about to express her feelings, a mysterious object shot forth from the spirit martial scroll, and Su Lingfeng instinctively grasped it. Boom, boom, boom. Su Lingfeng repelled the 4 fangs with great surprise. for he discovered that the fangs, once shaken, dimmed rapidly and shattered, swept away by the cascading waters. The waterfall rock tiger beast's fangs were destroyed, causing it to suffer a significant backlash, rolling and tumbling as it plunged downwards with the waterfall's torrent. The cocoon-like slime, on the verge of formation, was now collapsing. The other two waterfall rock tiger beasts, witnessing the scene, were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. However, they quickly regained their composure. The beast above had locked on his Su Lingfeng and charged towards him, intent on ending his life. Meanwhile, the beast below raced to rescue its injured companion. The cocoon-like slime was about to disintegrate, cascading downwards. The oncoming attack from the waterfall rock tiger beast loomed with overwhelming force. The balance between life and death precariously hanging by a thread. At that moment, Su Lingfeng's form began to shimmer, gradually vanishing against the cliff face. Gone. What is happening? The two waterfall rock tiger beasts were perplexed, and after a brief moment, they simultaneously exclaimed, "Could it be he has been whisked away? Damn it, we have waited for decades, only to have him slip through our fingers." One beast roared in anger. "What shall we do now?" The other beast inquired, wrapping its tail around the injured companion, its eyes fierce with righteous indignation, yet still speaking with a tone of inquiry. "We wait for his return. We must capture him and reclaim our treasure," the elder waterfall rock tiger beast decisively proclaimed. "Indeed, he must be subjected to 1,000 cuts. His body pierced by countless stones to avenge our brother's broken fangs." The younger beast echoed fervently. Su Lingfeng felt the fabric of time and space shift, engulfed in darkness, unable to discern his path or location. In an instant, the surroundings brightened, and silence enveloped him. Here, Su Lingfeng observed himself standing before the entrance of a vast hall. The door towering dozens of feet wide and over 100 feet high. A truly magnificent sight. Although it appeared as a grand entrance, it bore no means of opening. As he approached, he realized the door was far too heavy for any mortal strength to breach. Turning back, he was astonished to see an endless expanse of water outside, with waterfalls cascading downwards. Yet, no drop of water could penetrate this space, nor could he even sense a hint of moisture. Instead, a breeze flowed through. What could this mean? Su Lingfeng turned and cautiously advanced, reaching out with his hand to explore. After taking 20 steps, his palm met an invisible barrier, impenetrable. He struck it with a clenched fist, producing a resounding echo, creating ripples as if a stone had been cast into a deep pond. "Xiao Ling, do you comprehend what is happening?" Su Lingfeng inquired. Xiao Ling emerged from his consciousness, transforming into a fragrant figure beside him. She inhaled deeply several times, relieved to finally escape the waterfall's confines. "If I am not mistaken, this is likely a colossal formation," Xiao Ling pondered. "I recall that at Little Solitary Mountain, when the Grand Formation was activated by Uncle Su Yunfei, an invisible barrier was formed." Reflecting on Su Yunfei brought a tinge of melancholy to Su Lingfeng's heart. He also thought of the old clan leader, wondering how he fared now. Any formation requires a source of energy. I surmise that the inability to utilize combat techniques in the outside world may be related to this formation, Xiao Ling speculated. "Are you suggesting that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surrounding us is being absorbed by this formation to provide it with energy?" Su Lingfeng asked, attempting to unleash the spirit-harmonizing fist. However, as the energy coalesced in his palm, it began to dissipate, unable to take form. He sighed. "It appears your conjecture is correct. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth cannot coalesce within or outside this formation. I never anticipated this formation to be so extraordinary. Nor do I know who crafted it. Brother, what was that object that flew into your hand earlier?" Xiao Ling suddenly recalled the mysterious item that had startled her when it shot forth from the spirit martial scroll. "Oh, it seems to be a piece of metal I unearthed when I first arrived at the Beast Marsh Forest, outside the Dark Spirit Fox Cave. It contains a wealth of spiritual energy and assisted me in breaking through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm. I had neglected it due to some circumstances. Were it not for its spontaneous emergence now, I would have forgotten about it." Su Lingfeng extended his right hand, revealing a circular piece of metal slightly larger than his palm, shimmering with a golden luster, its center recessed in the shape of a swastika. Xiao Ling lifted it, feeling its weight, at least 100 pounds. She examined it closely, turning it over, yet finding no peculiarities. "Brother, look over there," Xiao Ling exclaimed. Following her gaze towards the towering door, Su Lingfeng suddenly noticed a recess 50 feet high. The shape and size of the recess perfectly matched the metal in Xiao Ling's hand, with a faint swastika pattern emerging at its center. Xiao Ling, fixated on the recess, gasped as the golden circular metal slipped from her grip, hurtling towards the indentation in the door. A resounding crack echoed from within the door. As if a hidden mechanism had been triggered, a dark line appeared in the center of the door, splitting it from top to bottom. What lay before him now was indeed the true entrance. Su Lingfeng stepped forward once more, attempting to push the door open, but it did not budge. He then activated the art of inquiry, channeling all his strength. With a thunderous roar, the door gradually creaked open, releasing a rich aura of spiritual energy that invigorated him, making his pores expand and refreshing his spirit. Descending the staircase, he discovered a vast palace, measuring over 300 feet in width and towering over 500 feet in height. The hall was stark and empty, devoid of any furnishings. Yet, the ornate carvings on the stone walls spoke of its former grandeur and opulence. However, these carvings emanated a mysterious power. Merely gazing at them for too long would induce dizziness. Two young friends, who among you possesses the WNXing order? Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the hall, belonging to an elder whose tone reverberated, causing Su Lingfeng's soul to tremble. Ah, my apologies, dear young friends. I have not spoken in a long while and find myself somewhat unaccustomed, the elder added. Looking up, Su Lingfeng beheld the elder, a figure with white hair, a white beard, and clad in pristine white robes, exuding an otherworldly aura that inspired awe. Senior, if you utter a few more words, I might very well faint, Su Lingfeng remarked, supporting himself on his knees as his insides roiled. Meanwhile, he was astonished by the elder's formidable presence, realizing that a mere word from him wielded such immense power. It is indeed you who possesses the WNXing order, the elder noted, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise before he nodded. How intriguing. This journey has yielded unexpected rewards, as I did not anticipate encountering her descendant. Senior, what do you mean by that? Linger asked, puzzled. The elder did not respond. Instead, he waved his sleeve, and with a clang, the two doors slammed shut. Then, a circular object appeared in the elder's hand, revealing itself to be the round piece of metal that Su Lingfeng had brought. May I inquire, Senior, what is this place? Su Lingfeng asked respectfully. This is but a corner of the Qinya Palace, the elder replied nonchalantly, glancing at the metal piece, which he seemed to be more interested in than anything else. Su Lingfeng knew that outside lay the Qinya waterfall, yet he had never heard of the Qinya Palace, and the realization that he was merely in a corner of it was astonishing. What, then, is the purpose of the WNXing order? Su Lingfeng pressed on. The function of the WNXing order, as you can see, is to grant access to this place, the elder explained while stroking his beard. And what can I accomplish here? Su Lingfeng felt the elder was being somewhat evasive, so he spoke candidly. This place is rich in spiritual energy, young friend. You may choose to cultivate here or reside as you wish. However, would you be willing to part with the WNXing order for me? The elder extended his palm, breathing deeply of the dense spiritual energy within the hall. It seems you are quite eager to obtain this WNXing order. What if I refuse? Su Lingfeng sensed the elder's cunning and decided to confront him directly. Young friend, you jest. I must admit, I did not expect the youth of today to be so astute. It seems I have grown somewhat impatient after waiting for thousands of years, and my heart has faltered. The elder sighed. Very well, I shall make an exception and explain the reason behind this. I was once the steward of the Qinya Palace. Here resides a fragment of my soul, which is the manifestation you see before you. Due to certain circumstances, I can only return to the Qinya Palace by obtaining the WNXing order from each palace gate, allowing this fragment of my soul to reunite. Furthermore, I can only take it with the permission of the one who holds the WNXing order. Thus, you may state your conditions. I shall fulfill any reasonable requests. The elder was now remarkably candid, adopting a demeanor that suggested he was at the mercy of Su Lingfeng. Initially, he intended to reclaim the WNXing order first, then offer some benefits, allowing his soul to return. Su Lingfeng was taken aback, pondering the extent of the elder's power and when he might achieve such strength himself. Yet, he was not one to be naive. The elder's willingness to divulge such secrets indicated a deep-seated desire to reclaim the order, undoubtedly leaving room for negotiation. I obtained the WNXing order from the Beastwood Forest, and it should not be far from here. Why does Senior not retrieve it himself? Su Lingfeng inquired closely. Haha. If I could leave this place, would those 3 fellows outside still be able to harass me for decades? The elder chuckled, unperturbed by Su Lingfeng's probing. Senior, may I have a moment to consider? Su Lingfeng felt he had been somewhat excessive and bowed respectfully. Take your time, young friend, the elder replied calmly. Su Lingfeng sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and focusing intently, striving to devise conditions under which he could present the WNX-ing order. In truth, he had entered the Spirit Martial Scroll to seek guidance from Uncle Wolf. If there is anything you currently lack, it is undoubtedly combat skills and the mirror heart technique. Combat skills are manageable. If you lack them, you can always make do. The essence lies in one's own power. Therefore, I suggest you pursue the mirror heart technique. Although it is rare, it is not regarded highly among the great powers. I wonder how formidable the Qinya Palace truly is, the gray-haired wolf articulated, seemingly having mapped out a cultivation path for Su Lingfeng. What is the mirror heart technique? Su Lingfeng asked, astonished, having never heard of such a practice. The mirror heart technique is an auxiliary cultivation method that clarifies the mind, helps one maintain their true self, and enhances the potential of the soul. The goal of cultivation is not merely to elevate combat power or to engage in strife, but to refine the heart. A clear mind allows one to seek the singular light amidst infinite darkness, to maintain a sliver of peace amidst chaos, and to seize fleeting opportunities on the perilous path of cultivation. The mirror heart technique is precisely such a method, enabling you to see through the celestial fog and directly access your true self. As the gray-haired wolf expounded, Su Lingfeng's curiosity and anticipation for the mirror heart technique grew. Though he grasped only fragments of understanding, he was certain of one thing. According to Uncle Wolf, the strength of the soul would, to some extent, limit the heights of cultivation, and the mirror heart technique was a means to subtly enhance that potential. Though the immediate effects of practicing the mirror heart technique might be negligible, he trusted that Uncle Wolf would not lead him astray. Just as Su Lingfeng was about to bid farewell to Uncle Wolf, he was halted by a call. You truly lack conscience, showing no concern for those around you. Uncle Wolf, I apologize. Please guide me. What can I do for Linger? Su Lingfeng suddenly realized and spoke urgently. What she needs most right now is a human body. The transformation fruit is most suitable for her at this moment, Uncle Wolf replied. How am I to discern which ones are good? Su Lingfeng inquired further. The method is the Qian Kuan mirror heart technique, and the fruit is the Lingshu transformation fruit. These two are not particularly valuable, and I believe the Qinya Palace should possess them, the gray-haired wolf contemplated before responding. Thank you, Uncle Wolf. Su Lingfeng expressed his gratitude and took his leave, causing a moment of panic for Uncle Wolf. In his eyes, Su Lingfeng was the master, he was the servant. How could the master bow to the servant? Nevertheless, he felt a deep sense of relief, believing that his choice had been just. Upon opening his eyes, Su Lingfeng realized he had somehow lain on the ground. Noticing the white-robed elder and Linger regarding him with curious expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Lingfeng asked, intrigued. Linger remained silent, appearing somewhat embarrassed, merely pointing to the ground beside Su Lingfeng. What is it? Su Lingfeng looked down and was instantly flushed with shame, rendered speechless. He had apparently fallen asleep on the ground, drooling and leaving a wet patch. These past few days have been exhausting. I apologize. Su Lingfeng seemed to sense the necessity of uttering something and forced himself to speak. It matters not. I have waited for so many years. What is a little longer? He said. However, young friend, have you thought this through? The white-clad Taoist smiled. Su Lingfeng bowed and replied, Senior, I require the Qian Kuan mirror heart technique and the Lingshu transformation fruit. What? The white-clad Taoist was genuinely taken aback, nearly dropping the swastika star token in his hand. Do you realize the level of treasures you are asking for? Su Lingfeng muttered to himself, recalling that Uncle Wolf had claimed these were not particularly precious. Yet, judging by the Taoist's reaction, it appeared otherwise. Could this old man be putting on an act? Brother, the items you seek are legendary treasures. I have only heard of them in tales. How do you know of such things? Linger whispered. Is it possible these treasures do not exist? Su Lingfeng questioned, puzzled. My young friend, I possess neither of the items you mentioned. However, I can offer you a heart technique, the Xiaoming mirror heart technique, which is most suitable for you at this moment. As for the transformation fruit, you must be intending to give it to your spirit beast, correct? I do not have such high-grade Lingshu transformation fruit here. A lower-grade fruit would instead hinder her future cultivation. However, I do have some insights from others that I can share with her. As the white-clad Taoist spoke, He suddenly appeared before Su Lingfeng. Before Su could react, the Taoist pointed a finger at his forehead. Instantly, a deluge of information surged into Su Lingfeng's consciousness. It was a forceful method of imparting knowledge, yet it was the most direct and precise. The only side effect was a rapid depletion of spiritual energy. If the teacher harbored ill intentions, it could even lead to the pupil's spiritual demise. Even the gray-furred wolf was astonished and braced itself to intervene, ready to use the power of the spirit weapon scroll to rescue Su Lingfeng should anything go awry. However, such an event did not transpire. Instead, the white-clad Taoist appeared even more weakened, his form appearing somewhat ethereal. Su Lingfeng's complexion improved as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in comprehending the Xiaoming mirror heart technique. The initial stage of the Xiaoming mirror heart technique involved conjuring 7 distinct versions of oneself, known as the 7 emotions dream: joy dream, anger dream, worry dream, thought dream, sorrow dream, fear dream, and surprise dream. Joy, anger, worry, thought, sorrow, fear, and surprise. These 7 emotions merged into one, layer upon layer, giving rise to the Xiaoming spirit. The divine realm of the Xiaoming mirror heart technique is to observe oneself through one's perspective, acting within the universe and standing firm in one's being. I am what I define as me, yet distinct from me, ultimately becoming me. Through such profound comprehension, the divine realm is finally perfected. The mysterious realm of the Xiaoming mirror heart technique embodies a heart of great unity, where all things exist for me, and I exist for all things, discerning the sounds of great music and perceiving the forms of great phenomena. As Su Lingfeng grasped the initial stage, divine realm, and mysterious realm of the Xiaoming mirror heart technique, he felt an enigmatic depth he had never encountered before, compelling him to practice the heart technique. "This is the training arena?" Su Lingfeng exclaimed, his face reflecting surprise as he noticed the surrounding space shrouded in mist, with the training arena standing amidst the clouds. Before he could appreciate the magnificent scenery, a figure appeared in the arena, exuding a singular sensation: joy. "Is this me?" Su Lingfeng could hardly believe his eyes. How could this comical figure before him possibly be himself? Yet soon the answer dawned on him. This figure not only resembled him, but also mirrored his movements, combat techniques, and physical prowess, a vibrant and humorous version of himself. Boom! The two Su Lingfengs clashed, fierce collisions echoing loudly, with gusts of wind swirling around them, pushing the surrounding mist away. However, Su Lingfeng noticed a critical flaw in his opponent. He did not know the heart techniques. Overjoyed, Su Lingfeng landed a punch that shattered the comical version of himself, scattering countless shards of spiritual energy that he absorbed. The remaining 6 versions of himself, while exhibiting different extreme personalities, possessed no formidable strength, at least from Su Lingfeng's current perspective. Only the thought dream version of Su Lingfeng proved somewhat stronger, managing to withstand for several breaths before succumbing. After a series of overwhelming battles, Su Lingfeng felt no sense of achievement. Instead, he sensed something peculiar within himself, fluctuating and elusive. Then came the conflicting emotions of joy and anger, joy mixed with worry, yet they still could not contend with Su Lingfeng. During his encounters with the combined 3 dreams, he noticed that each time he triumphed over an opponent, he would return to peak combat condition. The opponents grew increasingly formidable, and Su Lingfeng felt immense pressure. The adversary before him embodied all but the surprise dream. The 6 emotions dream version of Su Lingfeng exerted tremendous pressure, and even with all his might, he struggled to gain the upper hand. Boom, boom, boom. The intertwined figures moved stealthily within the training arena. The fervent blood flowed freely through their strikes. The violent clashes resonated ceaselessly between heaven and earth. After 2 hours of intense combat, with every move executed with utmost effort, neither had emerged victorious. Both were now exhausted and injured, staggering as they continued to fight, trading blows. Su Lingfeng gritted his teeth. At this level of evenly matched combat, it was a battle of persistence, attitude, and conviction. Thud! Summoning all his strength, Su Lingfeng unleashed a punch, finally knocking his opponent down, who collapsed without rising again. Ultimately, the 6 emotions dream version of Su Lingfeng shattered, absorbed by him, and he felt a surge of vitality. Why have I not regained my strength? Su Lingfeng stood bewildered, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Before he could process it, he was struck out of the arena by a newly emerged opponent. Returning to reality, Su Lingfeng gasped for breath, his physical state abysmal, mirroring that of his experience in the training arena. "Brother, are you all right? What on earth happened in such a short time?" Ling'er rushed over, concern etched on her face. "How long did I train?" he asked. "About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense," she replied. "Only that long." "I felt as though I had been fighting for an entire day," Su Lingfeng exclaimed in astonishment. "My young friend, to what extent have you cultivated? Were you able to defeat the 6 emotions dream body?" The white-clad elder inquired. "I barely passed the first battle against the 6 emotions dream body, and didn't even see what the second looked like before returning here," Su Lingfeng replied, suddenly feeling something was amiss. After all, weren't they all merely reflections of himself? The elder was secretly amazed. To reach such a level on the first attempt at such a young age was truly remarkable, a prodigious talent. One must understand that the combat power possessed by the dual emotions dream body could rival his current self. To conquer it, one must continuously surpass oneself. This moment must be stronger than the last, and the next moment must be stronger than this one. During combat, the dream body would transmit its emotions to him, which would influence his combat capabilities. Within the 2 emotions dream body, joy leads to complacency, while anger leads to impulsivity, making the joy and anger dream body the weakest. Fear seeks change, while surprise leads to ambush, making the fear and surprise dream body the strongest. However, for the participant, the shortcoming of mindset is the most challenging hurdle, capable of influencing the entire course of battle. Not to mention the 3 emotions dream body and the 4 emotions dream body. Their combat capabilities would be even more terrifying. Yet this youth before him had managed to advance to the 6 emotions dream body and even defeated the first opponent. One must remember that the former Qinya Palace had thousands of disciples, a multitude of talents, and many who practiced the Xiaoming mirror heart technique. Those with a foundation as solid as Su Lingfeng's were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Even within the Qinya Palace of Ur, he would have been regarded as a prime candidate for core disciple training. However, the white-clothed elder was unaware that Su Lingfeng's understanding of the Tao was profound due to his cultivation of the spirit martial Shura technique, specifically the Tao inquiry formula. Nevertheless, certain obsessions could not be resolved even by the Tao inquiry formula itself. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, why is it that upon defeating the 6 emotions dream body, one does not regain vitality and state?" Su Lingfeng expressed his lingering doubts. The mirror heart method is rooted in the natural state of the heart. The 7 emotions are manifested as dream bodies. The greater the emotions, the more significantly one's heart realm is influenced, thus facilitating the honing of one's mental state. Unlike the 6 emotions dream body, should you fail in the previous encounter, you must start anew. In contrast, with the 6 emotions dream body, your next cultivation will commence from that point, and you must battle until you conquer the 7 emotions dream body. Marking the successful cultivation of the initial stage of the mirror heart method, the elder explained, striving to suppress his astonishment. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Su Lingfeng replied gratefully. He then activated the Tao inquiry formula, and due to the dense spiritual energy surrounding him, his injuries rapidly healed. He continued his practice of the mirror heart method. "Child, come here. I have some matters to discuss with you privately," the white-clothed elder gestured to Ling. Ling'er glanced at Su Lingfeng, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately approached and said, "I have met the esteemed elder. Well, I shall speak plainly. Child, do you understand the extent of your fate?" The elder asked with a solemn expression. I have some inkling. However, if it concerns Brother Feng, I would willingly accept." Ling'er replied firmly after casting a deep glance at Su Lingfeng. Emotions are indeed a double-edged sword. But can you truly ascertain that he would be willing to forge a spiritual pact with you? The white-clothed elder inquired. Ling'er nodded, then shook her head, finding it difficult to discern the feelings this boy held for her. As a soul spirit beast, she was required to find a person of formidable spirit within 200 years to establish a spiritual pact, or else her essence would gradually dissipate into oblivion. Conversely, those who formed a pact with a human would experience a rebirth, as they could enhance their cultivation and strength even without absorbing souls after the pact was made. Only after establishing a pact could they receive the blessing of the spirit god, awakening powerful bloodline abilities. However, such blessings necessitated a return to their clan. A perilous endeavor given the current circumstances. Ling'er often found herself in pain at the thought of her mother, her heart aching with grief. Thus, she maintained a lively and cheerful demeanor, reluctant to dwell on her sorrowful memories, as her mother had urged her to remain joyful and await her return. The elder observed Ling's state with compassion. Poor child, you have undoubtedly faced many tribulations. At that moment, he resembled a benevolent old man, offering comfort to the injured girl. After a while, Ling managed to suppress her inner turmoil and regain her composure. The challenge of forming a spiritual pact lies largely in the human aversion and fear of soul-spirit beasts. Typically, there are two forms of spiritual pacts, master-servant or servant-master, wherein the soul-spirit beast may either take on the role of the master or the servant. In the master-servant dynamic, the servant must obey the master without question, even to the extent of the master possessing the authority over the servant's life and death. Regardless of the form, most soul-spirit beasts experience rapid growth post-pact, especially after receiving the spirit god's blessing, leading to a significant surge in power. At that juncture, whether master or servant, humans become burdensome to the soul-spirit beasts. If the master-servant relationship persists, the cultivation of the soul-spirit beast may be hindered, with the effects compounding over time. However, once a pact is established, it cannot be dissolved unless one party perishes, resulting in the automatic nullification of the pact. In such cases, if the soul-spirit beast is the master, it may inevitably lead to situations where the master kills the servant, or in some instances, a powerful servant could even devour the master. Originally, humans and soul-spirit beasts were allies, coexisting peacefully, fulfilling each other's needs, and even forming harmonious relationships. However, instances of masters killing servants and vice versa began to surface, leading to irreversible consequences. The alliance between humans and soul-spirit beasts crumbled, turning into a bitter enmity. Humans began capturing soul-spirit beasts, coercing them into forming pacts, while those who resisted faced decades or even centuries of captivity. Upon reaching the 200-year limit, a soul-spirit beast would either dissipate or be forced into a humiliating rebirth. Furthermore, once a pact was formed, humans would impose restrictions on the soul-spirit beast's cultivation, preventing them from returning to their clans to receive the spirit god's blessings. In retaliation, soul-spirit beasts would capture humans, compelling them to willingly form pacts, only to eliminate them afterward. As for Ling, having lingered on the little solitary mountain for years, if she could not establish a pact with a human within 3 years, her essence would dissipate, leading to her demise. Child, are you aware that there exists a third form of spiritual pact between humans and soul-spirit beasts? The white-clothed elder stated. A third form? What is it? Ling could scarcely believe her ears. Historically, the relationship had always been master-servant. How could a third form exist? Interestingly, when I accompanied the Lady Palace Master to host a distinguished guest, we inadvertently discussed this matter. The guest revealed that they were researching a master-master form of the pact, later discovered to be a soul-spirit beast. It is remarkable to think that after tens of thousands of years, I would encounter her descendants, the elder mused, stroking his beard. Ancestor of the soul-spirit beasts, where is she now? Is she alive or dead? Ling asked urgently. I do not know. Since parting ways with the Thousand Leaves Palace, I have not seen her again. After the fall of the Thousand Leaves Palace, it was scattered across the land. Now that I can finally return, I wonder what state it will be in, the elder replied, his eyes filled with sorrow, his earnest emotions laid bare. I believe it cannot be worse than during its fall, Ling reassured him. Child, you have a kind heart. Now, let us return to your matters. I hope my words can assist you. This master-master form of the spiritual pact allows both parties to be equals, devoid of the master-servant dynamic, with relatively relaxed constraints. However, there is one potentially fatal flaw. Both parties are bound to share the same fate, life and death intertwined. At this moment, the elder's demeanor softened towards Ling, as if he were addressing his own granddaughter. Ling remained silent, pondering that if this were the case, perhaps no one would be willing to form such a pact. Nevertheless, she finally asked, Esteemed elder, do you possess the method for establishing this type of pact? The distinguished guest sought the master's assistance to disseminate this method among her descendants, so I am aware of the specific technique. However, I reiterate, will he truly be willing? The elder responded, I am unsure, but I believe. I will allow him to choose. Ling gazed at the perspiring Su Lingfeng, her emotions intricate and profound. When the topic of forming a pact arose, Ling felt a whirlwind of emotions but seemed resolute in allowing Su Lingfeng to decide. The white-clothed elder shook his head and refrained from further comment. He extended his fingers, lightly touching Ling's forehead. imparting the method for establishing the master-master spiritual pact to her. However, upon receiving the technique, Ling'er felt no joy. It appeared that the prospect of forming a pact held insufficient allure for Su Lingfeng. This matter pertained to her very life. Within 3 years, could she truly succeed in forging a pact? Su Lingfeng awoke from his agony, having spent 2 days within the space of the mirror heart method. In the outside world, merely an hour had passed. Brother Foam, you should take a break. Haste makes waste. Ling'er hurriedly approached to wipe the sweat from Su Lingfeng's brow, expressing her concern. It's all right, Ling'er, I can still endure, Su Lingfeng replied, panting. The Taoist in white observed this with suspicion, wondering if Su Lingfeng had truly spent 3 full days immersed in the mirror heart technique space. What an extraordinary talent. The mirror heart technique exerts a tremendous impact on the spirit, requiring a month of recovery between sessions. Otherwise, it could inflict irreversible harm on one's soul. However, as long as one does not force their practice, the soul typically protects itself, making re-entering the state of the mirror heart technique quite challenging. Young friend Su Lingfeng, have you made any progress this time? The Taoist in white remained somewhat skeptical of the young boy's ability to endure such a lengthy period. I have made some progress. The 6 emotions dream body only has one last step, Su Lingfeng hesitated to admit, feeling somewhat bashful. To the Taoist in white, this seemed like a blatant display of boasting. No, it was not boasting. In a world of prodigies, one should not hastily jump to conclusions, the Taoist reminded himself. Ahem. It was indeed a wise choice to pass the dream mirror heart technique to you. I must confess, had it not been for your provoking my competitive spirit with the Qiankuan mirror heart technique, I might not have imparted the best heart technique of Qinya Palace to you. The Taoist chuckled. At this moment, Su Lingfeng was filled with gratitude, deeply impressed by the Taoist's openness. Just as the strong do not bow to the weak, elders do not admit faults to juniors. Yet, the Taoist spoke so candidly, leaving Su Lingfeng in awe. Senior, please take the swastika star order. However, I have one more question. I recall you mentioned that what you take is not only the swastika star order, but also the branch hall of Qinya Palace? Su Lingfeng inquired. Yes, indeed. What would you like to ask? The Taoist in white noticed Su Lingfeng's hesitation and inquired with curiosity. I wish to know, if you take the swastika star order and the branch hall, will this space and its spiritual energy cease to exist as well? The swastika star order and the branch hall held little allure for him, but the abundant spiritual energy here was precisely what he needed for cultivation. Since you desire it, I can leave both the space and the spiritual energy for you. The Taoist in white smiled. To him, Su Lingfeng possessed exceptional cultivation talent. Providing assistance in times of need is far more touching and memorable than mere embellishment. Thank you, Senior. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. Should you ever require my assistance, I will go through fire and water to help you. Su Lingfeng bowed deeply in gratitude. I am merely the old steward of Qinya Palace. Wherever one finds a leaf or a branch of Qinya Palace, there shall I be. This space will vanish once the spiritual energy is exhausted, so it is imperative to leave before that time. Utilizing the swastika star order, one can achieve short-distance teleportation, but only to places previously visited. Young friend Su Lingfeng, Ling'er, may we meet again by fate, the Taoist in white concluded, gradually becoming ethereal and disappearing from this realm as if he had never been there. Su Lingfeng discovered a circular metal object in his hand, identical to the swastika star order. Why didn't he take the swastika star order with him? Didn't he say? Ling'er expressed her astonishment. No, this is not the original swastika star order. Rather, it is a new one, perhaps intentionally left by the senior, Su Lingfeng remarked, sensing no connection to this new swastika star order. As for the previous one, once he consented to return it to the Taoist in white, he could no longer sense its presence. With the Taoist's departure, speculation was futile. Ling'er, please keep this swastika star order safe. Su Lingfeng entrusted it to her. Ling'er held the swastika star order with immense joy. This was the first item Su Lingfeng had entrusted her to safeguard, which made her ecstatic. Ling'er, I promise I will find you the finest transformation fruit, so you may become human, Su Lingfeng declared with unwavering determination in his eyes. Ling'er shook her head. What I need now is not that, but rather. Su Lingfeng, filled with urgency, waited desperately, yet Ling'er remained silent. What's wrong? Speak up. If you don't say anything, I shall ignore you, he teased, attempting to coax her. I have 3 years left. If I cannot form a spiritual bond with you, with a human, My spirit will shatter and slowly die, Linger uttered, her voice heavy with sorrow as she summoned the courage to shout. Upon hearing Linger's words, Su Lingfeng felt as though struck by lightning. He had never imagined that this lively and cheerful girl harbored such a profound secret within her heart. How could such pain and torment be borne by someone so innocent and carefree? I am sorry, Ling. It is my negligence that has allowed you to bear so much suffering alone. Su Lingfeng lamented, filled with regret and self-reproach, his heart aching as he stepped forward to embrace her. Did you not say we could form a spiritual bond? I shall bond with you, and thus you can continue to live. Would that be acceptable? For reasons unknown, watching Linger weep shattered Su Lingfeng's heart, and he spoke softly and tenderly. Linger stared at him with tear-stained, reddened eyes, her heart a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to respond. Linger, would you share your experiences with me? Su Lingfeng asked. Noting her silence and uncertainty, Linger nodded. From fleeing to the little solitary mountain, to being gravely injured and falling into a deep slumber, to my mother returning to our clan to save me, never to return, to the details of forming a spiritual bond. Finally, to the teachings of the spiritual bond technique imparted by the Taoist in white. Su Lingfeng was taken aback by the hardships she had endured. If only she had the Lingshu transformation fruit, she would not need to form a spiritual bond with a human, but could live as a human herself. At this moment, the gray-furred wolf communicated telepathically. Now, the most urgent matter is to establish a spiritual bond. However, the two forms of bonds, master and servant, would hinder Linger's future achievements. As for the master-master bond, the path I must tread may be fraught with thorns, which is why I am concerned. Su Lingfeng hesitated. How could he not hesitate? He was striving to find his parents. Su Lingfeng had once inquired of Uncle Wolf, who had evaded his questions, unwilling to reveal the truth. Yet, he could sense that this path was perilous, perhaps devoid of hope. How could he bear to let Linger suffer alongside him, let alone share life and death? Linger, I truly wish for your survival, but I may not be able to grant you that. However, he vowed, if within 3 years you have not formed a bond with anyone else, I shall certainly bond with you, as master and servant. Ultimately, Su Lingfeng made his decision. The closer he drew to his parents' footsteps, the greater the dangers he faced, and the nearer he came to death. No, I wish to accompany Brother Feng in search of your parents. Linger resolutely shook her head. Linger, why must you? Brother, I have only 3 years of life left. If I can share life and death with you, I shall have no regrets in this life. If you believe that forming a master-master bond will make me a burden, then I would rather my spirit shatter and perish. Linger interrupted Su Lingfeng, expressing her true feelings. At this moment, Su Lingfeng was deeply conflicted. Observing Linger's expression, he ultimately resolved, Linger, then let us form a master-master bond. Thank you, Feng Gu, Linger exclaimed, tears of joy mingling with laughter. As she recited the incantation and formed intricate hand seals, her attire began to swirl, emanating an extraordinary golden light from her slender figure. This light was peculiar, for it shimmered with a dark aura, appearing exceptionally eerie. Strangely, the golden glow cascaded down Linger's body, creating 2 bizarre black and gold patterns on the ground. These patterns resembled the face of a monstrous visage, fierce and arrogant, instilling a sense of dread that sent shivers down one's spine. Simultaneously, black and gold lines extended from the monster's brow, intertwining with one another. Linger seemed to sense this uncanny transformation, her brow furrowing slightly, her body trembling. It's all right. There's no need to be afraid, Su Lingfeng consoled her. Together, they stepped into the patterns. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated above them, followed by a sudden bolt of lightning striking the mountaintop where they stood. Brother, this thunder and lightning is rather unusual, remarked the waterfall rock tiger beast, startled by the commotion. It must signify the emergence of some treasure. It seems that fellow is about to appear, the beast's elder sibling declared with a fierce gaze. Meanwhile, miles away in a cave, an elderly woman with a face marked by deep lines stirred slightly. Had she not moved, anyone would have assumed she was lifeless. At that moment, she opened her eyes, gazing into the void, and spoke in a raspy, ancient voice. The son of the god of slaughter has emerged. The world will be thrown into chaos. A change is upon us. After uttering this ominous prophecy, she fell back into a state of apparent death, ceasing to speak or move, even her breath stilled. If Linger were present, she would recognize the woman as the former high priestess of the Soul Spirit clan, a revered figure akin to a deity. In the depths of his being, Su Lingfeng felt the weight of a gaze penetrating through the void. Suddenly, he looked up in a specific direction, where he beheld a pair of blood-red eyes that seemed to engulf the sky, radiating an aura of death and despair. From these eyes emerged two terrifying chains, brimming with a sinister energy. The chains rattled ominously, intangible yet palpable, slicing through the air and swiftly appearing within the two patterns. They soon reached Su Lingfeng and Ling Air, burrowing into the monster's brow, releasing a chilling laughter. At that moment, Su Lingfeng felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if he were being dragged underground into eternal darkness. Ling Air's delicate frame trembled, struggling to remain upright, on the verge of collapsing. Huh! Su Lingfeng suddenly roared, his violet eyes ablaze with fury, piercing through the void to meet the blood-red gaze. The terrifying chains extending from those eyes froze in place, their eerie laughter abruptly silenced. A sigh echoed, as if emanating from the blood-red eyes, from the vast void, or perhaps from within Su Lingfeng himself, resonating like a lamentation from the world. The chains, seemingly reluctant to depart, ultimately retreated. The patterns on the ground vanished within the chains, which in turn dissolved into the blood-red gaze that faded into the void. Su Lingfeng's fierce eyes met Ling Air's tender gaze, and in that moment, they felt an indescribable bond, an unbreakable connection that transcended explanation. How do you feel? Su Lingfeng inquired. Ling Air gently closed her eyes, concentrating inwardly to perceive the changes within her body and soul. Brother, I can cultivate now? I no longer need to rely on consuming souls to enhance my power. Thank you, brother. This is wonderful. Ling Air exclaimed with unrestrained excitement. Ling Air, the spiritual energy here is abundant. Let us begin our cultivation together, Su Lingfeng responded, relieved to have resolved Ling Air's soul issues. However, the matter of the blood-red eyes seemed to elude her awareness. Uncle Wolf, what on earth were those blood-red eyes? Su Lingfeng asked upon entering the Lingwu scroll. Seeking counsel from Uncle Wolf. Those are malevolent spirits best left undisturbed. Once, during a certain period, the gray-furred wolf began, suddenly animated, ready to expound on the topic. Little Gray, your boldness grows by the day, a child's voice interrupted, silencing the gray wolf. Upon hearing this, the gray wolf immediately crouched down, trembling, afraid to breathe. After a prolonged silence, he cautiously rose. Uncle Wolf, who was that child in Appo's voice just now? Was it male or female? Su Lingfeng inquired, astonished. Shoo. The spirit of the Lingwu scroll cannot be recklessly discussed, the gray wolf warned, visibly apprehensive. There are two spirits within the Lingwu scroll? Su Lingfeng inquired, having never heard of such a phenomenon. The Lingwu scroll originally had but one spirit, but after the original axis was damaged in battle, I replaced it as the axis spirit. However, the master did not have the chance to unify the scroll before the great conflict erupted. The gray wolf spoke cautiously, occasionally glancing in a particular direction, wary of provoking the spirit further. Su Lingfeng, however, felt utterly bewildered by this cryptic discourse. After all, these were merely relics of the past. Uncle Wolf, may I take another look at the second technique of the Lingwu Shura Sutra? He asked, sensing that if the gray wolf could not provide clarity, he might as well inquire about his eligibility to practice the sutra. Did you not notice they are already inscribed on the scroll? The gray wolf replied, astonished. Su Lingfeng smiled wryly, admitting that in his haste to inquire about the blood-red eyes, he had overlooked other details. After stepping back, the gray wolf suddenly knelt, exclaiming, Master, you have finally awakened. After 6 epochs, you have returned. We need not fear anyone any longer. Have you regained your strength? Master? Master? The gray wolf waited patiently for a response, sensing something amiss, and called out a few more times, but silence remained. Master. The gray wolf hesitantly called out, elongating the name warily. Be quiet, you wretch. You've frightened my soul away with your incessant babble, the child's voice reprimanded, though the words were delivered with a melodic clarity that belied their harshness. He possesses considerable talent. You should take your time. The gray wolf attempted to explain. Take my time? There is no time for that. Tell me, do you have any trace of the master? The child's voice grew impatient, demanding an answer. This. Truly useless. I grant you 3 days to restore your freedom. I must seek the master. Depart now and do not trouble me. The spirit's childlike voice threatened, leaving no room for negotiation. Same old stubbornness, the gray wolf muttered to himself. Do not think I am unaware. If you dare show me disrespect again, I shall flay your skin. The spirit's voice thundered. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The gray wolf exclaimed, trembling in fear, recalling the harrowing memories of his past life of suffering. The gray-furred wolf fell silent for a considerable time, not daring to disturb Wanling. While also pondering the task assigned by her, he murmured helplessly, how can a master-servant relationship be easily breached? Only death can sever such ties. But Su Lingfeng was unaware of the events that had just transpired. Approaching the spirit martial scroll, he discovered that the second technique had already manifested upon it, the Dao induction technique. Su Lingfeng was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly moved to tears, as his inner thirst could no longer be contained. He had finally witnessed the light after enduring the long night. He recognized the characters inscribed on the scroll, or rather, he had gained their acknowledgement, permitting him to comprehend their essence. Things are born of chaos, existing before heaven and earth, silent and desolate, standing independent and unchanging, circulating endlessly without exhaustion. It can be regarded as the mother of all things. All creations bear the yin while embracing the yang, merging energies for harmony. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao. By following the Tao, one can pierce through the void, achieving mastery over creation, wherein all things are born and thrive, their energies gathering and flourishing as Su Lingfeng recited the Tao induction technique. The tadpole-like characters traversed within him, creating subtle ripples of Tao patterns. He felt an overwhelming sensation coursing through his body, akin to the prickling of insects, as if creeping creatures were traversing over him, stirring his heart. Gradually, it was not just his breath, but even the pores of his skin began to resonate with the rhythm of the tadpole characters, subtly attuning to the cadence of the great Tao. During normal cultivation, spiritual energy flows like fish swimming through a dense net, slow and deliberate. However, at this moment, it felt as though numerous holes had been opened in that net, allowing a deluge of rich spiritual energy to stream in. Guided by the tadpole characters, the spiritual energy surged forth as if led by a vanguard. At this juncture, Su Lingfeng's body began to flush red, a pain spreading throughout him, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The movement of the tadpole characters quickened, intensifying the impact and allowing even more spiritual energy to flood into his body. Su Lingfeng was immensely grateful. His recent period of cultivation had not been in vain. Otherwise, he would have likely been left in a pitiful state, riddled with wounds. The abundant and powerful spiritual energy, paired with the exceptional effects of the Tao induction technique, made him treasure this opportunity even more. Lacking a formidable background or strong cultivation resources, he relied solely on his own efforts to seize every chance to elevate himself. For an entire hour, Su Lingfeng seemed to be beyond the pain, becoming numb, yet he continued to diligently operate the Tao induction technique. At this moment, while the spiritual energy in the space remained dense, its range had contracted to 1/10 of its original size, now only encompassing an area of about 30 zhang. However, Ling had also made significant progress during this time, though her absorption rate of spiritual energy could not match Su Lingfeng's. She was no longer troubled by a lack of it. Though still a 5th-tier spirit beast, her aura had become more than twice as powerful as before. The spirit beast bonded through a spiritual contract had undergone such a remarkable transformation, leaving one in awe. Thud. Su Lingfeng collapsed to the ground, having reached his limit. He could no longer endure and fell into a deep slumber. Not bad, quite some potential, Wanling commented lightly. However, to the gray-furred wolf's ears, this meant praise for Su Lingfeng, perhaps even a form of acknowledgement. Do not think of changing my mind. Remember, you have 3 days. Wanling's voice echoed in the gray-furred wolf's ears, causing it to wilt. 3 days was an exceedingly brief period, and it was uncertain what to do. Upon awakening, it was already the 2nd day, and Ling had remained by his side, never leaving his side. Ling, I'm fine now. Give me the WN star order. You should quickly cultivate. Once the spiritual energy is depleted, I will take you out. Su Lingfeng sat up and gazed at the delicate Ling beside him, feeling a pang of tenderness. All right, brother. I will begin my cultivation now, Ling replied, then sat cross-legged and closed her eyes, entering a state of meditation. Su Lingfeng began to introspect, sensing the changes within himself. Good heavens! The power of the spirit martial sea has actually formed a lake, poised for my ascension to the late stage of bone tempering at any moment. Moreover, my physical strength has more than doubled compared to before. Su Lingfeng was astounded. He had not anticipated the Tao induction technique to possess such extraordinary effects. While operating the technique, not only could he swiftly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but he could also control the speed of absorption, thereby refining his physical body, truly a marvel. It seems it is time to stretch my limbs, Su Lingfeng declared coldly, setting his gaze upon the Qianye waterfall. The spiritual energy in this space had been nearly exhausted, and Su Lingfeng stored Ling within his consciousness, gripping the WN star order tightly. With a thought, a soft golden light enveloped him, and he vanished from the spot. Splashing Su Lingfeng appeared on the cliff face of the waterfall, once again hearing the long mist sound of cascading water. Finally out, Su Lingfeng felt elated, one hand resting on the cliff rock. Indeed, finally out. The three waterfall tigers had been waiting for quite some time, their fangs aching with hunger. Su Lingfeng noticed that the tiger without fangs glared coldly at him, its eyes filled with hatred. Have your fangs grown back? Su Lingfeng inquired with concern. Roar the old adage of not revealing a person's shortcomings rang true. Su Lingfeng's words immediately enraged the tiger, provoking it into a furious roar directed at him. Impressive, you've stopped bleeding so quickly. It seems new teeth are on the horizon. Congratulations, toothless beast. Su Lingfeng smiled teasingly. In truth, the fangs had grown alongside them since birth, serving as their vital weapons in battle and hunting. Broken fangs could be mended with rare materials, but this tiger's fangs had turned to dust, injuring its very essence. To recover would require at least 100 years. I will kill you. The toothless waterfall tiger could no longer contain its fury, driven by rage. It resolved to perish alongside the loathsome boy before it. Ling faced with the toothless waterfall tiger's menacing display, Su Lingfeng refrained from striking, as Ling had just communicated with him, indicating her desire to test her strength here. Upon Su Lingfeng's command, Ling surged forth, only to be swept down several zhang by the rushing water, causing Su Lingfeng to panic and act swiftly. Whoosh, however, Ling released 3 streams of mist, swimming against the current, heading straight towards the toothless waterfall tiger. She swiftly passed through the tiger, twisting downward to entangle it, subsequently merging with the mist from earlier. The toothless waterfall tiger, still bewildered by the situation, suddenly found itself ensnared in the mist. Instinctively, it knew it must escape quickly, but it was a moment too late. The mist solidified into threads, binding the tiger tightly. It struggled fiercely but was still pulled down several tens of feet by Ling. Utilizing the downward force of the threads, Ling steadied her stance, enveloped in mist, familiarizing herself with this unique battle environment. Then I shall feast upon you first. The toothless waterfall tiger, seemingly intimidated by Su Lingfeng, hesitated as it charged forward. It was precisely this hesitation that allowed Su Lingfeng to permit Ling to confront it. A tiger that had lost its fangs and confidence was no match for Ling. Brother, I'm fine. Leave it to me. Ling's small face peeked out from the mist, smiling brightly. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Su Lingfeng hadn't even had a chance to intervene before he noticed Ling's significant progress, finally feeling reassured. Kid, hand over the treasure, and I can guarantee your safe departure. The elder waterfall tiger growled menacingly. What treasure? Su Lingfeng feigned ignorance. Quit playing dumb. It's the treasure within the cliff. Hand it over, and I may spare your life. The second waterfall tiger shouted. I'm not playing dumb. That thing has a strong aftertaste. I only wish to deal with you now. Su Lingfeng replied calmly, not at all angered. You dealing with me? Do you even resemble one? The second waterfall tiger retorted proudly. Smack. Ouch. Why are you hitting me? Exclaimed the younger brother of the waterfall rock tiger beast, as he was struck by his elder with a swift tail swipe. You fool. He meant to pack you up and take you away. The elder scolded, exasperated. What? This is too much. Brother, just wait and see. I will tear him apart and reclaim the treasure. Enraged, the younger brother charged forward. Wait. The elder hastily attempted to intervene, but it was too late, and he had no choice but to follow suit. Just then, Su Lingfeng's lips curled into a smirk as he stepped into the cliffside, standing tall and ready. His fists clenched, producing thunderous sounds that forced the surrounding waterfall to divert away in fear. Boom, boom. His fists collided with the palms of the waterfall rock tiger beast, creating a deafening echo that sent shockwaves through the cascading waters, displacing them for dozens of feet. What? The elder of the waterfall rock tiger beast sensed something was amiss, worried for his younger brother, yet he could not have anticipated the outcome. The waterfall rock tiger beasts were astounded. They never imagined that a diminutive human could possess such formidable physical strength and resilience. However, the encounter was far from over. Su Lingfeng arced through the air, seizing the younger brother's toes, and with a swift twist, sent both waterfall rock tiger beasts hurtling away from the cliffside in opposite directions. Looking at his hands, Su Lingfeng was equally astonished by his newfound strength. He then broke away, rushing downstream toward the younger brother, primarily concerned that he might harm Linger, who was engaged in battle. Nowhere to run, stop right there, Su Lingfeng commanded. The younger brother, nearly bursting with indignation, retorted, "Who's running? It's you." He hesitated to finish his sentence, realizing it was his own carelessness that had led him into this predicament, with the tide turning against him. He felt too ashamed to voice his thoughts. "You cunning human, I shall annihilate you." As he spoke, the younger waterfall rock tiger beast spat saliva across the cliff, while the elder joined in, launching a barrage of saliva to ensnare Su Lingfeng. Simultaneously, 8 razor-sharp tiger fangs surged forth with incredible speed, resonating in unison as they converged upon him. With corrosive saliva below and gleaming tiger fangs above, the situation appeared dire. With a cold snort, Su Lingfeng charged headlong toward the younger waterfall rock tiger beast. Each step he took left behind a trail of purple footprints, revealing that unbeknownst to him, he had covered his feet with a battle armor that absorbed the corrosive effects. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that with each stride, the outer layer of the armor was eroded, only to be replenished anew in an endless cycle. At that moment, the 8 tiger fangs converged, striking with unparalleled speed, akin to a streak of light, utterly unstoppable. Clang, clang. Su Lingfeng wielded the swastika star token, deflecting the onslaught of the fangs, yet they remained unshattered, still surging forth with fervor. In a whirlwind of movement, the swastika star token clashed against the tiger fangs hundreds of times, the rapidity of their exchanges dazzling to behold, leaving one breathless. Simultaneously, the viscous liquid beneath him surged, creating waves that encircled him, intent on devouring him whole. Suddenly, one of the tiger fangs struck from an unexpected angle, aiming for the back of Su Lingfeng's head. "I've been waiting for you." Su Lingfeng had already noticed that one of the fangs was avoiding a direct confrontation with the swastika star token, so he kept a vigilant eye on it. As it launched its surprise attack, he did not look back, instead raising his palm to protect the back of his head. Clang! The fang pierced the center of the swastika star token, immediately dimming and falling into the cascading waters below. Ah! The younger waterfall rock tiger beast howled in agony, inadvertently tilting its head. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lingfeng struck fiercely at 3 of the approaching tiger fangs. Boom, boom, boom. The tiger fangs shattered, leaving the younger brother nearly unconscious as he plummeted hundreds of feet, finally grasping onto a protruding rock, teetering on the cliff's edge. "You have gone too far in tormenting my brother." With a crack, the elder of the waterfall rock tiger beast severed its own tail. Ugh! Ah! The anguished cries echoed throughout the valley. At that moment, the elder's body turned pitch black, its eyes glowing with blood-red fury. It radiated an aura of malevolence, bloodlust, and unbridled rage, with each step altering the cliff's landscape, sending rocks tumbling like a torrential downpour. Though it had lost its tail, its speed and power had more than doubled. The elder lunged at Su Lingfeng, engaging him in a fierce struggle, darting across the cliffside, roaring with ferocity. Yet, it remained at a disadvantage, unable to alter the tide of battle. Conversely, Su Lingfeng adapted to the sudden surge of power, growing ever more valiant in combat. With a resounding punch, he forced the elder back, propelling himself downward. He had noticed that the younger waterfall rock tiger beast, having swallowed its elder's tail, was now in a frenzy, charging toward Linger, who was situated below him, just over 100 feet away. Seizing the moment when the beast was distracted, she enveloped it in a mist. "Devour! Devour!" The younger waterfall rock tiger beast growled, its body swelling as if struggling to contain the power of the tail. Observing this, Linger extended her misty tendrils, ensnaring its body and limbs, forming a web-like binding to restrain it. "Devour! Devour!" The younger beast, undeterred, broke free from its bindings with sheer force, opening its maw to consume Linger and the toothless waterfall rock tiger beast. At that critical moment, Su Lingfeng arrived, first punching away the incoming tail and then striking it in the mouth, sending it plummeting into the abyss. It is important to note that in a moment of desperation, Su Lingfeng had activated his battle body technique, descending at breakneck speed. Had it not been for the younger waterfall rock tiger beast being affected by his spirit fusion fist, he would have been unable to halt his fall. Witnessing the perilous fates of his two brothers, the elder of the waterfall rock tiger beast completely lost his sanity. With a gaping maw, he summoned the cascading waters to converge into his mouth. At some point, a black sphere materialized before him, resembling an abyss. As thousands of pounds of water entered without causing any noticeable change to the sphere's size. Soon after, the viscous liquid coating the cliff and the debris began to detach and fly into the sphere, which gradually expanded, its surface adorned with ominous runes, seemingly hailing from the depths of the netherworld, exuding a chilling malevolence. Lingfeng, observing the black sphere, sensed an imminent danger, furrowing his brow in disbelief at the beast's formidable technique. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate, once again enveloping himself in battle armor, channeling his energy, charging towards the elder of the waterfall rock tiger beast. "Retreat," he shouted. Upon hearing Lingfeng's call, Linger instinctively trusted him, dragging the toothless waterfall rock tiger beast downward without hesitation. However, Lingfeng could not evade. He had to endure this strike, even if it meant risking his life. For this was not only for himself, but for Linger as well. The spirit beast bound by the spirit contract should have received the blessings of the spirit god. Rapidly ascending to heights he could only gaze upon in awe. Yet now, they were bound to share life and death. If he could not withstand this blow, he would forever bear the weight of guilt toward Linger, unable to forgive himself. "Great Master, Spirit Lord, grant Lingfeng this one chance. He is truly gifted and has promised to help us find our master," pleaded the gray-furred wolf, filled with urgency. "Him? You must be joking. Only you would believe his empty words," the Spirit Lord scoffed. "Great Master, he reached the 3rd level of the body refinement stage at the age of 6. However, due to the damage to his spirit, he has been unable to sense the energies of the world, and for 4 long years, his cultivation has made no progress. Despite the devoted care of the elderly patriarch, who has tirelessly sought remedies for him, the situation remains unchanged. Moreover, while the patriarch can shield him from the storms of life, he cannot protect him from the disdain of others. Over the years, even while enduring cold remarks and bullying from peers, and facing a scarcity of resources, he has persevered, diligently practicing without a single day of rest. One fateful day, he was severely injured by a young assailant, particularly from a blow to his head that nearly cost him his life. Yet, through this misfortune, he ultimately found fortuitous gain by unlocking the gateway to the spirit martial scroll, which, by convention, required him to drop blood to recognize its master. In less than a year, he reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage of bone refinement. I concede that his innate talent is not the finest. Yet I believe such a tenacious spirit is truly deserving of our utmost support. Furthermore, is it not our collective strength that will enable us to assist him? What achievements could possibly compare to aiding a prodigious genius, don't you think, Master Wanling? The gray-furred wolf spoke with increasing fervor, his eyes becoming misty by the end. If he cannot withstand even this blow, he is unworthy to be our master. The childlike Wanling fell silent for a moment, his demeanor remaining indifferent, though there seemed to be a hint of negotiability in his tone. After that, no matter what the gray-furred wolf said, Wanling offered no further response. At the cliff of the Thousand Leaves waterfall, Lingfeng charged forth, his Dao induction technique operating at its utmost capacity, drawing in vast amounts of the world's spiritual energy, not into his body, but condensing it within his fist. The Dao induction technique, when still, strengthens the spirit and refines the body. When in motion, it conquers the world. In a moment of urgency, Lingfeng comprehended the true essence of this phrase. The Dao induction technique not only enhances cultivation and physical strength, but is, in itself, a formidable martial skill that harnesses the powers of heaven and earth for personal use. At this moment, Lingfeng's fist resembled a colossal stone, standing defiantly between heaven and earth, with the pattern of the spirit martial sea slowly undulating before it. On the other side, the energy of the black sphere continued to intensify, its diameter reaching 5 zhang. The waterfall had ceased to flow, its torrents now pouring into the black sphere. Within 100 miles, birds took flight in alarm, and beasts fled in terror. Even some of the more powerful demon beasts sensed the impending danger and cowered in their lairs, trembling in fear. 9 nether heavenly water strike. Spirit martial fist, shatter. With a thunderous roar from the 5th order waterfall tiger beast and Lingfeng, The black sphere and the red-blue hexagram simultaneously shot forth, cleaving through the sky and weaving between the realms, vying for dominance of light and color. Surrounding the 9 nether heavenly water, malevolent spirits and phantoms emerged, as if providing an escort, seeming more like a charge with a treasure, leaving devastation in their wake, obliterating all in their path. The spirit marshal twin fists, the hexagrams slowly rotating, heavy as a mountain and swift as an arrow, akin to a comet falling from the heavens, embodying the might to subdue demons and vanquish evil. With a resounding roar, the amalgamation of red, blue, and black erupted in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the skies, the piercing winds shattering the air. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. The cliff of the Thousand Leaves waterfall was shattered for dozens of miles, with endless silt and rock debris swept away by the raging flood, nearly filling the deep pool below. In that moment, the sky darkened and a tempest arose, as if even heaven itself was compelled to change hue, washing away the scars of battle with wind and rain. As time trickled by, gradually, the mountain regained its former clamor and tranquility, sunlight illuminating the land, while the waterfall cascaded ferociously as if the previous conflict had never transpired. Yet, the Thousand Leaves waterfall now bore a changed visage. Its once clear waters were now murky, a victim and witness of the fierce battle. Cough, cough, cough. A harsh coughing sound emerged as a figure crawled from beneath the Thousand Leaves waterfall. It was Lingfeng. He had been swept down by the terrifying aftershocks, sliding down with the landslide and becoming buried beneath the debris. Trapped under the torrent of mud and stone, he found his fingers immobile, despite exerting all his strength. He could not break free. The blow he had just endured not only absorbed spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, but also utilized the power of the liquid spirit martial sea. Although his physical strength could withstand this force, it placed an immense burden on his body, rendering him unable to recover quickly. Now, with much of the debris washed away and Lingfeng regaining some strength, he finally broke through the confinement and emerged into the light of day. His clothes were tattered beyond recognition. He hastily grasped the remnants and tore them off, emerging from the waterfall to don the only remaining attire. Gazing at the scene before him, he felt a mix of amusement and distress, realizing that the devastation was a result of his own actions. If the esteemed elder of the Thousand Leaves Palace were still around, upon learning that he had destroyed this place and wielded the Wanjing order as a weapon against the Tiger Feng sword, he would likely be furious enough to erupt in wrath, severing ties without hesitation. "Brother, hurry and save me, brother." Suddenly, Lingfeng heard a faint voice. Convinced it belonged to Ling, though he was uncertain of its source. He ran towards the direction of the deep pool, and indeed, the voice grew closer, suggesting it was nearby, yet its exact location remained elusive. "Brother, you big fool, you stepped on me," came Ling's angry shout from beneath his feet. Lingfeng quickly lifted his foot, realizing he was already in the deep pool, though the water now only reached his knees. "Ling, is that you?" Lingfeng confirmed. "I'm buried beneath here. You must pull me up quickly," Ling replied. Lingfeng began to dig downwards, excavating for about 10 feet before discovering an enormous rock weighing thousands of pounds. "You're trapped beneath this massive rock. How can I get you out?" Lingfeng called out again. "Smash it, and I can get out. Hurry, I can barely hold on," Ling urged. Lingfeng acknowledged, carefully throwing a punch, fearful of injuring Ling below. Crack! With a muffled sound, as the rock shattered, Lingfeng leaped out of the water and landed on the shore. In the span of a few breaths, a silver sphere floated to the surface, slowly dissipating into mist and extending towards Lingfeng's grasp. "Ah, I was about to suffocate. I'm finally free," Ling gasped, taking several deep breaths, savoring the refreshing sensation of being alive. As Lingfeng felt a chill in his palm, several silver threads entwined around his hand, and he immediately understood, pulling Ling up. "Ling, I'm so relieved you're okay," Lingfeng exclaimed with excitement. "If you're alive, of course I am fine." In his haste, he had momentarily forgotten about the Lingwu matter, and Lingfeng felt a twinge of shame, grinning foolishly. At that moment, as the mist around Ling dissipated, they found themselves beside the toothless waterfall tiger beast. "Why do you still keep it?" Lingfeng asked curiously. "Don't you remember? The golden ridge goo is within it." Ling shot him a sideways glance, incredulous at his foolishness. "Where is the golden ridge goo? Is it still alive?" Su Lingfeng felt as if his mind had turned to mush, forgetting everything. After a brief moment, Su Lingfeng cautiously lifted the spine of the toothless waterfall tiger beast, discovering a golden goo bug, the size of a beetle, lying motionless. It hasn't perished, has it? Su Lingfeng felt a pang of disappointment. If it were dead, all his efforts would be in vain. No, she's merely dreaming sweetly, Linger replied with a smile. What kind of sweet dream? Did you notice the 2 eggs beside her? Those are her new offspring. But in order to have enough energy to lay eggs, she had to consume her mate. In her heart, a profound anguish tore at her, leaving her in deep sorrow. Thus, the beautiful dreams she now cherished were undoubtedly of soaring together, rekindling past affections. As Linger spoke, her voice was imbued with emotion, oscillating between melancholy and joy, as if she had accomplished a great deed, radiating genuine happiness. Linger truly possessed remarkable prowess. Su Lingfeng meticulously excised the golden ridge goo, along with the surrounding flesh, placing it into the meticulously prepared crystal octagonal box. A gift originally bestowed by Mo Lingzhu for emergencies. Brother, you are truly merciless, Linger exclaimed, covering her eyes, unable to bear the sight. What is it? Su Lingfeng raised his head, oblivious to the droplets of blood splattered across his face. Never mind, just continue, Lingo said, turning away and walking to the edge of the deep pool. With a graceful gesture, the mist descended into the water, swiftly dispersing. I found it, Linger exclaimed as she forcefully pulled the thread, revealing the second brother of the waterfall tiger beast on the shore, leaving Su Lingfeng momentarily stunned. However, upon completing the dissection, he discovered that the golden ridge goo had vanished without a trace. Linger, since you were able to enter the dreams of the golden ridge goo, do you know why it grants such formidable strength to its host? Su Lingfeng asked, wiping the blood from his face as he approached her. Are you certain that Mo Lingzhu intends to place the golden ridge goo within her own body? Linger replied with a question, evading his inquiry. I am uncertain. Perhaps they wish to conduct some research, Su Lingfeng speculated. Oh dear. I have no interest in their trivial matters. However, I believe it would be best not to bring it back, Linger stated earnestly. What exactly is going on? Su Lingfeng, already suspecting the extraordinary origins of the golden ridge goo, furrowed his brow at Linger's expression.